Chapter 81 Detective. To upgrade Hand of Nothingness. 2 Fuyu. To the next level requires 60 XP, and now Arthur has 82 XP, which means he has 22 XP to use at will. 22 XP is enough for him to upgrade all the skills in the auxiliary skills. More than once. However, considering what might happen at Oakwood Manor, Arthur focused on upgrading Sharp Eyes and reading words and expressions by 2 levels each. Finally, there was still 1 point of XP left. Arthur invested it in painting. The auxiliary skills were upgraded as follows: Writing LV2, 0/5. Intimidation LV3, 0/10. Bluffing LV3, 0/10. Sharp Eyes LV3, 0 out of 10. Reading people as expressions LV3, 0/10. In addition, the upgrade of the general skill painting to LV2 was the same as the upgrade of combat skills, and the synchronization of knowledge and body was completed in a short time. Even with so many skills, Arthur did not feel any discomfort. With his eyes closed, Arthur carefully experienced the difference now. Riding. After reaching LV2, he could not only get on and off the horse freely, but also trot on the warhorse. If he took advantage of physique 1.8, he could gallop on the horse. However, it was extremely difficult to use weapons on the warhorse, especially shooting. However, if it was a thunder gun, Arthur was sure to kill one with one shot. After all, no need to aim. Intimidation. Bluffing. Seemed to be related to Sharp Eyes. Reading people as expressions. For example, seeing Fontel now, Arthur was sure to get more money out of him, and this only required some words and expressions. Is poverty the innate skill of the medium? Arthur, who was full of emotion in his heart, did not blackmail Fontel. For him, on the premise that he already owned 1/8 of the Oak Manor, to blackmail his employer again, that would be against the bottom line. It's not that he doesn't want more. It's just that he doesn't want more in this way. People who are greedy will be spurned by fate. Old Charlie once said something similar. The previous incarnation forgot what he heard, but Arthur looked at the memory of the previous incarnation, but he believed it deeply. He was hit by a dump truck. Wasn't it because of greed? He had already suffered a loss once. He won't do that again. And, compared to getting more rewards from Von Ter, Arthur was thinking at the moment, I wonder if LV3 has Sharp Eyes and reading expressions can see through Melinda's expression? Suddenly, Arthur was looking forward to it. He believed that Melinda and he would meet soon, because this lady would be very interested in Oak Manor, and what he had to do was, before this lady arrived, or in other words, before she showed up, to get everything done. At least everything on the surface needed to be done by him. As for why he had to notify the other party to come, of course, it was for insurance. It was his first time facing a noble. Arthur thought that he could not be too careful. Who knew what kind of power Lord Doyle's family had hidden? If it wasn't for the lack of chips, he would have wanted to bring in the female countess, whom he had never met. Wheels, wheels. Amid the sound of wheels, Arthur leaned back against the chair, his neck fit against the neck pillow, his whole body squinted his eyes, his breathing became even. And in the beautiful scenery, it can't stand long-term staring. Humans are creatures who like new things and get bored with old things. Cats are the same. Pendragon turned his body, making himself in a more comfortable position in Arthur's arms, and then fell asleep. It took a full hour and a half before the bumps on the wheels and the road made Arthur open his eyes. We're already outside the manor. After seeing Arthur open his eyes, Von Tell said immediately, Oak Manor is not on the main road, but Lord Doyle built a gravel road of about 2 kilometers to the side of the road. This is to facilitate the servants to buy fresh fruits and meat. Scott was not surprised at all. The young reporter had a general understanding of the wealth of the nobles. He was just curious that there were no guards here. According to the noble style, there should be 2 or 4 guards as a facade, so that anyone passing by here would understand the extraordinariness of the Doyle family. It should be because of the death of the Lord. Right? The young reporter guessed. Arthur's eyes were looking straight at the end of the fork in the road. There is his manor. White walls, red eaves. Outside the towering fence gate is a suspension bridge. Under the suspension bridge is a rushing river. Listening to the rumbling sound of the river, it is obviously not stagnant water. It's really rich in resources. Arthur couldn't help but sigh. The Oak Manor is roughly divided into 2 parts. In addition to the manor itself with a wine cellar, a mill, a sweet water well, there is also a 16-hectare farm. Now there is no shortage of water. Arthur was looking forward to it more and more. But the people in the manor were obviously resistant and unwelcome to Arthur and his party. Stop! Stop! This is private territory. A sturdy man with a longbow and a long sword on his waist and 4 men with swords, but long muskets on their backs blocked the carriage of Arthur and others. Captain Albert. Vauntel jumped off the carriage. After seeing Vauntel, the sturdy man named Albert was stunned. Then he bowed reluctantly. Master Vauntel, good afternoon. I still need to be on duty. After saying that, without waiting for Vauntel to reply, he led 4 guards to the fork in the road they came from. Looking at the 5 people leaving, Vauntel rubbed his nose, with embarrassment on his face, but then he looked towards the drawbridge of Oak Manor. There was a carriage parked there. His 2 brothers were there, greeting someone. Obviously, it was because of this person that there were fewer guards at the fork in the road. More obviously, Vauntel's 2 brothers clearly saw them, but pretended not to see them, and continued to talk to the guest in a low voice. We are less welcome than we thought. In the carriage, Scott lowered his voice and said, no matter who it is, they would not welcome us as Vauntel's helpers. Arthur temporarily put Pendragon back into the cat cage. Pendragon was not happy. But when Arthur took out a small dried fish and threw it in, Pendragon jumped in directly, holding Anna in his pocket, picking up his medium box. Arthur jumped off the carriage. After winking at Vauntel, Arthur said directly to Scott, Scott, please record the arrogance of the heirs of the Doyle family truthfully. Not only do they turn a blind eye to their own brothers, but they also refuse to let in visitors who come with good intentions. Perhaps Lord Doyle's death, there may be other reasons. I think the readers of the Bugle will be very interested in such reasons. Arthur's voice was neither loud nor low, but it happened to be heard by Vaughan's 2 brothers. Lord Doyle's eldest son, Lamet, frowned, and anger appeared on his face. Lord Doyle's second son, Gilt, smiled, but his eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Both of them were malicious. But both of them had to walk towards Arthur and his party. Honor and blood, this is the rule that the nobles always maintain. If the newspaper really published such information, then the Doyle family would become a laughing stock. Especially after learning the truth, they would even lose the qualification to marry a woman of the same noble family. This is something they cannot accept in any way. Ramet, who was walking in front, was wearing a black hunting suit and a wide-brimmed hat full of the style of the old nobles of Nanlos, and a handful of white swan feathers piled on it. This was the favorite feather decoration of the nobles in the Silver Age. Although it was originally spread from the West Coast, it has become a trend on the East Coast. Gilt, who was a step behind, was wearing a popular 4-piece suit, and wore glasses to look gentle. When the 2 saw Arthur holding Anna, they were immediately shocked, and the eldest son of the Lord was so scared that he took 2 steps back. The other party thought that this made him lose face, and immediately scolded Vauntel. What are you doing here? And you brought such a person to the manor. I'm here to find out the cause of my father's death. I have a share of Oak Manor, and I can come and go freely, and I can also bring friends in and out. My father's will has already stated this, and the Count can prove it. Do you want to question my father's will and challenge the Count's authority? Faced with the other party's ruthlessness, Vauntel immediately retorted. Lamet's face turned red with anger, and he subconsciously wanted to take action. But Gilt pulled his brother's sleeve. The second son of Lord Doyle walked forward with a smile, ignoring Vauntel, and looked at Arthur instead. Are you the famous medium Sir Arthur Kratos? Vauntel once said that you were magical, but my brother and I are still hesitant. After all, we are too stupid to tell whether you are really magical or just using some tricks. So, we invited a friend, Detective Albers. Compared to the irritable Lamet, Lord Doyle's second son is much kinder. At least, he appears to be much kinder. But in reality, he is much more dangerous. The other party obviously investigated Vauntel, and knew that Vauntel would invite him. In fact, this is what Vauntel said at the time. Facing the 2 cold and contemptuous brothers, the young Vauntel would most likely say, the famous medium Arthur Kratos is my friend. He will definitely help me find out the cause of my father's death. Such words. That's why, Lamet, Gilt invited a detective. Detective versus psychic. In the eyes of the 2, the detective has the absolute upper hand. That's why, the second son of the Lord said, he turned sideways, and revealed a guest who had just arrived a little earlier. Black windbreaker, long boots, suit, but no hat. Detective Albers has thick long hair, but it seemed that it had not been cleaned for a long time. Not only was it sticky, but it also had a strange smell. Moreover, the other party seemed to have no idea of greeting or etiquette. After seeing Arthur, he walked over and said, "I don't believe in the so-called medium." Hearing such rude words, Arthur chuckled. That smile was warm and harmless, and full of tolerance. Especially at this moment, Arthur looked at the other party with a friendly look. Then, Arthur said in a very serious tone, "I believe in the detective." With a flash of LV3 bluff, the voice became more sincere and genuine. Suddenly, the detective, who had never encountered such a situation, was stunned. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, Arthur continued, "So, as a detective, you must find out the cause of Lord Doyle's death." Detective Albers always felt that something was wrong, but he nodded instinctively. "Okay." Chapter 82 Phantom by the Window. Remy, Gert looked at each other in bewilderment. Things did not develop as they imagined. This Detective Albers seemed not very smart. Remy looked at his brother Gert with anger and resentment. It was his brother who told him that Albers was an excellent detective, and it was also his brother who told him that, if Albers appeared in Oak Manor, he would definitely make the illegitimate child and his assistant return home in defeat. But what about now? They actually want to investigate the cause of his father's death. Could he not know how his father died? He died of illness. There is no doubt about that. Lamet snorted coldly, turned and walked towards the suspension bridge. Gilt kept smiling, and motioned to Albers to go with him. However, no matter how you look at it, the second son of the Lord has a stiff smile at this moment. The carriage of the Detective Albers is in front, and the carriage of Arthur and his party is behind. "In the car," Scott exclaimed. "This detective is just as rumored. A good man, although he has a strange temper. Have you heard of this detective?" Von Tell looked surprised. As a former playboy, a model of idleness, Von Tell thought he was well informed. Whatever happened in South Los, he would definitely know it from him. Detective Albers is from Loschenburg, which is quite far from South Los. If you want to go there, you have to pass through the inner bay. I don't know why this detective came to South Los. Is it because of a big case that we don't know about? Scott said excitedly. As a reporter, he always pursues news. It is precisely because of this pursuit that he habitually collects more information, which also makes him know the Detective Albers far away in Loschauberg. Big case? Von Ter's eyes lit up, but then became dim. The rich boy thought of his father who died in an unclear way. Arthur, who remained silent, was also thinking about this detective. The other party, who was far away in Rocha Castle, happened to come to South Los, happened to know Gilt, and happened to have an accident in Gilt as family. Wasn't this too coincidental? As for confirming that the detective knew Gilt, after seeing Lamet's angry, dissatisfied and complaining expression towards Gilt, Arthur was very sure. The continuous coincidences made Arthur feel a little familiar, as if they were the cases he had encountered before. But it was much rougher, and it became traceable. It seemed that the person hiding behind the scenes was a little anxious. To put it simply, Detective Albers is very likely because the other party caught up with Nanlos, and the other party was very surprised when he learned the news. So he hurriedly planned to divert Albers' attention. Maybe he can talk to Albers, Arthur guessed in his heart. At the same time, on the carriage in front, Albers scratched his head in annoyance. He had realized it. He was deceived by the medium. He was led by the other party. But even if he knew it, Albers had no way to solve it. Even if he did it again, he would still be fooled. Because, as a detective, he must pursue the truth. In fact, after a brief regret, the detective has begun to seriously think about the cause of Lord Doyle's death. According to his friend Gilt, the Lord died of illness. But the illegitimate son obviously did not think so. He believed that his father was murdered, and even sought a medium to verify it. If the illegitimate son did not obtain the property, this would make sense. But the illegitimate son already had his share, and, judging from his clothes, he lived a good life. This proved that the Lord took good care of his illegitimate son. So, is there really something fishy about the Lord's death? Or is it the greedy people's trick? Albers tends to the former. It's not that he chooses to trust Von Tell, but he believes in Arthur, the medium. Like us, he is a keen observer, and seems to have a great reputation in South Los, it seems. Can we talk? Detective Albers thought. 3 carriages passed the drawbridge, and entered the core building complex of Oak Manor. It was made up of 6 arms that required 2 people to hold together, in front of the main building, which was supported by a 10-meter-high spiral column. 20 waiters stood in a row. Judging from their attire, there were cooks, male servants, maids, hunter apprentices, leatherworkers, blacksmiths, grooms, etc. They were all middle-aged and had obviously served the Doyle family for a long time. In front of the servants was the butler of Oak Manor. To the right of the servants, a little further away, there were 4 teams of 40 guards. They stood straight, with swords on their waists, long muskets on their backs, uniform and neat clothes, resolute faces and sharp eyes. Arthur glanced at the guards' postures and expressions. He could confirm that these guards were well trained and were not just farmers. Together with the farmers outside the manor, if something happened, the old lord would probably be able to gather a team of 300 people in less than an hour. If he didn't care about the consequences, the team would probably reach 800 to 1,000 people. The heritage of the nobility? Arthur sighed, looking at the water tower and the bell tower on one side of the manor complex. He thought there would be secret sentries during the war. However, Arthur didn't really care about these. He was mainly looking for the oak forest. Unfortunately, he didn't find it. Behind the manor? Arthur looked behind the main building complex. But unfortunately his vision was blocked and he couldn't see anything. However, just as Arthur looked away, death instinct flashed suddenly. A cold gaze filled with malice was staring at him. Arthur looked calmly and saw a figure flashing through the window on the right side of the second floor of the main building. Who is this? Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, 3 carriages had bypassed the fountain square and stopped in front of the stables of the manor. The coachman began to untie the horses. Arthur winked at Mounts when he got off the carriage. The latter immediately understood and motioned Andy to go to the stables as a servant. Of course, the stable is not the point. The purpose is to get information. As for him, he chose the best support position, the back of the team. I asked the cook to prepare lunch. Please, I want to see the body. Facing guilt's invitation, Albert said bluntly. This made Lamet even more angry. The eldest son of the lord was about to reprimand the detective. But when he saw Scott quickly recording with a charcoal pencil, immediately, he snorted again and walked towards the main building. Please follow me, Guilt said helplessly. The butler Vic, who was following him, immediately walked to the end of the hall, took a 3-pronged candlestick from the maid, lit the candle on it, and walked to the basement first. The group followed closely behind. Arthur keenly sensed the cold and the smell of some herbs, ice, and some special antiseptic methods. Arthur guessed. He looked towards the underground hall. With the candlelight in the butler's hand, he could clearly see the solid wood coffin placed in the center of the hall, and the thick ice piled around it, leaving only a passage on one side for people to pass through. The old lord's body had his eyes closed, his palms overlapped and placed above his lower abdomen, and on the left side of his body was a sheathed-long sword, to show the old lord's bravery before his death, but on the right side was a notebook, which was a book recording the old lord's achievements. Every noble would do this, even if the noble had no merits to speak of. Father! Fonsel looked at the old lord in the coffin, and knelt down beside him. The tears in his eyes proved the relationship between the illegitimate child and his biological father. In South Los, although illegitimate children are recognized, they are only recognized, and the biological father and his family have no obligation to raise them, not to mention supporting them to read and learn, and dividing the family property. In some noble families, the second son did not have such rights. He was usually given a knight's title and a small amount of money, and then sent out to wander. If he was lucky, he would earn enough wealth to buy a manor as his territory to continue his bloodline. If he was unlucky, his armor and weapons would become spoils of war, and he would die in the wilderness or be killed by wild beasts. This situation became slightly better with the end of the Silver Age, but most of the time, the second son still got nothing. It is extremely rare for the old lord to divide the family property equally among his 3 sons and his current wife. Von Tell knew all this, so he understood his father's love for him. Therefore, he wanted to find out the truth. Wiping away his tears, Von Tell stood up, took another look at his father's body, and then walked aside silently, staring at Lammy and Gerd with fierce eyes. He was waiting for the result. The detective Albers, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed up with a box. Arthur watched the other party take out saws, pliers, scissors, tweezers, white gauze, containers of wine, vinegar and other items from the box, and began to examine the eyelids, mouth, And then the body? Forensic doctor? Somehow, Arthur thought of this profession, and then observed the other party while observing the body. No external injuries. No poisoning. No suffocation. Albers muttered to himself while examining. Humph, I've said it before, my father died of illness, not murder. When Lameth said these words, his face was angry, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes, but then it turned into more anger. Guilt did not speak. The second son of the Lord remained calm, but the disdain in his eyes, when he looked at Von Tell, became more and more obvious. Arthur glanced at the two of them, and then looked at the detective Albers, who picked up the saw and prepared to examine the body in a more detailed way. Stop! What do you want to do? Lameth scolded Albers. Guilt could no longer remain calm, staring at him with a bad face. Von Tell had already rushed over and grabbed his arm. But Albers said lightly, autopsy. However, obviously, such words could never convince the Lord's three sons. In Nanlos, or the nobles of the entire South County, the corpse must be kept intact. This is the tradition of the nobles. Any act of intending to destroy the corpse is unforgivable in the eyes of the nobles. But for Albers, it doesn't matter. He just wants to find the truth. Different ideas naturally bring collisions. When a conflict is about to break out, Arthur said lightly, Hair. Chapter 83 Dishonorable. Arthur's indifferent voice startled the people who were about to clash. Ramit, Guilt was stunned. Von Tell subconsciously looked at his father's body. Detective Albers had raised his hand to touch the hair of the old lord's body. Unlike the people with middle-aged hair loss and baldness, the old lord, even though he was old, still had thick hair that many young people envied. Therefore, such hair would cover many things. For example, nails. When Albers parted the old lord's hair, Von Tell saw the nail on his father's head at a glance. Lameth and Gert were also surprised. Arthur looked at the two, eyes like a torch, observing words and expressions. There was nothing wrong with the expressions of the two. Obviously they didn't know how the old lord died. But Arthur was not disappointed. Because the two didn't know how the old lord died, but it didn't mean that they were not the murderer. Almost subconsciously, Arthur thought of the figure that flashed by the window just now. Arthur was very clear about the other party's murderous intention. As for who the other party was, Arthur also guessed roughly. At this time, Von Tell had already rushed towards Lameth with red eyes, but was stopped by the butler Wick, who participated in the 7 Years' War when he was young. Still had quite good skills. After hugging Von Tell, he blocked Lameth with his body. Guilt. Wait! Master Von Tell. Wait! Lameth. Master Guilt. Wait! The butler tried his best to persuade the three. Seeing this scene, Arthur narrowed his eyes, and had more thoughts in his heart. When he found that Lameth and Guilt were gradually gaining the upper hand, and his employer was going to suffer, he made a subtle gesture to Mounts. Stop! Stop! I am the sheriff of the Shire district. Mounts, who had been invisible, stood up. The sheriff held up his badge and blocked Lameth, Guilt, and said in an unquestionable tone, Please return to your rooms now. Without my permission. Neither of you can leave without permission. In the name of the Chief Justice of Nanlos. Who is the Chief Justice of Nanlos? The Earl of Nanlos. As everyone knows, the Doyle family is the most loyal minister of the Earl of Nanlos. Lameth, Guilt was pulled away smoothly. After the two glared at Von Tell, they followed Mounts upstairs. Butler Vic walked behind with Von Tell. In the basement, only the medium and the detective were left. The detective walked up to the medium. How do you know? How can you be so sure? Have you used it? Albers was still so rude. But Arthur was still warm. He looked at the detective in front of him, he smiled and said, I swear by the Kratos family, I have never used such a despicable method to harm anyone. The old lord only told me about this nail. Albers frowned immediately. He didn't believe what Arthur said. The scene in front of him could only be. While I was examining the body, he was also examining the body. And he was more meticulous than me. Albers did not feel frustrated after reaching this conclusion. On the contrary, the detective strode towards the ground. A step slower is not terrible. As long as he finds the truth first, he will win. The detective, full of desire to win, strode forward. However, the medium who stood on the shoulders of so many giants, and saw through most of the truth, did not leave immediately. He turned his head to look at the coffin in the darkness, and sighed softly, very helpless. Sir Kratos, do you know who the murderer is? As soon as Arthur came up, Von Tell rushed up and asked. At this moment, in the hall, Except for Vontel, there were only the butler and some servants left. Seeing the butler following Vontel closely, Arthur became more certain of his guess. Therefore, he did not answer immediately, but looked at the butler Vic and asked, "How long will the old lord be bedridden?" 1 month ago in the afternoon, it suddenly rained. After the old lord came back from hunting, he fell down the stairs on the 3rd floor. The butler did not think, and immediately gave the correct answer. "You were the one who gave Fontel a birthday present before." "Right." Arthur then continued to ask. Fontel also looked at the old butler with a surprised look. He received the gift, but it was handed over by someone else. When he asked the person who handed it over, the other party just told him that the nobleman was sitting in a carriage and could not see his true face. Therefore, Fontel did not know who sent it. Moreover, in his heart, Vontel regarded him as his father who could not show up. Unexpectedly, it was the old butler. Vontel looked at the old butler. The old butler did not answer immediately, first signaled the servants to leave, and then nodded after all the servants left. "It's me. You should not know this?" When Arthur took out a corner of his pajamas with the word help written on it from his pocket, he deliberately prolonged his tone, and when he saw the old butler's eyes widened in surprise, he immediately changed his words. However, when he found that the old butler pursed his lips tightly, his eyes were full of regret and self-blame, he immediately guessed something, and then added, "But you should have guessed something, but you were not sure or you did not believe it would develop to this extent. So, when you came back and found that the old lord was dead, you began to fall into self-blame, thinking that you were negligent." Arthur did not specify, but said in a very affirmative tone. He spoke vaguely. But the panicked old butler did not notice this. He just nodded mechanically. "Yes, yes, when I came back, I found that the master was dead. I should not leave the master. No, even so, I have lost the master's trust." The old butler nodded with difficulty, but his words puzzled Vontel. What happened that made his father no longer trust his butler? Vontel could not think of it. Arthur guessed it. "Butler Vic, who lives in the room on the right side of the 2nd floor?" he asked. "It's Lady Marianne, she lives there." The old butler answered instinctively, but after the words came out, he trembled all over. He looked at Arthur in disbelief, and asked, You know everything?" "No, I was just told by the old lord." Arthur shook his head, looking at the old butler's expression now, said with certainty, "He is a medium, not a detective, and he has no evidence. Therefore, he would never say that he felt the murderous intention of Lady Marianne when he entered the manor. He would not say that he saw a bigger flaw in you, the butler of the Doyle family, when they were trying to stop the fight. Vic, as the butler, should have been more on the side of Lamet and Guilt, the legitimate sons who grew up in Oak Manor. But what happened? Vic, the butler, was biased towards the illegitimate son Vontel. What would make this loyal butler do this? It must be that this butler does not approve of Lamet and Guilt. And what did the two do to make the butler disapprove? In the tradition of the nobility, there are two things that cannot be ignored: honor and blood. As for blood, it is very likely that one of the two has a problem, but it is really unlikely that both of them have a problem. Therefore, only honor is left. The two did something that damaged the honor of the Doyle family. In addition, the murderous intention of the current lady of the old lord. So, what did Lamet and Guilt do? Chapter 84 The Truth? The Closed Manor. The clan members, who cannot enter or leave. The old lord, the young and beautiful current wife, and the two equally young and energetic sons. Arthur could imagine with his heels how Lamet and Guilt did something that damaged the honor of the Doyle family. Especially when the old lord fell down the stairs, Marianne, Lamet or Guilt, or the three of them together became more and more bold. This made the old lord realize that something was wrong. Similarly, the three of them also noticed it. Therefore, the old lord asked for help from his only son. Therefore, the old lord was murdered. As for who did it, it is still uncertain. Marianne, Lamet or Guilt are all possible. After figuring out most of the matter, Arthur remained calm and took out the ordinary and signed letter to ask the old butler Vic, "Have you seen this letter? Or, do you recognize the handwriting above?" Compared to the old lord who died of murder, Arthur cares more about the person who left the letter. "No, I have never seen this letter, nor have I seen this handwriting." After carefully checking the letter, the old butler said with great certainty. At the same time, the old butler looked at Arthur with a pleading look. The other party did not want the Doyle family to be humiliated, but Arthur quietly pointed at Vontel. The old butler was startled. Arthur did not say anything more. he just continued to ask, "Can you take me to see the stairs where the Lord fell?" Of course. The old butler nodded, and took Arthur to the 3rd floor. However, the old butler did not forget to tell Von Tell to follow him. Even if he reacted slowly, the young man at this time also understood the old butler's excessive care for him. But why? The young man looked at Arthur in confusion. Arthur signaled the young man to stay calm. He didn't know whether the old butler understood what he meant. However, it didn't matter. Even if he didn't understand, he would remind him later. And now? Arthur began to carefully look at the stairs in front of him. The solid wood handrails, the stairs, were not damaged, nor missing. The varnish on them made the wood more moist, and looked like jade. Arthur tried to rub the soles of his shoes several times. Each time, he felt a full shock. It was impossible to slip. As for slipping due to water stains, ordinary families may. But aristocratic families, like the Doyle family, are unlikely to do so. The cleaners may be careless. But the old butler Vic will definitely check every little bit. Especially the places where the old lord walks every day. "Did your lordship get anything from hunting last time?" Arthur asked. "I caught 2 rabbits and a fox. All by the master himself." The old butler's words made Arthur sure that the old lord would not fall down the stairs for no reason. A man who can hunt, and the person who hits the prey, even if he is an old man, has no problem with his legs and feet. And his eyesight. Unless something serious happened. Arthur pondered, pointing to the only double door on the 3rd floor. "Is the room on the 3rd floor your lordship?" "Yes. The entire 3rd floor is the living room of the master and his wife, including the bedroom, dining room, study, living room, bathroom, terrace, etc." The old butler nodded. Arthur's mind appeared, after returning from hunting. The old lord, who had a good harvest, accidentally saw his son and his wife together. Unable to accept it, the old lord stepped on the air and fell down. Or, he was pushed down. Arthur tended to believe that the old lord was pushed down. The reason was that the old lord's help letter was only when the old lord could not confirm who pushed him down. He would not even believe his butler. Presumably, in the eyes of this old lord, anyone in the entire manor could be a possible victim. Therefore, he chose the only person outside the manor to rely on. So, assuming that the old lord was really pushed down, why would the person who pushed the old lord down cooperate with the person who left the letter to Von Tell to attract the attention of the Detective Albers? The two know each other. Not only do they know each other, but they have a close relationship. Arthur thought in his heart, and then 2 possibilities appeared in his mind. First, the person who left the letter and the person who pushed the old lord down had known each other for a long time. Although pushing the old lord down was an accident, it happened that the Detective Albers appeared. So the person who left the letter directly took advantage of the situation, and used it to hinder Albers' steps. And the second thing? Pushing the old lord down was originally part of the plan of the other 2 people. In order to wait for the Detective Albers to appear at the right time, kill the old lord and lead him into Oak Manor. And he? It was an accident. It was not that the mastermind wanted to lure him into the game, but the man who pushed the old lord down used a crude letter method to leave a letter in order to please the mastermind, so that Von Tell could find him and let himself enter the game. Simply put, in this hypothesis, the mastermind never appeared. The person who left the letter and the person who pushed the old lord down the stairs were the same person from beginning to end. Arthur leaned towards the latter again. Because, the coincidence of the appearance of Detective Albers and the death of the old lord is too coincidental. Only premeditated plot can achieve such a goal. According to the plan of the person behind the scenes, the person who pushed the old lord down invited Detective Albers. The detective will find the strangeness of the old lord's death. Then, naturally, he will shine brightly, attracting. No way. No way. Arthur was stunned when he thought of something. He frowned secretly, but on the surface, he said calmly to the old housekeeper, "Please take me to see Lady Marianne." Arthur said to the old housekeeper. He wanted to see this lady, who had revealed her murderous intentions towards him. Okay. The old housekeeper immediately took Arthur to the 2nd floor. Since the old lord passed away, according to the tradition of Nanlos, Lady Marianne moved to the room on the right side of the 2nd floor. Dong, dong, dong. After the rhythmic knocks on the door opened. Lady Marianne appeared there in a black dress. I have to say, the old lord has a pretty good eye. Marianne is not only tall, but also very delicate. She has the temperament of a young girl, but also the charm of a young woman. People can't take their eyes off her after seeing her. The detective is gone. Is the medium here? Have you seen the ghost of the old man? The other party's words were full of sarcasm, but he still made way. Let Arthur and the other two come in. Have you seen these? Arthur took out the cloth with the word help and the letter. When she saw the cloth, Marianne looked horrified. But when she saw the letter, her expression became calm, and she didn't seem to care. No. Marianne shook her head. Very good, thank you for your cooperation. Arthur stood up and walked out the door. The old housekeeper and Von Tell looked puzzled. Marianne was the same. You know, the detective just asked for a long time, and kept looking through her personal belongings. Outside the door, Arthur continued. Please take me to Lamont Gilt's room. Okay. Just as the old housekeeper was about to take Arthur to the other side of the corridor, he saw the detectives Albers and Mounts coming out of that room. Albers had a rare smile on his face at this time. He looked at Arthur and whispered, I know the truth. Chapter 85 Under the Truth. When Albers said this, his eyes were fixed on Arthur. When he found that Arthur still had a warm smile on his face, his eyes were full of sincerity. Without a trace of regret or resentment, the detective was a little confused. Does he not care at all that I got there first? That's impossible. We are all dealing with the same case. Right? Even if he doesn't care about the case itself, he must care about his reputation. Right? Albers put himself in his shoes. When he thought of the newspaper article that the detective was no match for the psychic, he became restless. But what about Arthur? Under Albers's gaze, Arthur took out the cloth with the words help and the unsigned letter. I wanted to tell you this before, but you left too fast. I want to ask Lamont and Gilt. You can watch. Arthur invited Albers. Immediately, the detective felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. Arthur not only shared his clues, but also was willing to let him watch. And what about him? Not only did he act alone, he also wanted to be the first step. Am I too selfish? Thinking in his heart, Albers rejected Arthur. He was a little concerned about the two new clues, but the dignity of the detective made it impossible for him to accept them calmly. Of course, more importantly, he believed that the emergence of these two clues, it would not change his final outcome. Arrogant but kind. At least he knows shame. Arthur thought silently. Albers was observing Arthur. Arthur was also observing Albers. Clues began to converge in Arthur's mind. Undoubtedly, Albers was a well-known detective in Rocheborg, but compared with the detectives in his memory, he was naturally a lot worse. Seriously speaking, the other party should be a detective who has left the rookie category, has considerable potential, but is not yet a real veteran. Such a person is the most suitable to be a scapegoat. Rookies are easy to be suspected. Veterans are not easy to be fooled. The two are just right. Therefore, the other party came all the way to South Los. Not for the case. If there is a case in South Los, Scott cannot be unaware of it. Even if it is a little more hidden, Wiggins should know it. If it was more secretive, Melinda would know about it. But no one knew, not even a whisper. So did Albers come to Nanlos to deliver a letter? Or to meet someone? Arthur didn't know. But after the Oak Manor case, Arthur knew who Albers was meeting. The Earl of Nanlos. Arthur thought about the answer just now. Don't forget the Doyle family's loyalty to the Earl of Nanlos. For the hero, who made the truth of Lord Doyle's murder known, the Earl will definitely receive the meeting. If Albers suddenly tried to assassinate the Earl at this time, what would be the success rate? Very low. With the Earl's own protection and the guards around him, plus the interference of the mysterious power, even if Albers approached the assassination, the success rate would be extremely low. The mastermind behind the scenes certainly knew this. So, he let Albers be summoned by Count Nanlos, not to assassinate Count Nanlos at all instead. Let Albers die. It is difficult to assassinate Count Nanlos. But it is much easier to let Albers die. Especially after helping Oak Manor, it is reasonable for Oak Manor to treat Albers well. During the banquet, it is not too easy to deal with Albers. Even, there is a chance to replace him. In the end, it is enough for Albers to die in front of Count Nanlos. As for how he died, is it important whether he was killed by the Count's guards, or simply blew himself up? Anyway, Albers will definitely die if he assassinates Count Nanlos. If Count Nanlos gets hurt, it will be even better. And the person waiting for Albers to deliver the letter, or someone who wants to see Albers, will definitely be angry. And will be furious. He thinks this is nonsense. And thinks this is a conspiracy by Count Nanlos against him. This is what the mastermind behind the scenes wants. Moreover, the mastermind behind the scenes thinks that person will definitely cause great trouble for Count Nanlos. If he hadn't been dragged into this game by a smart guy, The other party should have succeeded. Right? Arthur was not sure. His fear of Count Nanlos always made him feel that the Count had a backup plan. But it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted what he deserved. The thoughts that came out of his mind quickly did not change Arthur's expression. He still knocked on Lamet's door first. Have you seen these two things? No. The other party's tone was stiff. When he looked at the banner with the words help, he was visibly stunned. When he saw the unsigned letter, he looked angry. Moreover, before Arthur could ask anything else, the other party closed the door. Then, it was Guild. Have you seen these two things? No. Do you need me to do anything? Guild was not angry, but asked calmly and rationally. Thank you for everything you have done. After getting the answer he wanted, Arthur turned and went downstairs. He indicated that Albers had finished his questioning. So soon? The detective expressed surprise, but he still said to the butler, Please notify everyone to come to the hall. I want to announce the truth. The old butler subconsciously looked at Arthur. Arthur nodded slightly without any expression. Then, the old butler went to the rooms of the Doyle family members, notifying everyone to come to the hall on the first floor. Standing in the hall on the first floor, Arthur could even hear Lamet's impatient roar. Got it. I'll go. Arrogant guy. Isn't he? Albers looked up, then said to Arthur. The detective who found the truth and had a good impression of Arthur, not only pulled a chair for himself, but also pulled one for Arthur. The two sat face to face. Arthur kept a warm smile. Even after hearing Albers's evaluation of the Lord's eldest son, he did not refute anything. Just made a gesture to follow him. Success? Listening to his brother's voice, Gil took a deep breath. He was finally going to get rid of such a shackle. After that? Naturally. He could enjoy the life he deserved. He didn't need to act with the fool Lamet anymore. Not to mention staying with the bitch Marianne. Now, whenever he got close to this bitch, he felt disgusted. It was a kind of disgust from psychological to physical. As a noble, he should look for the same noble. If he didn't want to use him to get rid of the old bastard and Lamet, he would not care about him. And he is a little afraid of this bitch now. She actually thought of using a nail to drive into the top of her head to get rid of the old bastard. When he thought of Marianne's approach, Gil frowned. But soon, he was relieved. Because only when Marianne faced Lamet, who came in through the window, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Ramit had discussed with him when he went there to kill Marianne, and left a suicide note saying that Marianne felt guilty for killing the old bastard. Marianne had also discussed with him about shooting. Only when he heard the gunshot, he rushed into the room and killed Marianne with one more knife, which was what he really needed to do. Ramit framed Marianne, but was shot dead by Marianne. But Marianne was also stabbed. This was the original plan. After that, naturally, the entire Doyle family will be his. Until that illegitimate child popped up. When he thought of this, he resented his father even more. He actually gave that illegitimate child an inheritance. Why? He stayed here like he was in prison. And that illegitimate child could enjoy life while inheriting the inheritance? Unfair. So, he wanted Albers to target that medium. He wanted to muddy the waters, and then, fishing in troubled waters. But what was the result? The detective turned out to be a fool. Moreover, the medium seemed to be very difficult to deal with, and actually saw through Marianne's trick at a glance. Should we think of another way to get rid of that illegitimate child? No. Too often. That gentleman will be unhappy. Humph, you are lucky. Thinking of this, Gil took a deep breath, and prepared to gather in the lobby downstairs. Acting, I have to act the whole way. Right? Thinking in his heart, Gil suppressed his emotions, opened the door, and walked downstairs. And at this moment, bang! The sound of gunfire came from the right room on the second floor. Even though he suppressed his emotions, the second son of the Lord couldn't help but curl up his lips. He turned and rushed towards the room where the gunfire came from, while shouting, What's wrong? What happened? Marianne, eh? Chapter 86. The medium with no bad intentions. In Marianne's room, Arthur, Albers and Mouths looked at Guilt, who rushed in. On the ground were Marianne and Lamet, who had been tied up and gagged. The muzzle of the musket in Mouths' hand was still smoking. Guild was stunned at first, then asked with a puzzled look, What happened? Why did you tie up Lamet and Marianne? The tone of the Lord's second son gradually rose, but he was retreating step by step. But in the corridor, outside the door, the old housekeeper, Vontel, and he had already been waiting there. However, the second son of the Lord was not panicked. He was still ready to say something. It was obvious that The other party had not given up. But Arthur was unwilling to wait any longer. He took the lead and said, Okay. Your father has told me that you pushed him down the stairs, and then colluded with Marion to kill him. Here, your father is watching you right beside you. Immediately, the Lord's second son shook his head left and right, looked to both sides of himself, and took a step back in fear. When he found nothing, the Lord's second son roared, This is just your trick. Where's the evidence? Arthur looked at the Lord's second son with a strange look, which also contained a kind of pity. No wonder he acted on his own, and he still hasn't seen the situation clearly. Thinking in his heart, Arthur did not speak again, but pointed at Lamet and Marianne, who were trapped on the ground. The second son of the Lord turned pale. He and Lamet said they were allies. Brothers. He and Marianne said they were allies. True love. Because Lamet and Marianne would die. But now, the two of them are not dead. So he should die. Albers on the side did not forget to make up for it, saying, The drug that can cause anesthesia that I found in the secret compartment of Lamet's room should also be put by you. Right? The purpose is to make me mistakenly believe that Lamet used such a potion to completely deprive the Lord of the ability to call for help, and thus killed the Lord. In addition, if Lamet was shot dead by Lady Marianne, the suicide note on his body will make him the murderer. As Albert said, Lamet, who was tied to the ground, struggled violently. Obviously, Lamet understood what his brother wanted to do. Marianne seemed a little calm. She glanced at Guilt, then he lowered his head. The exposed Guilt became hysterical. It's all your fault. If you hadn't appeared, everything would be mine. Mine. All mine. The Lord's second son shook out a dagger from his sleeve and rushed towards Volontel. Among so many people present, the person the Lord's second son hated the most was Volontel. If it weren't for this illegitimate child, everything in Oak Manor, everything in the Doyle family, would be his. Bang! The dagger was knocked down by Andy's baton. This blow was so fast and fierce that the Lord's second son's wrist was broken. The Lord's second son fell to the ground holding his wrist, and howled loudly. How dare you attack the nobles? You are finished. Your whole family is finished. Andy was so scared that he trembled, and his baton almost slipped out of his hand. Although the Silver Age was over, the rule of the nobles had long ended, but the power of the nobles was still there. If the Doyle family really wanted to retaliate against him, he definitely can't escape. And his whole family will be ruined. Instinctively, Andy looked at his boss. Mouths did not disappoint his men. He stepped forward and kicked him. Bang! This kick hit Guilt's lower abdomen, and immediately made the Lord's second son bend like a shrimp. Speechless. Damn bastard. You are still shouting until now. As a noble, you will not forget the tradition that nobles who kill their parents will not be recognized. Right? You are no longer a noble. Huff. Huff. Guilt gasped for air. After 3 or 4 seconds, he raised his head and stared fiercely at Maltz and Andy. You are finished. You are all finished. Even if the nobles are no longer nobles, they are not something that a group of commoners can insult. The other nobles of Nanlos will stand up and seek justice for me at this time. Humans are group animals. People from all walks of life mix together, forming the so-called circle. Nobles are no exception. Moreover, this small circle is based on bloodline, intertwined interests, and extremely exclusive. When one of them is insulted, other members may really take action. Of course, it is not free. Maltz naturally knows this. But he doesn't care. The boss of the Nanlos nobles is standing behind him. Even if it is just on the surface. It is enough. Just when the sheriff of the Shire district was about to educate Guilt again, Arthur suddenly spoke. Butler Vic, are you still going to keep silent? Arthur's words made the old butler tremble all over. The people around him looked at Arthur with some confusion. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur said lightly, Your Excellency just told me that his bloodline is only Fontel, and the rest are not of the Doyle family bloodline. What? Everyone was shocked. But thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit reasonable. If this is not the case, why would the old lord be so kind to a bastard? The bound Lamet looked ashen. Guilt yelled again and again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What's impossible? Arthur walked in front of Fontel, pulled the young man out, and said word by word, Do you know that, on the real will, only Fontel was written? He was the heir recognized by Lord Doyle, and you? You are just guys with empty names. Am I right? Butler Vic? Everyone looked at the old butler. At this moment, the old butler had already calmed down. He finally understood what Arthur meant by pointing to Fontel, when he begged Arthur not to bring shame to the Doyle family. As long as Fontel is the only heir of the Doyle family, then the Doyle family will not be shamed. The Doyle family has already lost its master. At this time. Huh? The old butler took a deep breath. Then he said, Yes, Master Fontel is the only heir of the Doyle family. I hid the will in the secret room. Everyone was stunned. They were a little confused. Only Arthur smiled. Honor and bloodline are the insistence and tradition of the nobles. When encountering these two things in any matter, you need to stand aside. And at some times, honor is above everything. So, Arthur knew very well what the old butler would do. He was definitely not worried that some people would use their privileges to let Lamet, guilt, Marianne is still alive, to seize his Oak Manor. Absolutely not. He is just a medium. What bad intentions can he have? So, then, what are we? When Guilt couldn't help but mutter to himself, Arthur said with a smile. Of course. It is to be a shield for Von Tell. Let Von Tell grow up healthily and happily, and then, let him inherit the family business. Poof! Guilt spurted out a mouthful of blood as if struck by lightning, and the whole person collapsed on the ground. But Arthur quietly gestured to Maltz. Things are far from over. Chapter 87 Professional Matters. Leave it to professionals. Marianne, Lamet was imprisoned in the dungeon. In Oak Manor, there is not only a dungeon, but also a matching torture room, etc. Even in the past few years, there was a full-time torturer. However, with the death of the other party, this position became vacant. Therefore, when Guilt was hung in the torture room, only Maltz was left as a guard, and the old butler who led the way stood outside. Arthur looked around the dungeon and walked to Maltz. Will there be trouble? The sheriff of the Shire district asked in a low voice. Maltz had worked with Arthur several times, and was naturally familiar with Arthur's style. This practice of separate detention, careful inspection, and the selection of professional rooms all told the sheriff of the Shire district that the matter was not over. Not to mention, Andy had just gone back quietly to report and bring reinforcements. Yes. Arthur nodded. His eyes once again turned to the unconscious Guilt. It depends on whether our Guilt is smart enough. If he is smart enough, that's a small problem. If he is not smart enough, that will be a big problem. And you'd better stand outside the door, Arthur reminded Maltz. Immediately, the sheriff of the Shire district stepped out of the door of the torture room, and closed the door of the torture room tightly. Even the viewing window only left a small gap. Try to close it immediately if something happens. Leave professional matters to professionals. Maltz always thinks so. Especially after experiencing the strange incident, the sheriff believed Arthur's words without a doubt. Seeing Maltz's actions, the old butler's face became more uneasy. He shouldn't be so irrational. Right? The old butler asked hesitantly. Greed will devour reason. I just hope he won't sign some contracts with the guys behind the scenes because of greed. Living in a world with a mysterious side, Arthur is most worried about this unpredictable force. No! Including the Doyle family. All nobles will undergo a baptism when they are born. This baptism will leave a mark on each noble descendant. Once a force such as a contract interferes with the mark will sound an alarm, the old butler said immediately. What kind of alarm? Arthur asked with interest. He was curious about everything about the mysterious side, especially when he could get the relevant information without spending any money. The old butler did not answer directly, but gestured on his face. Tattooing? It's so cruel. Arthur was amazed in his heart. The nobles spared no effort to protect their bloodline. But it was precisely because of this that they could not bear betrayal. They chose to minimize the possible losses in the most direct way. If that's the case, then we just need to identify the people in Oak Manor. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Guilt is not disturbed by the mysterious power, the trouble will not be big. At least it is within his control. As for whether there are other people in Oak Manor who are the pawns of the mastermind behind the scenes, that's for sure. You know, Oak Manor is closed. The Doyle family members cannot leave. Only the servants can leave. The mastermind behind the scenes must need such a bridge to convey the message if he wants to contact Guilt, or bring along some kind of secret props that can be used to communicate with each other. But no matter what, this medium must exist. Even, there must be more than one. Putting himself in his shoes, Arthur asked himself that he needed at least 3 chess pieces. The first chess piece, for normal contact. The second chess piece, for backup contact. Because, the servants who went out to buy fresh food and fruits, it is impossible that they were all in the same group. The servants went in shifts. Arthur had already confirmed this with the old butler. As for the third chess piece, it was of course just in case. To silence the witness. Identify the people in the manor? The old butler was more worried than before. Of course he knew there was a traitor in the manor. But not counting the farmers outside the manor. There were almost 100 people in the manor. If they identified them one by one, not to mention whether there would be any results. The time spent alone was not something they could afford. The old butler had experienced the flames of the 7 Years' War. He had seen too many nobles disappear. And he knew very well that if the mastermind dared to do this, he must have made all the preparations. If guilt succeeded, it would be fine. If guilt failed, the other party would definitely have a backup plan. As for the current situation, it was definitely not enough to kill guilt to silence him, but to wipe out the entire Doyle family. Simply put, at this time, it was necessary to check the weapons in the manor, whether the gunpowder depot had been used, and whether there were explosives in the hidden corners, whether the food and water were poisoned, and send people to get reinforcements. The first few items are easy to say, but reinforcements are the key, because no one can confirm whether the people sent out for help are traitors. If there are, that would be the worst situation. Arthur guessed the old butler's concerns. Don't worry. This screening process is very fast. You just need to do what you should do now. And at the same time, gather everyone at the entrance to the basement of the hall. I'll be there soon. Also, please tell Albers to come down. I need to talk to him for a few words. Arthur smiled at the old butler. Bluff. Flashing, the confidence in Arthur's smile infected the old butler. Okay. The old butler nodded immediately. Then, he walked towards the dungeon. Then, Detective Albers jumped down. Is there anything else? As soon as they met, Albers asked. Arthur nodded, pointing to Marian's cell. You won't forget how she killed the old lord. Right? You mean? Albers was stunned, then reacted. The killing method of driving a nail into the skull is like that, which most people would never think of. At least a rich girl would never know. Unless you have heard of it, seen it, tried it. Albers was about to rush to the cell, but was stopped by Arthur. You know the mysterious side, right? The person behind the plot is likely to come from there. Facing Albers's puzzled look, Arthur asked directly. No. Huh? You mean, the person behind the plot not only has a deal with guilt, but also with Marianne, and even, Marianne has a killer weapon in her hand, which can turn the tables? Albers reacted instantly. If the person behind the plot can win over guilt, he can naturally win over Marianne. Moreover, compared to guilt who had the noble baptism as protection, Marianne had nothing. No one could confirm whether the other party had done anything out of line. So, Arthur hoped that Albers would try it out. When the old housekeeper mentioned baptism, Arthur had this idea. His face was solemn, but his eyes were full of determination. At this time, the danger in this manner has not been eliminated. Even, with guilt's exposure caught, our danger has just begun. I need to deal with these, to keep everyone as safe as possible. But Marianne is the most critical point. But I can't be distracted. There are not many people I can trust. Martz is one, you are another, but your caution, carefulness, seriousness and observation, and your familiarity with the mysterious side are not possessed by Martz. So, I hope you can find out whether the lady really has a trump card, Arthur said, looking at Albers with expectant eyes. The bluff, flashing like a light, made Arthur look so sincere to Albers. The latter scratched his head. I'm not as good as you say. Please leave it to me. After saying that, the rookie detective strode towards the cell where Marianne was. When he passed by Maltz, he saw the unwilling look on the face of the sheriff of the Shire district, and patted Maltz's shoulder. Don't worry, you are needed in other places in the manor, and here will be my battlefield. Mrs. Marian's cell door opened and closed again. Albers disappeared there. Arthur and Maltz looked at each other, and rushed out of the dungeon at a very fast pace. Chapter 88 Screening. The dungeon door was closed. The setting sun shone on it, giving it a unique metallic luster. Cold, but solid. Arthur walked straight to the hall of Oak Manor, while Maltz chased after him. Until he walked more than 10 meters away, the sheriff of the Shire district confirmed that it was safe, and then he seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and grabbed Arthur. You should give it to me. Although Albers is a detective, he is young, inexperienced, Maltz said loudly, and the unwillingness on his face was real. I trust him. I can see the potential in him. He needs to be honed. Only after enough training. He will become a real detective, Arthur said, and walked towards the hall again. This time Maltz did not chase. The sheriff of the Shire district looked at Arthur's back, his face full of loneliness. Some people around saw this scene. The servants of the manor who were summoned, seeing this scene. Everyone was very curious. Arthur noticed these curious eyes, remained calm. Even though in his heart, he knew this was what he wanted. Play the whole play. He needed Albers to believe that he needed him. Of course, he was more concerned about the person Albers came to Nanlos to meet, or the person who received the letter. This person was someone who could make the Earl of Nanlos look at him. As for worrying about Albers getting into trouble, Arthur believed that he would be fine under normal circumstances. Because, the person the other party wants to meet, or the person to receive the letter, is someone that Count Nanlos takes seriously, how could it be so easy for something to happen? In Arthur's speculation, Albers has enough self-protection stuff. But it must be in a sober state to work. If drunk or something, this thing will lose its effect. But under normal sleep, this thing will also work. What could it be? Arthur was a little curious, and a little envious. I don't know when he will be able to have something like self-defense. Thinking in his heart, Arthur unconsciously appeared in his mind the image of Melinda. Subconsciously frowning, Arthur threw the image of this lady out of his mind. This collaborator is not as pure as Maltz. He needs to be on guard at all times. After all, a pure person like him, he doesn't know when he will be deceived. With a sigh from the bottom of his heart, Arthur carried the medium box, and held Miss Anna in his arms, and walked towards the hall where the servants had gathered. Are all of them here? Everyone is here, including the chief hunter Albert, and the 4 guards, who were on duty just now. The old butler Vic gestured to Arthur. The middle-aged man with a longbow, who had been seen before, was standing there at a loss. It was obvious that the other party, who was the chief hunter and the chief swordsman, already knew the old lord's true will. But it was precisely because he knew that the other party didn't know what to do. You know, in the morning, when facing Vauntel, he was being rude. Vauntel will take care of everything, Arthur said softly. Well, Master Vauntel is very smart, and very simple. I will help you quickly adapt to your current role, the old butler replied in a low voice. Simple is not a derogatory word anywhere, but in the aristocratic circle, it needs to be treated with caution. If you don't want to be fooled, or be swallowed up without leaving any bones, then when facing Simple, you must be careful. I believe you can do your best. Now? Arthur asked. Leave it to you. The old butler immediately stepped aside, and gave the stage to Arthur. Immediately, the eyes of the 132 people all fell on Arthur. Being watched by so many people, Arthur was calm and composed. Nervous? No need. Just treat them as pumpkins. Arthur, who had such thoughts, started very straightforwardly. My name is Arthur. Kratos is a psychic. I am here because I was invited by Master Fontel. At the same time, I have also obtained the permission of His Excellency. We are going to conduct a test. Test whether you are loyal to His Excellency. Arthur's words made the servants and guards in the manor a little confused. Master Fontel? They recognized Lamet and Master Guildmore. Of course, Fontel is also a master. As for His Excellency's permission? Isn't the master dead? How could they allow this when the body is in the basement below the hall? Doubts appeared in the minds of these servants and guards. But as servants of the Doyle family, the guards did not whisper to each other, they just looked at Arthur. Then, everyone's pupils began to dilate. I saw Miss Anna in Arthur's arms jumped down. And she just walked towards the basement where the old lord's body was stored. This? What is this? Even the noble servants, the people at the bottom of the stairs, couldn't help but exclaimed after seeing this scene. It's not that they don't know the mystery. As noble servants, naturally they know more or less. But although they know the mystery, they have never been in such close contact with the mystery. Add to that the terrifying face of Miss Anna, the effect is really extraordinary. Looking at the scene in front of him, Arthur kept smiling. I said, I am a medium, and Miss Anna is my assistant. She will judge your loyalty in front of the old lord's coffin. You just need to kneel on one knee in front of the old lord's coffin, and tell whether you are loyal. Don't worry. No one will be there. Only Miss Anna is there. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, 2 people in the crowd knelt on the ground. Tabor? Alice? The people around exclaimed. The old butler looked even uglier. Because Alice is one of the cooks of Oak Manor. She can directly touch the food. Even though he had just checked the food and the water source, he still felt scared. Without hesitation, the housekeeper waved to Albert. Immediately, the strong middle-aged man punched Tabor, the woodcutter, and then knocked out the cook Alice, and picked them up and walked towards the dungeon. When passing by Von Tell, the strong middle-aged man bowed respectfully. Master. Yes. Von Tell nodded, but his eyes were all on Arthur. Or to be more precise, Ms. Anna. His eyes were full of curiosity. For a young rich man who pursues novelty and excitement, there is nothing more attractive than Ms. Anna. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would definitely rush up to ask about Ms. Anna's origins. However, the next moment, the young man shook his head. No, this is not gentlemanly. The young man frowned as he thought about how to approach Ms. Anna. Arthur paid no attention to these things. Nor did he enter the basement. He just stood on the steps of the basement. Due to the angle, the people under the steps could only see Arthur's upper body. As for the medium box, it was even invisible. Now, let's start. Arthur, who had caught 2 traitors, did not stop. These 2 traitors were just scared out of fear. What if there were any fish that slipped through the net? He could not guarantee this. So, he had a backup plan. Standing in place, Arthur showed his habitual smile, raised his hand, and said calmly, Please. Chapter 89 Hopeless. Looking at Arthur, half of his body was hidden on the steps. Bauer couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Sweat had already soaked through the clothes on his back. In fact, if it weren't for Tabor, Alice was frightened to kneel down first. He would have knelt there. And now, after seeing Tabor and Alice's miserable appearance, he was scared. He didn't dare. He knew the methods of the chief hunter Albert. The other party was best at skinning the prey. He didn't want to be skinned. Maybe it's just a scare. Maybe it'll be alright. Under fear, the hope of luck began to spread like weeds. Bowerby lowered his head and lined up at the back of the line, walking towards the basement. Only one person can go in at a time. After entering, the door will be closed. Then, no prayer, no confession. Just kneeling on one knee. There's no one around. Can I get away with it? Bowerby thought in his heart. The sweat on his forehead was getting more and more because the psychic was not far away from him, and the other party's calm face gave him endless pressure, as if his throat was being strangled, and the whole person was about to suffocate. But fortunately, the old butler took Albert to put up a curtain. This curtain extended to the door of the basement, separating the people entering and those coming out. The old butler and Albert stood on the side of the entrance. Why do this? Ballby didn't know. But he knew he finally didn't have to face the scary medium. Because the medium was standing on the side. That was great. Thinking in his heart, Ballby often breathed a sigh of relief. Then, when it was his turn, he walked into the basement carefully. Under the dim candlelight, Ballby saw the scary Miss Anna again, and immediately his knees began to weaken. But he gritted his teeth and didn't let himself kneel down. Kneel down and you're done. As long as you kneel down, the ritual will be successful. I can't kneel. As an old man who has served the Doyle family for 20 years, Bauer must have heard about some things about the mysterious side. He knew that the mysterious side was extremely magical, but to experience such magic, it was necessary to do it step by step. That is, the ritual. If the ritual was not completed, then the magic would not exist. Obviously, the kneeling on one knee that the psychic emphasized just now is part of the ceremony. I will never be fooled. Bowerby told himself loudly in his heart. He was firm in his belief. However, when he saw Lord Doyle's remains, he still felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't want to do that. But I don't know why I lost so much. You also said that you would only forgive me once, and if it happens a second time, you will kick me out of the manor. Bowerby couldn't help but recall the days when he was a close-fitting manor servant. At that time, he was paid a high salary, and was very prosperous. If he had not been caught gambling during a vacation, he would have continued to be prosperous. Those damn creditors actually found the manor. Damn you. You came to me for just 200 gold notes. What a bastard. Do you know that because of you, the master paid the money for me? But I also lost my job as a valet. Became a third-class servant? It is because of you that I spent the remaining 15 years in the manor in a daze? However, luckily, I am going to have great luck. Thinking of this, Borby's face flushed abnormally. His breathing began to quicken, and his eyes were filled with excitement. As long as I bet right this time, I can completely turn things around. I will also become a respected master, not a servant. Master, you just watch, I will definitely be more respected than you. And I will prove how wrong you are to not use me. In his imagination, Ballby became more and more emotional, and he gritted his teeth to prevent himself from shouting. However, this time, when he looked at Lord Doyle's remains, the guilt in his eyes was gone. leaving only a strong resentment. Even resentment in Balby's heart. The reason why he became what he is today is because of Lord Doyle's suppression. Otherwise, with his talent, how could he be a third-class butler? He should at least become the butler of Vic. No! At least a knight. Just as that lord promised. Thinking of that lord's promise, Bauer would not stay any longer, turned around and walked up along the passage separated by the curtain. When he walked out of the basement, he still felt a little guilty, but except for a pat on his knee, nothing happened, so he breathed a sigh of relief. After he quickly moved away from Arthur and learned from two familiar servants that the two people's knees were also slapped twice, Bowerby was completely relieved. It was obvious that just as he guessed, the ritual did not work on him. Damn test. End it quickly. In his heart, Bowerby cursed loudly. But he did not notice the playful glance of Arthur behind him. The ground was paved with lime. It was not a clever trick to kneel on one knee and get stained with lime. Even a curtain was needed to separate the person from the crowd. And the hand of nothingness was needed to slap the lime to conceal the truth and maintain the final mystery. However, the effect was good. At least the traitor was caught. However, Arthur did not intend to let the traitor go to the dungeon to accompany Tabor and Alice. The traitor was more useful. About 50 minutes later, the test of loyalty was over. At this moment, it was almost evening. The old butler Vic stood on the steps again, with a look of relief on his face. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Because of some things, I have to do this. And as compensation, from now on, you can rest until tomorrow morning. And in the evening, there will be a banquet at the manor. At the banquet, not only will everyone be informed of everything, but also an important matter will be announced. At the same time, at tonight's banquet, wine, barbecue, fruit will be provided to everyone in unlimited quantities. Waters, blow your flute now. With the old butler's announcement, the servants' only little dissatisfaction immediately disappeared, and they were full of anticipation. Although it was already evening, they were looking forward to the rare rest and the evening banquet. And Waters, as the old butler said, was smiling, because this was the performance moment he most expected. As a performer of the old lord, he was not only good at playing the flute, but also singing and even playing the harp. The servants dispersed. The old butler's face darkened. Arthur had just told him that he had discovered another traitor. The master's former personal servant, the gambler Balby. He knew that giving such a gambler a chance to reform would be like gambling with his life. The master was really too kind. With emotion in his heart, the old butler personally stared at the traitor. When he saw the other party hurriedly leaving the manor, the murderous intent in the old butler's heart was as real as a substance. There was no doubt that, when the other party comes back, the manor will suffer a catastrophe if the other party is not found. And now, the old butler, with a box of explosives, began to fiddle with the suspension bridge quietly. However, just as the old butler cut a piece of suspension bridge log and prepared to fill it with explosives, a figure on horseback approached quickly. The old butler immediately covered the explosives with clothes, and then looked at the other party. He looked well dressed and very decent, but his cheeks were thin, which did not match the clothes. He also wore gold-rimmed glasses, which made him look like a monkey wearing glasses. After pulling the reins, the other party smiled and said, "Hello. Is Sir Arthur Kratos here? I am his lawyer, Lodel. I came here at his call." Chapter 90 Contract Bonfire Cavalry. When lawyer Lodel met Arthur, Arthur was, Vautel, Ms. Anna and Pendragon were sitting in the small hall on the first floor. This was also one of Lord Doyle's reception rooms. Most of the time, it was used to entertain friends, who were closer than ordinary friends. As for the reception room on the third floor, according to the aristocratic tradition, it would only entertain the close friends of Lady Doyle. Similarly, it would also provide some convenience for the male host at certain times. After all, there is a bathroom between the bedroom and the living room. And important matters, like discussing and deciding the future of Oakwood Manor, are held in the small hall on the second floor. The tradition of the South Los nobles is so cumbersome and troublesome. However, the dessert is good. Sitting in a chair carved from birch wood, Arthur picked up a piece of puff pastry sandwich fruit pie. The apples, oranges, peaches, and pears on it trembled as Arthur's palm moved, and the cream inside overflowed to both sides, taking the small corner as the entrance. Arthur ate half of it in one bite. The sour and sweet taste of various fruits neutralized the sweetness of the cream, and the crispy crust made people feel a sense of pleasure that made their teeth and tongue dance. Almost in the second bite, Arthur finished the pie in his hand. Then, it was the second piece. Von Terrace didn't pay any attention to the food. He introduced himself to Ms. Anna seriously, including but not limited to his name, hobbies, etc. He even invited Ms. Anna to join a like club, which was a small group of idle rich kids from South Los, whose main purpose was to pursue novelty and excitement. Of course, Ms. Anna remained silent. This made Von Terrace a little discouraged. But immediately, the young man began to cheer himself up. Giving up when encountering difficulties is not the tradition of the Doyle family. Perseverance is. Arthur looked at the young rich kid who encouraged him. He rubbed his brows, then picked up the third piece of puff pastry fruit pie. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, but once he did, the consequences of some things would be beyond his ability to bear. So, he let it go. Anyway, Anna wouldn't really move. So, when Loff and the old butler came in, they saw Von Terrace talking to Anna. The knowledgeable old butler was fine, as he had encountered a lawyer who shouted "Oh my God" once. But sweat was pouring down. Lotto felt his heart rise to his throat again. Why did he ride here on horseback as soon as he received Andy's message? Wasn't it because of Arthur's weirdness? Although he knew it, he still couldn't get used to seeing him again. Sir Kratos, is there anything you need? I will serve you wholeheartedly. The more he felt in his heart, the more respectful Lotto was. And this is what Arthur needs. He doesn't need everyone to be nice to him. He just needs everyone to play their due role at the right time. A contract drafted by Von Terrace, about giving half of Oak Manor to Arthur, was placed in front of Lottel. Suddenly, the lawyer was surprised. Oak Manor. As a lawyer, he naturally knew about it. But because he knew it, he understood the value of this contract. Subconsciously, the lawyer looked at Von Terrace, who didn't care about this at all, and then looked at the old butler who remained silent. The whole person thought a lot at this moment. For example, robbing by trickery. For example, using magic to confuse other people's minds. In short, none of them are good. But isn't he good at these? Sir, please wait a moment. I need to read it carefully, Lotto asked Arthur. Arthur nodded, and casually took Pendragon at his feet into his arms, and his palm kept stroking Pendragon's head, chin, and then pinched Pendragon's soft paw pads. Vic, can you find me some dried fish? Arthur looked at the old butler with a smile. Of course, Master Arthur. After bowing, the old butler walked towards the kitchen. As nobles, the Doyle family naturally had the habit of raising cats. The kitchen often prepared dried fish and other cat favorites. As for the name of Arthur, when he learned that Master Von Terrace had promised to give Arthur half of his inheritance, the old butler felt crazy at the time. The whole person was about to explode. Because the promise at that time represented half of the Oak Manor at this moment. However, when the old butler calmed down, he found that Master Von Terrace did a good job. Oak Manor needs Master Arthur. Not only the crisis at hand, but also in the future. The master has passed away. Lammet, Guilt is no longer a member of the Doyle family. Master Von Terrace. The old butler turned his head and glanced at Master Von Terrace, who was still communicating with Miss Anna. I unconsciously chose to ignore it. Pursuing mystery does not make a qualified noble. Even if it is mysterious, it is the same as having miracles. Because miracles come with a price. Therefore, Master Arthur became at least a good choice. It is much better than those bastards, who are actually trying to annex the Doyle family under various banners. At least, the existence of Master Arthur can deter some people, and allow the Doyle family to survive this difficult time. Even, it is enough for Master Von Terrace's child to grow up, and take over the Doyle family. Of course, if Master Arthur is willing to let the first child have the surname Doyle, it will be even better. That child will be the best heir of the Doyle family. When the heir inherits the entire Doyle family, he can rest in peace, and he can meet the master without guilt. Maybe starting tomorrow. We need to find a lady who is a good match for Master Arthur and Master Von Terrace. No. Master Arthur has that lady. I don't need to worry about him. As expected, Master Fontel is the one who needs to worry the most. The old housekeeper who came back with the dried fish was like an old woman who was worried to death. Looking at Fontel, who was still persistent with Miss Anna, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Arthur didn't feed the dried fish directly to Pendragon, but put it on the right side of Pendragon first. When Pendragon opened his mouth to bite, immediately moved to the left. After several times, Pendragon sat in Arthur's arms without moving, just staring at Arthur. No words, but it was worth 1,000 words. Okay. Okay. Just a joke. These are all yours. Arthur picked up 2 more dried fish and threw them into the cat cage. Pendragon went straight in. At that speed, it was hard to tell that it was a leg injury. Watching Pendragon eating the dried fish, Arthur's mouth curled up. But then, when Arthur settled Pendragon properly and stood up again, his eyes were colder. "Are you ready?" Arthur asked softly. "Ready." The old housekeeper nodded immediately. At this moment, night had fallen. A bonfire was lit in the manor, and the servants had gathered. Flute, harp, singing spread with the wind, and more laughter. Amid this cheerful laughter, a cavalry team of 50 people quietly appeared on the fork of Oak Manor. These people were wearing black cloaks, wearing masks, carrying cavalry thunder guns on their backs, long swords and short spears hung in front of the saddles, and leading the way was Balby. The Lord's former personal servant pointed to the front. "There, that is Oak Manor." Chapter 91 When the Sword Falls in the Night. Bowerby bowed his head and rubbed his hands flatteringly. This former valet of Lord Doyle, standing at the front of the cavalry, said in a low voice, "There should be 4 guards here, but tonight is a banquet, they were recalled. Similar things have happened before. I will return to the manor now, and then I will lower the drawbridge for you." After saying that, Bowerby looked at the leading cavalry. But the cavalryman did not answer. Instead, the cavalryman's horse exhaled hot air from its mouth and nose, which frightened Balby. Balby retreated again, and finally fell to the ground. The pain made him grimace. But he did not dare to complain at all. Instead, he immediately got up and continued to look at the cavalryman in front of him with a flattering smile. "Go!" This time, the leading cavalryman finally spoke. Balby turned around and ran towards Oak Manor, as if he had been pardoned. "Head Doyle?" The leading cavalryman sneered. The words were filled with unspeakable mockery, hatred, and expectation. The other party couldn't wait to burn the entire Oak Manor down. So he waited very patiently, waiting for the drawbridge to be lowered. Bowerby ran quickly on the fork in the road. He was very familiar with this fork in the road. He could walk back with his eyes closed. But for some reason, he was always terrified today. "Will I be discovered?" "No. No. I'm nervous. Yes, I'm nervous. After tonight, I will be Master Bowerby." Bowerby told himself this. And immediately, he sped up his pace. Soon, Bowerby arrived in front of the suspension bridge and shouted loudly, "It's me, Bowerby!" The voice spread far away in the night. "What did you do, Bowerby?" "The banquet has already begun." Albert's voice startled Bower. He did not expect that this hunter leader, the swordsman, was guarding the suspension bridge. But then, the sound of the suspension bridge winch turning made him feel relieved. "I went to the village next door to play a game, so I came back late," Bower answered loudly. And such an answer immediately made Albert mutter a few country slangs. Bower heard it, but he did not care. "It is true that we went to the nearby village. But it was not for fun, but to contact this cavalry." "Humph, Albert. You idiot, you will never imagine what a big thing Master Bowerby has done." A sneer sounded in the servant's heart. But the sound of horse hooves that followed made Bowerby terrified. He turned his head, looking at the cavalry charging rapidly behind him. His whole face was full of disbelief. "It's not like that. It's not like that. After I return to the manor, I'll lower the drawbridge for you." "Yes." Woo! Puff! The flying short spear pierced through Bowerby's chest and nailed him to the ground. The servant squirmed and tried to stand up, but the flowing blood and pierced internal organs had already made him lose his mobility. Under the servant's gaze, the black cavalry approached like the wind. The last thing the servant heard was a loud roar. "Enemy attack!" Albert yelled, and was about to raise the drawbridge with the guards. But it was too late. The black cavalry was too fast. The leading knight pulled the reins, and the horse flew into the air, leaping onto the drawbridge that was about to be raised again before it actually fell. The weight of the horse and the impact caused the capstan to slip out of his hand. Bang! The drawbridge fell heavily. "Retreat! Retreat!" Albert called the 2 guards to run into the manor. He bent his bow and shot an arrow at the knight on the suspension bridge. Whoosh! Bang! The arrow hit the target. But the Black Knight's body was rippled like water, making the arrow return in vain. Albert was horrified, and did not even have the courage to shoot a second arrow. He just ran into the manor. Seeing this scene, the Black Knight did not chase after him. With the suspension bridge occupied, the entire Oak Manor was already trapped. The knight glanced at the Oak Manor arrogantly. He slowly drew out his sword, raised it above his head, and shouted, "Attack!" Then, he led the charge. The black cavalry shouted together, and followed closely. The drawbridge flashed by almost instantly, and they entered the manor. The Oak Manor, which was originally full of singing and laughter, was now in a panic. But the leading knight felt something was wrong. Where were the cries? Where were the desperate shouts? No! None! The seemingly panicked crowd? No such shouts. Stop! Boom! 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 Before the leading knight finished speaking, 5 small Emperor cannons hidden in the darkness roared, and 5 6-pound shells swept through the charging black cavalry like plowing the land. The chest of the warhorse was smashed, and the body of the cavalry was smashed. The shells moved forward like a broken bamboo, and 5 bloody channels were formed. In an instant, more than half of the 50 black cavalry died. Then, bang bang bang. The 40-man musketeer team, they began firing in a cross left and right manner under Albert's command. The flintlock bullets were very erratic, but when fired in a row, they still had a power that shocked this era. Retreat! Retreat! Watching his subordinates fall off their horses one after another, the leading knight roared, turned his horse's head, and headed for the suspension bridge. The remaining cavalry immediately followed. But just as they rushed onto the suspension bridge, the explosives with very short fuses hidden in the bridge planks were ignited by an invisible hand. When the ignited fuse burned to the end, the remaining cavalry just rushed onto the drawbridge. Boom! The scorching flames rolled up, and then engulfed the galloping darkness. Amid the huge explosion, a violent wind blew, blowing the double-breasted black windbreaker. As the corners of the coat rustled, Arthur, carrying the medium box and Miss Anna in his arms, slowly walked out of the shadows. He walked back to the manor. From beginning to end, he did not look back. Because, when the explosion occurred, he knew that the remaining cavalry was doomed. The secret technique that could resist arrows and musket bullets, but could not resist sufficient explosives. It was not that the secret technique was not strong enough. It was just that the times had changed. And arrogance! The arrogance of this cavalry caused its own death. It was not their fault. After all, the mastermind behind the scenes was so arrogant. The other party seemed to blend in with the surroundings, provoking everything in front of him, but in fact, he always looked down on others. Just like a hunter playing with his prey. No. To be precise, a butcher. It was because of his attitude that he affected his subordinates' attitudes. It also led to the death of the entire cavalry. However, his arrogance did not really affect his arrangement. Or rather, his arrangement gave him a reason to be arrogant. Arthur waved to the old butler, and took the 2 bundles of explosives, and the long sword thrown by Mounts. He directly pulled out the spider claw, put the explosives into the outer pocket of his windbreaker, and took 2 bottles of holy water from the medium box. And then walked towards the dungeon where strange noises kept coming. The 1.8 physique made him clearly hear the inhuman roar and Albert's scolding when the black cavalry launched the charge. Listening to the movement below, and confirming that the inhuman roar was on the other side, Arthur winked at Mounts. The sheriff pulled the dungeon bolt violently, and then pulled it hard. Creak! The dungeon door opened. Arthur raised his hand to hold the sword, and jumped down. Chapter 92 Dungeon Siege. The dim dungeon was illuminated by the oil lamps hanging on the pillars. Under the orange light, Albert smiled. He was very satisfied with his dinner. Not only was there a whole roasted wild goose, but also a 3-kilogram roasted venison steak, and of course, his favorite wine and light beer. The sweet and sour wine was obviously blended by the winemaker of the manor. Albert guessed that sugar was added. And the freshness of the light beer, soft and bitter, then it is obvious that it has been precipitated for 12 weeks. Drank 2 glasses of wine in 1 gulp. That was all the wine. Oak Manor was generous enough. You know, in the Silver Age, knights would only have a glass of wine when they went to war, and when they returned victorious. And roasted wild geese and roasted venison chops are also the favorite foods of the nobles. At banquets, their status is higher than pork, beef and mutton. As for fish, for a long time, the nobles of Nanlos do not recognize fish as meat. They believe that fish is vegetarian because, most of the time, common people eat fish. Of course, this is not the case now, but some customs are still preserved. Pulling off the goose leg, the crispy skin made a crisp sound as the goose leg was torn, and a large piece fell on the plate. Albers picked up the crispy skin and stuffed it into his mouth. With a squeak, a mouthful of light beer was poured into his mouth. The freshness of the light beer and the fat of the goose are fully integrated. It was really delicious. Almost subconsciously, Albers wanted to take another sip. Compared with the rare wine, light beer was much more common, and the old butler even sent a barrel. But Albers held back. The detective did not forget his mission. From time to time, his eyes swept across the cell where Marianne was imprisoned. It was quiet there. If he hadn't heard the faint breathing, Albers would definitely have thought that there was no one there. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Albers was more and more certain in his heart. If the detective was not sure at the beginning, now he was very sure that there was something wrong with Marianne. Because the other party was too quiet. Albers had seen many criminals. After being caught, each of them had different expressions. But they would never be quiet for such a long time. Just like Lamet. It was normal for Guilt to shout, "Let me out! I am the first heir of Oak Manor! You bastard! Let me out!" This is what Lamet shouted. After he came to his senses, he kept shouting like this. When he got tired of shouting, he would take a break, and then continue shouting. It was obvious that he could not accept the fact and had become hysterical. And Guilt was even more interesting. "Albers, we are friends. I invited you to Oak Manor. Help me. I will never forget your kindness." The former second son of the Lord began to play the emotional card with the detective. In response, Albers was dismissive. Even though he lacked experience, he was not stupid. As things unfolded, he had already realized that Guilt had ulterior motives and had no good intentions towards him. Albers' silence made Guilt's words gradually become more aggressive. "Albers, you don't know the methods of that adult. Let me out. I can guarantee that you can leave safely. Let me out. Did you hear me? Let me out." Facing Guilt's coercion and inducement, Albers pulled off another roasted goose leg. There was no doubt that the chef of Oak Manor was quite skilled, and could roast the goose leg to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After taking a bite, the juice flowed out from the corners of his mouth. "Did you apply lard jelly?" Albers guessed. And the aroma of the food stimulated Lamet Guilt. Two people who had never suffered, feeling the hunger in his stomach, smelling the sound of food. Lamet shouted directly, "Give me food. You are abusing the captives like this, which is a violation of the noble agreement." "Yes. You violated the noble agreement." Guilt certainly remembered that the two were not the descendants of the old lord. But at this time, he still chose to make trouble. Violating the noble agreement? First of all, you are not nobles. Me? Not even. Albert still didn't speak, just thinking in his heart. This is not a natural habit of silence, but the training of his uncle. When thinking of that uncle, Albers couldn't help but get a little excited. Since his uncle came to Nanlos 5 years ago, he hasn't seen this uncle again. The longing made the detective slightly absent-minded. Until enemy attack. The loud voice of the manor hunter and the swordsman could be heard even in the dungeon. And Albers's expression became serious. "Ha ha ha. That lord is here. You're finished." Guilt shouted loudly. Lamet joined in directly. The other party didn't think too much, just knew to vent his anger. However, Albers didn't pay any attention to it. He just stared at Marianne's cell. In Marianne's cell, which had been silent for a long time, finally there was a sound. That was the crisp sound of the chain falling to the ground. After that, a faint black color was printed on the cell door from the inside out. The cell door was corroded instantly. Marianne walked out slowly. Unlike her bright and charming appearance before, Marianne's face was pale at this moment, and there was a hint of blue in the white. She raised her hand and pointed at Albers. Black, filled with foul-smelling smoke, enveloped Albers. But, ding! A copper coin was flicked up by Albers' thumb, with a crisp and pleasant sound, and the smoke was blocked by an invisible barrier. At the same time, a magnifying glass inlaid with a copper ring appeared in the hands of the young detective. Albers raised the magnifying glass and pointed it at Marianne. Suddenly, some information that only Albers could see appeared in his eyes. Alias Marianne, real name Ivis, 57 years old. In a loud voice, Albers's greasy hair was neatly combed back by an invisible force, and Marianne, whose face was pale, was bound in place by this invisible force. The other party let out a silent roar, but the binding force did not weaken. Instead, as Albers's voice became stronger and stronger, he once murdered 37 people. He participated in the Intertown Massacre. He worked with a mysterious man and used Lord Doyle's kindness to enter Oak Manor. He was the real murderer who killed Lord Doyle. When he said the first sentence, a deerstalker had appeared out of thin air and was worn on Alber's head. When he said the second sentence, a long khaki windbreaker was worn on Alber's. When he said the third sentence, a pipe fell into Alber's hand. When he said the fourth sentence, a cane appeared on the side. Albers put away the magnifying glass, picked up the cane and pointed it at Marianne on the opposite side. Marianne, with a pale face, was stunned for a moment, then fell over and died. The next moment, huff, huff. Albers gasped for breath. All the props that appeared on his body disappeared, and sweat fell like rain. It's really too much of a burden to use these by force. And my spirituality has become unstable again. It's okay, it should be okay, this time it's over. Albers comforted himself, but under his gaze, Marianne, who should have died, moved again due to the unstable spirituality. And the changes were extremely fast. In a breath, Marianne's body doubled in size. On her back, the waist, for arms like goat hooves grew out, and the whole head was stretched to an extreme, like a winter melon with a carved mouth and nose. Green phosphorus flames burned in the winter melon head, making a roar like a beast. Fuck, howling banshee. Even the silent Albers couldn't help cursing when he saw Marianne at this moment. He knew very well that if it was just his simple spirituality that was unstable, it is impossible to attract such a strangeness. It must be the result of the forced use of props before. It's over. Albers felt powerless in his heart, but his hand reached into his left sleeve, ready to use his last trump card. But at this moment, the dungeon door above his head opened, and a figure came down with a sword. The figure circled and fell like a flying bird, and the sword light was as turbulent as the wind. Then he heard, "Evil spirit, purification." Swish. Chapter 93 Blood. Gunpowder and land. Alber's eyes widened. What did he see? He saw Arthur pouring 2 tubes of concentrated sulfuric acid on the wailing banshee. Although Arthur shouted evil spirits, purify, what was poured out was definitely not holy water. After the end of the Holy Age, the formula for making holy water had long been lost. Only some finished holy water was left to be collected. But after the entire Silver Age, even if some nobles still had holy water in their hands, but how much of the power of the holy water is left? I'm afraid it's just slightly hot boiled water. Seriously speaking, it's really not as effective as concentrated sulfuric acid. And, more importantly, concentrated sulfuric acid actually works. Facing the rumored she who killed her husband, children, dedicated her body and soul to the gods, but regretted it at the last moment, and kept wailing, concentrated sulfuric acid actually works. You know, in the middle of the Silver Age, a wailing banshee on the Sena River had a record of slaughtering 100 soldiers. She came and went like the wind. Swords and knives were ineffective. And she was extremely bloodthirsty. For any soldier, she was a battlefield nightmare. Sigh. The concentrated sulfuric acid corroded the face of the wailing banshee, causing her to roar repeatedly. At this time, the spider claw in Arthur's hand had already swept across the neck of the wailing banshee. The sharp sword blade cut the neck of the wailing banshee without any hindrance. But the blue phosphorescent fire started burning at the wound. Then, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Be careful, it is not afraid of swords, Albers reminded Arthur. And Arthur had already grabbed Albers and rushed to the dungeon. This action made Albers a little confused. Didn't she come down to save him, and then fight the wailing banshee? Why did she just leave? Albers, who was held in Arthur's hand, I vaguely saw the smoking explosives at the feet of the wailing banshee? Explosives? Instantly, the detective's eyes widened. Not just 1 or 2 sticks, but 2 bundles of ignited explosives. When? The detective subconsciously looked up at Arthur, who had already closed the dungeon door with mouths. He found that he seemed to need to get to know this medium again. Sulfuric acid purification, explosives removal, is this the medium of the pioneer era? As a detective of the same era, at this moment, Albers seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Boom! After a violent explosion, the dungeon became quiet. The howling banshee disappeared. The huge impact deformed the metal door of the entire dungeon. Arthur did not approach to check, he stood far away, throwing the ignited explosives into the gap of the deformed dungeon door. This scene made Alber's eyes light up again. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions came from the dungeon. After ringing for 30 times, Arthur signaled the manor guards to work together to dismantle the deformed gate. The lit kerosene lamp was hung by a rope and lowered. Under the light, the wailing banshee was left with only fragments of limbs. The terrifying winter melon head was blown into powder. Dead, Albert said with certainty. Suddenly, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. Clean up the battlefield. Albert, take care of the injured boys. The old butler and the head hunter began to clean up the mess. The smoke was thick. The flames were still there. And the people in Oak Manor were busy. As for the two people in the dungeon, who were they? Was it important? Not important. Everyone had chosen to forget that the old butler had told everyone in the manor the truth just before the battle. The old lord was murdered. Fortunately, the old lord had arranged for the real heir in advance. Moreover, they also had a reliable ally. After the old housekeeper processed this passage, it became more reasonable and easier to accept. It's terrible. Mouth squatted on one side, looking at the entrance of the manor. The scene here always reminded him of the 7 Years' War. The same cruelty. The same luck. Subconsciously, Mouth looked at Arthur. He knew very well where such luck came from. But Albers came over at this time. Sheriff Mouths, can you tell me about Arthur? The detective looked at the sheriff of the Shire district expectantly. Mouths was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He knew what Albers wanted to know. And he said it immediately. Arthur is a true master. When Mouths told Albers the truth, Arthur was already squatting beside the bodies of the black cavalrymen. He watched the old butler take off the helmets of the black cavalrymen. Although many people had disfigured faces, but there are also many people who are intact. Do you recognize them? Arthur asked. No, they are very strange. The old butler shook his head. Arthur immediately narrowed his eyes, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Did you find anything? The old butler noticed Arthur's expression and asked immediately. I didn't find anything either. I just think that a 50-man cavalry appeared quietly in South Los. It is really worth thinking about. Of course, that needs the Earl to think about it. As for us, can you have someone repair the suspension bridge first? I am afraid there will be guests coming soon. Arthur did not say it clearly, but the old butler understood it instantly. After all, as everyone knows, the Earl of Nanlos is the master of Nanlos, but Nanlos is not a monolithic entity. It is impossible for ordinary people to hide a 50-man cavalry near Nanlos. Nobles. Only nobles can do it. The old butler almost subconsciously began to think about the time when Ball would leave and return, the location that he could reach at his speed, etc. But just as the old butler was thinking, he found that Arthur shook his head slightly at him. The old butler was stunned. We are victims. Not only did we suffer heavy casualties, we were unable to find the enemy, but we also suffered great losses in property. Please let everyone know this. Arthur lowered his voice and emphasized in detail. He didn't care before. But Oak Manor is his property now. The subsequent war between the Old Lion of Niwen and the Tigress of Nanlos must not burn Oak Manor because the previous battle. Oak Manor has been exhausted. Oak Manor has fulfilled its obligations as a vassal, and Count Nanlos must naturally fulfill his promise as a lord. At this moment, he must not take the initiative to attack again, to attract the attention of the Old Lion. Even, he must show weakness. It's just an excuse, but I'll delay it as long as I can. Arthur sighed. He felt his weakness once again. Compared to those two, what was he? But that didn't stop him from bending down and grabbing the blood-stained and gunpowder-stained dirt under his feet. Arthur squeezed the dirt in his hands, feeling the reality of the land. And the obsession with the land in his blood began to awaken unconsciously. He squinted his eyes, and then put the handful of dirt into his pocket. Then, he strode towards the gate of the manor. There, a carriage was parked steadily. Melinda, here she comes. Chapter 94 Inheritance. The suspension bridge connecting the Oak Manor has not been repaired. For braziers were placed on the rack at the entrance of the manor. More than a dozen torches were stuck in the ground. Servants in the manor, farmers outside the manor were working overtime. Fortunately, the Doyle family has a large oak forest, and there is no shortage of materials. However, even if there is no shortage of materials, and there are enough people, it will take until dawn to repair the entire suspension bridge. So, Melinda's luxurious carriage naturally stopped opposite the manor. Next to the carriage, Melinda, wearing a hunting suit and holding a pipe, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Arthur was intact. Of course, this was not a love affair, but a simple partnership. If Arthur got into trouble at this stage, her interests would suffer a great loss. This was something Melinda was absolutely unwilling to see. However, this did not prevent Melinda from taking this opportunity to clean up the internal affairs. Therefore, When she received the second message from Arthur through Andy, she sent some of her men to Oak Manor. And she was observing these men. If any of them were related to Oak Manor, they would definitely be exposed. But the result was regrettable but satisfying to her. Unfortunately, no traitor was found. Satisfactory, no traitor was found. So she appeared too late. So she appeared at the right time. She saw the charge of the Black Cavalry, saw the roar of the Little Emperor cannon, she saw the suspension bridge collapse in the explosion. She also heard the wail of the howling banshee. The wail and the explosion made her sigh at Arthur's good luck. If the howling banshee had not appeared in a place like the dungeon where it could not dodge, it would have been impossible to kill it so easily. Even if the times have changed, it's still the same. Huh? After taking a puff of her pipe, the lady's brows suddenly frowned slightly. Because she saw someone appear next to Arthur. Lawyer Lotto. She knew Lotto. To some extent, Lotto, the unscrupulous lawyer, had a good reputation among middle-class and above families. Lotto appeared here. Melinda then saw the old butler of Oak Manor, Vic, standing respectfully behind Arthur. Immediately, some guesses appeared in the lady's mind. She knew why Arthur did this. Beware of her. Beware of her getting a share of Oak Manor's profits. Is she such a person? Subconsciously, Melinda narrowed her eyes and stared at Arthur with a fiercer look. But then, the lady smiled. Isn't this the partner she chose? Very qualified and satisfying. While thinking, Melinda raised a middle finger to Arthur. Then, the lady got on the carriage and left. As suddenly as she came. However, unlike the silent arrival, Melinda left with great momentum. Gray smoke kept pouring out of the car window. In just a moment, not only did it cover the entire carriage, more smoke spread around, layer upon layer, and as it rolled endlessly, one after another human figure appeared in the smoke. Some of them were holding broken swords and hunched over, some of them were wearing armor, but had no heads, some of them were riding war horses, but had both arms broken. The dead on the battlefield. The dead on the battlefield in large numbers. The dead in the smoke kept pouring out. They knelt on one knee, lifted up the carriage, ignoring the obstruction of the trees, shuttled back and forth. Hiss! There was a gasp inside and outside the Oak Manor. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. Martz even whispered in a low voice. Is this the long night of the Lady of the Long Night? The Long Night, in the legend of Nanlos, is the place of rest. The person who can pull the dead out of the place of rest is naturally called the Lady of the Long Night. Arthur watched this scene silently, with a smile on his face. He knew that this was Melinda demonstrating to him. As the power of the partners increased, they had to show more strength. Otherwise, unbalanced cooperation would not last long. What a qualified partner. Arthur couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At the same time, he also understood why Melinda cared so much about whether he could really communicate with the dead. It should be that the similar abilities made her feel interesting. No. Melinda would never be so boring. She should be more pragmatic. That is to say, she can control these battlefield undeads, but cannot communicate? And as long as she can communicate, her strength will be further improved? But this process must be extremely dangerous, so she tried many times. And just now, was it a showdown? Arthur had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart, and the smile on his face became even stronger. It's not the worst situation. There is still room for operation. Naturally, it's worth being happy. While Arthur was thinking about this specific operation, the old butler Vic came over and said, Master Arthur, I have something to tell you. Please follow me. As he said that, the old butler pointed to the main building of the manor in the distance. It was not the first floor. It was the second floor. Immediately, Arthur guessed something. Immediately, the smile on his face became more intense. Okay. Arthur followed the old butler, and came to the small hall on the second floor of the main building. Accompanying him was the shocked Von Tell. Is that the mystery? That kind of power. So cool. Von Terrace muttered. When Arthur put Ms. Anna aside, the rich kid came up to her and started chatting with her, as if they were discussing something. But from beginning to end, he was the only one talking. Seeing this, the old butler Vic sighed again, and felt that it was right for Arthur to join the manor. Two young masters. Please wait a moment. The old butler bowed, and left the small hall temporarily. About 5 minutes later, the old butler came back again. This time, he was holding a box in his arms. Looking at this box with simple texture and complicated decoration, Arthur's eyes lit up. He watched the old butler put the box on the coffee table and listened attentively to the old butler's story. The Doyle family also has a mysterious heritage. Really? Fontel jumped up immediately with excitement. But Master Fontel, you can't learn. Any mysterious inheritance can only be learned by gifted people, and you, and the Master, don't have gift. Only the Master's father has gift, and it is precisely because of this talent that he was named Lord by the Count of Nanlos, and the Doyle family was established. The old butler shook his head. Instantly Fontel wilted. Is there no possibility of learning at all? Fontel did not give up. The young rich boy who likes excitement and adventure doesn't want to give up. The old housekeeper hesitated. In the end, he chose to tell the truth. Yes. If people without talent persist in practicing and put in 10 times the effort, there is a slight possibility that they can achieve the same effect as talented people. But the disaster they bring is also 10 times that of talented people. That is a disaster that no one can bear. It is also because of this that Nanlos once banned all folk mysteries. Mystery can bring miracles, but miracles come at a price. Please remember this sentence. The old butler warned Fontel. The rich kid looked disappointed, but still had some hope. He couldn't help asking, is there no other safer way? Yes. The old butler nodded again. This answer surprised Fontel. He was just unwilling to accept it. He didn't expect that there was really a way. Subconsciously, Fontel looked at the old butler. Then, the rich kid found the difference in the old butler. At this moment, the old butler's face was bright. It was a different look. It was reverence. It was also faith. Suddenly, Fontel was full of curiosity, and he couldn't help but listen to the old butler more attentively. Chapter 95 Bloodline. Bloodline. Awaken the bloodline and become a noble. The bloodline of the noble not only brings talent, but also protects the noble from intrusion. The old butler said word by word, looking at Fontel and Arthur. Fontel was shocked, muttering noble, noble in his mouth. Obviously, this simple rich boy did not expect that the noble could have such a meaning. Unlike Fontel, Arthur, who had come into contact with many mysteries, had already had similar guesses in his heart before the old butler gave the answer. It was not only because mysterious knowledge such as swift-bird swordsmanship was blocked by the nobles. It was also because if there was a mysterious side in the world before us, how did the privileged nobles stand at the top of the entire society? Power. Power far beyond the ordinary mysterious side. Only power can guarantee the privileges of the nobles. Only strength can support the status of the nobility. Unlike ordinary mysterious people who are troubled by spirituality, the awakening of the noble blood does not have such doubts. In addition, the special power brought by the blood can be said that as long as the blood is awakened, the nobles are born far superior to those with spirituality, not to mention ordinary people. Almost subconsciously, Arthur looked at his replacement talent Dark Snake, Remnant, and some previous doubts were instantly figured out. No wonder I had spirituality before, but didn't he encounter any weirdness? It turns out that the spirituality brought by Dark Snake, Remnant, is not disturbed. Can Dark Snake, Remnant, be completed? Will it conflict with Cat Orange? Arthur thought in his heart, but the old housekeeper didn't say a word. It's a pity that awakening blood is too difficult. Even the descendants of some great nobles may not be able to awaken their blood. Even people with talent in the early Silver Age, people with talents could only get the title of knight at most. But in the middle of the Silver Age, people with talents could become nobles in order to keep their bloodline going. The nobles at that time began to study, and eventually they developed some powerful swordsmanship. People with talents can practice these swordsmanship and combine them with a corresponding breathing method and meditation method to improve the possibility of awakening their own bloodline. Swordsmanship? Swift-bird swordsmanship. No wonder knowledge like swift-bird swordsmanship was blocked by the nobles. It turns out it's about bloodline. Moreover, in addition to swordsmanship, there are actually corresponding breathing and meditation methods. No doubt. Breathing method and meditation method are the key. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. He finally understood why the Grand Duke of Neelin would train warriors and swordsmen with the family's secret swift-bird swordsmanship. In addition to the fact that the 7 Years' War was really tense, that is the real key point. Breathing method and meditation method have always been in his own hands. He also understood why Melinda refused to use swift-bird swordsmanship. As a reward, this lady obviously included breathing method and meditation method. In other words, in the eyes of this lady, only the swift-bird swordsmanship with breathing method and meditation method is the real swift-bird swordsmanship. While Arthur was thinking, Vautel asked like a curious baby, "Can any gifted person awaken his bloodline by practicing these swordsmanship?" "Yes, it is possible to awaken. Any gifted person who practices these swordsmanship can awaken his bloodline," the old butler emphasized. No, no. No. It is possible for ordinary people too. Just now you said, ordinary people can have a slight chance of getting gift if they put in 10 times the effort. Does that mean that? If an ordinary person who puts in 10 times the effort grasps this possibility, and then has the talent, and then puts in 10 times the effort again, it is possible to awaken the bloodline? Vautel. It is theoretically possible. But, in reality, ordinary people who have such thoughts are all dead, because the multiplier of danger also increases accordingly. The old butler's words made Vautel's face change greatly. Finally, he shook his head in annoyance. It is already very difficult for ordinary people to work 10 times harder. What about ordinary people working 100 times harder? There is only one chance in 10,000. Not to mention, just using 100 times the effort to fight for a possible existence, especially as you fight harder, the more dangerous it is. This is how desperate. In this situation, Vautel asked himself that he could not do it. He likes excitement, and adventure is true. But he cherishes his life very much. So, treating his Anna lady gently is the best choice to contact the mysterious way. Not only does it save effort, there is no danger yet. Looking at Vautel, who sat back next to Miss Anna, the old butler had a complex feeling that was hard to describe, but also quite relieved. He could see that Vautel really didn't treat him perfunctorily. He had seen too many people who were unwilling to give up, and their eyes were definitely not as clear as Vautel's. Similarly, and these people brought unspeakable sadness to the family, even a catastrophe. The Blood Marquis family, one of the developers of swordsmanship, disappeared overnight in Nanlos. The heir of the Marquis was just an ordinary person. Being the son of a Marquis, he was an ordinary person. The other party was unwilling to accept this. The Marquis was also unwilling to accept this. Therefore, the son of the Marquis worked 10 times harder than an ordinary person, and the Marquis gave him 10 times more resources, and he obtained a trace of talent. Then he worked 100 times harder than an ordinary person to find the awakening of his bloodline, and the Marquis also gave him 100 times more resources. Then, the entire Blood Marquis family disappeared. Did the son of the Marquis succeed? No one knows. All I know is that there are corpses everywhere in the Marquis' manor, and the Marquis' head is hanging on the bell tower. Fortunately, Master Vautel doesn't have such unwillingness and ambition. If you like strange dolls, then like strange dolls. It's better than the Doyle family disappearing. Right. After comforting himself, the old butler looked at Arthur with his eyes, and with solemnity, the old butler pushed the box in front of Arthur and said sincerely, "Master Arthur, you have talent, and have mastered enough self-protection power. This Collodi Holywood shield should be kept by you. Please also protect the Doyle family in the future. There is no doubt that protecting the Doyle family is the key." Arthur responded with the same solemn expression. Okay. After making the promise, Arthur looked at the box containing the Collodi Holywood shield, and he was curious. However, Arthur still carefully adjusted his sitting posture and the direction of the box opening. After making sure he was safe, he pushed upwards. Click! The box opened. A yellowed parchment scroll appeared. Discover the secret technique. Spirituality is being judged. Spirituality has not reached the minimum learning level. Judgment cannot be passed. Missing the necessary materials. Judgment cannot be passed. Yes/no. Consume 30 XP points. Learn this secret technique in an overloaded way. Note: overloaded learning will cause irreversible changes. Looking at the text in front of me, Arthur was not surprised. What he was concerned about now was whether the bloodline conflicted with the ritual. So, the next moment, Arthur asked the old butler, "Butler Vic, do you know that those nobles who have awakened their bloodline will use additional rituals to ensure their safety? Do they conflict?" Chapter 96 Exchange. The old butler's face showed a different look again. He said in a resounding voice, "No. Blood is supreme. Awakened blood can contain all power." Looking at the old butler's fanatical look of reverence at this moment, Arthur really didn't dare to completely believe what the other party said. He was not worried that the other party would deceive him, but he was worried that the other party was blind. Or to put it simply, the other party really thought so. But the truth? There is a deviation. Even the opposite. You know, The slightest deviation on the mysterious side can kill people. He definitely doesn't want to be the second Grimm. Want to talk to Melinda? Arthur opened the cat cage and held the sleepy Pendragon in his arms again, stroking the cat's head gently, thinking about the first choice in his heart. But immediately, he shook his head secretly. Just now, this lady showed a wave of honesty. If they meet again, it might be a more direct test. If things go wrong, he will be exposed. Although to some extent, the other party is extremely reliable. But more often, it is dangerous. Before making corresponding preparations, it is the best choice not to meet the other party for the time being. Except for this lady. Arthur held the cat, stroking its head, and his eyes involuntarily looked at Albers, who was talking to Mouths in the courtyard downstairs. Qualified, but young. Brave, but inexperienced. Isn't this a ready-made candidate? Gradually, Arthur's eyes lit up. The next moment, he instructed the old butler. Vic, please help me prepare some food, snacks and drinks in the kitchen, and invite Mouths and Albers to come up. Oh, and add a chair. As Arthur spoke, he threw the wooden box containing the Doyle family heritage into Pendragon's cage. The old butler was not displeased with this action. It was unexpected that, when the first wife was alive, the master hid his private money in the doghouse. Compared with that, putting it in the cat cage is really nothing. He just nodded. Okay, Master Arthur. After saying that, the old butler went to tell the servants. The two second-class male servants began to move the chairs. There were only 4 chairs around the coffee table where Arthur and Von Tell sat. In addition to the 2 of them, Ms. Anna also took one. If there was no intention to move, adding a chair was the best choice. Fortunately, Ms. Anna was slim enough, and it would not be crowded with 2 more people. The servants worked diligently, and soon there were 2 roasted geese on the round coffee table, enough roasted venison, puff pastry, orange juice, apple juice and milk, and wine, and black pepper in a white porcelain plate, honey, butter and salt. Among them, the roasted wild goose and roasted deer were prepared at night. For the day that was not yet bright, they were not considered overnight food. And they would not lose their dignity if they were taken out. Especially, the chef also shaped the roasted wild goose and roasted deer in the shortest time. The roasted wild goose was in the shape of flying with wings spread, and the roasted deer was made of the existing deer meat to look like a running deer. But Arthur looked at the 2 roasted geese with their wings spread, the appearance of a golden rooster standing on one leg, the voice of 2 roast ducks walking north can't help but appear in my mind. As for the assembly of roast venison, maybe the chef's knife skills are not good, maybe the time is too urgent and short. Arthur saw a roast venison that looked like Frankenstein. Arthur picked up the milk and puff pastry in silence. Sure enough, he is suitable for sweets. But the others at the table were eating with relish. Ms. Anna, do you need food? Von Terrace asked. Even though Ms. Anna did not answer, he chose a little bit of each and placed it in front of Ms. Anna's plate. For this scene, no one in the room felt strange. Arthur was used to it. Mouths thought it should be so. Albers thought Arthur must have his reasons for doing this. Although he saw that Ms. Anna did not have any magical features, who knew if she was hiding something? You know, Arthur is a master. A true master who helps common people and never fears the powerful. He is the role model he needs to learn from. Arthur noticed that Albers looked at him strangely, and he couldn't help but touch Mouths with his toes. The latter immediately smiled at Arthur. The meaning of the smile was self-evident. Arthur sighed helplessly. He knew what Mouths had done. But he was just a medium with no bad intentions. Definitely not a liar. Thinking in his heart, Arthur picked up the milk. Thank you for your help, Albers. Without you, Oak Manor would never have survived tonight. Cheers to you. As he said that, Arthur drank it all in one gulp. Looking at Arthur, who drank it all in one gulp, Albers picked up the light beer in front of him, and also gulped it down. A glass of light beer weighing 1 pound was drunk up like this. And when Albers just put down the glass, Mouths also picked up the orange juice. Albers, although I think I am no worse than you, I admire your courage and prudence. I am willing to be your friend. Cheers! Mouths drank it all. Albers, facing the sincere Mouths, did not hesitate and continued to drink it all. When the detective put down the glass, Von Tell also picked up the apple juice. For Oak Manor, thank you, Mr. Albers. Von Tell was sincerely grateful to the detective in front of him. The sincerity brought by the heart made the young detective not allow himself to refuse. Even after 2 large glasses of light beer, he was a little dizzy and his stomach was a little bloated. When the third glass of light beer was drunk, the young detective's face turned red, and he sat a little crooked in the chair. Seeing this scene, Arthur spoke again. Albers, to thank you. I have some secrets here as a thank you gift for you. One of them is a secret that can make the rope come alive. One is a secret technique to create all kinds of noise. The other is a secret technique to guide arrows. They are all little tricks, please be sure to accept them. In Arthur's words, bluff flashed again. Under the orange light, he helped Albers up, and walked to the window with the young detective, pointing to the courtyard, and the busy servants of the manor at the drawbridge, and said firmly, even if it's for them, you must accept it. You are not only saving the manor, and their lives. I can't imagine how miserable their fate would be after the manor was breached without your help. Albers was stunned. The dizzy young detective turned his head, and looked at Arthur at the moment. Arthur was in a bright place under the light, but his eyes were firmly looking at the darkness outside the window, and his expression was filled with pity and reluctance, which made those firm eyes have light. At this moment, Albers seemed to understand the meaning of the master in Mouse's mouth more. The inexplicable emotion mixed with the effect of alcohol made the young detective blurt out, exchange. Let's exchange. I still have a lot of mysterious knowledge taught by my uncle. We can exchange. Chapter 97 The Whispering Tree. 3 days. Albers stayed in Oak Manor for another 3 days, before reluctantly saying goodbye to Arthur. Arthur, believe me, we'll see each other soon. When boarding the carriage, Albers did not forget to say to Arthur, of course. Arthur nodded with certainty, and at the same time, stuck a leather notebook into Albers's hand, and said in a low voice, this is the activation rope technique. The manuscripts of noise. And arrow guiding. I use the common language. Albers's eyes were immediately touched. Although he taught Arthur lock-picking, memory, and wand combat, he did not transcribe them for Arthur, but just dictated them. Other mysterious knowledge and rumors were also dictated. When he thought of this, Albers felt extremely guilty. For the past 3 days, he had been talking to Arthur most of the time. He actually forgot to record it for Arthur. But Arthur remembered it. He was tolerant, patient, and truly recognized him. He even agreed with some of his ridiculous ideas, to establish a detective alliance, to recruit and train more young detectives, and to cooperate with local police officers to fight crime. These ideas were ridiculed by his closest people, who thought they were impossible. Even his uncle, who he regarded as respectable, persuaded him to give up. But Arthur supported him. He also gave him advice. He really taught him like a brother. If the time agreed with his uncle had not come to an end, he would never want to leave Arthur. Here, he thought he could learn more. Arthur, we will meet soon. Don't keep your uncle waiting. He has been waiting for 3 days. Arthur interrupted Albers with a smile, and signaled the driver to start. Albers waved his arms vigorously, and Arthur responded. He stood in front of the newly repaired suspension bridge, watching the carriage disappear behind the fork in the road, and then turned back to the manor. As he turned around, Arthur could no longer suppress the curling of his lips. Great harvest. Not only did he gain the 3 secret arts of lock-picking, memory, and wand fighting, he also determined that the noble blood and the ritual of harmonizing and stabilizing spirituality did not conflict. And, once the noble blood awakened, it not only ensures that the spirituality stimulated by the awakener is safe, but also gives the awakener a certain amount of safety. Simply put, the blood awakener can put aside his own spirituality, and add a part of spirituality, which is also safe. And ordinary gifted people, as long as they show their talents, have to face the weirdness that may come at any time, and if they are gifted, it will cause disasters. Having power and safety can also bring safety to ordinary people. Because of this, nobles are born with unparalleled advantages. And after a long time, this advantage becomes authority. However, this information is not the most important to Arthur at the moment. The most important thing is that Arthur learned from Albers that the incomplete bloodline of the nobles can be supplemented. Among the nobles, there is no shortage of such incompletely awakened heirs. And for these successors, the great nobles of the Silver Age have worked hard. Research the glory potion. Glory is my life. Take the glory, inherit the glory, become the glory. Any noble who is not fully awakened can take the glory potion to complete their bloodline. Of course, the glory potion is also very precious, except for the real nobles, no one has it. And it just so happens that Arthur has a good relationship with a certain noble. The Tigress of Nanlos. No! It's the master of Nanlos, that respected countess. How to get the glory potion from her, Arthur already has an idea. Rat Street, Rat Alley. Obviously, that will be the focus of the other party's attention. It is also his opportunity. I need a suitable time, Arthur thought in his heart, and waved to the old butler not far away. Master Arthur, what do you want? The old butler bowed and asked. After 3 days of getting along, the old butler was more satisfied with Arthur. The young master in front of him, not only is he not as arrogant and impulsive as one would imagine a young man to be, but he is also quite peaceful, modest and polite. In addition, he has the talent to be an ideal heir. Thinking of the ridiculous appearance of those guys who came to the manor to inquire about the news these days, the old butler couldn't help but think, it would be great if Master Arthur inherited the position of lord. Unfortunately, Master Arthur refused. Unfortunately, the Earl would not allow it. I want to leave before, go see the golden oak tree, and pick some golden acorns, Arthur said in a high-sounding manner. However, Arthur was also quite curious about the golden oak tree that could produce golden acorns. The fruit of a century-old oak tree is golden acorns, but the oak tree in Oak Manor that can produce golden acorns has a history of 500 years. Therefore, this oak tree is called the golden oak tree. Also, it is rumored that this oak tree was once in a state of pseudo-death. It was not until Lord Doyle's father was sealed in this land that he was resurrected, and also created the glory of the Doyle family. This was told to him by the old butler Vic. In this regard, Arthur remained objective and calm. He believed that the golden oak tree was resurrected by some necessary legal and reasonable means. It was definitely not alive before, hidden or something like that. Just like, if anyone dared to question the legitimacy of this golden oak tree at this moment, Arthur would definitely purify and judge the other party. If it was not possessed by an evil spirit, how could he say such cold and heartless words? You know, this is his tree. Following the old butler, Arthur, and the four Sfontel walked to the back half of the manor. The guards here are even more strict. And as they approached the golden oak tree, the old butler immediately reminded, "Follow my footprints, don't go wrong." Sfontel nodded immediately, but his face was helpless. The more he came into contact with the mystery, the more he felt that Anna was friendly. Other mysteries are not only complicated, but also too dangerous. Arthur followed the old butler while checking his surroundings. From the beginning, his death instinct kept flashing. But as the old butler walked, the flashing frequency began to decrease rapidly. When they walked onto a narrow path, the death instinct completely stopped. What was that just now? What was staring at me? Arthur was sure that that was definitely not an ordinary trap, but a living one. A guardian spirit that has signed a contract with the Doyle family? Or a guardian spirit that lives beside the golden oak tree? After communicating with Albers, Arthur finally stopped being a half-knowledgeable, mysterious person. He began to gradually get rid of his rookie status. But Arthur couldn't tell what it was at a glance. Going forward along the narrow path, at the end of the road, Arthur finally saw the golden oak tree. It took 5 people to hold the trunk together. It had a developed root system that was deeply rooted in the ground. The thick branches spread in all directions, like an umbrella covering the ground with a radius of 50 meters. Among the branches, there were golden acorns. Arthur found 7 or 8 at a glance. This is the foundation of the Doyle family. It is also the wealth of the Doyle family. Only the heirs of Oak Manor can come here to pick golden acorns, the old butler said softly. Arthur nodded. Vaughn completely lost interest. In the eyes of the young rich boy, this oak tree is not magical except that it is a little bigger, nor is it as described in those legendary novels, which not only can speak, but also contains peerless treasures, waiting for the protagonist to arrive. Then, the enemy attacks, he gets the treasure at the most critical moment, goes through hardships, and takes revenge. Humph, novels are all true. This tree is definitely not magical enough, Bautel thought firmly. What a big tree, Arthur admired, and in his ears, there were voices ringing one after another. Young warrior, can you hear my voice? Young warrior, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Young warrior, all the treasures here are yours. The voice was soft, like the noisy wind. But Arthur turned a deaf ear to it, because the death intuition that had just stopped was flashing rapidly again. Chapter 98. Stay away. In the field of vision that only Arthur could see, death instinct flashed like a small light bulb. Bluff, which had been upgraded to LV3, also flickered. Arthur's face was normal, his heartbeat was steady, his muscles were in the same condition as before, and His eyes were filled with surprise. It seemed that he was really surprised by the size of the oak tree. Even in his field of vision, the strong and powerful branches of the oak tree were dancing like seaweed in the water. He was just surprised at the size of the tree. Besides, so this is what the golden acorn looks like. Arthur looked at the golden fruits. The appearance is not much different from ordinary acorns, but the skin is golden. Yes, this is the golden acorn. The old butler nodded with pride. Then, the old butler saw Arthur standing there in a daze, raising his head, looking at the golden oak tree, the golden acorn, with an inexplicable throbbing in his eyes. And that look seemed to be lamenting the history of the entire golden oak tree. It seemed as if he was admiring the glory of the Doyle family. After 4 or 5 seconds, Arthur retracted his gaze and looked at Valentel. At this time, Arthur's face was solemn. What's wrong? The young rich boy who was still thinking about how to communicate normally with Ms. Anna was startled by the solemnity on Arthur's face. Although we are both heirs of Oak Manor, you are the blood of the old lord, so the first time to pick the golden acorn must be you. This is your right. It is also an honor for the blood of the old lord, Arthur said seriously. These words almost made the old butler so excited that he cried. He never thought that Master Arthur would still remember the honor in the face of such wealth. Taking a deep breath, the old butler saluted Arthur respectfully. Unlike before, this time it was a very formal 90-degree bow. Master Arthur, your character is incomparably brilliant even in the Silver Age. It is great that Oak Manor has an heir like you. The old butler's voice was choked with sobs. For the old butler, who believed in blood and honor all his life, nothing could penetrate his heart more deeply than Arthur's words. When the old butler straightened up again, he stared at Valentel with a sharp gaze. The young rich boy felt pressured by being stared at like this, and walked towards the golden oak tree without saying a word. Although the golden oak tree was big, it was not high. And its branches were bent, so it was very easy to climb up. And the acorns picked could be directly put into the coat pocket. Arthur, the old butler, looked at Fontel picking acorns. Maybe this is also part of the inheritance? Arthur said softly. The old butler nodded silently. In the eyes of the old butler, as Arthur spoke, it seemed that he saw the old lord picking golden acorns for the first time. Yes, this is also inheritance. The old butler had a little sadness on his face, but it was replaced by a smile. He looked at Fontel picking golden acorns. He looked at Arthur beside him again. The Doyle family will not decline. Even, it can go one step further. Thinking of the grand occasion of the Doyle family at that time, the old butler's breathing became faster. Arthur heard the old butler's rapid breathing, but he didn't say anything, pretending to be like the old butler, standing under the golden oak tree, watching Fontel picking golden acorns, imagining the future. And in his ears, the voice did not stop. Young warrior, do you want to gain strength? Young warrior, I know a lady, who is beautiful beyond compare. Young warrior, I also know a lady, who is rich enough to rival a country. Arthur remained deaf. About half an hour later, Valentel, who had picked 10 golden acorns, jumped off the tree. There were still many golden acorns on the golden oak tree, but the remaining ones were quite difficult to pick. Without tools, if you are not careful, you will fall down. The old lord just died. If the heir falls down again, it will not be a good sign. Those gossipy guys will definitely take the opportunity to spread rumors. Maybe they will spread rumors that the Doyle family is a cursed family. Therefore, the old butler called back Fontel. Arthur did not object. 10 golden acorns are enough for him. The ritual of cat orange only requires 1. Collodi holy with shield. You need 3. So that's enough. As for letting him pick it, Arthur would never easily approach this golden oak tree that seemed to be threatening death. Afterwards, the 3 of them still walked into the manor under the guidance of the old butler. Along the way, everything was safe and sound. At least, that's what the old butler and Valentel thought. As for Arthur, death intuition flashed more than twice as fast. But in the end, still nothing happened. Did he control himself? No. No. It should be a restriction. Having returned to the front half of the manor, Arthur, who was walking towards the small hall on the second floor, breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't imagine, if he really responded to the golden oak tree, after breaking such a restriction, what would happen. Most likely he would become tree fertilizer. Right? Or even worse, that is. He had no choice. After 3 days of communication with Albers, this young detective has said more than once that the weirdness in the mysterious side is very fond of the body of the gifted person. He has an extremely perverted possessiveness. It is not enough to tear it apart and swallow it. He must replace it, and possess and swallow everything related to the original owner before he will stop. Even the rumored shapeshifter that was born first was the child of the weirdness, and the original owner's wife. No one knows why the weirdness did not swallow the original owner's wife. Or it is simply a rumor. But in the mysterious side, it is clearly recorded that the first shapeshifter was indeed born by a human woman. In the 109th year of the Silver Age, Frail Mountain was recorded by Sir Rhoda, and this shapeshifter also had a human named Rhoda. It is also recorded that the shapeshifter can touch the forehead of a human, and shed its skin to acquire the appearance of a human, and inherit the memory. He also has a strong intuition, and is not afraid of any weapon except silver, and in the mirror, his eyes will flash white light. Although the appearance of the shapeshifter has aroused great research enthusiasm among the mysterious people in the Silver Age, Arthur definitely does not want to be studied. Especially if he becomes a little tree man, or spews spores. What a dangerous mysterious side. Arthur sat on the sofa, and picked up Pendragon. The soft touch of the cat made Arthur completely relax, and temporarily put aside his speculation about the golden oak tree. In Graham's diary, in Alberza's communication, Arthur had never seen or heard of such a situation. The unknown always made Arthur extremely vigilant. He had decided that before he figured out what was going on, he would not go near the golden oak tree again, and would not even go to the back half of the manor. Therefore, he needed a reliable worker to obtain the golden acorns. "Hey, give me 5? Von Tell, who was sitting opposite and greeting Miss Anna, was stunned. "According to our agreement, half for each of us." Arthur put 5 golden acorns into the special box brought by the old butler, and pushed the remaining 5 golden acorns in front of Von Tell. Such an action made the old butler appreciate Arthur's noble character again. "Your spirit of contract is in line with the perfect nobility. I just, While answering subconsciously, Arthur suddenly saw something in the corner of his eye, which made him pause. But then, Arthur's eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 99 Return. One of Pendragon's whiskers fell off. Arthur was filled with joy. According to Amanda, cat whiskers are replaced every 6 months. They fall off naturally as they shed their fur, and then grow again. Of course, there are also cases of daily shedding. Depending on the cat's constitution, there will be daily shedding of whiskers every week. As long as they are not broken, messy, etc., there is no need to worry. Obviously, Pendragon's whiskers should be classified as daily shedding. Arthur picked up the beard and prepared to put it into the test tube. However, when he picked up the beard, Arthur couldn't help but look at the top of Pendragon's head. Then, just like that, he subconsciously inserted the beard into the top of Pendragon's head. The snoring Pendragon seemed to have been turned off, standing there blankly, while Arthur watched the corners of his mouth curl up. "Pen, you have a beard on your head." "Meow." Pendragon's shouting became low. The tail began to sway vigorously. "This is getting impatient." Arthur, who remembered Amanda's teachings, immediately took off the beard and put it into the test tube, and put it into the medium box. Of course, a small dried fish is also necessary. Immediately, Pendragon forgot everything, and gnawed the small dried fish. Arthur looked at the scene, clapped his hands and stood up, and said goodbye to Von Tell, the old butler. "Arthur, you are leaving?" Von Tell was surprised. "I only own half of Oak Manor, but I am not the old lord's bloodline. Therefore, the old lord's oath can only be inherited by you. Believe me, this is the beginning of glory." Arthur looked at Fontel with a smile. As the only bloodline of Lord Doyle, Fontel naturally needs to follow the old lord's oath and never step out of Oak Manor. Fontel naturally knows this. But he can't bear to leave Miss Anna. Fontel turned his head and looked at Miss Anna. It seemed that he was ready to move the lady with his eyes, so that the lady would stay voluntarily. The old housekeeper said very straightforwardly, "Do you need me to arrange a few reliable servants to return to South Los with you? You also said that I am returning to South Los. Although there is enough space at number 2 Kirk Street, my medium business cannot allow me to live with a few servants. However, I promise you that I will take time out every year to vacation here. After all, everything here makes me feel good." Arthur looked at the old butler sincerely. "You are welcome to come home anytime. I will arrange some specialties. Please don't refuse. It's just some food and wine produced by the manor," the old butler said, blinking. "Okay." Arthur nodded knowingly. After lunch, the old butler personally loaded Arthur's gifts and specialties into the carriage. Then, the manor's head hunter and 4 horse guards drove Arthur back to South Los. Even if Arthur said he didn't need it, but the old butler still insisted. This is necessary decency and rules. Faced with the old butler's words, Arthur chose to accept. I wish you a safe journey. Arthur. Remember to bring Anna back often. In front of the suspension bridge, both parties waved goodbye. As Albert whipped the whip, the carriage began to move forward steadily, and the 4 guards were 2 in front, 2 in the back, keeping the queue forward. From South Lowes to Oak Manor, it takes about 2 hours to take a carriage. Riding alone is faster. Arthur clearly remembered that he had spent at least half an hour looking at the scenery when he came here, and then drove for about an hour and a half. For almost 2 hours. Arthur was not idle. After reviewing his trip to Oak Manor, he thought about what would happen after returning to South Lowes. First, of course, it was Melinda. After the lady was honest, she would definitely have a real fight with him. Once he revealed that he could not communicate with the dead, that would be a bad thing. So you must avoid it skillfully. Secondly, Rat Street, Rat Alley. It is still a cooperation with Ms. Melinda, but secretly there is the interest of the Countess. Arthur cannot know the true relationship between Melinda and the Countess. But what he knows is that it is precisely because of the presence of the Countess that he seems to be able to avoid Melinda. Arthur hugged Pendragon and tapped Pendragon's cat head with his fingers. His eyes narrowed gradually, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. By the time he was close to Nan Lowes, Arthur's plan had been perfected, and he had also made a backup plan. After thinking again, and confirming that everything was correct, Arthur, who was slightly relieved, let himself lean back in the chair in a more comfortable way, and looked at the XP gains of the past few days. The murder of the nobles in Oak Manor shocked Nan Lowes, and the Horn and Nan Lowes Daily reported it at the same time, so that everyone would be impressed by your name, XP plus 50. More people heard your name, XP plus 5. More people heard your name, XP plus 5. More people heard your name, XP plus 4. Scott returned to South Lowes at dawn that day, after the suspension bridge was repaired. As for the publication of the South Lowes Daily, it should be a negotiation with the Bugle. Facing the boss of the South Lowes newspaper, the editor-in-chief of the Bugle knew what he should do, and he chose a different reporting direction very cleverly. And this ultimately brought Arthur great gains. Of course, Arthur also knew that the murder of the nobles was the most critical. At any time, the nobles are the core. Even now it is the pioneer era. Arthur sighed, and his mind recalled the requirements of lock-picking, memory, and wand combat. Among them, lock-picking requires 10 XP and a deceiver's hair. Memory requires 20 XP and the brain of Slot's goldfish. Wand combat requires 20 XP and a cane that you think is strong. Among them, memory is the one that Arthur cares about the most. After learning it, as long as you use it, you can remember anything you have seen within 1 hour. And lock-picking can open any non-mysterious lock. As for wand combat, choose a wooden product of appropriate thickness and height not exceeding your wrist as the base material. No metal can be mixed in. After performing the secret technique, you can get a cane with good fighting ability. You only need to select a target each time, and the cane can attack actively, which lasts for about 1 minute. If you want to use it again, you need to perform the secret technique again. At the same time, the caster has only one magic wand. Only when the designated magic wand is completely broken can a new magic wand be selected again. For this, Arthur really wants to try it with the branch of the golden oak tree. Maybe I can let Fontel try? Arthur thought, but immediately shook his head. Fontel was a good man. He didn't want him to be in any danger. While Arthur was thinking, the carriage had already entered the South Lowes carriage emblem, with guards accompanying. Seeing such aristocratic behavior, passers-by gave way. Even when they arrived at Kirk Street, the middle class around them chose to politely retreat. Of course, when looking at Arthur who got off the carriage, the gaze was filled with deep envy and jealousy. No one has more class anxiety than the middle class. Arthur clearly sensed this gaze. He was not troubled at all. This kind of gaze was what he wanted. In order to pave the way for his next plan, these were necessary. Then, Arthur looked at the hunter who was driving, and asked with a smile, Albert, can you do me a favor? Chapter 100 Note. Invitation Letter. I need you to help me deliver the invitation letter to Ms. Melinda Julia Caesar, and invite her to come to the appointment in the evening. Arthur took out the letter he had written in the car, and handed it to Albert. Okay, Master Arthur. Without hesitation, Albert set off with the guards. Arthur watched the head hunter and guards of Oak Manor leave, and then opened the gate of the courtyard at number 2 Kirk Street. After bringing the luggage, the specialties brought by the old housekeeper, and the cat cage containing Pendragon back to the house, Arthur began to check carefully. The doors and windows are intact. The mechanism has not been triggered. No outsider has been here. After confirming these, Arthur closed the mechanism and let Pendragon out. Pendragon seemed a little excited when he returned home, and rushed directly to his cat scratching board and began to scratch quickly. Arthur hung up his windbreaker. After putting the gift back, Arthur looked at the specialty given by the old butler, a large box with a square body and an arched lid. After checking, Arthur opened the box. What caught his eye was acorn wine and acorn powder. They were all specialties of the Oak Manor. However, after taking out 4 bottles of acorn wine and 10 kilograms of acorn powder, the real specialty was revealed: gold coins and explosives. The gold coins were neatly stacked and placed in a small box. The explosives were bundled, wrapped in oil paper. There are 20 bundles. After the pioneer era began, large denomination currency was basically gold notes. But this does not mean that gold coins have lost their due status. In fact, because gold notes were issued by the Old Lion of Niwen, in the black market of Nanlos, gold coins are more popular. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1.5 gold notes, sometimes even 2 gold notes. And there are 300 gold coins in front of me. What a good specialty. Arthur looked at the gold coins and 20 bundles of explosives in the box, and couldn't help laughing. It seemed that because of the battle with the Howling Banshee, the butler misunderstood his fighting preferences. He didn't just love explosives. It was just more convenient. However, Arthur would never dislike these explosives. They just replenished his inventory. Even if old Charlie left enough, the more of this kind of thing, the better. Just like gold coins. If 300 gold coins were exchanged for gold notes, the minimum amount is 450 gold notes, plus his remaining 312 gold notes, which is 762 gold notes. This amount of money is naturally a drop in the bucket to buy a ship, but it is no problem to continue to expand Wiggins' team, not only for the Rat Street, but also for the Rat Tail Alley plan. Wiggins needs more manpower. He also needs Wiggins to help him get information. Therefore, to some extent, the bigger Wiggins' team is, the better. With Oak Manor as support, this day is not far away. After all, this specialty is not all. According to the agreement, Oak Manor will bring Arthur a considerable income every month. Even if his plan goes well, he can get at least 2 good ships without the long queues at the dock and the high prices of tens of thousands. Such a plan is naturally not aimed at Oak Manor. It is his basic base for the continuous production of gold notes. He was targeting Rat Street, Rat Alley. Of course, the first step of the plan would have to wait until Melinda arrived before it could begin. The sun had already set. Dark clouds appeared in the distant sky again. It was obvious that South Los would have another heavy rain. However, before the rain fell, someone visited number 2 Kirk Street. It was not Melinda. It was Maltz. Ding! Ding! The Shire District Sheriff politely rang the doorbell. When Arthur opened the door, he even hugged Arthur warmly. Welcome back. I thought you would stay in the manor until the fencing competition before winter. Walking into the house, Maltz joked. If that's the case, it proves that everything is fine for us, and we can retire with peace of mind. Arthur also joked, and his eyes looked at the briefcase in Maltz's hand. Your appointment letter was signed by the Earl himself. No detours, Maltz opened the briefcase and handed the document inside to Arthur. It was written in round cursive characters, Arthur Kratos. Your ability is obvious to all. I hope you can provide me with more services. Therefore, I decided to hire you as a special consultant in the Shire District. Enjoying the treatment of a second-level police officer, weekly salary of 10 gold tickets, clothing allowance in spring and winter, holiday allowance in summer and autumn, and a one-time 28 gold ticket charcoal and food allowance in winter. At the same time, you will be exempted from the tax of being a medium. I hope you can agree. I also look forward to your performance. Ash. Bonaparte. Nanlos. September 21st, 1797. Looking at the round font and the extremely humble and polite content, Arthur tooted his tongue. It is worthy of the high hopes of the Count of Nanlos. If it were not for the signature, I would not even think that this was written by a nobleman. Now I want to see the handwriting of that old lion. Believe me, you will never be happy to receive a letter from that old lion. Maltz rolled his eyes. Receiving a letter from that old lion, no matter what the content of the letter is, it means that they are forced into a desperate situation. With the tyranny of that old lion, the other party will not be as polite as Count Nanlos. It is likely to be that kind of notice. Notify you to surrender. Or death. So the Earl is not bad? At least, he exempted me from an additional 29 sous in taxes. Arthur waved the appointment letter. Joking. Arthur would not refuse the appointment letter from the Countess. This appointment letter was not only a kind olive branch from the Countess. It would also be of great help to his next plan. There were Rat Street, Rat Tail Alley, and Glory Potion. He really wanted to erase the remnant note in Dark Snake. Remnant! Therefore, Arthur picked up the pen, dipped it in ink, and signed his name. Mouths on the side, with a slightly envious tone. Weekly salary, subsidy, you are turning a blind eye to it. Well, I am not a special consultant who can get paid by sitting at home. I have a lot of things to do. After saying that, the sheriff of the Shire district stood up and said goodbye. It was not really something. It was Arthur's secret gesture. And just after the sheriff of the Shire district left, Arthur immediately took action. In order to meet with Melinda later, he still had some preparations to do. Picking up a stack of paper, Arthur wrote quickly. When it was completely dark, Melinda came by car. Edwin was still driving. After getting off the car, the lady went straight to number 2 Kirk Street and held Arthur's arm intimately. Arthur could clearly feel the sweat on her palm. Obviously, her physical misogyny had not eased. After quickly inviting her into the house, the lady was startled. Because, at this moment, Arthur picked up the paper he had just written and gestured to the lady. Only to see, there were 2 big words written on it clearly, Hit Me. Chapter 101 Bait. The candlesticks on the wall illuminated the entire corridor. Melinda clearly saw what was written on the paper. Soon, the lady blinked her beautiful blue eyes, and the surprise on her face flashed away. Then it was interested. After crossing her fingers, the lady shook her wrists quickly, and her feet jumped rhythmically. She looked like a warm-up boxer. It was obvious that the lady was ready to fulfill those 2 words seriously. The candle flames on the candlesticks jumped up with the lady's little jump, as if they were ready to cheer for her at any time. Arthur did not hesitate at all, and quickly took out another piece of paper that he had prepared. It was written in large and bold font, slap in the face. Leave a palm print. Only hit once. Do not hit the vital parts. Melinda glanced at the paper. Regret immediately appeared in her eyes, and her heart was filled with regretful sighs. She had never thought that Arthur actually reacted so quickly. She originally wanted to take the opportunity to give Arthur 2 hard kicks. Not to the point of kicking him in the crotch, but a liver-blasting punch that was a must. Not for any reason, just because of Arthur's advanced preparation in Oak Manor. She admired Arthur's cautious style, but it did not prevent her from feeling resentful because Arthur was on guard against her, and she had the idea of taking the opportunity to punch Arthur twice. As for this being unreasonable, talking to a woman about reason, that would be insane. Arthur knew this very well, so he made preparations in advance. Fortunately, the lady did not intend to make trouble, which made Arthur feel relieved. He was sure that when Albert went to number 6 White Bird Street with 4 guards from Oak Manor, the lady would be able to roughly guess his plan, starting with Arthur's identity change. With the Golden Acorn as the conflict point, a quarrel broke out, and even a fight broke out. In the end, the 2 parted unhappily. Of course, these are all preparations. The key point is to use the Golden Acorn to fish out the secret gathering in Rat Street and Rat Alley. Arthur has considerable confidence in the appeal of the Golden Acorn. After all, in South Los, the Golden Acorn is unique to Oak Manor. What kind of business makes the most money? Unique business. Everyone knows this. Arthur knows this even more. If it were normal times, with his and Melinda's well-known lover relationship, the people who control the secret gathering in Rat Tail Alley will still be afraid. But when he and Melinda have a conflict, these people will definitely come to him. Even if they are suspicious, they will definitely test them. But they will not ignore them. As long as they come, Arthur will be sure to make them take the bait. Because this is not only the benefit brought by the Golden Acorn, but also competition with Melinda. There are only 2 secret gatherings in South Los. One is Melinda's Salon of the Long Night Lady, and the other is Rat Alley and Rat Street. Melinda wants to take over Rat Alley and dominate it. What about Rat Alley? I'm afraid there are similar ideas. In fact, in order to win over the Count of Nanlos, the people who control the mysterious gathering in Rat Alley will be more radical. For the other party, it is not terrible that Melinda has the support of the Count of Nanlos, As long as the other party can pay enough, the Count of Nanlos can also support the other party. This is not impossible, because everyone knows that the friendship between nobles is not reliable. To stabilize such friendship, you have to pay enough benefits. Or become a noble. When you become a noble, a new set of rules will appear in front of you. Although it is still mixed with interests, strength, etc., it will give you the last chance to survive. This is tempting enough. Not to mention the various intangible benefits that come with being a noble. Otherwise, how could Melinda spend so much to seek the title of Baron Camille? Thinking in his heart, Arthur's eyes naturally turned to this lady. And this lady? She has already swung her arms. Snap! With a crisp sound. A slap hit Arthur's face hard. Even Arthur, who was 1.8 in physique, was dazzled by the slap. There is no doubt that Melinda showed no mercy. After a slap, the lady smiled happily. The look of genuine happiness made Arthur glare at her and raise his middle finger. Melinda didn't care at all, and even stuck out her tongue at Arthur. Then, the lady suddenly asked loudly, "Why? Why? Why are you doing this?" In an instant, the lady was already immersed in the role. Arthur adjusted his state and glanced at the skill bar. LV3's eyes as sharp as a torch. Observe the words and expressions. Did not flicker. But this lady was indeed acting. Obviously. This level of eyes as sharp as a torch. Observe the words and expressions. Could not see through this lady's performance, which made Arthur sigh slightly. And then, he lowered his voice. "Melinda, calm down. How do you want me to calm down? What about your promise to me? What about your oath to me? Are you asking me to pretend that I don't know anything? Are you asking me to turn a blind eye? Is this the love you're talking about?" The lady became more and more excited, even raising her hand again. Arthur knew that she did it on purpose. Without hesitation, he grabbed her wrist and put it on his face that had just been hit, and said affectionately, "Are you willing to believe me?" Melinda's hair stood up, her misogyny suddenly took effect, and the feeling of vomiting began to make her stomach churn. She knew that Arthur did it on purpose. He was taking revenge on her, just like she had just done. The two of them knew it all. Their eyes crossed, and they both saw the pity in each other's eyes, that they didn't go one step further. When Melinda was about to spit it out, Arthur took out the last piece of paper. This time it was in normal font, and it said, "Cooperation. Close cooperation." Melinda certainly knew what Arthur emphasized. It's not just tonight. There will be quite a long time in the future. Moreover, this time, there are more spectators than before at number 6 White Bird Street. The risk is also much greater. However, the risk and the return are completely proportional. No! To be precise, the return is doubled. Thinking of this, Melinda nodded. She did not ask what Arthur would pay, because she believed that Arthur would give him a satisfactory reward. Just as her reward satisfied Arthur. The two of them kept their distance in tacit understanding after their eyes met. The lady said angrily, "I'll tell you. It's impossible. We're done." After that, the lady opened the door and ran out. Arthur naturally chased her out, shouting, "Melinda, Melinda, wait for me. You are not here." Such shouts naturally attracted the attention of the neighbors. After seeing Melinda riding in a carriage, and Arthur with a slap mark on his face, these neighbors were full of gossip. Some even gloated over his misfortune. In the afternoon, Arthur came back with such a swagger that everyone on Kirk Street saw it. They were all people of the same class, but someone jumped up, which made quite a few people unacceptable. Now seeing Arthur in trouble, they were naturally relieved. And Arthur? It seemed that he just realized that he was being watched at this moment. He didn't say hello to the neighbors. He lowered his head, covered his face, and walked back to number 2 Kirk Street quickly. As the door of number 2 Kirk Street closed, the whole Kirk Street became lively, and everyone was talking about it. Soon, the servants who came home from get off work brought the news back home and told their families. Then, the families of these servants spread the news throughout South Lowes when they went to work the next day. Of course, some well-informed people knew everything half an hour after the incident. For example, Rat-Tail Alley. Chapter 102 Rat-Tail Alley. Low-rise houses are connected together, with no distinction between front and back of the house. The narrow alley that can only accommodate one person is connected in all directions. But every aisle is full of sewage and stinks. In the shadows, pairs of eyes are shining coldly, looking for prey. They are hungry, They are fierce, and they will not let any stranger go. This is Rat Street. It is a famous place in the Dort district, and even in South Los. Everyone who sets foot here is terrified. Even the residents of Rat Street are like this because you never know whether the house you live in will be visited by wanted criminals. Most of the wanted criminals in South Los will choose Rat Street as a shelter. Some simply make Rat Street the last stop of their lives. Therefore, they become more and more unscrupulous. However, even the most unscrupulous people only keep this unscrupulousness on the ground of Rat Street. Under Rat Street, in a place called Rat Tail Alley, everything has become regulated. The Rat Council is the maker of the rules. Similarly, it is also the enforcer. People who do not follow the rules will not die, but will live a life worse than death. There was once a headhunter who, after killing 21 people, hid in Rat Street. The other party continued to maintain his previous style and occupied a civilian house in Rat Street that night. After cutting off the head of the original owner of the house, the other party took the heads to Rat Tail Alley. When the other party appeared again, it was already a week later. The skin on his body was cut open, one eye was dug out, the eyelid of one eye was cut off, the bright red muscles on his body were full of needles and maggots. Especially the other party's arms were cut into pieces, but still hanging on his body. Every time he moved, the flesh would shake constantly. The other party no longer had the momentum of a headhunter. The first thing he said, when he saw the Rat Street civilian, was "Kill me." The Rat Street civilian was very considerate and sprinkled some salt on the other person. Others followed suit. In the end, the headhunter wailed on Rat Street for 3 days before he died completely. All those who saw this scene understood what the rules were. Therefore, when someone saw Dodas from the Rat Council coming quickly, they all dodged. Dodas, the contact person of the Rat Council, he is also the contact person between Rat Street and the outside world. Like the civilians in Rat Street, he is dressed in rags, but he is tall and strong. The fierceness in his eyes makes ordinary people tremble. Although Dodas got the job of contact person because he spread salt to the headhunter. In the following 10 years, he won the recognition of the Rat Council with practical actions. Similarly, Dodas did not disappoint the Rat Council. This time, it was no exception. As Dodas walked into a house, the 2 gang members guarding the room immediately opened the secret passage. These gang members were all Dodas's men. As Dodas became a contact person for a longer time, Dodas himself was no longer alone. He had won over quite a number of desperate criminals, making more civilians on Rat Street willing to follow him. As early as 3 years ago, Dodas was the leader of the largest gang on Rat Street. However, when Dodas walked into the clean secret passage leading to Rat Tail Alley, the contact person, who was known for his ferocity and cruelty, washed himself thoroughly, confirmed that there was no peculiar smell on his body, and then changed into clean clothes and continued to move forward. The 3 adults did not like sloppy and unclean people. Dodas remembered it in his heart, just as he remembered how he got his position. After passing through the first secret passage, Dodas entered the second and the third until the 6th secret passage. A door appeared there. There were braziers on both sides of the heavy door, grease mixed with firewood, and the flames in the braziers were burning fiercely, dispelling the darkness and coldness of the underground. Dong, dong, dong. Dodas knocked on the door carefully. Click! The small window on the door was immediately opened, and a pair of cloudy white eyes in the door looked at Dodas, which made the contact person feel cold all over. Although it was not the first time, but every time, Dodas felt as if he was being stared at by a snake. Squeak! The door opened. Dodas immediately saluted the gatekeeper respectfully. Mr. Ulto. After greeting respectfully, confirming that the other party nodded, Dodas dared to walk inside. Unfortunately, the contact person did not see the 3 adults. Looking along the corridor, at the end was a huge hall, not only wide and high, there was no decoration, only 3 pure metal black chairs were placed in the center. The pointed back of the chair is 3 meters high. Just seeing it, it feels sharp and oppressive. However, there is no one on the chair. Dodas is not surprised about this. The 3 adults do business here, but their residence is not here. But this has nothing to do with him. He just needs to tell everything he knows, and everything will be conveyed by the gatekeeper. Sir, I got the news that the medium and the lady had a falling out. It seems that it was because the medium was too high profile. The gatekeeper hunched over. His cloudy eyes did not waver at all. After nodding slightly, Dodas left quickly as if he had been pardoned. After the contact had left, the gatekeeper took out a crystal the size of his index finger. After a soft tufuyu, the crystal lit up slightly. and the message was delivered. At this point, the gatekeeper had also completed his work. What's next? It has nothing to do with the gatekeeper. The 3 members of the Rat Council, half an hour later. They all appeared in an empty house in the Shire district. This place was put up for sale yesterday, and was not eye-catching. I think using the communication technique is a better choice. A slightly sharp male voice came from the mouth of the man near the door. The heavy cloak made the voice a little distorted. I think being discovered by the 46 Towers or the Earl is a better choice. A calm voice came from the mouth of another man. He stood against the wall, wearing the same thick cloak, with the window at hand. Or, you can choose to have a quarrel here, and tell everyone that there is a quarrel among us in the Mouse Council. The last man stood in the shadows, and never showed up. Okay. My fault. I was just complaining, and I didn't mean it. Maybe we should talk about the medium and the other party's golden acorn? The man near the door raised his hands, indicated his fault. The man by the window did not pursue, but was not interested in the other party's words. I think we should contact the Earl directly. Nanlos is big enough to have 2 secret gatherings, especially both are under her control. The other party said. The nobles are not trustworthy. The member of the Rat Council by the door snorted coldly. So you are going to provoke a medium who doesn't know his own limits? Moreover, there is a family medium? They have been hiding for so many years, and were only forced to expose themselves because of the young people show-off. Your appearance at this time can just calm the old medium down. The member of the Rat Council by the window shook his head. Both sides obviously could not convince each other. Then, the 2 looked at the one in the shadow in tacit understanding. And the one said slowly in a hoarse voice, "We will know what to choose soon." Chapter 103 Tacit Understanding. At dawn, Arthur accidentally discovered a third-rate tabloid called The Star that published a report about him and Melinda. Arthur didn't know much about this newspaper. And the reason why he could see this newspaper was because Scott brought it. 10 minutes ago, the young reporter knocked on his door. The moment he saw Arthur, the young reporter took a breath. Swelling cheeks, clear finger marks, all told the young reporter what happened. Scott would never believe the report published in the third-rate tabloid. The Star, after all, he didn't think Arthur would have any idea about Melinda's new friend, and thus be abused by Melinda. But now, he was a little uncertain. What happened? Do you need breakfast? My cooking skills are not bad. Scott asked seriously. The young reporter was comforting his friend in his own way. Thank you. Arthur nodded, and then gave a brief explanation. After hearing Arthur's explanation, Scott, who had just picked up the egg, was obviously relieved. Not bad. Not bad. It turned out to be because of the Oak Manor and the Golden Acorn auction. I thought, do you think I'm in an infamous love triangle? Or am I the one who was abandoned? Arthur said unhappily. Scott touched his nose, then said carefully, Actually, Arthur, you don't have to pay too much attention to the Star. You should go and read the Moon. The Moon said that you, Melinda, and Melinda's girlfriend had a threesome. And then, you were not good enough. So you were slapped. Where's the newspaper? Arthur's expression froze, and he quickly flipped through the newspapers in his hand. He confirmed that there was only the Star. I didn't buy it. The editor-in-chief of the Moon always has a very detailed description of the content every time it is published, which is very popular among gentlemen. Every time it is published, it will be fought over by gentlemen. Scott had a trace of regret on his face. As Scott continued to talk, words flashed in front of Arthur's eyes. The Star's report has made more people interested in you. XP plus 5. The Moon's detailed and realistic description has made you famous. XP plus 20. More people have heard your name. XP plus 5. The text prompt in front of him made Arthur stunned. This time it was not a disguise. He stared at the second prompt, looking at the XP plus 20 prompt, for the first time. He felt that he had underestimated the communication ability between LSPs. The newspaper should have been bought at dawn. Right? Now a large group of people know about it. Wouldn't these gentlemen go to the reading meeting after getting the newspaper? When he thought of this scene, Arthur felt a little ashamed and embarrassed, but he didn't really care. He was just thinking about whether such an accident would affect his next plan. As for revenge? No, he is not that kind of person. Melinda is. Melinda, you must burn down this newspaper. Especially the editor-in-chief. You must hang him up and beat him. What do you mean by I can't do it? What a jerk description. Arthur secretly complained, until Scott brought breakfast, then he calmed down completely. Breakfast is bread, fried eggs, milk. Most middle-class normal breakfast. The taste is also normal. After Arthur finished eating, Scott washed the dishes before leaving. Arthur, we are friends. If you want to drink, let me know in advance. The young reporter continued to comfort his friend in every way he could think of. Okay. Arthur smiled and nodded. And then, as if he had just thought of something, he said, please help me publish a news. The Medium Hall will be closed for a week. Looking at the wound on Arthur's face, Scott understood and nodded. Moreover, he kindly signaled Arthur to stay and not come out. However, at the moment when the door of number 2 Kirk Street opened and closed, many passers-by on the street cast curious eyes here. Arthur knew what these passers-by were thinking, and after nodding to Scott, he closed the door very straightforwardly. But about 3 minutes later, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street was still rang. Dingling. Dingling. I'm sorry. The Spiritual Medium Hall has been temporarily closed for a week. If you need anything, come back in a week, Arthur said directly without opening the door. He was not sure whether the person outside was a curious and bored gossiper or a spy sent by Rat Alley. But no matter who it was, he would not open the door. For the former, Arthur said he was bored. For the latter, Arthur expressed his attitude. Simply put, if he wanted to really make Rat Alley take the bait, he had to properly behave like a young man who was troubled by his first love. Instead of rushing to open the door and contact her now, he needed to wait longer. And Melinda's cooperation. Therefore, Arthur chose to refuse the 4 knocks on the door. Then, he chose to ignore them completely. Arthur waited patiently. Of course, he did not do nothing during the waiting. He messed up his hair, rubbed his eyes red, and made himself look miserable. Time passed by. In the evening, there were finally fewer passers-by outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street. At the same time, a letter was quietly stuffed in through the crack of the door. Arthur saw it, but he still ignored it. Until late at night. Dong dong. With a gentle knock on the door, Arthur, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the door. The middle-aged man outside the door smiled. He knew that under such conditions, how could he be turned away? Subconsciously, the middle-aged man was about to walk into number 2 Kirk Street, but was pushed out by Arthur. The middle-aged man was stunned. Then, he saw Arthur pick up the letter. After the letter was stuffed in, it was not moved. The other party was still in a daze, and the letter was thrown in his face, mixed with a little pain. It told the other party how hard Arthur was. But what made the other party more concerned was Arthur's words afterwards. Go back. I just had a little conflict with Melinda. I will never deal with you rats because of such a conflict. Forever. Get out of here now. I don't want to be discovered to have contact with you. Arthur's low voice echoed in the other party's ears. Then, the door of number 2 Kirk Street was slammed shut. Bang! Such a noise naturally attracted the attention of many people in the middle of the night. Coupled with the news about Arthur today, many people got up to check. The middle-aged man did not stay. He left number 2 Kirk Street quickly. There was surprise on the other person's face, but more of it was anger. As the messenger of that adult, he had never been humiliated like this. He wanted to take revenge on Arthur, but he didn't dare to act on his own. Returning to the empty house, the middle-aged man reported everything truthfully, including Arthur's embarrassed appearance, the unopened letter. After a long silence in the shadows, a hoarse voice came. Go and have someone inform that woman. Arthur has had contact with people from the Mouse Council. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man bowed and left quickly. Walking on the road, the middle-aged man's face was full of excitement. He guessed that the sir wanted to sow discord. They had done this before, and were very familiar with it. No specific evidence was needed. Just a little provocation was enough to put the two people who had a good relationship into a desperate situation of proving their innocence. Similarly, this was also his chance to take revenge. Ha! Feel the anger of Mr. Pokaw. In the mind of this middle-aged man, he had prepared a set of words that would make people imagine and misunderstand. He guaranteed that the woman would be so angry that she would smoke. The middle-aged man, who was thinking excitedly, suddenly smelled a hint of smoke. Subconsciously looking up, the middle-aged man froze in place. Under the moonlight, at the end of the street, the short-haired lady with a pipe in her mouth was looking at him coldly. Chapter 104 Cannibal House. Late at night, the rare moonlight shines on South Los. Poka's staggering steps and staggering figure have stretched his shadow to a very long length. Even his shadow has touched the empty house before. And when Poka walked up to him, His shadow even entered the courtyard and was reflected on the house. But just when the middle-aged man's palm just touched the door, the invisible force directly knocked him several meters away and pressed him to the ground. Roar! Poca held his head high, struggling violently, and a roar like a wild beast appeared in the throat of the middle-aged man. Shoo! In the shadow, the man in a thick cloak stretched out his right hand, raised an index finger, and placed it on his lips. The pale finger, bloodless lips, but the lips seemed to be solidified by the shadow, and it was completely unclear. As the cloak man gestured to silence, Poca immediately quieted down. Because Poca's head was taken off. The cloak man held the middle-aged man's head in one hand, brought it to a position parallel to his line of sight, and examined it carefully. But the scarlet blood that should have gushed out, turned into a black liquid as thick as oil, drop by drop dripping from the neck, and the body on the ground was like a deflated ball, just deflated like that. But the middle-aged man was not dead. There was a voice coming out of his mouth. Stay away from him. The voice was cold, and it was a female voice. At the same time, the head began to expand rapidly. Boom! The flames mixed with the roar of the explosion instantly attacked the cloak man. But the shadow was faster. When the flames were about to cover the cloak, it directly wrapped the cloak man. The shadow not only isolated the explosion, but also took the cloak man away from the spot. However, the empty house next to it was not so lucky. The impact of the explosion caused most of the house to collapse, and the remaining flames directly attached to it and began to burn violently. Most of the Pine Street block was lit up. The explosion woke up the residents of the block. After seeing the flames, the residents rushed out to put out the fire. They greeted each other, and some even saluted in an awkward way. These people who had just come to the Shire district from other districts thought that they had entered the wealthy class and had to be well-mannered and decent. After the fire was extinguished, the people around began to sigh. What an unlucky guy, a good house is gone. The agent should compensate. Right? This is their fault. I reminded them before that they should pay attention to the safety of the house. Otherwise, they will only betray the trust of the owner. Standing in the crowd, Haywood, who participated in the firefighting, began to raise his voice. With Arthur's compensation and his own savings, the landlord of Neal Street endured finally stopped renting in the Shire district, and chose to buy a 1.5-story house in the Pine Street district with full payment. As for the house on Neal Street, of course he would not give up. He first repaired it with the simplest method, and then rented it out. As long as the price was about 10 to 20% lower, many people would be willing to rent there for their dreams. And he? Naturally, he borrowed the power of such dreams and continued to climb. Just like now, the exploded house should be sold at a low price. Right? Although it was severely damaged, the location here was good. As long as it was slightly repaired, he could move in and rent out the newly bought house. It's just another rent. Moreover, he helped the owner of the house to get compensation from the agent. The owner of the house should be grateful to him. Right? Then it would be appropriate to lower the price for him. Right? Haywood's words resonated with the surrounding residents. They were able to move here, either through untold hardships, basically relying on the efforts of 2 or even 3 generations to buy a house, or they were directly ruined, moving from the core area of the Shire district to this marginal area. But no matter which one, with such a premise, when they deal with the real estate agents here, they are very careful about every penny. Naturally, the relationship between the two parties will not be very good. Now that one party is in trouble, the other party is naturally happy. In this regard, Haywood naturally expected it. He was secretly happy and prepared to continue to add fuel to the fire. But at this moment, corpses! So many corpses! The neighbors who were cleaning up the burned ruins suddenly shouted miserably. Haywood ran over, and when the black-hearted landlord saw the scene clearly, his whole body trembled. In a deep pit hidden under the bedroom, 10 bodies were placed in an orderly manner. 5 in a row. 2 rows facing each other. And standing. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he recognized the 2 freshest bodies. One was the owner of the house, and the other was the real estate agent. When he bought the house here, the real estate agent took him to familiarize himself with the entire neighborhood. The homeowner happened to be walking in the yard. The 2 even said hello. He also learned from the agent that the other party had just moved in. Call the police. Just as Haywood was still shivering, the neighbor next to him shouted, but Haywood covered his mouth with his hand. Haywood, who was shivering with fear just now, stood up with a serious expression at this time. Don't call the police. If you call the police, we'll be finished. You've also used up all your wealth. We have accumulated savings for several generations to buy this house. Right? Once the house here depreciates, our loss will be unimaginable. We will even become the object of ridicule if we live here. Those guys who once envied us will definitely laugh at us mercilessly at this time. Is this the result you want? Haywood questioned the people around him. No one spoke. Because they didn't want to encounter such a result. Some people have emptied their savings of 2 or even 3 generations. The people who just moved here have already become confused and at a loss. Especially a young couple who sobbed in the crowd. We have to protect our property. We can't expect others. We can only rely on ourselves. Haywood said again. But the body? Someone pointed to the body in the deep pit. His face full of helplessness. Almost everyone standing here had the same expression. They knew it was wrong to hide the body. But they couldn't really give up the house they worked so hard for. Then let's burn the body, someone suggested. Immediately, someone was moved. Yes, burn it. Anyway, there was a big fire here. If we burn it, we won't be able to see anything. That's right. No one will notice. More people began to agree. Then, everyone looked at Haywood. Because of his performance just now, Haywood unconsciously became the leader of everyone present. Haywood felt this change. But he was not complacent. He knew that such a leader had no real benefit at the moment. Once there was a problem, he would be pushed out as a scapegoat. But even if he was hanged, he had to keep his house. Come on. A few people. Stop those damn patrolmen. The rest of you. Hurry up and deal with the bodies. It may cost me a lot of money to ask someone who can save us. Are you willing? At this time, what other choice did the people around him have? They all nodded. I'll come back as fast as I can, Haywood said and turned away. The man with the suitcase, an umbrella, and a scary doll appeared in his mind. After that day, out of caution, he asked for some information. And now is the time to use it. Haywood did not go directly to Kirk Street, but he rushed to Rat Street first. Chapter 105 Overreaction. When the knock on the door sounded late at night, Arthur was holding Pendragon and writing the mysterious knowledge he had exchanged with Albers 3 days ago. The warm cat, snoring softly, much better than a hot water bottle, made Arthur feel an inexplicable sense of comfort. As for writing, no matter how good your memory is, it cannot compare to writing, unless you have a constant mnemonic, or a similar secret technique. If not, then writing will be a good medicine. Moreover, Arthur knew better that his own foundation was weak. Such writing was not only a better record, but also could help him effectively sort out his own mysterious knowledge structure. However, the knock on the door interrupted. Arthur was not angry at all, because this was a secret signal with Wiggins. Such a fast speed. It's worthy of being the Rat Council. As for why Wiggins came, Arthur had some guesses. With the influence of Rat Alley and Rat Street, it was too easy to know the relationship between Wiggins and him. All you had to do was investigate carefully, and you could easily get all the information. As for the Rat Council, I heard about it from Albers unexpectedly. When the young detective came to South Los, his uncle told him not to provoke the Rat Council. The young detective was dismissive of this. Arthur kept it in mind and made some preparations in advance. But when he opened the door, he was stunned when he saw Haywood next to Wiggins. Arthur never expected Haywood to appear. Something unexpected happened, Arthur thought to himself. But his expression remained calm, as if he had known it long ago. This was not difficult for Arthur, who had LV3 bluff. However, the two people outside the door looked at Arthur, who was holding a ginger cat, wearing loose pajamas, and with slap marks on his face. But they all stood there in a daze. As a subordinate who swore allegiance, Wiggins was quite self-aware, and immediately looked down at his shoes. However, Haywood was a little slow to react. It was not that Haywood was not smart enough, but the contrast between Arthur before and after was too great. If it were not for the same face and Wiggins's leadership, it would be difficult for this black-hearted landlord of Neal Street to distinguish between Arthur with a palm print on his face and the scary doll he had carried before, and the medium box in one hand, Arthur, holding an umbrella in one hand, connected with him. However, the black-hearted landlord of Neal Street returned to normal the next moment. I am very sorry to disturb you so late at night, Mr. Kratos. As Haywood bowed, his face was full of guilt. Ordinary people only feel true feelings. But in Arthur's eyes, there are many loopholes. Arthur can confirm that the other party is pretending without any skill support. However, Arthur did not pay much attention to it. Hypocritical courtesy, anyone can understand it. Arthur nodded slightly, and stepped aside to make way for the corridor leading to the medium hall. He believed that Wiggins was not a person who did not know the importance of things. Since he brought Haywood here, there must be a reason. In fact, this is also true. Are you willing to spend 30 gold notes to hire me to investigate a case? Arthur looked at Haywood in surprise. It's not that the money is less. It's that the money is more. 30 gold notes is not a small amount of money, even for Arthur now. His total assets only amount to 762 gold notes. 12 solitaires. And 30 solitaires. 30 gold notes are enough to hire 35 detectives. What about mercenaries? There will be more. Even if there are more tricks, some desperate criminals can be hired. Yes, it's a slightly complicated case. Walking through the terrifying corridor, Haywood was obviously scared, especially after seeing so many corpses before, which always made Haywood have too many associations. In addition, when facing Arthur, the unconscious pressure made this sharp-tongued black-hearted landlord stutter a little. Listening to Haywood's story, Arthur frowned slightly. Pine Street explosion. Fire. 10 bodies? When did the explosion happen? Arthur asked. At 1:10 in the morning. I was awakened and looked at my pocket watch. Haywood took out a slightly old second-hand pocket watch. This was the one he had bought after moving into the Shire district. I bought it from a thrift store. To celebrate the completion of his life goals. Also, to be more respectable. It takes about half an hour to walk to Pine Street from here. The visitor who should represent Rat Tail Alley left me at 12:35 in the morning. I checked the time on the clock in the hall. In other words, was it Melinda who took action? Then Rat Tail Alley fought back? Arthur thought subconsciously in his heart, but then he adjusted the whole thing to the normal case thinking mode. Did you see the owner of the house and the agent standing face to face? Yes. 5 in a row, they stood face to face. Haywood nodded repeatedly, and fear appeared on his face again. The scene just now was too scary. Haywood estimated that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Except for the owner of the house that just bought on Pine Street like you, and the real estate agent you know. Do you recognize the remaining 8 bodies? Arthur asked again. No, the 8 bodies are all rotten. Haywood shook his head. All rotten? Arthur continued to ask. No. 4 rotten. And 2 almost skeletons. Haywood recalled carefully again, and then said it with certainty. The bodies that were almost skeletons were also facing each other? Arthur asked. Yes. Haywood nodded immediately, and even demonstrated the standing posture of the skeleton in front of Arthur and Wiggins. Go and ask your little brother to help me find Sheriff Mounts, and ask him to bring the previous owners of the house, Arthur said to Wiggins. In addition to Haywood, the careful Wiggins also brought the 3 half-grown boys, waiting outside number 2 Kirk Street. As for the murderer, with so many references, Arthur, who knew where Pine Street was, had roughly figured out what was going on. Yes, sir. Wiggins turned and walked out. Haywood on the side immediately pleaded. He came to find Arthur just to avoid being known by the police. If the police had been called, there would have been no need for such trouble. Don't worry. Sheriff Mounts is involved in this case as my friend. Thank you for everything you have done for Pine Street. Haywood immediately bowed in thanks. Then, the quick-witted Neal Street black-hearted landlord asked cautiously. You mean, the 8 dead bodies hidden in the pit were also the former owners and agents of the house? Of course, I'm just curious. There is no other meaning. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. Haywood looked cautious. Arthur smiled kindly. It should be. Who is the murderer? Haywood asked again. Arthur did not give a direct answer this time, but asked in return. Can't you guess it? Haywood was not stupid, on the contrary. He was very smart, and guessed who the murderer was in an instant. The owner of the house. The one before the skeleton owner. The other party moved to the Shire district with great difficulty, but had to leave because of bankruptcy, illness, etc. But even after leaving, he often came back to see his house. Then, looking at its new owner, the original owner finally lost his balance, and not only killed the new owner, but also killed the agent who introduced the house to the other party. In the eyes of the original owner, these 2 people took away his house, and both of them deserved to die. Then came the second pair, the third pair, the fourth pair, the fifth pair. When he thought of this, Haywood's scalp tingled. Why did he keep thinking about that house? Because he had his eyes on that house at first. If he hadn't had enough money, he would have chosen that house. Fortunately, Haywood breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur, who was silently watching the other person's expression, finally confirmed that the other person should have nothing to do with Rat Tail Alley. The other person should have been involved in this incident by chance. It was not arranged by the Rat Council. But the 10 bodies in this incident did not appear there by chance. They should have been carefully selected. Someone knew there were 10 bodies there in advance, so they chose that place. Arthur began to adjust his thinking again, adding Melinda and the Rat Council to the normal incident just now. Suddenly, the whole incident became complicated. Suppose the visitor to Rat Tail Alley, who was expelled by him, was killed by Melinda on Pine Street. The aftermath of the battle also exposed 10 bodies unexpectedly. What will happen? Pine Street is avoided by people. The house prices on Pine Street plummeted. Pine Street was tacitly separated from the Shire District. The residents of Pine Street lost all their money. Then, as long as someone fanned the flames a little, some Pine Street residents, who could not accept the reality and were fragile in their hearts, would choose to commit suicide. It is not so easy to accept that the efforts of several generations have come to nothing. Maybe there will be collective suicide. And such an incident will definitely cause an uproar in South Los. This is also what Arthur did not understand. Rat Tail Alley's counterattack test. Isn't the movement too loud? If you are not careful, you will attract the anger of the Count of South Los. Hey, wait! Could it be? Chapter 106 Rat and Cat. What if Rat Alley's target was never him, or even Melinda? What if Rat Alley's target from beginning to end was the Countess of Nanlos? If that's the case, then the other party's overreaction makes sense. Only in this way would the people of Rat Alley do this, and dare to do this. If it were just them, they wouldn't dare to do it. But what if the old lion of the Inner Bay was involved in this matter? Rat Tail Alley can't deal with the tigress of South Los. But once the old lion of Inner Bay is brought in, the situation will be different. And how to bring the old lion of Inner Bay in? What is more appropriate than the outbreak of a collective suicide incident in South Los? Of course, it is a series of collective suicide incidents. In order to expand public opinion, Rat Tail Alley will definitely do this. Even if all the people on Pine Street die, they don't care. After all, it's not them who die. Although they were not vassal-lord relations in the true sense. The old lion of Niwen was the Grand Duke of Nanjun. Although the Grand Duke's authority had long been reduced to nominal. When the old lion held high the banner of morality, and intervened in Nanlos, with the slogan of maintaining the noble honor of Nanjun, the Count of Nanlos would inevitably be extremely passive. Nanlos was also part of Nanjun. As for the other nobles, they were eager for the tigress to test how much strength the old lion still had. It would be best if both sides were hurt. At that time, these nobles would turn into vultures and fall from the sky. And at that time, what would happen to him? Death would be the best ending. It would be normal to live a life worse than death. Thinking of this, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, but the corners of his mouth began to curl up. When he chose to use the golden acorn to lure Rat Tail Alley into the game, and when Melinda chose to cooperate, such an accident was doomed. But the result was not all bad. The Rat Parliament had done enough work in advance, only then could he understand Melinda so well. Not only her personality, but also her secret skills. And therefore, he could lay out the plan so accurately. No. To be precise, it was not a plan. It was waiting for an opportunity. The owner of the house was probably targeted by the Rat Council when he committed murder for the first time and entered Rat Street. There were even other people like the owner of the house, who were under the surveillance of the Rat Council. Only in this way, the Rat Council doesn't care whether Melinda and I are arguing for real or fake, and can calmly launch their own plans, as long as Melinda does what she wants. In fact, Melinda did the same. But, how much do they know about me? The answer is self-evident. In the eyes of the Rat Council, he has no real weight. At most, he is a tool to promote opportunities. The previous cooperation was also to attract Melinda's attention. Otherwise, with the intentions of the Rat Council, they would never treat him so gently, and he would never meet Haywood. The Rat Council would only focus on the real opponents, Melinda, the Count of Nanlos. They would even pay more attention to the murderers than him. Arthur was not angry at all about this. He was just grateful and happy. This would be his chance. Arthur thought silently in his heart, on the surface. He remained calm. He looked at Wiggins, who was returning. Let your 2 men, one in the open and one in the dark, go to number 6 White Bird Street, and tell Melinda everything that happened on Pine Street. Arthur was not sure whether Melinda had reacted, or whether she would take advantage of the situation to prepare a new layout, to gain greater benefits. Arthur would never underestimate his partner. As for the Count of Nanlos, Arthur would not speculate casually. If the battle between the Old Lion of Niwen and the Tigress of Nanlos is compared to playing chess, he is really just a chess piece, and there are countless chess pieces like him on the chessboard. Maybe in the future, he can become a unique chess piece. He can even have the ability to jump out of the chessboard. Or he can even overturn the chessboard. But that is all in the future. At this stage, he just needs to do his job well. Therefore, Arthur said to Wiggins before he left. He spoke again. You go and tell Maltz in person now. Let him use all his strength to guard all the newspapers in South Los, and never publish anything about Pine Street. Also, let him take the remaining people to support Pine Street as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. Facing Arthur's emphasis, Wiggins immediately rushed out at a faster speed. The door of number 2 Kirk Street closed again. Arthur stood up and put Pendragon in the cat bed. Big Orange twisted his body and lay down in a more comfortable position. Arthur began to organize his medium box. If he faced this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he would be cautious and strive to do his best. The distribution of newspapers and periodicals must be prepared in advance, and the residents of Pine Street would naturally commit suicide. At this moment, Haywood finally found something wrong. He heard it with his own ears. Support Pine Street as quickly as possible. It seems that the things on Pine Street are far more complicated than he imagined. Immediately, the black-hearted landlord became restless. Am I not suitable for the Shire district? Why are things always unexpected? The black-hearted landlord thought and stood up. He was ready to leave. And he would never go back to Pine Street now. He would find a place to hide first, and then wait until dawn before going back to Pine Street. However, he was stopped by Arthur. Arthur asked with a smile. Excuse me, can you use a musket? Because of the order from the Lord to keep it secret, Dodas did not gather his men in Rat Street. He knew very well that once he gathered his good men in Rat Street, it would definitely cause those guys to make a fuss, and it would definitely leave a handle for them later. So, he ordered his 5 good men to leave Rat Street quietly, and then to gather at Mule Street in the Duo Special District of Sisi-Kasan Road. Why not choose the part closer to the destination, which belongs to the Shire district? Of course, it is to avoid attracting the attention of the patrol. As for the guys living in Mule Street, they have to work from dawn to dusk every day. They have already fallen asleep by now. Even if there is thunder, I am afraid they can't wake up. Leaning against the agreed alley, Dodas waited quietly. He knew it was not easy to leave Rat Street quietly. The guys there, everyone has a pair of peeping eyes. Even though his men were all good fighters, and were familiar with Rat Street, it was the same. The night was getting darker and darker. As time passed, 5 good fighters arrived one after another with their weapons beside Dodas. Looking at the 5 men in front of him, Dodas was about to announce the goal for tonight. But at this time, the last man to arrive suddenly came over and said, Boss, someone came to look for Wiggins, who you asked me to keep an eye on more than an hour ago. Keeping an eye on Wiggins was the task given by the master. But compared with today's task, it was nothing because the master said that this task had the highest priority. So, the contact person of Rat Street waved his hand. That kid is not important. Our current task is the most important. Hearing Doda's words, the 5 people immediately pricked up their ears. They knew very well that with such a big battle tonight, it must be something big. We are going to Pine Street tonight. Each of us will kill a family. Remember to pretend to commit suicide. You cannot touch any property or women. The contact of Rat Street ordered. The 5 people looked at each other. It's not that the mission is too difficult, but it's too simple. Compared with the missions they did in the past, this mission of killing a civilian family is completely easy. Therefore, they felt a little incredible. Boss, which families are they? Some people thought that those families had problems. Just choose randomly. The words of the contact on Rat Street made these desperados even more confused. However, they did not ask any more questions. Anyway, they were just some civilians. Just kill them. It's a pity that they can't touch any property or women. With a wave of regret, the 6 people quickly avoided the patrol, passed through Sisi-Kakan Road, and turned into Pine Street from here. Standing at the intersection of Pine Street, the 6 people looked at the houses in the block with bloodthirsty eyes. Choose your own target. Dodas raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a long sword pierced out from the shadows and pierced through the chest. Puff! Chapter 107 Justice from Heaven. Dotas lowered his head, looking at the pitch-black blade, his mouth open wide, as if he wanted to say something, but the next moment, the long sword thrust upward. Poof! Half of the body of the rat street contact was split apart. Plop! The whole person fell to the ground, and his breath gradually disappeared in convulsions. But the long sword did not stop, and after thrusting upward, it drew a beautiful circle, and the two desperados closest to Dotas fell down, holding their necks. The remaining 3 desperados finally reacted at this time. Almost instinctively, the 3 of them gathered together. Then, a huge gun was pointed at them. Bang! The thunder gun roared like a cannon. After 7 bullets covered the 3 people, there was the sound of flesh hitting flesh. The 3 desperados fell to the ground with rotten flesh. Arthur turned around slowly, but his eyes once again looked at the intersection of Pine Street. In normal vision, there was no one there. But Arthur's death instinct was flashing. Obviously, behind these 6 desperados, there was another person from the mysterious side. After throwing the thunder gun aside, Arthur stood with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, chanted silently, and slowly unbuttoned the double-breasted buttons of his windbreaker with his remaining hand. Very slowly. His fingers were strange. Bluff. In the skill column that only Arthur could see flashed again. Alto, who was hiding in the dark, was startled. He couldn't be sure what secret technique Arthur was using, but he knew that he had to interrupt him. Without hesitation, Alto raised his hand and shot a crossbow arrow. The fire gun was more powerful, but the crossbow arrow was more accurate. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow brushed past Arthur's side and nailed on the trunk of the bush behind him. After just one breath, the trunk began to turn black. Poison! If you want to make the accurate crossbow arrow more powerful, applying poison is one of the best options. Arthur, who had successfully dodged, had sweat on his forehead. His body was a little shaky, and his face showed anxiety. His hand that was unbuttoning his windbreaker was a little slower. It seemed that the dodge just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Seeing this, the gatekeeper of Rat Tail Alley sneered. You actually used a secret technique to restrict movement? You're dead. Although he said this, Alto did not act in a hurry. He raised his hand and fired another crossbow arrow. Relying on his 1.8 physique, Arthur managed to dodge again, but his body was shaking more violently, and the hand that was unbuttoning his windbreaker was even slower. Then, Arthur's face showed despair. Because, the gatekeeper of Rat Tail Alley rushed towards him. The mist covering his body, as the caster moved quickly, appeared like ripples on water. Arthur instantly locked onto the other party's position. Arthur calculated the distance between the two sides in his mind. The despair on his face became more intense. When the Rat Tail Alley gatekeeper came a little closer, Arthur gritted his teeth, put down the hand that was unbuttoning his clothes, and staggered backwards. Even, after moving 2 steps, he turned around and was about to run away. The Rat Tail Alley gatekeeper who saw this scene immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur's secret technique was not only interrupted, but also must have suffered a backlash. With his mystical knowledge, he was very sure of this. However, to the surprise of the Rat Alley gatekeeper, Arthur's escape speed was accelerating. He was staggering at first, but now, he has reached the speed of a normal person. Seeing Arthur rushing towards the bushes, the Rat Alley gatekeeper suddenly realized, the backlash is not big. No wonder he would use this secret technique that restricts movement. What secret technique could it be? Can I learn it? The Rat Alley gatekeeper thought to himself. He immediately chased after him. This time, the fog that enveloped him completely dissipated, revealing his hunched body and cloudy eyes, as well as the 2 crossbows in his left and right hands. The arrows from the 2 crossbows had already been fired, and they no longer had any attack power, but the Rat Tail Alley's gatekeeper carefully placed the 2 crossbows on the ground. He had spent a lot of money to build them. Not only were they small, they were more accurate. The crossbows themselves also had a venom tank, so there was no need to poison separately. It was very convenient. And he was reluctant to damage it. If he had not suffered the mysterious backlash and his body was too hunched, and it was not very convenient to move, he would definitely not have placed the 2 crossbows here. He took out a dagger from his arms, and the gatekeeper of Rat Tail Alley went into the bushes. The reason why Pine Street was named this was because the bushes on both sides of Pine Street, in addition to the low green plants, were tall pine trees, and there was a pine tree every other section. However, even with the pine trees blocking the view, the other party could still see Arthur. After all, The pine trees were planted in a single row, and the distance between the two sides was not far. Heh. You can't escape. Seeing Arthur not getting out of the bushes, but walking hard in the bushes, as if trying to block his way with these bushes, the Rat Tail Alley gatekeeper felt insulted. Perhaps he suffered a mysterious backlash, and after his body shape changed, his movements were a little slow. But he was really underestimating him by relying on this bush. I've decided, after completing the task given by the adults, I will not kill you immediately. I will cut off your limbs and make you crawl on the red-hot iron. Boom! The Rat Tail Alley gatekeeper was still talking when 2 bundles of short-fuse explosives fell from the sky. His attention was completely attracted by Arthur, and his ears were filled with the sound of Arthur running through the bushes. There was no sound of burning fuse. The result was, of course, doomed, as Hand of Nothingness was dropped vertically. The charred, broken bodies mixed with many pieces of wood flew up and fell on Pine Street. Even the nearest pine tree fell straight onto the street. Arthur leaned against a pine tree, feeling the vibration, but he did not relax his vigilance. Death instinct stopped flashing, which did not mean that there was no one. And his little trick. It won't work every time. Pendragon, hurry up and lose your beard. Arthur prayed silently in his heart, hiding in the shadows again. The whole Pine Street was quiet. It wasn't that people didn't hear the gunshots and explosions. It was that Arthur had asked Haywood to tell all the residents of Pine Street to close their doors and windows and not to come out casually unless things got to the worst. Therefore, although the residents didn't come out, they were always paying attention to the battle on the street. When they saw Arthur cleanly and neatly deal with the 6 desperados, they breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw the gatekeeper of Rat Tail Alley appearing out of nowhere, they became nervous again. Even after the explosion, they still felt extremely nervous. They didn't know who would win or lose, but they knew what to do. The men asked the women and children to hide, and they picked up the weapons they had prepared long ago, including kitchen knives, axes, and ancestral pitchforks. They had already realized that if something went wrong, they would fight to the death. After all, if they lost the house on Pine Street, they would lose everything. Fortunately, the worst did not happen. With the unique sound of boots stepping on the ground, Mounts, Wiggins, and 20 armed patrolmen appeared at the intersection of Pine Street. Chapter 108 Alert Car. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Mounts showing up with his men, including Arthur. However, Arthur did not show up immediately. He waited for a while, and when Mounts had completely set people to block and patrol the entire Pine Street, he straightened his windbreaker and appeared behind Mounts with a calm face. Damn, Arthur, do you know that it will scare people to death? The sheriff of the Shire district said a slang when he found out it was Arthur. He raised his hand to cover his chest and gasped, although the appearance later was a bit exaggerated. At the beginning, Mounts was really shocked. You know, when those newspapers were blocked, a battle broke out. If it weren't for his partner's reminder, he made preparations in advance, and there would definitely be heavy casualties. Is there a problem with the newspaper? Arthur noticed something was wrong with Mounts. Well, there is a mysterious force involved. Fortunately, my people and I didn't break in directly. Otherwise, it's really over. Mounts looked like he was still in shock. What about you? Arthur looked at Mounts curiously. Immediately, the sheriff of the Shire district touched his nose and lowered his voice. Kerosene cans. Shoot in turns. There is no doubt that this is a copy of Arthur's strategy when facing Toad Graham. Although it is old-fashioned, it is really useful. Remember to replace the kerosene cans with explosives next time. Or, throw the kerosene cans and explosives in together. Also, you have to remember, get behind the crowd. Arthur reminded his partner. Compared with another partner, Arthur was more worried about Mounts. He didn't want anything to happen to Mounts. Mounts nodded solemnly, indicating that he would remember it in his heart. Then, he looked around and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he put his arm around Arthur's shoulder and whispered, I've packed up the star and moon for you. Don't worry. I didn't set them on fire. Just communicate with them in a friendly way, and let them clarify those untrue things. Arthur smiled and gave Mounts a thumbs up. Mounts smiled. Then, the two of them talked with their arms around each other. The content of the conversation was all about the sensationalism of the star and the moon. However, no one saw that during the conversation. The two of them were writing quietly on each other's shoulders and backs with their fingers. Melinda? And the Countess. Maltz paused after getting the answer. Then he wrote quickly. Is it safe? Do I need to book a boat ticket? It was safe before, but it's still safe now, so I need to prepare the boat ticket. Even when writing, the two chose to hide the word by a boat and replaced it with boat ticket. Among the corpses just now, there was the old man Dotus from Rat Street. Martz wrote again, and he glanced at Wiggins, who was guarding the street without any expression. The meaning was self-evident. One was to ask whether the current Rat Street can still exist. The second is to ask, if it does exist, can Wiggins bear more? Rat Alley will definitely not exist. Rat Street. Still there. Arthur gave a positive answer. The Earl of South Los is not a soft persimmon. Although he believes in seclusion, the Rat Council dares to do such a thing. Naturally it must bear the corresponding consequences. Therefore, Rat Alley will never appear in South Los again. But Rat Street is different. There are wanted criminals there, desperados. To be sure, but there are more bankrupts in South Los. If Rat Street is razed, how will these bankrupts be resettled? And after the many scattered gangs lose their base on Rat Street, they will definitely break into other neighborhoods and cause chaos. For the Countess, this is absolutely not allowed. So, Rat Street will be there. Of course, it will definitely be suppressed. However, still profitable. If Wiggins occupied Rat Street, no, he only needed to occupy a corner of Rat Street, he would have quite a lot of available manpower. Whether it was to get information, or to do something, it would be convenient. And this is just one point. Another point is Sheriff of the District of Columbia? Arthur wrote. It's not easy, but it's possible. Maltz replied. It's not about winning over the sheriff, but replacing him, but unfortunately, he didn't have the right person. Dicko. Andy were good, but they were not of the right rank. One was a trainee police officer, and the other was a patrolman. They were totally out of reach of the position of sheriff. As for Otto, a lead? He was not his man. But it was still possible. Under the sheriff of the Dord district, Maltz had a target worth winning over. Even if he was not a confidant, he was worth investing in. Good. Arthur patted Maltz's shoulder after writing. He said, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going back to sleep. What a busy night. Arthur walked towards Wiggins after he finished speaking. When he passed by Wiggins, he whispered, Dotus's lair is left to you. Wiggins' body trembled, and then his face was full of excitement. Arthur understood that Wiggins understood what he meant. Immediately, he walked straight towards Kirk Street without stopping. However, when he reached a place where no one was, Arthur looked at his spoils of war. The 2 crossbows name, Jackal crossbow. Type, crossbow weapon. Quality, excellent. Attributes, 1, lightweight, 2, accurate, 3, poisoned. Note, the gatekeeper of Rat Street, Alto, was unable to move, so he specially looked for a weapon made by a craftsman. The small crossbow made Alto very fond of it, but the craftsman was unable to make a more suitable crossbow for Alto, and was hanged in Rat Street by ULT. Lightweight, much lighter and smaller than ordinary crossbows. Accurate, easy to operate. Even children can aim at the target smoothly. Poisoned. The poison in the poison chamber is sprayed on the crossbow arrows when the trigger is pulled. Note, the poison is caltrops at this moment. 2 very good crossbows, slightly larger than an adult's palm, easy to carry, and powerful. Arthur put them directly into the medium box, along with the arrows. When he just picked up the 2 crossbows, Arthur would not forget the arrows. Unfortunately, the arrows on Alto were blown up. He only had 2 arrows now. We need to find a craftsman to make arrows. The arrows of the Jackal crossbow are also specially made. Ordinary arrows will not do, Arthur thought, and slowed down his pace. He was hesitating whether to go to Rat Alley. He wanted to take advantage of the situation when Countess Nanlos cleared Rat Alley. The mysterious knowledge treasured by the Rat Council, props, Arthur's heart was burning with excitement just thinking about it, but immediately, Arthur shook his head. He was not sure. Whether it was the Countess, or the Rat Council, they were huge monsters for him now. If he was not careful, he would die. The success of taking advantage of the situation is certainly a happy thing, but the result of drawing fire is the norm. Huh? Arthur took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. You have accumulated enough resources, now you just need time, turn the accumulated resources into your own strength, step by step, and move forward steadily. Arthur persuaded himself with this reason. Such a reason is of course very correct, but in Arthur's heart, after all, he was still a little unwilling. However, the next moment, Arthur calmed down completely. Because, he thought of the dump truck, Greedy guy, be careful of the dump truck. The memory in his mind made Arthur alert. Just when he stopped hesitating and was ready to move forward, a person who surprised Arthur very much actually walked out from the shadows on the side. Immediately, Arthur frowned. Chapter 109 The Power of Cats. That person is Albers. The young detective Albers. Why is he here? Is Albers involved with the Mouse Council? No. That's not right. Albers can't be. It's his uncle. The moment he saw Albers, Arthur's brain started to work quickly. Arthur was impressed by this young detective. He had talent, but he is young and has a good personality. In the 3 days of getting along, Arthur confirmed these. Such an inexperienced and straightforward person is not what the Rat Council needs. Besides Albers himself, the only person left in the entire South Los is his uncle. Coincidentally, Albers knew about the Rat Council from his uncle. So why did Albers appear at this moment? Of course, it was to save his uncle. However, when Arthur saw the guilt and reluctance on Albers' face, he immediately overturned his previous guess. There was no doubt that Albers appeared here to save his uncle. But he was not willing to do so. He was forced by his uncle. And what about the guilt? Why did Albers feel guilty at this moment? It could only be because he had done something wrong to him. And this matter could only be the one just now. Pine Street. His. Arthur took a deep breath, assuming that Albers knew about Pine Street. Then Albers' uncle is a high-ranking official of the Rat Council? Only the high-ranking officials of the Rat Council could possibly know about Pine Street. Similarly, only the high-ranking officials of the Rat Council could find out so quickly that things were impossible, and then find a way out. After gradually sorting out the context of the matter in his mind, Arthur still kept frowning. He needed to know more information. Therefore, looking at Albers, Arthur said in a deep voice, "You shouldn't have come. I didn't want to come either. But you still came. Sorry. Albers' face was filled with more guilt. The young man wanted to explain something. But before he could finish his words, Lozak in the shadows could no longer hold back. He walked out, and when he saw that Arthur's face still didn't change at all, he knew that things were going to be difficult. He really didn't expect that things would turn out as Harris said. Kratos' family is a family that has been hiding for many years. He didn't believe it before, but now he believes it. Because only a family that has been hiding for many years can cultivate an outstanding young man like Arthur. Because only such an outstanding young man can see through Isidore's plan, and then discover him and Albers hiding nearby. Although he didn't know what method Arthur used, but the slower and slower pace, which was obviously a step-by-step approach, frightened Lozak. He immediately decided to be honest. He didn't think that Albers would let him go just because he had a relationship with him. He even suspected that if he hadn't urged Albers to come out, the young man would have taken action. Looking at his cold look, he must have killed him with one strike. Is it the trump card left by the old medium? Lozak was guessing in his heart. He bowed slightly to Arthur. Good evening, Arthur. Kratos. I am Albers' uncle. Lozak. In a slightly sharp voice, Lozak introduced himself, while looking at Arthur. Although he was ready to confess everything, Lozak's businessman's mindset made him habitually want to use his nephew's name to ease the relationship between the two parties. Then, naturally, bargaining. However, when he found that the young man in front of him was becoming more and more expressionless, even when his cheeks became tense, he screamed in panic in his heart. He was going to do it. He was going to do it. Immediately, the middle-aged man said, Sir Kratos, please forgive my rude visit. This plan has nothing to do with me. It was planned by Isidore from beginning to end. Harris and I were kept in the dark. By the time we found out something was wrong, it was too late. He had already sent someone to act. At this point, Lozak really gnashed his teeth. When Isidore said, We will know what to choose soon. He thought it was a choice to stay the same, or simply compromise. Who could have thought that it was a choice to go to war with Countess Nanlos? That is right. He never believed in the nobles. But that doesn't mean he didn't know the strength of the nobles. Especially Countess Nanlos. As one of the 3 members of the Rat Parliament, he knew too well how strong the family of the Countess was. Otherwise, the Rat Parliament would not be the Rat Parliament, but the Southern Los Parliament, under the nose of the Countess. They were just living like rats. But Isidore was obviously crazy or bewitched. And he actually thought he had the ability to fight the Countess. He could guess that it was the Old Lion of Niwen who gave him the courage. Because the messenger of the Old Lion of Niwen had also contacted him. He was vague. But I didn't expect Isidore to take it seriously. Damn it! Do you think that if you were killed by the Countess, Would the old lion shed a tear? The curse in his heart did not stop Lozek from speaking. He spoke very quickly. The Rat Council established by the three of us will inevitably fall apart. Isidore is crazy. He will not die well. Harris will definitely join the Countess, and I will choose to return to Loscha Castle. Please believe me, at this point, I have no need to deceive you. This secret tool is one of my treasures. Please be sure to keep it. Arthur listened to Lozek's story, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Albert's uncle turned out to be one of the founders of the Rat Council. Although Arthur had guessed that the other party was a high-level member of the Rat Council before, there was still some difference between him and the founder. Arthur had been holding on. He couldn't hold back his expression at this moment. He didn't even look at the props the other party mentioned. He just lowered his head slightly and looked from the two people to the ground. Arthur did this because he was worried that his eyes or expression would be seen through by the other party. But when Lozek, who had been watching Arthur closely, discovered Arthur's actions, Lozek, one of the founders of the Rat Parliament, trembled all over. He didn't expect that his tricks would be seen through so easily. How is it possible? How is it possible? How? Impossible. As one of the heirs of a family that has been in secret for so long, shouldn't it be normal to have such an ability? It's normal to be able to see through it. It's abnormal not to be able to see through it. Unbelievable, quickly recovered. Lozek immediately bowed to the bottom. At the same time, he waved his hand lightly. The next moment, a rectangular gray-brown wicker box that can be easily lifted with one hand appeared on the empty ground. Sorry, Sir Kratos, this is some property I brought out from the Rat Council. If possible, I hope to use it in exchange for your friendship. Chapter 110. The hole is so big. Before Lozek finished his words, Arthur had already guessed what he wanted to say. Without any hesitation, he opened the skill bar, selected Bluff, consumed 30 XP, and leveled up twice. Arthur was afraid that he would be too excited and would be exposed. There was no way. Lozek gave too much. He didn't believe that the other party had only taken some property out of the Rat Council. The wicker box must contain extremely valuable items from the Rat Council. What could it be? A mysterious tool? Or knowledge? Or a secret technique? Arthur's heart was filled with desire, but he remained calm on the surface. When this expression fell into Lozek's eyes, immediately, one of the founders of the Rat Council, who looked more like a businessman than a mysterious person, expressed admiration again. As expected of a secret family, they actually knew about this box. Sir Kratos, your knowledge is as awe-inspiring as your family. Box of Autos, it is considered one of the treasures of the Rat Council. It has a separate space inside. Although it is not as good as the golden box of Autos that can store living things, it will make your life much more convenient. Of course, the items inside also belong to you. These will all be the witnesses of our friendship. At this moment, Arthur was extremely glad that he had upgraded Bluff to the next level. Otherwise, at this time, he would definitely reveal a flaw. This wicker box is actually a space prop. In the 3 days of communicating with Albers, the young detective mentioned space props more than once. The appearance of space props made it more difficult for detectives to solve the case. No one was sure whether the murderer would put the body in it. Arthur did not agree with this. After all, since the Silver Age, there has been an unwritten rule. Alchemists, who can make space props, are qualified to be called masters. And the props made by each alchemist master are sought after by mysterious people. In fact, it can be called a family heirloom. How could such a prop be used to hold a corpse? How could such a prop be described as some property? But Arthur did not show any surprise. He glanced at Lozek calmly and said lightly, I thought it was the work of Master Hulk. Lozek was stunned, and then smiled bitterly. If it was the work of that master, Isidore would definitely carry it with him. One of the founders of the Rat Council said it truthfully. Alchemy Master, extraordinary status. But Hulk respected him more. Because this potion master was respected by all alchemy masters as the master of alchemy masters. Of course, more alchemy masters were willing to call him the god of alchemy. Because the Herc flying boat that this master had made, not only could it put a country in it, but it could also travel through space to any destination. It only takes a moment to achieve it. However, this title was opposed by many potion masters, who believed that Hulk should be honored as the god of potions. This was naturally because of the magic of the 4 potions of Hulk: gold, silver, bronze, and black iron, especially the Hulk gold potions, which is said to allow people to gain a lifespan similar to that of immortals. Even, I don't know when there was a rumor that Herc's works hide the secret of becoming a god. Many people think it is a rumor. But it does not prevent everyone from collecting the works of Master Hulk. After all, everyone has the idea that others can't do it because they are not smart enough, but I can do it. Arthur certainly knew this. Although he learned it from Albers, but it did not prevent him from using it to blackmail Albers' uncle. He could see that. The other party obviously had a wonderful misunderstanding about the Kratos family. Moreover, the other party wanted to return to Rostchaburg. They will not stay in South Los for long. In this case, then the misunderstanding will naturally deepen. When the long-hidden Kratos family faced the box of autos that others considered precious, they did not have any more intentions. If you want the friendship of the Kratos family, you need the work of Master Hulk. Lozek, who was caught in the state of self-imagination, was obviously controlled. This one of the founders of the Rat Council hesitated for a moment. He took out a small box from his pocket and said, "This is the Blood Marquis ring." In order to allow his son to better control his spirituality, the Marquis spent a lot of money to create this ring. It can reconcile and stabilize a certain degree of spirituality. For any mysterious person, it is a treasure. As he said this, Lozek placed the small box on the box of Athos, a tool that can reconcile and stabilize spirituality. Arthur thanked himself again for upgrading Bluff by 2 levels. Otherwise, at this time, he would not be able to control his accelerating heartbeat. The spirituality that is considered a talent is of utmost importance to all mysterious people. It is related to both strength and life and death, especially when the rituals of different schools and forces may conflict. The props that can reconcile and stabilize the spirituality become particularly precious. Unfortunately, this kind of precious prop, except for being circulated among the nobles, is not available at ordinary secret gatherings. Rich Rat Council. Arthur sighed in his heart. At the same time, he began to wonder if Lozek in front of him had taken all the most valuable props in the Rat Council. Look at the box of Athos and ring of the Blood Marquis in his hands. Oh! And there are also the props that were taken out at the beginning. When Arthur looked, Lozek was quite tactful and put the prop he had taken out at first on the box of Athos. It was a copper coin. Unable to take it up and take a closer look, Arthur suppressed his excitement and nodded slightly. Arthur knew the principle of knowing when to stop. When Lozek took out the ring of the Blood Marquis, he felt so distressed that his eyes twitched. He saw it clearly. After all, the status of the Kratos family came from the other party's imagination. It's not really a so-called secret family. After getting enough things, if nothing comes out, then don't try it. And seeing Arthur finally approved, Lozek was overjoyed. This one of the founders of the Rat Council pulled his nephew, and was about to leave quickly. But at this moment, Arthur whispered again. That Countess is the real master of Nanlos. The meaning of this statement couldn't be more obvious. He let the other party go on behalf of the Kratos family. But it couldn't affect the Countess. Arthur's main point is to take things without working, all relying on tricks. No, all relying on technology. Lozek smiled. Nobles can't be trusted, you need to be on guard at all times. I have already remembered that I have my own way out. One of the founders of the Rat Council was full of confidence. Arthur wanted to ask the other party what this passage was about. However, in order to maintain the status of the Kratos family, he could only smile and nod. Seeing this smile, Lozek was shocked. No way. His secret passage was discovered? But if you think about it carefully, it is really possible that it was discovered. Otherwise, why was it blocked by the other party? And, from beginning to end, the other party was so calm. Thinking of this, Lozek saluted Arthur again. Thank you for your magnanimity. After saying that, he pulled Albers up and left. But when he passed by Arthur, the young man suddenly stopped and stared at Arthur. Arthur, are we still friends? When he asked this question, Albers choked up and looked like he was about to cry. Arthur smiled and nodded. Of course. Remember to write to me. Although the Rat Parliament was finished, the surface assets were naturally gone, but some invisible assets would still remain. How could he let it go? And hearing Arthur's affirmative words, Albers was finally relieved. The young man smiled, and wiped his eyes, and followed his uncle away. Arthur stood there and watched the 2 figures disappear in the distance. Then summoned 2 hands of nothingness to test whether there was any danger. After confirming that there was no danger, he immediately asked the 2 hands of nothingness to pick up everything and return to number 2 Kirk Street. The moment he entered the door, Arthur, who had been patient all the way, rushed up and began to check his spoils. The next moment, Arthur took a breath of cold air. Chapter 111. Thinking always comes after the harvest. The first item Arthur picked up was the blood marquee ring. Arthur was looking forward to this item that could reconcile and stabilize spirituality. The solid wood box was square, only the size of a palm, but the workmanship was extremely delicate. Not only were the four corners wrapped in brass, there was also a rose pattern on the surface of the jewelry box, and the lock was a hidden lock. No key was needed, just press it, and it could be opened. Hand of nothingness. Press lightly. Click. The jewelry box opened, and inside was a simple silver ring. The surface of the ring had no decoration, patterns or seals, only a line of words written inside in picture and language. Your mother who loves you forever. Name, blood ring of balance. Type, ring. Quality, hero. Attribute, harmony. Note, when she found out that her son was an ordinary person, but still did not give up, but instead caught up with him, the blood marquis and his wife felt relieved. As a mother, the blood marquise was also a skilled alchemist. She spent a lot of materials in the family to create this ring, and engraved her blessings for her son inside. Harmony. You can actively harmonize 0.5 spirituality to make it safe. Note 1. The balanced blood ring cannot be stacked with other harmonized items. Note 2. Spirituality within its own safety range is not within the harmonization range of the balanced blood ring. Note 3. When your own spirituality completely exceeds the harmonization range of the balanced blood ring, one will be completely useless. Good stuff. Arthur's eyes lit up, and he put the ring on his left index finger. He now has spirituality 0.2, of which 0.1 is brought by the bloodline dark snake remnant, which is safe, and the remaining 0.1 takes up the 0.5 harmonization value of balanced blood ring, and 0.4 can still be used. 0.4. It may not seem like much, but for Arthur now, it can be further improved. Moreover, it is still a great improvement, with the mystical knowledge he has learned now, except for the noble swordsmanship, which can improve spirituality at a speed far beyond imagination. Other ordinary mystical arts will only increase spirituality when they reach a high level. However, it is only ordinary mystical arts. When you start to learn advanced mystical arts, it will increase spirituality. At the same time, multiple ordinary mystical arts, after superposition, will also increase spirituality. This is also the reason why Arthur dared not learn other mystical arts. But now there is 0.4 operating space. Some secret arts can be learned on schedule. Touching the blood ring of balance, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although as long as there is enough time, he will grow up. But this kind of waiting with nothing is really a torment for him. Otherwise, he would not pray for Pendragon to lose his beard. With a smile on his face, Arthur raised his hand to touch the ring on his left index finger, and looked at the notes of this item again. My father has resources, and my mother is an alchemist who can use them. Is that right? Arthur sighed in his heart, and then he looked at the box of autos, which he cared about the second most. Name, box of autos. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1. Space. 2. Hide. 3. Toughness. Note, in the 101st year of the silver calendar, Autos, who lived in the Hilter Tower, completed the 79th item in his life. It was also because of this item that he successfully became an alchemist. For this reason, the owner of the Hilter Tower held a celebration banquet for his best friend. After that, Otto said goodbye to his best friend and began his alchemy journey. 50 years later, Otto's completed his ultimate dream, the Otto's gold box. This master is paying tribute to Master Hulk. The box in your hand is Master Otto's first space item. It may not be the best, but it is of great significance. Space. This is a 2m times 2m times 2m space. Hide. It can hide itself. Toughness. The vines of the Hilter Tower are known for their toughness. It can resist sharp swords, and can also resist some low-level secret arts. Note 1. The space cannot contain any more space props. Note 2. When hidden, it requires the owner's gesture cooperation. Note 3. The box of autos is always 7.7 kg, and now it contains 2,000 gold coins, 1 fireball scroll, 1 frost breath scroll, 1 thunder scroll, 1 phantom scroll, 1 fog scroll. When I saw the introduction and properties of box of autos, Arthur almost laughed out loud. The 8m space was enough for him to carry more personal items. If he controlled the number of items, he could put a few more bodies in there. The hide and toughness features made the box of autos safer and more reliable. not to mention the gold coins and scrolls inside. If he had these scrolls just now, he would have dared to go to Rat Tail Alley. And now? Enough gains, so Arthur chose to stop while he was ahead. After storing the entire medium box in the box of Athos, Arthur picked up the gray-brown wicker box and walked towards the medium hall. In his hand, a copper coin bounced high. Ding! With a crisp and pleasant sound. The words continued to appear in front of Arthur. Name, protective copper coin. Type, other items. Quality, mystic. Attribute, protective. Note, at the end of the Holy Empire, one of the 22 cardinals found a magical gold coin from the ruins of the empire. He named it Patrick, and forged 7 silver coins based on the gold coin, 13 copper coins, and the copper coin in your hand was forged based on one of the 13 copper coins. Protection, enough to keep you safe in an explosion. Note 1, you need to keep it close to your body. Note 2, when the protective copper coin is used, it will automatically be damaged. Arthur raised his hand to catch the falling protective copper coin. He did not underestimate the protective copper coin, because it was a one-time item. Even if it is a copy after a copy, it is the same. You know, an explosion is enough to do more things. Arthur raised his hand and put the protection copper coin into the pocket of his underwear. Then, after placing the box of Athos next to the chair, the young psychic picked up the sleeping Pendragon. Closely clinging to the furry Pendragon, the young psychic took a deep breath. Suddenly, the tense mood was effectively relieved at this moment. In a dangerous world, only his own cat can comfort him. Arthur knew that Nanlos was dangerous. As the Countess of Nanlos grew up, a war would break out with the old lion in the inner bay sooner or later. However, Arthur did not expect that the two sides had already started such a secret war. The old lion sent someone to contact the Mouse Council. The tigress would naturally send someone to keep an eye on the Mouse Council. The old lion won over Isidore. The tigress won over Harris. Although Lozek only said that Harris surrendered to the Countess, Arthur believed that such surrender itself would only be possible after long-term contact. Even, perhaps the so-called Harris was the Countess's hidden man. Thinking of this, Arthur couldn't help but curl his lips. There are really pits everywhere. Big pits inside small pits. Water in the pits. And nails in the water. Arthur murmured in a low voice while hugging Pendragon. He knew very well that he played the role of a catalyst in this Pine Street incident. He didn't even qualify as the fuse. That was the role played by Melinda. He was not the secret Kratos family imagined by Lothek. He was just a dispensable little character. He was not even the chess piece he thought he was. It was the kind of person who didn't care if he died. At most, the family in this world would be sad and mourn. Arthur could even imagine that many years later, Scott was covered with a blanket, writing a biography in front of the fireplace. I will definitely record in detail the scene of a genius psychic who was talented but died halfway when I was young. This feeling is really terrible. Arthur stroked Pendragon and sighed. Pendragon raised his head and looked at his master in confusion. He shook his body, which had already become round, and 2 whiskers fell off. Looking at the 2 fallen whiskers, Arthur was stunned, then chuckled and said, Pan, is this your advice to me? Chapter 112. Last night, Nanlos was a Christmas Eve. When the second cup of rich hot cocoa with sugar continued to emit an alluring aroma in the medium hall, the thick sweetness of the first cup of hot cocoa with sugar had completely restored Arthur's mood. He put the 2 beards that Pendragon had just dropped and the previous beard into a test tube, and directly deposited them into the box of Athos. Then, he raised his hand and waved. The box of Athos, placed in the corner, disappeared from the sight of ordinary people, but there was still a vague outline in Arthur's vision. Very good hidden feature, enough to deal with most situations. Arthur nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the secret arts he possessed: arrow guidance, noise, activation rope, vampiric touch, praise of arrows, lot picking, memory, wand combat, smoke mirror tampering, Collodi Holywood shield, of course, and the hand of nothingness. That has already been learned. There are many secret arts, but the XP is only 60 points. In addition to the spirituality requirement and the restriction that some secret arts also require special materials, the only ones that can be learned are arrow guidance, noise, activation rope, lot picking, wand combat, and hand of nothingness. Among them, lot picking requires 10 XP and a deceiver's hair. Before Arthur figured out what the deceiver's hair was, the judgment was passed directly. Undoubtedly, his hair will do. I am a deceiver? I am just a simple medium. Arthur emphasized in his heart. However, the fact will not change. Looking at the secret arts that can be learned, Arthur first chose Hand of Nothingness. Invisible hands, really useful, whoever uses it will know. After that, according to the function, learn noise. Arrow guidance. Lot picking. At this point, there are still 10 XP points left. If enough XP is added later, Arthur is inclined to learn Wand Combat. Wand Combat, Activation Rope, are very similar, both of which activate an item, but compared with Activation Rope, the Wand's combat ability is more outstanding, and it can become a fixed helper. Considering the increase in spirituality after the superposition of secret arts, Arthur is ready to abandon Activation Rope. Of course, if the spirituality is strong enough, Arthur will adapt to the situation. Initial upgrade of Hand of Nothingness. Consume 30 XP. Hand of Nothingness LV2 LV3. Hand of Nothingness LV3. Your Hand of Nothingness has improved again. You gradually begin to discover the difference of your Hand of Nothingness. They are more powerful, and the range is wider than the ordinary Hand of Nothingness. Effect, based on spirituality, consume physical strength, use the IA to create 2 void hands to serve you. Note 1, omitted. Note 2, the void hand is invisible, but can be touched, and will be damaged. When the damage limit is reached, the void hand disappears. When one of the 2 void hands disappears, you can replenish it, but you can only replenish 1 void hand. Note 3, the void hand of the current level can pick up items not exceeding 20 kg, the speed of movement is the same as the normal running speed of an adult, the maximum distance from the creator is 10 meters. Note 4, after creating the Hand of Nothingness, the creator will continue to consume physical strength. When the Hand of Nothingness picks up an item, the physical strength consumption accelerates. When 2 hands of nothingness are present, the physical strength consumption doubles. When 1 hand of nothingness remains on the scene, when another hand of nothingness is replenished, the physical strength consumed is that of 2 hands of nothingness. Note 5, omitted. Note 6, omitted. The moment when knowledge and body are in sync, Arthur clearly felt the chill on his heart as he drew the hand pattern. Originally, he only drew the knuckles of the thumb and index finger. But now, he also drew the knuckles of the middle finger. IA. Picture in words. Blurted out. Arthur carefully felt the difference of LV3 Hand of Nothingness, and almost instinctively thought, I can take more bombs. Of course, in addition to bombs, Hand of Nothingness now has the power, speed and distance. If you take a dagger and attack in the dark, you can also cause considerable damage. However, after all, it is not as satisfying as a bomb. Amid the roar, everything was shattered to pieces. As for fighting with a long sword, not enough power. Too slow. If you continue to upgrade, there is still. While Arthur was thinking, he subconsciously glanced at the experience of the next level of Hand of Nothingness, and then frowned. 100 XP. LV4 Hand of Nothingness actually requires 100 XP. According to the previous rules, LV4 Hand of Nothingness should require 40 XP, but now it requires 100 XP. Arthur immediately looked at the description of Hand of Nothingness, and gradually found the difference. Will it be completely different at the next level? What will be different about LV4 Hand of Nothingness? Arthur was both expecting and delighted. What he expected was the change of LV4 Hand of Nothingness. What made him happy was that the LV3 Hand of Nothingness did not increase spirituality. This gave him more room for maneuver. Next, there was noise. Arrow guidance. Lot picking. Noise LV1. It is impossible to verify who created the original noise, but most people use it to play pranks or drive away wild cats, wild dogs, etc. Effect, based on spirituality, consumes a little physical strength. Reciting the 2 Fu Yuhei silently can create a loud noise within a radius of 12 meters from the caster. Note, the loud noise is about 80 decibels. Arrow guidance technique LV1. The Imperial Court Jester Harrington invented the secret technique to perform the technique of throwing knives, but his invention was very unstable. After the research of several mystical scholars in later generations, it became a more effective arrow guidance technique. Effect, based on spirituality, it consumes a little physical strength. Reciting the picture and repeating the word Shio can control the arrows that fly in, or shoot out the arrows at hand. Note 1, can only control 1 arrow that flies in, and the arrow that is shot out is also 1. Note 2, cannot catch the arrow that flies in, and then shoot it back immediately, must have the action of landing. Note 3, The arrow shot out is equivalent to a soft bow. Lock-picking skill LV1. Carmen is a thief in the Silver Age, robs the rich and helps the poor. No lock can stop him. Until he starts to go bald in middle age. Effect. Pull out a strand of your hair. And recite the Ka to turn it into a master key. Note 1. The plucked hair can only be used once. Note 2. The plucked hair remains active for 3 seconds. When the synchronization of knowledge and body is completed. Arthur's eyes are attracted by lock-picking. Again. He looks at the words middle age and baldness. I always feel a chill on my head. No way. There is no gene for baldness in the Kratos family. Arthur recalled his grandfather, uncles, and was very sure of this. It also did not increase spirituality, so Arthur immediately looked at noise and arrow guidance, which were only LV1 secrets, and obviously could not meet his needs. Looking at the remaining 10 XP, Arthur hesitated for a moment, and chose the profession of medium. Noise spell. With more room for operation. Noise spell LV2, although most people think it can only be used for pranks, or to drive away wild cats, wild dogs, etc. As the level increases, its effect is changed. Effect, based on spirituality. It consumes a little physical strength, and silently recites the picture of hay to create a loud noise or some rustling sounds within a radius of 12 meters from the caster. Note 1. The loud noise is about 90 decibels. Note 2. The rustling sound can be the wind blowing through the window, the sound of leaves, or some footsteps. Hey! Arthur muttered in his heart. And immediately a sound of footsteps was heard in the corridor, outside the medium hall. It was a little unclear, but it was definitely footsteps. Hearing the footsteps, Pendragon got up from the cat bed alertly, and walked to the door of the hall. Before Pendragon could look around, Arthur picked him up. A successful experiment. The evil spirit has gone away. Arthur was speaking words that Pendragon did not understand, but his eyes were filled with thought. The spirituality still did not increase. Even with the superposition of ordinary secret arts, is it difficult to increase the spirituality? This is good news for me, Arthur was thinking, while holding the orange cat and walking towards his bedroom. Behind him, the invisible hand of nothingness picked up the equally invisible box of Athos. The long night ended with Arthur falling asleep in the bedroom on the 3rd floor underground with Pendragon in his arms. As the sun rises, it is a brand new day. Last night in South Los was Christmas Eve. There were no gunshots, no explosions, no bloodshed, no killing, and no death. Everything was quiet. The shouts of the newsboys were still full of vitality. Although there was no real big news, the gossip about a young psychic continued to maintain the sales of newspapers. People got up, washed, ate, went to work or school as usual. Arthur woke up at the first light of day. It wasn't his biological clock, but Pendragon's leap and landing on his lower abdomen. Even with a 1.8 physique, Arthur felt a moment of suffocation. Cat food or dried fish? Arthur asked, looking at Pendragon, who kept rubbing against him. Meow. Pendragon looked up, revealing his round, watery green eyes. This scene made Arthur give up his original choice immediately, and he prepared to get some chicken breast for Pendragon. But at this moment, the gate of number 2 Kirk Street was slapped. Pa! 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 Excuse me. Is this the residence of the medium Lord Kratos? I have something I want to entrust you with. Chapter 113 Visitor. Painter. The news that the spiritual hall would suspend business for a week was published today, and the guests outside the door probably didn't see it. Before Arthur looked out through the peephole, he thought so. But when he saw the newspaper in the other party's hand through the peephole, he frowned. The newspaper was today's Horn. It must have published the news of his rest. But the other party still came. Is he looking for trouble? A profession like psychic medium is destined to have no shortage of people looking for trouble. Some are out of curiosity. Some are people who have offended before and want to take revenge. And some are simply psychics themselves. In short, psychics who are entangled in fame and fortune are just stepping stones in the eyes of too many people. And for such people, a severe lesson. Anyone who touches the bottom line of psychic medium will repent in the dry well, Old Charlie said more than once. But when Arthur looked at him carefully, he didn't feel like that. He was about 30 years old, wearing a popular men's 4-piece suit this year. But the style was new, but a little dirty. Obviously it hadn't been washed for a long time. Just like his messy hair and bloodshot eyes, full of anxiety and worry. Today, he saw the news that I was closing down, And then he asked around and found out my name. So he hurried over. He hadn't sorted out his clothes for a long time, face, but the clothes are very new, the fabrics are also good, plus he has money to buy newspapers, which proves that he has certain economic conditions. It's not that he doesn't want to organize, but he has no way to organize, such as lack of fresh water. Are you sailing? He's not strong enough, so he shouldn't be a bosun, then he must be a navigator. But the weather in South Los has been bad recently, all the big ships haven't left the port, and the small boats don't dare to leave, so the only thing left is the smuggling ship. Arthur initially deduced the other party's identity. However, Arthur did not open the door. He did not want to have anything to do with the smuggling ship. The Countess had clearly prohibited smuggling. In the dock area, there were as many smugglers and pirates hanged. Sorry. The medium's parlor is temporarily closed for a week, Arthur said through the door. He confirmed that the other party could hear his words. But the visitor knocked on the door again. Bang. Bang. And, with the knock, the other party's mood was also changing. Angry, annoyed. Gradually, began to lose control. Even at the back, he began to bang his head against the fence door. Bang, bang. Just 2 hits. Not only was there blood on his forehead, but the flesh was turned outward. This state forced Arthur to open the door. The moment the door of number 2 Kirk Street opened, the other party stopped banging, and when he saw the slap marks left on Arthur's face, his face showed shame. I'm sorry, Sir Kratos. Who am I? Why am I here? What am I doing here? The apologizing man suddenly looked confused. He stood there blankly. When he looked at Arthur, he couldn't help asking, hello, what happened? As he said that, the other party touched the mark of the impact on his forehead, his face showed pain. Arthur looked at him with surprise. Amnesia? Or disguise? If it's the former, no problem, but if it's the latter, then why did the other party approach him? Arthur immediately thought of the rat parliament that should be destroyed at this moment. He looked at the newsboy next to him and shot a message. Go and notify Sheriff Maltz for me. Okay, Mr. Kratos. The newsboy smiled happily after receiving the message, turned around and ran to the police station, and the amnesiac subconsciously wanted to stop him. No, can't. Bang. The other party wanted to say something. Arthur punched him in the abdomen, then grabbed his collar and dragged him back to number 2 Kirk Street. At the moment of closing the door, Arthur did not forget to nod to the neighbors around him. The neighbors around him also responded. This visitor, at first glance, was abnormal. Arthur's behavior did not disgust the neighbors around him, but they all walked out to express their approval. What's more, Arthur took the initiative to call the police. Let me go! Let me go! Damn it, are you in the same group with them? The visitor started cursing again. Arthur was indifferent. He took up the rope and tied up the man, who was unable to move because of the pain. He also stuffed a rag into his mouth. During this process, Arthur smelled a faint smell of the sea, which made him confirm again that the man was the pilot of the smuggling ship. Woo woo woo. The man continued to struggle. However, this time, the other person's face was full of fear. The other person's body, which was lying in the corridor, began to tremble rapidly, and his eyes were full of pleading when he looked at Arthur. Even his eyes had begun to shed tears. In response, Arthur was indifferent. He had already boiled chicken breast for Pendragon and himself. When Arthur was preparing the vinegar and sugar-dipping sauce for himself, Martz arrived. The sheriff appeared at number 2 Kirk Street with Patrolman Andy and 2 other unfamiliar patrolmen. When he saw the bound visitor, the sheriff was stunned. Mr. Jenkin? Do you know him? Arthur, who was holding the dipping sauce, tilted his head slightly. He felt that the name sounded familiar. Well, Mr. Jenkin is a famous painter in South Los. However, he disappeared a year ago. His wife came to the police station to report the case. I was in charge of the case at that time. I also asked Mr. Jenkin's students to draw a sketch, so I was impressed. While speaking, Maltz took out his notebook from his pocket. The cowhide notebook was as thick as 2 fingers side by side. There is a thin nylon rope on it that can tie the whole notebook tightly, so that the charcoal and pencil inside will not fall out. Maltz opened one of the pages, and the visitor was drawn on it. Good drawing. Arthur, who has the skill of painting, said truthfully. At least, this kind of lifelike sketch that even depicts the expression is not something that LV2 painting can do. Moreover, Arthur finally found the name of this painter from his previous memory. Just as Maltz said, the other person was a famous painter in South Los. Famous for his portraits and was invited by the Countess of South Lowes to paint. However, before he started painting, he disappeared. For this reason, the reclusive Countess was very angry, and the police in the entire South Lowes conducted a carpet search. As a result, nothing was found. In the end, even if the Countess was angry, it was left unresolved. Comparing with the memory of his previous life, Arthur watched the patrolman untie the rope for the painter. He took off the rag. "I am Jenkin? I am a painter? I have a wife." The visitor's face was full of joy. It was the kind of joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Not to mention Arthur, Martz, Andy, and the other 3 patrolmen could feel it. "Well, Mr. Jenkin, you are a painter, you also have a wife, and you have a house in the Shire district. So, you just need to tell the person who kidnapped you." "No! Don't do that. Please!" Jenkin, who was originally happy, became crazy again, and banged his head against the wall again. Andy and the other 2 patrolmen quickly held down the painter, and dragged him to the yard at Moutz's signal. Then, the sheriff looked at Arthur. "Any clues?" the sheriff asked directly. Arthur rolled his eyes, while continuing to tear chicken breast for Pendragon, said unhappily, "No one is dead, how should I know?" Chapter 114 Silent Trampling. Hearing Arthur's words, Martz slapped his forehead. This sheriff was one of the people who firmly believed that Arthur could communicate with the dead. Forgot, no one died this time. Martz had an apologetic smile on his face. But Arthur looked at this apologetic smile and wanted to punch him. What does this smile mean? It makes him look like the god of death. Wherever he goes, people die? How is this possible? Everything is a coincidence. Moreover, this time is fundamentally different. Jenkin, the painter, broke in on his own initiative. Not that he met him when he walked out. There is a fundamental difference. Arthur was very confident. And then, after a little thought, he said, after Jenkin disappeared, when Nanlos conducted a large search, was it all the districts? In the memory of the predecessor, number 2 Kirk Street was searched at that time. Afterwards, old Charlie was busy for several days before he reset the mechanism and the secret room. However, other districts are uncertain. Of course, all districts. Who dares not to obey the order of the Earl? Martz nodded confidently. What about the dock area? Arthur continued to ask. Have you found anything? Martz reacted quickly. It's not a discovery. You can ask people along Kirk Street to ask where Jenkin appeared this morning. Maybe the kidnappers covered it up, but in the end it should be in the dock area or closer to Sisport. An island that no one pays attention to, there should be traces of kidnappers there. Although his guess about Jenkin's identity was wrong, Arthur was very sure about the environment and so on. At the same time, Arthur was willing to share the credit with Mounts. The cooperative relationship between the 2 parties, the more stable Mounts' position, the more benefits Arthur can get. Got it. Mounts did not ask Arthur how he knew it. It is possible that the passing dead told him. It could also be that Miss Anna told him. In short, the sheriff turned and walked out. Number 2 Kirk Street fell silent again, but Arthur frowned slightly. Jenkin's disappearance should have nothing to do with the old lion. Right? It should be a coincidence. Right? In it, the Countess should not have played any role. Right? Arthur was a little paranoid now. Once he was related to the Countess, he would always subconsciously think of the old lion. Then, he began to doubt the intention of the Countess. After thinking for 10 minutes, Arthur finally came to his senses when Pendragon, who had just finished a bowl of chicken breast, came over to rub his legs. What a gluttonous little fellow. Arthur looked at Pendragon's increasingly plump body, and stood up to tear another bowl of chicken breast for him. However, when he was eating breakfast, he chose to change the dipped chicken breast to the fried chicken breast with sweet and sour sauce. It was definitely not because he just tasted it, and thought it was not delicious. After draining the cooked chicken breast, put it in a frying pan, and fry it on low heat. Chicken breast is a very strange food. If it is just boiled, it will be dry and hard to swallow. But as long as the cooking method is slightly changed, the taste will become delicious. After frying until both sides are crispy, Arthur poured sweet and sour sauce on it. It was crispy and a little crumbly. The sweet and sour taste made Arthur eat 2 whole pieces of chicken breast. Then he started to serve lemonade with honey. How is cheese made? With sweet and sour sauce, it will taste even better if you wrap it with cheese. Not only chicken, but also spare ribs, Arthur thought while washing the dishes. When Arthur walked from the kitchen to the medium hall, he was still serving lemonade with honey. Although hot cocoa is delicious, it goes better with lemonade during the day. And for the next dozen hours, Arthur spent his time practicing the newly learned secret arts and reviewing the knowledge of the secret side. He not only practiced reciting the picture-complex language at a faster speed to use the secret arts, but also calculated the physical consumption of the secret arts, and felt the changes in his body every time he performed the secret arts. Lunch and dinner were all simple meals such as bread slices, ham slices, and water. It was not until late at night that Arthur waited for the person he was waiting for. Outside number 2 Kirk Street, the familiar carriage stopped steadily. The coachman Edwin opened the door for Melinda. After Melinda jumped off the carriage, smoking a pipe and carrying a box, she said directly to her coachman, "Come pick me up tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir," Edwin replied respectfully. However, the coachman did not leave immediately, but turned on the kerosene lamp hanging on the side of the carriage to illuminate Melinda. When Arthur left, Edwin did not forget to nod to Arthur. Similarly, Arthur nodded in response. However, when he saw Edwin shaking the reins and walking away, Arthur raised his eyebrows in surprise. If he remembered correctly, he and Melinda should still be in a cold war now. Even if they wanted to ease the relationship, it would take a few days, or he would take the initiative to go to number 6 Whitebird Street. Arthur knew very well that he and Melinda were just partners, but because it was a partnership, he had to follow the script. After all, he was paid. He, Arthur, received money to do things. Of course, it was limited to the cooperative relationship. The gift package delivered to the door by Albert's uncle was not included. According to Arthur's idea, when Melinda came back tonight, she would bring his reward and give him the reward with the excuse of "These are all your things, I'm giving it back to you." But now, Melinda wanted to add drama. No problem. As a collaborator, of course I will cooperate. But it will cost more. Arthur did not hide his thoughts, and Melinda could see it. The lady closed the door and handed the box to Arthur. That means the reward inside is enough. In the box, there are not only 4 materials, sunflower, moon grass, golden acorn, vampire fang, but also a volume of Cat School Secrets and a volume of Cat Cave Secrets. As for the 4 materials and Cat School Secrets, Arthur understood, because this is the stipulated reward. But the scroll of the Cat Cave secret technique surprised Arthur. Silent stepping, one of the core secret techniques of the Cat Cave, however, it can only be used by those who have performed the ritual of the Cat Cave or the Cat Sect, and only the Cat Cave ritual can fully exert its effect. This is the reward given by the Earl for your quick response last night. Similarly, I, who brought it to you, should have the right to stay overnight," Melinda said confidently. "Only limited to the medium hall." Arthur didn't bother too much, and directly picked up the secret technique called silent continuous stomping. It was limited to the Cat Cave, and the core secret technique that the Cat Sect could use, which was exactly what he needed. Moreover, the ceremony he was about to hold, which was originally the Cat Orange of the Cat Cave, could just fully exert the power of such a secret technique. Of course, Arthur knew very well that the Countess took out one of the core secret techniques of the Cat Cave, such as silent continuous stomping, in addition to the so-called reward, which is actually winning over. There is also a test. There is a test of his mastery of secret arts, the school he belongs to, and the test of what happened last night. Although the other party claims to be the master of Nanlos, it is impossible for him to know everything about Nanlos. At least, the other party did not expect that there would be Haywood. Not only did the Earl of Nanlos not expect it, but even Arthur himself did not expect that Haywood would use his compensation to buy a house on Pine Street. Melinda in front of him also seemed full of curiosity. "How did you do it? Haywood is really a coincidence." Arthur smiled. He looked at Melinda with a curious look on his face. He raised his left hand and slowly curled his thumb, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger inward. Finally, he raised his index finger. Melinda was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chapter 115 Cat's Enlightenment. "I mean, of course, this is another price," Arthur said with a smile. Melinda immediately raised a middle finger to Arthur. "You are so greedy." "No. This is a fair trade. Fairness has always been one of the principles I believe in, so this is really a coincidence," Arthur explained in a long tone. There is no mystery. Arthur believed that one day would be enough for Melinda or the Countess to investigate Haywood thoroughly. He also believed that, in addition to her own curiosity, the question asked by Melinda just now should also be the intention of the Countess. However, Arthur did not ask too much. Asking too much would affect the cooperative relationship. Arthur did not ask. And Melinda did not say anything. I got the silent stepping. One of the core secrets of the cat cave. From the Count. What did you get? Arthur changed the subject directly. Melinda imitated Arthur's appearance and raised a finger. Want to know? This is a different price. The lady raised her head, her short golden hair shone brightly under the candlelight, and the ends of her hair were covered with a layer of fine light, like a crown on her head, which attracted people's attention unconsciously. Arthur was no exception. He looked at the lady. Immediately, the lady felt Arthur's gaze. Without the slightest shyness, the lady came a little closer as if to show off, but Arthur, how long have you not washed your hair? Covering his mouth and nose, Arthur retreated again and again. Melinda was stunned. Then, the lady snorted coldly. Childish. Then, no longer paying attention to Arthur, she walked straight to the medium hall. However, just before entering it, the lady whispered, Before winter, I will inherit the title of Baron Camille. There is no doubt that. This is what Melinda got. Unlike the previous operation and waiting for the answer, this time it was the promise of the Countess. Congratulations, Arthur said with a smile. Although Melinda was not as good as mouths in his mind, but as partners, the stronger the better. After hearing Arthur's congratulations, the lady's mouth curled up. But immediately, the lady said seriously, Isidore ran away. Huh? Arthur frowned. This answer was a bit unexpected. According to Arthur's understanding of the Countess, since they have taken action, they will definitely kill with thunder and lightning, and will not give the other party a chance to ease up. Unless fishing. The Countess wants to fish out more people related to the old lion of Niwen. Or maybe Harris, one of the founders of the Rat Council who defected, told the Countess something, making the other party change her original idea, but it's still a bit risky. The tigress has the protection of her family and her own strength, so there is no danger, but she doesn't worry about her own people? Arthur thought while looking at Melinda. He finally understood why Melinda came to spend the night with him. To prevent Isidore's revenge in Isidore's eyes. I'm afraid that the most hated person in the whole of Nanlos is Melinda. Even, to some extent, she is more than the Countess of Nanlos. After all, the secret gatherings of the Salon of the Lady of the Long Night and the Rat Tail Alley have always been tit for tat. Both sides wanted to kill each other. So, if Isidore was desperate, he would definitely choose Melinda. And Melinda? Choose to join forces with him. Melinda should have some mysterious people who mastered the secret arts under her command, but in Melinda's eyes, he was more reliable. Arthur wanted this, because he could also be the target of Isidore's revenge. In a sense, he also destroyed the plan of the founder of the Rat Council. Of course, based on Arthur's understanding of Melinda, she should have a deeper purpose. She left her old nest, number 6 White Bird Street, in order to lure Isidore out. It's a risky, but more profitable approach. Arthur didn't object, but it needed to be explained in advance. If it's damaged, you'll have to pay for it, Arthur said. Okay. Now I need a pillow, a quilt, a bed. If you can, please make me a cup of hot cocoa, don't add extra sugar. Melinda immediately understood what Arthur meant, and then said directly, I am not your servant, Arthur emphasized. I know some secret history of cat caves and cat pies. I am happy to serve you. Before Melinda finished speaking, Arthur took action. It's not that he likes to hear some secret history, but the hot cocoa at night is more fragrant. The original history of cat caves can be traced back to before the imperial period. It is rumored that it originated from the attendants of the Queen of Natural Disaster. The driver is the demon cat. Although most people think it is absurd, it is just the imagination of some people, but the power of the cat cave is beyond doubt. In the Holy Empire period, Iolia, who was born in the cat cave, once fought against the entire church on his own because of a lion cat that was about to be burned to death. You have to know that it was the church in its heyday. Facing Iolia's fist, not only were the 22 cardinals severely injured, but the contemporary pope was directly blown up by the fist that seemed to be as fast as light. The director, deputy director, and 22 arbitrators of the Inquisition were all beaten to death. Those who experienced that battle said that when Iolia threw a punch, they saw the roar of the golden lion cat. If Iolia had not left on his own initiative, the church would have been destroyed, and the era of the entire Holy Empire would have ended. After taking a sip of hot cocoa and feeling the sweetness in it, Melinda continued to tell the story. It was also because of the appearance of Iolia that Maudon was considered the strongest in the world. But at some point something happened in Maodong. When the Silver Age became known again, Maodong had been divided into 4 factions: Cat Sect, Orange, Cat Sect, Black, Cat Sect, Raccoon, and Cat Sect, Flower. Moreover, the 4 factions fought each other endlessly. Throughout the Silver Age, the 4 factions were fighting. Over the years, the 4 factions gradually declined during the 7 Years' War, in the witch hunts that were launched simultaneously on the east and west coasts. The Cat Clan, Black, was considered an ally of the Wizards because of its core heritage of spiritual communication, and was besieged by countless forces. After the contemporary Black Cat dispersed the Black Cat Clan, he killed 174 besiegers with Silent Stomp and died of exhaustion. The already declining Cat Clan 4 became the Cat Clan 3. When the 7 Years' War ended, after the Pioneer Era began, the 3 cat sects disappeared. The 3 cat sects chose to hide. No! It should be said that the 4 cat sects chose to hide. The Black Cat of the past had already let the Black Cat people bring out their own bloodline or descendants. Speaking of this, the hot cocoa in Melinda's cup was already empty. She put the cup aside, leaning on the quilt, looking at Arthur with a scrutinizing look, slowly said, "Right, the contemporary Black Cat Arthur Kratos." Chapter 116. Everything will make sense. Cat Faction. Black can communicate with spirits. Medium can also communicate with spirits. It just so happens that this medium is extremely inclined towards the knowledge of Cat Faction or Cat Hole, but the family of this medium has always hid themselves before. The rumored Black Cat Clan just disappeared. Pieces of information began to be collected, even Arthur, the medium himself. I was a little confused, and almost suspected that I was from the Cat Party. Black. Then, why not? Why can't the Kratos family be the Black Cat Clan? Why can't the Kratos family be the Cat Party? Black? Why can't the Kratos family be the original Cat Hole? Because the Kratos family is still hiding something else, using the Black Cat Clan and the Cat Party. Black to hide the identity of the original Cat Hole. The original identity of Cat Hole was hidden by Kratos family itself. The eternal monster, the heir of the rebellious bloodline, the creator of Ragnarok, the one who reveres the northern gods, the ruler of the Chaos Blade, the owner of the Leviathan Axe. Kratos. Who said this is fake? Where is the evidence? No. Right? Then it could be true. Otherwise, why would I have to put on layers after layers? This is enough to prove that I have an extraordinary origin, noble blood. That's right. This is what Arthur wants: birth, blood. In the world before him, the nobles have always emphasized honor and blood. The former can be used as toilet paper, but the latter is real power. It is the power to enjoy everything. Having and not having are 2 kinds of treatment. If you don't have it, you will be restricted everywhere, and you need to spend 10 times or 100 times more effort to reach the starting point of having. And if you have, look at that volume of silent steps. The reason why the Countess used this level of secret technique to test him was because she guessed that he might be the Black Cat Clan or the Cat Clan. Black? As long as she keeps doing this, will the Countess be stingy? No. The other party is facing the Cat Clan with a long tradition. Any stingy behavior will only bring shame to the Nanlos family. If he operates properly and reveals the initial identity of the Cat Hole, he will be able to gain more benefits. The Countess of Nanlos is in need of people. But the key point now is danger. The identity of the Cat Faction is useful, but risks and benefits coexist. He must control the degree. LV5 bluff begins to flash. Arthur, who was sitting in the chair, looked down at Melinda, and then, meow. Melinda sat up directly, staring at Arthur with bright eyes. You really are? I thought you were your grandfather. You should be the heir. Before Melinda finished speaking, Arthur laughed. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, and said in an admiring tone, Miss Caesar, you really have an amazing imagination. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are imaginative and unrestrained. I believe that if you write a novel, it will definitely sell well. By the way, if you really decide to write a novel, I will be your first reader, Arthur said, and smiled at Melinda. Even if he had to use the identity of Cat Pie and Cat Hole, he could not admit it so frankly. It must be done without leaving any traces, and with great care. Melinda frowned. Are you lying to me? No. I just felt that you were being serious, and I was simply cooperating with you. I had no ill intentions. I swear. Arthur smiled, and raised his left hand in a pretentious manner. Melinda was so angry that she raised her middle finger, and the tobacco in her pipe turned red because of her rapid breathing. The lady was very angry. But Arthur didn't care, because the other party was probably pretending. In fact, it was true. Just a few minutes later, when she found that Arthur was not moved at all, and had already picked up silent steps and started reading, Melinda returned to normal. The lady held a pipe in her mouth, with her hands under her head, and asked vaguely, "Is your family really not the Black Cat clan? Or the Cat Pie?" "Black? Yes. My family is not only the Black Cat clan, but also the only inheritance of the Cat Pie. Black. There is even the inheritance of the original Cat Cave. Do you want to see the roar of the Golden Lion Cat?" Arthur said perfunctorily, without even raising his head. Melinda felt this perfunctory attitude and snorted coldly. "Humph. A man full of lies. Ah. Yes. 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 You are right." Arthur became more perfunctory. Melinda turned away and stopped looking at Arthur. She knew she couldn't ask him anything. Her partner was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. From the time she borrowed the silent continuous step, to the time she told the cat whole, the cat school history, her partner did not show any abnormality. It seemed that he had nothing to do with her. But, possessing psychic, and being inclined towards the cat school, knowledge of cat holes. Is it really such a coincidence? In the midst of chaotic thinking, Melinda's breathing gradually became even. Arthur moved the candlestick lightly, adjusted the kerosene lamp. The place where Melinda was became darker and more suitable for sleeping. Then, when Arthur returned to his chair, he activated the shadow hiding feature of Dark Snake. Remnant. The spiritual hall was not big. From this corner to the desk, it was only about 3 steps. 3 steps took less than a second. Arthur had already quietly returned to his chair and picked up the silent stepping again. Melinda, who had her back to Arthur, suddenly opened her eyes. Her breathing was still even, but her eyes were extremely bright. "You still say no." Just now, it was the silent continuous tread. "You have already mastered the silent continuous tread, but you still pretend to have just started the cat pie ceremony. What a cunning guy. But it's only good for me." In the dim light, the corners of Melinda's mouth curled up slightly. This lady has a sense of accomplishment in discovering someone else's secret. Especially when the secret is Arthur's, the sense of achievement is even greater. Afterwards, the lady thought about the follow-up plan in her mind, thinking about how much the success rate would increase after Arthur joined. Then, her breathing became even. There was also a little snoring. This time, he should have really fallen asleep. Arthur thought silently, as he flipped through the secret scroll in his hand. How to borrow the identity of the cat school without leaving any trace. Arthur was just thinking about it, until he just flipped through the silent stepping. Suddenly I had an idea. One of the core secrets of the cat cave, silent continuous stomping, is divided into 2 parts. Silent is silent movement, attack, and continuous stomping is ignoring the terrain and swift leaping. If the 2 are combined, it is the silent continuous stomping that all assassins dream of. Silent attack, ignoring terrain, swift leaping. Arthur can't do it, but Arthur can do silent movement. And it's not a skill brought by stealth, it was a talent brought by the Dark Snake bloodline. And it was very similar to the effect introduced by silent stepping. In addition, Melinda had her back to him, and there were only 3 steps left. So Arthur was quite confident that he could get away with it. The result was naturally good. But Arthur was not careless. He knew that this was just a deception. No. It was the first step to hide the true identity. The next step was the key point. Because, at that time, it was not just Melinda. Therefore, there must be more elements that conform to the cat school and cat hole. Thinking of this, Arthur raised his hand and picked up the scroll of cat school secret technique in the box. Then, his eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 117. What's coming is coming. Cat's Grace. Orange. The scroll introduces this secret technique in detail. It can quickly restore physical strength and energy and injuries through sleep. At the same time, it can also make life more vigorous. For Arthur, who lacks a sense of security, this secret technique is simply too suitable. At the same time, it is highly compatible with the ritual Cat's Orange. You know, the side effects of Cat's Orange include not being picky about food and gaining weight. Just a little sleepy. Cat's Grace of Cat Sect. Orange has this kind of fit. I wonder what Cat's Grace of Cat's Cave will be. What's Cat's Grace of the other 3 cat sex? Arthur sat in a chair and thought to himself. Then, he calmly put Silent Steps and Cat's Grace Orange into the box of Athos. Like Silent Steps, Cat's Grace Orange also needs to hold the ceremony of cat or cat before it can be learned. Otherwise, the spirit will go wild. Whiskers. Arthur sighed in his heart, looking at Pendragon sleeping in a C shape with his belly up in the cat bed. And he was full of expectations. When he gathered all 6 whiskers and completed the ritual of cat orange, it would be the time for him to further establish his identity as the inheritor of the cat school. Black. However, if he wants to truly become a contemporary black cat of the cat school, black, he must obtain the core secret of the cat school. Black. Psychic communication. Where should I start? Arthur subconsciously thought of the Countess. During the witch hunt of the 7 Years' War, the black cat was besieged by many forces at that time. And the legacy of the cat school. Black was naturally divided among the major forces at that time. The fact that the Countess of Nanlos could produce the silent continuous stopping was the best proof. Therefore, the other party might really have the cat school. Black core secret technique spiritual communication, or other cat schools, even the cat cave secret technique. Otherwise, the other party would not easily take out the silent stepping secret technique, which is also the core. According to people as hearts, only those who have better ones will calmly take out the next level. Of course, not everyone is like this. There are also some sincere people who will give away everything they have. But Arthur is sure that the Countess is definitely not one of them. Glory potion. Cat school. Black secret technique. You are really a treasure. With such an exclamation, Arthur looked at the 4 materials: sunflower, moongrass, golden acorn, and vampire fang. Vampire fangs are pale canines. Golden acorns are more familiar. Arthur has 5 of them. Moongrass is a bit like weeds on the roadside, but it has a faint fluorescence on it. When it is placed in a test tube, it looks like a miniature firefly flying around a weed. Sunflowers are like miniature sunflowers, with a flame burning in the stamens. In the 4 material groups, apart from the vampire fang, Arthur's biggest concern was this sunflower. Not only because it was the most valuable, but also because the sunflower was a must in the griffin cultivation method. Incomplete. Even if it was just the incomplete griffin cultivation method, it was enough for Arthur to cultivate an extremely excellent mount. He looked through the contents carefully. Although the subsequent key parts were missing, some of the early cultivation methods were enough for Arthur to obtain a warhorse that was far beyond his imagination. This is extremely important for the medium who always pays attention to his own safety. I can take some time to go to the horse farm to pick out a good horse, Arthur thought to himself, and then put away all the materials. With Melinda by his side, Arthur naturally couldn't practice the secret arts or make plans. He slightly adjusted the pillow, and after he lifted his legs and sat on the desk, he closed his eyes and blew out the candle, leaving only the oil lamp burning a little light in the medium hall. In the dim light, the medium hall became quieter and quieter, leaving only 2 even and long breaths. No, 3 if Pendragon is counted. At dawn, Arthur woke up instantly when Pendragon jumped again, and hugged the cat-faced Pendragon in his arms. The same trick is useless against the medium. Arthur laughed softly. He did not lower his voice. Because, when Pendragon walked out of the cat bed, I woke up when I stretched and yawned. Watching Arthur stroking the cat's head with his hand, the lady commented directly. Childish. Saying this, the lady knocked the ash from the pipe into the ashtray, refilled it with new tobacco, then, while smoking the pipe, she picked up the ashtray and walked to the courtyard of number 2 Kirk Street. Outside the gate, the loyal coachman Edwin brought breakfast and a set of toiletries. Breakfast was prepared by Mary, the cook whom Melinda trusted the most. Honey bacon, beer sausage, fried eggs, salad, white bread and milk. Of course, what satisfied Arthur the most were the egg tarts and puff pastry. He watched Melinda eat them all before he started eating. This behavior made Melinda very angry. I learned how to mix drugs on the island. Only if you smoke pipe tobacco. You won't be poisoned by eating these foods. While you were washing up, I took 2 puffs. It tasted good, Arthur said without raising his head. Heh, Melinda sneered. When she was washing up just now, the pipe was indeed on the dining table, but she was sure that Arthur had not touched her pipe. She would definitely find out if it was stained with other people's saliva or something like that. As expected of a cat, you are nervous and cautious. After leaving such a comment, the lady stood up. She had many things to deal with every day, but there was no time to argue with Arthur. However, before leaving, the lady warned, "Don't touch my toiletries, I will be back in the evening." After that, the lady walked out of number 2 Kirk Street, facing the surprised looks of the neighbors around. She greeted them like a hostess, and then got on the carriage. This scene naturally caused the neighbors on Kirk Street to talk about it. The door was not closed, so Arthur could hear it clearly. He knew Melinda did this on purpose, and also wanted him to hear clearly what the neighbors were saying. As for why she did this, it was nothing more than to embarrass him and make him feel urgent. "Childish," Arthur commented. But in his heart, he was thinking about Melinda's obsession with Isidore. Or, does Melinda have any clues or information that he doesn't know about? And can it be confirmed that one of the founders of the Rat Council will definitely cause trouble for her or him? Drinking milk with a spoonful of sugar, Arthur sat at the dining table and thought. He knew very well that it was necessary to eradicate all evil, and that there was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Be a bait, and then lure the other party out? Arthur thought, but then shook his head. The other party was not a fool, especially after being beaten by the Countess. He was even more frightened, and would never take the bait so easily. It must be natural, and the other party must think that he created the conditions. When Arthur narrowed his eyes and thought about how to do this, Maltz jumped off the police carriage, pushed open the door of number 2 Kirk Street, and rushed in excitedly. "There is a discovery. Look at this," the sheriff said, while taking out a check from his pocket and placing it in front of Arthur. Arthur was startled. And then he guessed something. Chapter 118 Black, Unknown Meaning. Fake check. Thinking of Jenkins yesterday, Arthur almost subconsciously thought of this answer. Why could a little-known painter be kidnapped? Fake money, fake check, fake painting. These are the 3 most direct ones. Among them, the most valuable one is the fake painting. But what Maltz took out was a check. The year of being kidnapped has appeared in Arthur's mind. Jenkins was imprisoned somewhere near the sea. He began to describe the situation of the check day and night. Fake check? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Did Anna tell you? Maltz laughed. Arthur drank a sip of hot milk and shrugged. In fact, such an answer is not difficult to guess. Anyone with a little knowledge and analytical skills can guess it, but many people in the world will ignore it because the world in front of them is quite simple, and most people have not received a real education. They are trapped in their own little box for life. They cannot be calm, and they have no corresponding knowledge. Of course, in a certain era, after intensive information bombardment, when everyone rises to the level of a detective, they will still be trapped in a new little box because pride and prejudice. They will take it for granted. They will overestimate some criminal methods. They will criticize the professionalism of professionals, thus forgetting that most of the time, the progress of criminal methods is the progress of science and technology, rather than human progress. People are always the users of tools. For example, there are too many complicated and confusing things. And finally, just check how many words have been moved on the water meter. Go check the water tank on the top floor. Many times, it is that simple. Therefore, Arthur never overestimates every case, nor does he have any arrogance and prejudice. He chooses to look at every case in the simplest and most direct way, and then combines the experience of standing on the shoulders of giants. If there are any mistakes, that is to use a medium to communicate with the dead, so that the murderer, in shock, will confess everything voluntarily. As for the evidence, he is just a little medium, not a real police officer, let alone a famous detective. Moreover, in this world, the police officers of this era are better at making criminals on the spot than solving the case itself. The torture method of the sheriff will always help those murderers remember everything, which is better than the memory recovery technique in the secret technique. It can be called the Great Memory Restoration Technique. However, the above are just ordinary cases, without any mystery. If there is a mystery involved, Arthur would directly choose to ask for help from the Countess. The mysterious person did not hesitate to resort to murder, which is enough to show that the identities of both parties are not simple, and the entanglement involved is not something that a small medium like him can bear. The master of Nanlos, the chief judge, is the chief officer of this case. Taking advantage of the situation, sometimes, it is very useful. Putting the finished milk on the table, Arthur looked at the check again. It was very realistic. At least, he could not see any problem. The same was true for the paper of the check, some anti-counterfeiting marks, but he could not see anything. After all, Arthur was not a professional. This check was found at the Silver Erection Horse Farm. This morning, The manager of the Silver Erection Horse Farm came to report the case. He was a good friend of the owner of the horse farm. A true professional found out that the check was fake. Martz explained. Silver for Racecourse? Arthur had never heard of this name, nor in his previous life's memory. It is an underground horse racing place in the old city. The owner, Freeman, was once a gang member. He finally cleaned up and became a rich guy. He has his own villa on White Bird Street in the Shire District. Servants, guards, however, he is very stingy. Because of this, he chose to report the case in the Shire District. The police officers in the old town only took kickbacks, and could not let him get his money back. Maltz added, then, the sheriff had his own ideas. Choose black industry consumption checks, even use checks to exchange for gold notes. These guys may have made enough money this year, and now they have gone to the inner bay, or taken a boat to the sea. Otherwise, the painter Jenkin would not be released. After Maltz finished speaking, Arthur's face became serious. What's wrong? If it were you, would you give up a hen that lays golden eggs? Even if the hen is crazy and has lost its memory, wouldn't it be safer to kill it? The more those guys earn, the less likely it is that this hen will have any problems. They don't want to lose everything they have already gained. Arthur asked Maltz in return. Greed is human nature, and it is the most common. Quitting in time is the rarest. Are you saying that Jenkin is an accomplice of those people? Maybe the kidnapping was staged by himself? Martz responded quickly. He is definitely an accomplice, but he may not be staged by himself. Maybe he joined later. Otherwise, you can go ask Mr. Jenkin? I am curious about how much money these guys made. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, Martz turned around and left. Martz was also curious about how much money these guys made. If it was enough, maybe their boat ticket money is enough. The sheriff of the Shire District walked quickly, and when he reached the door, he found that Arthur had not followed him. The sheriff turned his head and cast a questioning look. Arthur pointed to the scar on his face indifferently. Even with a physique of 1.8, this kind of bruise cannot be healed in 2 days. The sheriff immediately slapped his forehead. Wait for my news. After saying that, the sheriff quickened his pace. Arthur took a look at the XP feedback this morning. It was the same as yesterday. Both were 5 points. It is conceivable that it will drop to 4 points in a few days. It may even be 4 points tomorrow. After that, it will drop even more. People who get bored easily with the old and love the new really make the world cold. Arthur put his hands under his front legs, picked up Pendragon, who was strolling nearby, lifted him over his head, shook him slightly, and whispered, Fortunately, cats bring warmth to the world. Even more fortunately, this painter Jenkin will continue to give him attention. Let him continue to gain XP. The subsequent rituals and secrets will require a lot of XP. This kind of attention is what Arthur needs most now. And other ways to gain XP? Food, Arthur doesn't he hate it. Fighting, exploration missions, etc. Arthur chooses to keep a reserved attitude. It is too difficult to kill a mysterious person. Just like the mysterious person killed on Pine Street before, there was no XP prompt. What does this mean? The opponent is probably not dead. Instead, he is alive again in a way he doesn't know. Just like the toad, unless you block the opponent directly, otherwise, none of these mysterious people are easy to kill, unless they are rookies, otherwise they are all prepared with various trump cards. And exploration? There is definitely no XP for exploring ordinary places. It must be those ruins, and the dangers in each ruins, far more than fighting with mysterious people. As for the mission? If possible, he definitely doesn't want to accept any mission in the turbulent South Los. According to his speculation about the Old Lion and the Tigress, the risk factor of this mission is higher than the previous two combined. After all, he is a weak, simple, and kind-hearted medium, who can only rely on newspapers to gain attention and fame to make a living. As for the mission, let's put it aside for now. Holding Pendragon, Arthur waited quietly. About an hour later, Maltz came back. As soon as the sheriff entered the room, he spoke at a very fast speed. Jenkin is missing. Then, the sheriff's face became strange, and he lowered his voice and said, And his wife is dead. Chapter 119, he was poor and destitute during his lifetime, but he was admired by everyone after his death. Jenkin's wife died. What does it have to do with me? Arthur? It wasn't my curse? Or do you think I'm the god of death? Ordinary people will die if they touch me? Arthur rolled his eyes at Maltz. Maltz restrained his expression and asked seriously, Do you want to go to the scene to take a look? Go! Arthur nodded affirmatively. He needed attention, and he couldn't give up on Jenkins' case. Moreover, he was also very curious. It was clearly a case of forged checks. How come someone died again? It should have nothing to do with him. What's the trick? Arthur thought, still picked up the previous medium box, and the box of Athos was hidden beside him, held by the hand of nothingness. The incident happened at the Rat Council yesterday, and he changed the box directly, which was a bit too conspicuous. It will take some time, and we can talk about it after the storm has calmed down. Ms. Anna, good morning. When Arthur put Anna in his arms, Martz greeted her quite naturally. The people around Arthur had already gotten used to the existence of Anna. After putting aside the initial fear and the curiosity that followed, they now treated her as a normal person. However, Anna still did not respond. After putting Pendragon in the cat cage and taking him with him, Arthur went out. Before, Arthur was still worried that Pendragon would have the stress reaction that Ms. Amanda said, but this situation never happened during several outings. And even during a long trip. As long as there was food, Pendragon didn't care. It showed extraordinary endurance and absorption. Pan, have you gained weight? Martz looked at Pendragon with a scrutinizing look in the carriage. Not fat. Just round, Arthur explained, scratching Pendragon's head through the cat cage. Martz looked at him interestingly and reached out his hand. But Pendragon turned away with disdain, with his butt facing the sheriff. After Mouth scratched Pendragon's body, he said half-jokingly, "When I retire, I want to have a cat too. A black one." Arthur glanced at him and thought of his profession, and a black cat popped up in his mind involuntarily. It seems not to be pure black, but a cow cat. You should have a cow cat, and its name is Sheriff, Arthur also said half-jokingly. However, Maltz immediately became serious. Maltz always took Arthur's words seriously, especially those seemingly unintentional words, which required unprecedented seriousness. His life experience told him so, and the sheriff had extraordinary trust in such life experience. After all, he survived the 7 Years' War with this experience. After get off work, I will go to Amanda's cat friends to find a cow cat and name it Sheriff. Maltz thought so. Arthur didn't care. He had already started asking for more information about Jenkin. Jenkin and his wife are from Swallow Castle. They settled in Nanlos 10 years ago. When he was in Swallow Castle, Jenkin was a painter. Well, the kind that he called himself. At that time, Jenkin didn't have the sophisticated skills he has now. Fortunately, after coming to Nanlos, his paintings became better and better. He once said that Nanlos gave him inspiration. Jenkin also has a disciple named Alan. He is an outstanding apprentice. He showed his excellent painting skills a year ago. When Jenkin was kidnapped, Aaron did not give up the search. He would place an advertisement in the newspaper and come to the police station to inquire every month. At the same time, his painting skills were also praised by many professionals, and some wealthy businessmen were willing to sponsor him to hold an exhibition. The miser Freeman was one of them. Although this old guy is a grandette, he has a unique vision. So more people are paying attention to this young man. Martz told everything he knew. The police carriage also turned into the tree-lined path. When looking at the Fountain Square not far away and the White Bird District, the first choice of the rich, Arthur's face showed surprise. Can Jenkin afford a villa in the White Bird District? There is no such thing as renting houses in the White Bird District, only buying and selling. And its value is a sky-high price that ordinary people dare not even think about. Although Jenkin is a well-known painter in South Los, he simply does not have such funds. For most people, the White Bird District is, if you have it at birth, then you have it. If you don't have it at birth, then you really don't have it. As for the money obtained by using fake checks, is it too high profile? It is hard to escape the eyes of those who are interested. Jen Jean couldn't afford it a year ago, but he can definitely afford it a year later. After Jen Jean disappeared, the price of Jen Jin's paintings soared, especially as Jen Jean was kidnapped for a longer time. The fewer paintings remained in the hands of his wife. The price was already hundreds of times higher than the original price. Those people are just like crazy buying Jenkin's paintings, Mouth said with a wry smile. Arthur understood. When is a painter's painting the most valuable? After the painter dies. When the inevitable condition of non-renewability is met, its price will ferment. If there is a gimmick, it will be even better. Jenkin undoubtedly meets these 2 points. Just like the saying, poor and destitute during life, and admired by thousands of people after death. You who cut off your ears. Stop at the Starry Night. Of course, Jenkin is not as good as this one. But Jenkin is smart enough. He will not wear a sheepskin coat to attend the exhibition, just because he bought paints and oils. He will only choose a more wonderful stage. Arthur thought of something, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Number 44 Whitebird Street. The villa newly purchased by Jenkin's wife is the second to last residence in the block. And the entire area is not as large as number 6 Whitebird Street. But the environment is still beautiful, quiet, and comfortable. However, many blue uniforms made the surrounding residents cast questioning eyes. The patrolmen performed their respective tasks honestly. There is a common saying among police officers, don't do anything when you are not sure. But now, not only are they sure, but they are also very sure that the people living around them are people they can't afford to offend. Andy stood outside the door to maintain order and answer inquiries. Dicko was inside to ask the waiter of the villa. When he saw Mounts and Arthur, Andy saluted immediately. Sheriff, Mr. Consultant. There was no need to hide the fact that Arthur became a special consultant for the Shire District Police Department. In fact, because it was signed by the Countess herself, the order had spread throughout the police station. After Andy nodded, Arthur walked into the villa. At the same time, after signaling Dicko, who heard the noise, to continue asking questions, he began to look around the villa. This place is completely different from the restrained decoration style of Melinda. The corners of the wide corridor are covered with gold lions. The huge ceiling crystal lamp is shining, and there are 2 bear skins on the long sofa, and there is not only a deer head hanging on the large fireplace, there are also 2 ivory tusks. In short, these are telling every visiting guest that this place is very expensive. However, Arthur always feels that something is wrong. The body is in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. I have not let anyone move it. Everything is kept as it is. Mounts led the way directly. Arthur followed behind, and went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The moment he entered the master bedroom, he finally understood what was wrong. Chapter 120 Under the Guidance, looking down from above. Arthur looked at the empty dressing table, and immediately realized where the weird feeling after entering the villa came from. Accessories. The whole villa lacked small decorations. All the decorations are large in size and difficult to carry. And in such a villa, it is impossible that there are no small decorations. Unless, Arthur guessed in his heart, and looked at the corpse. The corpse was wearing pajamas. He fell to the side of the bed, head facing the headboard, bending down, one arm forward, and the other arm under his body. The bloody wound was on the back of his head. Next to the body was a hammer, which should be the murder weapon. The murderer attacked from behind, killing him with one blow, without any hesitation. Arthur glanced at the murder weapon stained with blood and hair, and was very sure of this. He then moved closer to the body. He smelled a scent of jasmine mixed with the blood. Perfume? Arthur twitched his nose and sniffed a few more times. Then he went straight to the bathroom. He tried to find the perfume. But it wasn't on the dressing table. It should be in the bathroom. Then, under the sink, Arthur found the perfume. At the same time, he also found a razor. It was not a new razor, but one that had been used for a long time. The matching sharpening cloth was full of marks. And Jenkin had only returned yesterday. Obviously, there was another anonymous male owner in the villa, Jenkin's wife's lover. Putting the razor back, Arthur walked to the corpse again. Turn the body over. Arthur gestured to Mounts. Mounts did it immediately. And when the body turned over, the sheriff's eyes widened in surprise. In the hand of the corpse, there was a small knife. Smaller than a dagger, but larger than a table knife. Such daggers are common among Goldfingers, but they should not appear in the hands of a painter's wife. Mounts frowned slightly, but he immediately looked at Arthur. With Arthur here, why should he think? Isn't it better to just ask for the answer directly? Let Dicko ask. The servant's here. Who is the lover of this lady? Also, what happened after Jenkin came back yesterday? The key is who has been here. Arthur did not answer. Understood. Mounts walked out immediately. Arthur walked to the bedroom window. The window remained open. Arthur could clearly see the shoe prints, and there are more than one. On the windowsill, on the wall. But some were rubbed off. Arthur frowned slightly. After temporarily noting it down, he began to connect the clues just now. Immediately, such a picture appeared in his mind instantly. After being trapped for a year, Jenkin returned to his home. Before he could feel the warmth of home, he suddenly found that his wife had a lover. Moreover, he had packed all the things that could be taken away, and was ready to elope with this lover. In a rage, Jenkins questioned his wife. And he wanted to kill her. What about this wife? She was not given away for nothing. The knife in his hand was enough to explain the problem. Unfortunately, Jenkins acted faster. He hit his wife to death with a hammer from behind. Finally, he escaped through the window. Everything seemed to be like this. But there were a few points that Arthur was concerned about. If it was as he thought, Jenkins could not have lost his memory. Then what did the other party want from him? And what about the check? Finally, there was the perfume. Who would put perfume under the sink? It was like leading him to find the razor, to confirm that the lady had a lover. Of course, there were also traces on the windowsill and the wall, which were also worth noting. Standing in front of the window, Arthur's eyes quickly understood that the feeling of standing on the shoulders of giants was really better than ever before. Not only did they have enough experience for him to learn from, moreover, many times, they also gave him perfect solutions. Soon, Maltz came back. When Jenkins came back yesterday, in addition to the servants, there were only Jenkins' wife and Apprentice Alan in the villa. Alan was very happy when he learned that his teacher was back. But Jenkins looked serious and motioned Alan to leave first and talk about it tomorrow. After Alan left, Jaundice came. He was the lady's lover. However, when he learned that Jenkins was back, the lover was shocked and turned away immediately. Then, a quarrel broke out upstairs. The housekeeper asked what happened, and Jenkins said nothing happened. Both servants could testify to this. It was not until the lady's body was found this morning. Martz told what he had learned. Then, he asked subconsciously, Jenkins was angry about his wife's lover and killed someone. Yes. Arthur nodded, and did not say much. He shouted downstairs, Dyko? Dyko, who was promoted to a trainee police officer, ran up. Counselor, what's up? Dyko saluted and asked, I have a favor to ask you. Please go to Freeman's house for me, and ask the Czech expert to come. I need to confirm one thing. Arthur ordered. Okay. Dyko saluted Arthur and Maltz again, and ran out quickly. Freeman was also in the White Bird district, not far away. After doing all this, Arthur went straight to the lobby on the first floor, and sat down, waiting quietly. Don't we need to go to that Jaundice's house? No. He's dead, Arthur said with certainty. Dead? Jenkins killed him? Martz was stunned. Since he had killed his cheating wife, he would not let his wife's lover go, and would definitely kill them together. Martz had come into contact with many murderers, and they were normal at first, but as long as he killed someone, the conscience in his nature would collapse. In addition, under the condition of self-destruction, he really killed all those who had grudges against him. Is Jenkins such a person? Martz carefully recalled the brief meeting yesterday. A bit like when the other party came to the White Bird district yesterday, he had a kind of anger? Yes. It was anger. It was too normal to kill people in this state. While thinking, the sheriff looked at Arthur again. Arthur shook his head with certainty. Not Jenkins. After killing his wife, Jenkins can no longer kill anyone. Arthur was hinting. The sheriff was stunned again. Arthur spoke again. Andy, go to Jaundice's house and take a look. Remember, there may be danger there. You must be careful, and don't touch anything. Yes, counselor. Andy bowed and responded. Didn't you say you don't have to go? Martz was full of doubts. We don't have to go, but others must go. This is necessary preparation for our protagonist to go on stage. Arthur opened the cat cage and took Pendragon out. He stroked the cat while thinking if he had missed anything. Soon, Dyko came back first, and the invited guest also arrived as scheduled. The Czech expert. He had white hair and beard, wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a cane in his hand, and moved slowly. But everyone treated him with respect. He was not only a Czech expert, but also one of the financial advisors of the Old Lion in Niwan. Of course, he is retired, but it is still enough for anyone to know how to treat this old man. Which gentleman invited me? The old man asked with a smile. Me. Arthur also smiled, and motioned Maltz to take out the check again. When he handed the check to the expert in front of him, he said in a low voice, I feel a strong message from the dead on it. Can you tell me why? Everyone looked at the old man. Under the gaze of everyone, the old man said directly, No. Chapter 121 I am just a medium. The voice was loud and clear. The people around looked at each other. Arthur, holding the cat, kept smiling. Is it because you swore? The old man looked at Arthur approvingly and nodded. That's right. This concerns the honor of several nobles. I can't tell anyone frankly. What I can say is that the making method of this check is very similar to that of the check back then. In fact, it can be said to be exactly the same. It should be that the two escapees committed crimes again. One of their accomplices has died, but they still don't repent, the old man said, and smiled at Arthur. Then, without waiting for the others to answer, the old man supported himself with his cane and walked out slowly. I'm going to continue my card game. If you are interested, you can come along. The old man standing in the corridor invited Arthur, but Arthur did not agree directly. The other party was one of the financial advisors of Old Lion. Arthur knew it. Even if he was retired, he still needed to be vigilant. In fact, precisely because he was retired, he should be more vigilant. I'm not very good at playing cards. Arthur, who had already known everything, said this, and raised his hand to signal Dicko to help the old man. Just as the trainee police officer was helping the old man out, he passed by Andy. The two nodded and greeted each other, and continued to perform their respective tasks. Andy did not stop for a moment, and returned to the villa. He shouted hurriedly, "Fire! The house of Jaundice is on fire. There are 2 bodies inside." One guess after another was confirmed. The answer that could have been confirmed was verified again. At this time, a sound of footsteps came into Arthur's ears. The footsteps came from far to near. The pace was very fast, with some anxiety, and went straight to number 44 White Bird Street. With a smile, Arthur looked down at Anna, who was placed beside him. "You said the murderer is here?" Arthur asked softly. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Anna. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear anything. They could only see Arthur nodding to the scary doll. At the same time, outside number 44 White Bird Street, there was a dispute. "I am Mr. Jenkins' apprentice. I have the right to go in." "Let me in." "Let him in." Mouths asked the patrolman to make way. A man in linen clothes, the young man in overalls, rushed in. He didn't look like a painter's apprentice, but rather a dock worker. Everyone in the hall looked at the young man. They had not forgotten what Arthur had just said. Under everyone's gaze, the young man was still shouting, "Teacher? Where is my teacher?" The young man who was shouting didn't notice that Mouth had circled behind him and swung his baton. Bang! When the baton in his hand smashed down hard, and the young man fell to the ground unconscious, Mart shouted, "Alone surrender." Among all the people present, Mart had the best relationship with Arthur, and naturally believed in Arthur the most. Therefore, after hearing the conversation between Arthur and Miss Anna, he took action directly. And Aaron? He was knocked unconscious. When the young painter apprentice woke up, he was tied up in the same place. Not only was the coarse cloth torn by the hemp rope, the wooden face was constantly twitching because of the pain. Mart had already held back. If he hadn't needed the other party to confess, he would have died by now. Don't doubt the degree of understanding of the vital parts of the human body by those who survived the 7 Years' War. But even so, the voice of this apprentice was still loud. "Let me go! Let me go! Why are you arresting me?" Alone yelled. "Because you are the murderer," Arthur said calmly. Aaron was stunned. He stared at Arthur, his dull face full of confusion. "What murderer? I didn't kill anyone," Aaron said loudly. "You have been waiting for a long time, and finally got the chance to make Jenkin and his wife kill each other. For this reason, during the time when Jenkin was planning to disappear and be kidnapped to raise his own value, you thoughtfully let Jenkin's wife meet Jaundice, and accidentally leaked it to Jenkin. As you expected, Jenkin was furious, and he left his hiding place. He came to his new home for the first time. After he let you go, he was going to talk to his wife. Then Jaundice came. Jenkin was enraged. He killed his wife, and then escaped through the window. But, as soon as he landed on his feet, you attacked him. Just as you attacked Jaundice and his driver. The patrol officers in the White Bird District prevented you from entering and exiting normally. So you killed Jones's driver, disguised yourself as him, took the bodies of the 3 people out of the White Bird District, returned it to Jones's residence, pretended to be 2 people fighting each other, and then set it on fire at the right time, in order to make everything go smoothly. After killing Jenkin, you climbed through the window again, sprayed jasmine perfume on the body of Jenkin's wife, and put the perfume in the bathroom. Because, you know there is Jaundice's razor there. Ignoring Aaron shouting, Arthur said slowly. Aaron on the other side smiled. Why am I doing this? For revenge. To avenge your father in the fake check case in Yenbao. Arthur observed Aaron's expression while speaking. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions. Flashing. Arthur grasped a hint of anger. However, Aaron was still resisting. What evidence do you have? I am a medium, and I usually don't talk about evidence, because I can't let the dead speak to you in person. But in order to commemorate, or pay tribute to your father, you used a check that was exactly the same as the one you paid to the Silver 4 racecourse. Because you saw the expert from that year appear on White Bird Street and enter Freeman's house. At that moment, you made this decision. Of course, there is still a lot of evidence. As long as we send someone to Swallow Castle to investigate carefully, we will be able to find clues left by Jenkin and his wife. They fled from Swallow Castle that year. Even if they changed their appearance, they must have left many clues. Do you think why he rejected the invitation of the Earl and chose a more extreme way to increase his own value? Isn't it because he was worried about being discovered? But he was unwilling to do so? Well, I believe that Sheriff Meltz will give you a wonderful memory. Arthur was about to end the conversation. Looking at Arthur, who stood up, the young painter apprentice suddenly spoke. I didn't expect that. I would be exposed because of a check. Is this also my father's rebuke to me? After all, for revenge, I have begun to kill innocent people. The young painter sat there slumped, with a bitter smile on his face, and his voice was full of reluctance, but there was no trace of regret. If he had to do it again, he would still do it. Arthur shook his head. No. Your flaw is that you didn't expect Jenkin to come to me. The cunning Jenkin must have had doubts instinctively, which is why he came to me yesterday. He promised that if I could help him find out the truth, number 44, White Bird Street, and his things would all be given to me as a reward. Arthur, holding Pendragon, said seriously. Yes, I can testify. Martz nodded immediately. What is a partner? With tacit understanding, is his partner. The young painter apprentice seemed to have just come to his senses. He looked up and stared at the man in front of him for a few seconds, and then asked, Who are you? Arthur Kratos, a medium. Arthur walked out with Pendragon in his arms. The sun shone on the black figure, making the black even deeper, but also bringing out a touch of gold. It was Pendragon who opened his mouth and yawned at the sun. Arthur raised his hand and put his finger into Pendragon's mouth. Immediately, the yawning kitten was confused. What happened? What's going on? Is the master crazy? But Arthur was smiling, in a voice that only he and Pendragon could hear. Pan, do you like the new house too? Meow? Pendragon looked at his master in confusion. Arthur chuckled, but immediately, his eyes turned cold. Because Arthur felt someone was watching him. And death instinct began to flash. Chapter 122, The Terror of the Human Heart. The sight came from behind. It really felt like a thorn in the back. Arthur held Pendragon calmly, as if he was playing a game of lifting him up high. From the corner of his eye, he saw Aaron staring at him faintly. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes. It was obvious that the other party was not as resigned to his fate as others seemed. Yes. How could a man like Aaron accept his fate? If he accepted his fate, the other party would never have planned to kill him. If he accepted his fate, the other party would never have attacked the innocent driver. When he attacked, the only conscience in the other party's heart also disappeared. What was left? It was the pleasure of dominating the life and death of others in the name of revenge. Of course, there was also a little pleasure of teasing others. The combination of these two pleasures made Aaron arrogant, and made him think he was superior. What would such a person do when faced with the exposure of his tricks? Of course, they would kill him as soon as possible. In fact, there is a high probability that they would want to cut him into pieces. More importantly, the other party may really do it. Don't forget the other party's specialty, forging checks. In Nanjun, the largest check business, originally, was the Old Lion in Niwan. As time went by, many nobles from all over the country also joined. Although it was anchored by gold, there were so many tricks in it that it was terrifying. Especially as the Old Lion got older, many nobles had their own secrets. Now a guy with superb check forgery skills suddenly appears, and many people will be tempted. Maybe they will not use it to attack the Old Lion's property, but they will definitely have the mentality of it is okay not to use it, but it must be there. Even Countess Nanlos will have this idea. Therefore, a loan is a hot commodity to some extent. And being targeted by such a guy, it will really make you uneasy. Arthur does not want to become the next Jenkin. Alas! Arthur sighed silently at the horror of human hearts. He watched Dicko command the patrolmen to start carrying the bodies. Among them, Andy took the lead. The patrolman knew that Mounts valued him, but the more so, the more he needed to perform. At least, he had to make the other patrolmen speechless on the surface. The butler, the servants all stepped aside. You can go out and wait for a while, Arthur said to the butler, the servants. Thank you for your kindness. The butler, the servants walked out as if they had been pardoned. Immediately, only Arthur, Maltz and Aaron were left in the hall. Aaron sat there with his head down, as if he had really accepted his fate. Maltz smiled and said, You may need to hire a special cleaner. Do you need my recommendation? Corpses are related to death. Most of the time, ordinary people are quite afraid of them. But there is an exception, the coffin shop. Most of the apprentices in the coffin shop work part-time as this kind of cleaner, due to the nature of their profession. The Shire District Police Department has a fairly deep cooperation with several coffin shops. It is definitely not because of the tribute from these coffin shops, but because these coffin shops have good craftsmanship. Of course, you are a professional, Arthur said, while raising his right hand, giving a thumbs up, and gently stroking his neck. Maltz instantly understood what Arthur meant. The police chief showed surprise in his eyes, but he did not ask any more questions, but continued to smile. Leave it to me, he said, and picked up Aaron and walked towards the carriage. The carriage moved slowly forward as the patrol whipped, but Arthur did not pay more attention to the carriage. Not only did he trust Maltz, but also because Scott was here. My friend, I am really curious about your source of information. They have been staring at the door of the police station. Won't they be beaten by the patrol? Arthur sighed half-truthfully. Reporters want to know the news in advance, except for enough, in addition to reliable informants. We also need smart stalkers. Just like the Whitebird Street area at the moment. The people who live here are all wealthy people. Such people will not inform reporters for a little reward. Therefore, we can only rely on stalking the police station to determine where the news is. However, we must find smart people. Otherwise we will be beaten. As for whether Scott can do this, Arthur is not surprised. Because Scott knows Wiggins. Wiggins, there are many clever stalkers. We need to thank Wiggins. The people he recommended are really amazing. However, the most amazing thing is you. Arthur, can you tell me what happened? Scott asked impatiently. This is an Avenger story. Arthur sighed and began to make up a story. It's called making up, but in fact, there is no change. The facts are still the same, but Aaron has been reshaped a little bit. Toughness is a must, conscience is a must, and inner suffering is even more necessary. For revenge, Aaron gave up too much. Until, even his own life. However, Arthur did not say the last sentence directly. It was not because he was holding back. It was because it was not the right time. Listening to the story that Arthur borrowed a lot of the core of the characters. Scott was overwhelmed. While he was more and more angry with the Jenkins, he also admired Aaron more and more. But he felt more regretful. If he could have chosen other ways. No! He should have tried other ways, but this way aroused Jenkins' vigilance. So he had to choose the most helpless way. Arthur emphasized, and meant something. Jenkins was dead. Alone was also dead. Since he was dead, it was natural to take advantage of him. After all, the old lion's former financial advisor, the check expert, seemed to be very interested in him. He swore that he had no ill intentions. He is a little medium. Just seeking peace of mind. What's wrong with that? Arthur, what do you mean? The young reporter took the bait. Some things are too coincidental. Arthur shook his head and said nothing more. At this time, the carriage that Maltz and Aaron were riding in had already driven onto the tree-lined path. Looking at the young painter apprentice in front of him, Maltz had a blank expression on his face, maintaining the posture of an escort. But, the next moment, Maltz pounced on the painter apprentice. Before the other party could react, he directly smeared the prepared handkerchief on his face and pressed his mouth and nose tightly. In just a dozen seconds, the painter apprentice was completely unconscious. After putting away the handkerchief, Maltz took out a small wine flask from his jacket pocket, carefully pinched the other party's nose, and slowly poured the cassava extract in the wine flask into the other party's mouth. The painter apprentice pinched his nose and kept swallowing with his mouth. He swallowed all the cassava extract. Maltz stared at the other party, and after confirming that the other party had no breath and heartbeat, the sheriff was not in a hurry. He pulled out one of the other party's teeth. Then, he waited for a few minutes and confirmed that the other party was dead again. The sheriff shouted, Alone? 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 What's wrong with you? Chapter 123, an ominous sign. This is not the first time Scott has interviewed Arthur. Adding to the relationship between the two parties, This interview became more like a chat between friends, very casual. After the body of Jenkins' wife was dealt with, the whole interview was over. Will this be your new home? If you need to hold a salon or a banquet, you must invite me, Scott said as a friend. Of course. However, I don't plan to live here permanently. Maybe I'll come over occasionally on weekends. But most of the time, I'll still be at 2 Kirk Street. After all, that's my home, Arthur explained. This is not a lie. 44 White Bird Street is good, but 2 Kirk Street is safer. With the layers of traps set up by old Charlie, Arthur can sleep peacefully. And at 44 White Bird Street, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep with one eye open. Of course. More importantly, Arthur feels that number 44 is awkward. Unlucky, it seems like a bad omen. Home? Is it because of old Mr. Charlie? Arthur, you are such a filial man. The young reporter obviously misunderstood, but Arthur did not explain. The two continued to chat for a while, after Arthur promised that he would definitely invite him to the first salon or banquet at 44 White Bird Street. The young reporter was ready to get up and leave. The chat with Arthur had already delayed some time. In order to rush out the afternoon supplement, he probably had to eat lunch at the newspaper office. However, the young reporter didn't care. He received a formal invitation from a friend, and he felt satisfied. At this time, Maltz came back. The sheriff had a serious face, and was ready to say something when he came in, but when he saw Scott, he stopped. What happened? Do you need me to leave? Scott was quite self-conscious. Although the reporter was chasing the news, but he regarded Maltz as a friend, Scott would not make it difficult for Maltz. Maltz did not answer immediately, but looked at Arthur calmly. After seeing Arthur nod slightly, the sheriff said, Scott, it's not necessary, I believe you. Maltz looked serious and his tone was sincere. Immediately, the young Scot was moved. Don't worry, I swear on my name, I will not tell anyone what I heard without your permission. Scott began to swear. Maltz smiled and nodded, then looked at Arthur and said, Alone is dead. He had hidden poison in his teeth long ago. While being escorted, he suddenly bit the poison hidden in his teeth and broke it. Alas! Arthur sighed, as if he had expected it. And with Arthur's vaccination, the young reporter was not surprised, but just muttered to himself. Maybe this is his atonement. If it weren't for his father's accident, he will really be a great person. Maybe there is a hidden story behind that accident. Maltz suddenly spoke. Immediately, Scott was stunned. Even Arthur looked surprised. Then, Arthur had a guess in his heart. No way. No way. Will my title of God of Death be confirmed? The young psychic had a bad premonition in his heart. In fact, most premonitions are useless, but bad premonitions are an exception. There are too many things in the world which are not good, but bad. This time is no exception. The sheriff continued to say. Someone just called the police. That check expert is dead. The former financial advisor of the Newen Old Lion is dead. Although he was prepared, Arthur still felt his temples swell after hearing it. He could swear on his grandfather's name that this matter definitely involved the Old Lion and the Tigress. Maybe it was another trap. No, it's not a possibility. It's a certainty. Yesterday, the Tigress just destroyed the Rep Parliament. Is the Old Lion going to fight back today? Arthur felt that his temples were not only swollen, but also painful. What happened there? Although he knew it was a trap, Arthur still asked. Because he knew this trap, he couldn't avoid it. Jenkins first looked for him. To put it simply, the cause of the incident was here. If you try to avoid it, you will end up like you just tried to avoid the bicycle, but got hit by the manure truck. It's better to take the initiative as soon as possible. When I just came back, Freeman's housekeeper suddenly rushed out to find me and told me that Mr. DeLong died in his bedroom. Before he died, he shouted, check. Check. I have asked Dicko and Andy to seal off the scene. The specific situation needs to wait for them to come back and report, Maltz said, while winking at Arthur. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Are you going to run? The sheriff also found something wrong. The death of the check expert was too coincidental. Wait a little longer. But be prepared for everything. Arthur answered, and then stood up and walked out. Since he wanted to take the initiative as much as possible, he couldn't just sit here and wait. Of course, when things couldn't be done, he chose to run. Before leaving, Arthur took another look at his new home. Number 44? It's unlucky, Arthur muttered in his heart. Didn't he take a carriage? Freeman, the owner of the horse farm, also had his villa in the White Bird district. And it was a front address like number 14. But looking at the house number, Arthur felt it was even more unlucky. In front of number 14 Whitebird Street, a middle-aged butler had been waiting there. After seeing Mouths, the middle-aged butler immediately came over. "Captain Mouths, is this Mr. Kratos? Please follow me. The body has not been moved as you ordered." The middle-aged butler immediately extended his hand to lead. "Where is Freeman?" Martz asked. "My master is ill. Mr. Delon's body was too scary. My master has always been in poor health. He was frightened and fell ill. He is now bedridden." The middle-aged butler said so. Martz curled his lips and didn't believe it at all. Obviously, Grandet also found something wrong. It is estimated that he has already taken a carriage to the dock by now. "A cunning old fellow," Mouths commented, and he was a little anxious in his heart, but the sheriff believed in Arthur's ability and began to adjust his emotions with breathing. Arthur remained silent. Scott, who was following him, was excited. The young reporter had no worries at all. He was simply excited to see the scene once. However, such excitement, as the door of Delon's room was opened, completely turned into fear. Blood. The bed. The curtains. The walls. There was blood everywhere. The old man's neck was cut open. His head was hanging at an exaggerated angle, stretching the muscles and skin tissue of his neck to the extreme. But his body was sitting upright on the bed, holding a bloody sword in his hand. There was an open suicide note at the head of the bed. Arthur, with his extraordinary vision, saw clearly written on the suicide note, "I feel guilty. I am not as grateful as a young man. Now, I decided to tell everything. What happened back then was all my fault. I feel guilty towards His Royal Highness the Grand Duke of Yanbao. I was threatened at the time, and could only make such a judgment. Then, I left my beloved hometown of Nanlos, and went to Niwen to seek shelter. I didn't dare to return until I was old." Arthur didn't finish reading, but after a quick glance, he knew what this former financial advisor of the Niwen Old Lion was going to do. Dead Spy. Chapter 124. A medium naturally has its own methods. Arthur knew about the check forgery case. He also knew that the rumored old Duke of Yanbao seemed to have died of depression because of this incident. But Arthur didn't take it seriously. There are too many rumors like this every year. Everyone treats it as a joke on the dinner table. But from DeLong's suicide note, the old Duke of Yanbao seemed to have really died because of the check forgery case. What happened at that time, Arthur didn't know. But he knew that one of the former financial advisors of the Old Lion of Niwen wanted to drag Yanbao into the vortex of fighting. For this reason, the other party did not hesitate to risk his life to throw dirty water on the old Earl of Nanlos. Think about it. When this suicide note is exposed, what will happen? It is likely that Yanbao will cut off trade with Nanlos first. This is like a bolt from the blue for Nanlos, which relies heavily on the port. Then, a war will start if you are not careful. And the Old Lion will definitely make the war break out. Because, Yanbao does not belong to Nanjun. But Nanluosi belongs to Nanjun. When Yanbao and Nanluosi go to war, the Old Lion has too many ways to send troops to Nanluosi. At that time, everything will be over. Does the Old Lion really have such great charm? Does he really make people sacrifice their lives? Or did he use some unknown means? Arthur was in doubt, unable to determine which possibility it was. However, there is one thing Arthur was certain. That is, Alan and Delon were related. And there must be a private transaction. Only in this way could Delon grasp the opportunity so accurately. Even today's Dead Spy was the follow-up of yesterday's Pine Street incident. The two were too similar, and could be said to be of the same origin. They both distorted the facts first, and then used public opinion to create momentum, oppressing the Countess of Nanlos. This skillful method made Arthur suspect that it was done by one person. This person may be Darren. Maybe he is the person behind Darren. But no matter who it is, they have bad intentions towards him. Because he destroyed the other party's plan for Pine Street. Imagine, if the plan for Pine Street succeeds, coupled with today's fake check case, I'm afraid Nanlos will be caught in internal and external troubles in an instant. And it is precisely because he destroyed Pine Street that Jenkin was induced to appear at number 2 Kirk Street. The other party wants to pull him in again, so as to put him to death. Just now, Darren invited him to play cards, which was naturally a hidden murderous intention. As for Alone, who had a deal with the other party? In the eyes of the other party, Alone was a character who had to be abandoned, and was the beginning of this incident. So, he completely ignored him and let the other party be arrested. Is this how you play finance? What a dirty heart. Arthur frowned slightly, and after sorting out the known information in his brain, he began to analyze the pros and cons. The key point, of course, it was DeLong. As one of the financial advisors of the old line of Niwen, even though he had retired, as long as he entered Nanlos, he would be closely watched by the Tigress. DeLong himself was very clear about this. Therefore, if DeLong wanted to truly complete the dead spy, he had to find a way to hold back the Countess, and hold back the Nanlos family, and hold back all the helpers of the Countess. Only in this way can the dead spy be successfully deployed. Fermentation. This is the best news for him. Because, if DeLong wants to hold these people back, he must try his best. He may have to use all the hidden cards he has planted in Nanlos for many years. Only when these hidden cards of Nanlos are exposed one after another can he really attract the Countess. In addition, there are only the remnants of the Rat Parliament. But people of Isidore's level will not be used to deal with small people like him. It should be placed in a position where the other party is more needed. So, those sent to deal with him should be some scraps. For example, the mysterious person who fought yesterday. At most, some helpers, or one or two mysterious people. Thinking of this, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He can still deal with it. Immediately, Arthur gathered his thoughts and looked at the room again. At this time, the middle-aged butler was about to enter the room with nausea. "Wait!" Arthur spoke out to stop them, with a serious look on his face, and he took the lead and stood at the door. "Be careful, Anna told me that I have an evil spirit." Arthur said this, and he silently said in his heart, "Hey!" Immediately, slightly blurred footsteps appeared in the room. In the bloody room, except for a corpse, footsteps suddenly sounded, which startled the people around. The middle-aged butler, who led the way, had turned pale. Therefore, when Arthur signaled everyone to step back, the middle-aged butler was the first to step back. Then Scott. Then Maltz. Everyone retreated from the door of the second-floor guest room to the lobby on the first floor. Moreover, Maltz quickly directed the panicked waiters in the lobby, and the servants quickly moved away. Arthur glanced behind him, and after confirming that everyone had gone downstairs, he looked into the room again. Darren or the people behind Darren had been preparing for so long. They would definitely not make mistakes at the first scene. That is to say, the first scene must be normal, and it is worth everyone's inspection. There will be no traps. This makes Arthur's behavior bolder. He first folded the suicide note with the hand of nothingness, and put it into the box of Athos. Then, he looked at the bloody corpse. The other party was hiding murderous intentions, and Arthur would naturally not be polite. A kind-hearted and tolerant person would choose to forgive completely. A simple and kind person would probably choose to send the other party to God. Let God forgive. But Arthur was different. He chose to raise the other party. Hand of nothingness. Took out 2 bundles of explosives from box of Athos, and placed them directly behind DeLong's body. Arthur's face was solemn. His right hand skillfully and rhythmically drew unknown patterns. His left hand raised the index finger and middle finger and placed them in front, singing in a low and fast voice. The starry night is eternal, the long night of sleep, the endless darkness, the red sonata that rises to the sky, resounds among the dead. The evil spirits retreat. Calculating the fuse time, Arthur stepped back, pointing into the room. Boom! In the explosion, flames spewed out of the window of the guest room of the villa at number 14, Whitebird Street. As the flames burned, most of the wall, where the window was located, was directly gone. Wood chips, bricks, mixed with blood and flesh, flew everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, a black figure stared at the dilapidated room. Everyone was afraid to breathe, staring at the black figure. When they found that the solemnity on the face of the figure had dissipated, then they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Arthur, what just happened?" Jenkins' evil spirit. Because Jenkins was already angry with Lord DeLong in the fake check case of that year, and when Aaron used Lord DeLong's name to lure him into a trap, this hatred reached its peak. Why did Jenkins leave his hiding place yesterday in an uncharacteristic way? It is likely that Aaron told him that Lord DeLong was still investigating the case of that year, and was about to find you. In fact, Mr. DeLong really came for the case of that year. Otherwise, it would not have caused Jenkins' resentment, or even contributed to the evil spirit. Arthur looked at the young reporter, and gave a reasonable explanation. So that's it. No wonder Mr. DeLong refused the Grand Duke's retention after retiring in Niwen, and returned to Nanlos again. It turned out to be for the case of that year. The young reporter suddenly realized, and then began to write quickly. As a reporter, he must report well on Mr. DeLong, who is loyal to his duty. But Arthur made a gesture to Maltz without leaving a trace. Suddenly, Maltz was startled. Chapter 125 Whoosh. Arthur and Maltz developed 4 gestures to deal with different situations. Little finger, something is wrong, not dangerous. Ring finger, dangerous, be alert. Index finger, very dangerous, go all out. Thumb, extremely dangerous, prepare to run away. The 4 fingers can be expressed in various ways, including but not limited to raising, rubbing, tapping, etc. As for the middle finger, in the world before him, raising the middle finger has the same meaning as Arthur knows, even, at some times. It is a little richer. Especially when Arthur saw Melinda giving the middle finger, he would always think wrongly unconsciously. But Maltz would not do that at this moment. The sheriff watched Arthur tapping his index finger lightly on his cuff, and immediately his muscles tensed up. Almost subconsciously, the sheriff looked out the window. The white bird block, where the explosion had just occurred, was still quiet at this moment. For the residents of the white bird block, such a reaction is very natural. These wealthy people don't want their families to be involved in meaningless troubles. They are more accustomed to leaving such things to the patrolman. Or, let the patrolman explore the way first. But the patrolman in the White Bird district did not appear as usual. Maltz's eyelids twitched slightly. Because of the special nature of the White Bird district, there is a team of 12 armed patrolmen here. They patrol in groups of 3 and rest. The explosion just now was enough to attract them all. But now none of them showed up. That leaves only one possibility. This patrol team was wiped out. Hiss. Thinking of this possibility, Maltz took a breath. The sheriff had a hunch that something was wrong before. But he didn't expect it to be this bad. Control this place first, quickly. Hearing Arthur's serious words, without any hesitation, Maltz began to call out Dicko, Andy's name. Dicko, Andy, tie them all up. The sheriff pointed at the flustered servants. Although these people looked extremely flustered at the moment, neither Arthur nor Maltz would take risks. Dicko and Andy led the patrolmen to control these people. It went smoothly without any resistance. These people were at a loss, and just said that they were innocent, and that everything that happened had nothing to do with them. Maltz ignored all this. He had already strode towards the middle-aged butler. "Where is Freeman's arsenal?" Maltz asked directly. "Sorry, sir, I'll ask you again, where?" The situation was urgent. Maltz could not care about anything else. He grabbed the other person's collar, pulled him over, and pressed his forehead heavily against his forehead. The loud roar even caused the other person to have a brief tinnitus. Then, the pain in the abdomen, the middle-aged butler bent down. For a guy like Freeman, Maltz knew too well that, even if he was cleaned up, he had to keep some things for himself just in case. And these things are now their life-saving things. Otherwise, would he let his men fight the enemy with batons? Maltz gripped the hilt of the sword and slowly drew the sword. "Wait," I said. "Please don't hurt me," the middle-aged butler insisted, as Maltz drew his sword and disappeared without a trace. He was just a butler from an employment agency, and was not trained by a family in the true sense. It was enough for him to achieve this step. The middle-aged butler comforted himself. After finding a reasonable excuse for himself, the butler had no psychological burden and opened the secret room of Freeman's study directly. Or to be more precise, it was a small arsenal. 10 long swords, 10 long muskets, 10 crossbows, 10 short muskets, 2 boxes of explosives, 2 boxes of bullets, and 5 barrels of arrows were neatly arranged and appeared in everyone's sight. Maltz drew out his long sword. There was a thin layer of grease on the blade, which was obviously well maintained. After wiping it, it could be used immediately. "Change clothes." Maltz gave an order, and Dicko, Andy and 6 patrolmen began to throw away their batons, pick up their long swords, crossbows, and carry muskets. Andy alone took charge of 8 short muskets and 2 long muskets. 6 short muskets, 2 of which were hung on the chest in a cross-shaped manner. The remaining 2 were held tightly in the hands, and the 2 long muskets were carried on the back. No one had any objection to this, although they were mostly using batons when on duty. The 7-day training a year still taught them how to load and fire. It also taught them that Andy was the best in every training. This was also why Maltz valued Andy. "Andy, take someone to the roof. Dicko, take the rest of the people. Block the door with sofas and tables. Leave 2 people behind the window. And watch these guys. If there is any unusual movement, don't show mercy. Just open fire. The rest of you go upstairs. Use every window in every room as your shooting hole. Remember?" Don't raise your head casually. As for the servants left by Freeman in the villa, even if they were tied up, Maltz was still worried. Therefore, he left 2 people to guard there. Not only to guard the gate, but also to keep an eye on these people. At the same time, Maltz thanked the White Bird District for the first time for its special police dispatch system, in order to protect the personal safety of the rich and take timely response measures. The Shire District Police Department has a clear regulation. When a murder occurs in the White Bird District, in addition to the sheriff himself, there must be a police officer or trainee police officer on the scene, and at least 6 patrol officers follow. If it weren't for this rule, he might not even have enough available manpower now. Scott on the side also wanted to help, but was stopped by Arthur. "Help me take care of it, Pan." Arthur put Pendragon back into the cage, handed it to the other party, and said with a smile, "Arthur, I can help." The young reporter emphasized, "Believe me, it is because I believe you can help that I will give you Pan. Its importance is far beyond your imagination." The serious look on Arthur's face convinced Scott. The most favorable evidence was the short musket that was handed over later. "I will protect Pan with my life. I promise," the young reporter shouted as if swearing. The Pendragon in the cage glanced at the young man, and then adjusted his posture to make himself lie there more comfortably. Arthur patted Scott's shoulder lightly, and after responding, he stretched out his finger again, and scratched the top of his cat's head. Then he picked up 2 barrels of arrows, and walked towards the destroyed guest room on the 2nd floor. Because of the explosion, the wall on the side of the window had collapsed, revealing a huge hole, which became the biggest defense loophole of the whole villa. At this moment, Maltz was standing at the stairs. The 2 did not speak, looked at each other, and nodded at the same time. Arthur believed that Maltz could do his best, just as Maltz believed that he could defend the guest room with the biggest flaw. And just as Arthur walked into this room, whoosh, the sound of the arrow breaking through the air sounded directly. Arthur looked at the direction where the arrow came from with a calm expression, without even looking at the arrow that was already close at hand. And only a soft chanting echoed in the room. Shio. Chapter 126 Ding. As Tu Fu's words sounded, the power of the secret method acted on the arrow. Immediately, the power on the arrow dissipated. The arrow lost its power and fell headfirst. Ding! The tip of the arrow pierced the floor in front of Arthur's feet, but Arthur didn't even look at it. His eyes were still fixed on the crossbowman and the 3 people around him. With his extraordinary eyesight, Arthur could clearly see the crossbowman's face full of shock and anger, but he didn't panic. It was obvious that the other party knew the mysterious side and had seen similar power. The 3 people around him were the same. The one holding the crossbow saw that his companion's attack was ineffective, and he didn't hesitate. He raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! However, the result was the same as his companion's. The arrow also fell at his feet. Taking advantage of this gap, the crossbowman had reloaded the arrow and was ready to shoot again. Arthur chanted to the arrows that had pierced the floor. Shio! Whoosh! The crossbow arrow that had pierced the floor flew back immediately. Shio! Whoosh! The crossbow arrow that had pierced the floor also flew back. However, the speed was not fast. The 4 people who were originally startled were relieved immediately after they found that the 2 arrows were shot like they were shot from a soft bow. They dodged the 2 arrows with a very relaxed attitude. Without exception, both arrows missed. Ha ha! Just that. The 4 attackers laughed, but Arthur ignored them. He calmly picked up a quiver, poured out all the arrows in it, and spread them on the floor. His eyes locked onto that area again, and his mouth kept saying, Shio! 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 Swoosh! 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 It's just that the level 1 arrow guidance technique. Can't fire multiple arrows at once, but without the need to draw the bow and draw the arrow, or draw the string to shoot the arrows flew out one after another, like a continuous drizzle, covering the target. The 4 attackers were horrified. The arrows were not fast, and the force was not strong, but when the number reached a certain level, the quantitative change led to qualitative change. Puff, puff, puff. At first it was just a slight scratch, but then because the scratch affected the speed, I started to get hit by arrows, and as long as I got hit by an arrow, the next step was to be hit by several arrows. When Arthur had shot all the arrows in the 2 quivers, the area where the 4 attackers were located had already been densely pierced with arrows. This is the difference between ordinary people and the holders of secret arts. Perhaps each of the 4 attackers has experienced many battles, but when faced with the secret arts that go against common sense, they are still powerless. However, the 4 attackers have completed the task excellently. They have successfully consumed Arthur's physical strength. In the dark, Alto listened to Arthur's panting, and couldn't help but reveal a hideous smile. As before, the gatekeeper of the Rat Parliament was still hunched over, but his cloudy and white eyes were gone, replaced by 2 dark eye sockets. It was obvious that the other party had paid a heavy price to be able to stand here. Therefore, his hatred for Arthur was even more direct. The other party raised his hand and waved, and more attackers walked out of the shadows. 12 attackers, in groups of 3, surrounded number 14 White Bird Street from 4 directions. 2 of them charged quickly, and one of them fired arrows from the crossbow in his hand. Be careful to hide. Don't shoot in a hurry. Shoot closer. Malthus's voice echoed in the villa. He knew his men very well. Pulling the trigger was no problem. But the accuracy? Only God knows. The sheriff stood by the window holding a long musket. He adjusted his breathing, prepared to shoot the attacker to death. This shot must hit. Because this was his first shot. As long as one shot hits, it will boost morale. Otherwise, his men will have to fight recklessly. Martz, who knew this well, pursed his lips. The next moment, he dodged, pulled the trigger, and returned. The whole action was done in one go. No need to aim. During the 7 Years' War, he had aimed no less than 100,000 times. Now, intuition is enough. Although it is still not as good as those gifted sharpshooters, it is more than enough to deal with these guys in front of me. Bang! Before the smoke cleared, the chest of an attacker who rushed over turned red, and he fell to the ground. Hit! Hit! The patrolman in the villa shouted, and then, the excited patrolman pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Amid the gunshots, all missed the target. The erratic lead bullets drifted to who knows where. But this did not affect the shooting enthusiasm of these patrolmen at all. They loaded gunpowder, lead bullets, and prepared to continue shooting. During this gap, the attackers in front became more and more crazy. They roared and charged forward. They wanted to rush into the villa in one breath. The attackers behind raised their crossbows and crossbows again. They wanted to harvest the patrolmen, who were about to show their heads. The previous wave of shooting had already allowed them to confirm the location of the target. The next wave was when they would exert their strength. At this time, bang! The gun went off. The fire lit up on the roof of Villa number 14. An attacker holding a crossbow fell to the ground. Andy! It's Andy! The patrolman in the villa shouted again, but Andy on the rooftop was wiping the monocle left by his father in his hand with a calm face. Then, the young patrolman who put the monocle on his right eye again picked up a long musket again. The wind speed is normal, 51 meters away. As Andy muttered to himself, his index finger rested firmly on the trigger. And then he pulled the trigger. Bang! Puff! After the gunshot, the attacker's eyeball exploded in the distance, and the lead bullet went straight into his brain, throwing the empty musket in his hand to the person next to him. Andy picked up the third musket and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Puff! Just like the previous shot, the attacker was still shot in the eye, and the lead bullet went straight into the brain. Sharpshooter! There is a sharpshooter! Hide! Hide! The attackers panicked, but Andy was not moved at all. He calmly took the reloaded musket from the patrolman next to him, and continued to shoot. Bang! Puff! The last attacker holding a crossbow fell down. Without long-range support, the charging attackers were slightly stunned, which gave the patrolman an opportunity. Although the bullets in the muskets were not yet loaded, they also had crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh. The crossbows fired arrows one after another. This time, the patrolman finally hit the target. Firstly, the crossbow arrows are more stable than lead bullets, and secondly, the attackers are close enough. Listening to the screams of his subordinates, Alto snorted in anger. The former gatekeeper of the Rat Parliament raised his palm, and the index finger, with a silver ring, trembled repeatedly. Dense fog spread from the ring. In a breath, it enveloped number 14 White Bird Street. Martz and others lost their sight in an instant, and the remaining attackers roared. That voice was filled with bloodlust and brutality. But, bang! Puff! The sound of gunfire coming from the rooftop brought such roars to an abrupt end. The attackers shrank their necks. They did not expect that the sharpshooter on the rooftop could ignore the fog. But these brave attackers did not retreat. They began to move towards the villa with their mouths shut. Alto could no longer care about that. Ring of mist. Time is limited. He must kill that bastard before the effect disappears. thinking in his heart. Alto seemed to blend into the thick fog, and floated silently through the damaged wall of the second-floor guest room. With the help of the thick fog, Alto regained his vision again. With just one glance, he saw the enemy who made him lose his eyes. The other party stood against the wall, closed his eyes tightly, and listened attentively. This scene made Alto laugh silently. It's useless. It's useless. In the fog of the ring of mist, not only your vision, but also your hearing will be greatly weakened. You are dead. Alto rushed straight to Arthur with unparalleled hatred. The next moment, the dagger in his hand pierced Arthur's chest. Ding! Chapter 127. The wind is blowing. The dagger in his hand pierced Arthur's chest. Alto did not feel any joy. The touch was wrong. The feeling of a sword piercing flesh and blood was not like this. And, the next moment, Arthur disappeared. In front of Alto, there was only the wall pierced by the dagger. Phantom! In an instant Alto, who was not a rookie in the mysterious side, understood something, but before he could react, Arthur, who was hiding in the dark, had already pulled the trigger of the thunder gun. Bang! With the flash of the muzzle, 7 bullets penetrated Alto's body, but no blood was spilled. 7 bullets penetrated Alto's body, just like Alto's dagger penetrated Arthur's body just now, without causing any damage. The difference is that Arthur used the Phantom Scroll, stored in the box of autos, which can create a perfect humanoid phantom, but it has no attack power, and will disappear after being attacked. But Alto was not an illusion. Alto had turned himself into mist. The gatekeeper of the Rat Council saw the surprise in Arthur's eyes, and laughed immediately. How is it? Surprised? Welcome to the mysterious side, rookie! As soon as the voice fell, Alto disappeared from the spot. Death instinct flashed violently. Arthur did not think twice, and rolled away from the spot. And at the moment Arthur left, as the fog rolled, Alto's dagger swept past. If Arthur had not left here, Arthur would have been killed by now. Good hiding. Come on. Keep going. Alto said this and disappeared again. Death instinct flashed again, and Arthur dodged again. However, this time he was a little slower, and a cut was made on the shoulder of the coat. Although there was no injury to the skin, but Arthur could already feel the coldness of the sword. If he was a little slower, he would be covered in blood. Seeing the solemnity on Arthur's face, Alto laughed even louder. Perform. Why not? Didn't you perform well last time? Wrapped in the mist, Alto attacked again. The gatekeeper of the Rat Council rushed towards Arthur again, but he heard vague footsteps in his ears, walking from the room to the corridor outside. Phantom! The one standing still in front of me is a phantom. The footsteps that are leaving are real. Alto made a judgment in his heart, and turned to rush to the place where the footsteps came from. But it was empty. There was nothing there. When he turned around, he saw Arthur standing there motionless, with a half smile on his face. How is it? Surprised? Isn't that the mysterious side? Old bird? Arthur's sarcastic words did not make Alto lose his mind. On the contrary, the gatekeeper quickly stepped back a few steps because the other party heard the sound of the fuse being lit. Arthur, who was discovered, simply took out the lit explosives from behind him and raised his hand to pinch off the fuse. Heh. Do you really think I'm stupid? The same trick. It can't work on me. Purification. Arthur's sulfuric acid interrupted Alto's words. The sulfuric acid slid over Alto's atomized body, fell to the ground, and made a hissing sound. It's useless. I am invincible in the fog, Alto declared loudly, and rushed towards Arthur again. However, the flashes of eyes as sharp as torches, and observing words and expressions, made Arthur conclude that the sulfuric acid had taken effect. Although it did not work completely, the other party had suffered a moment of pain. And the other party was very anxious at the moment. This state cannot last long. Arthur, who had come to the answer in his heart, ignited the explosives again. Since the other party can't last, he will delay the time. Immediately, Erdo, who was rushing over, became hesitant, looking at Arthur holding the explosives. The gatekeeper knew that one of the flaws of his mist ring had been discovered. But the other party was not worried at all. You just stay here and listen carefully to the wailing of your companions before they die. The gatekeeper rushed towards the door with a grim smile. But soon, he came back again. To be precise, he was fanned back. A hand of nothingness picked up a piece of thin wood and used it as a fan, and fanned the gatekeeper back. You now have the characteristics of fog, and are immune to most of its effects, but at the same time, you also inherit the disadvantages of fog. When the wind blows, the fog dissipates. As Arthur spoke calmly, the hand of nothingness fanned vigorously. Alto was blown so hard that he could not stand steadily. The gatekeeper of the Rat Council did not expect that another flaw of his ring of mist was discovered so quickly. Alto tried his best to control his body, but it was useless, because it was not only the hand of nothingness that was fanning the air, but Arthur himself also picked up the wooden board left over from the explosion and fanned it. Woo! Woo! Again and again. Alto was so frightened by the fanning that he finally had to remove the effect of the ring of mist. In advance, the mist dissipated. Alto stood firmly on the ground with both feet, and he stared at the medium in front of him with resentment. He gnashed his teeth and said, even without the ring of mist, with just swordsmanship, I can kill you. Arthur did not answer, and 2 more muskets appeared in his hands. Alto. Bang, bang. Swoosh. The muzzle flashed, one of the 2 bullets was dodged, and the other hit Alto, and the sound of swoosh was originally from the opponent's jackal crossbow, shot by the arrow that had been hiding behind Arthur, the hand of nothingness, who was carrying the box of Athos. For Arthur used Arthur's body as a shield to pull the trigger of the crossbow silently. The bullet hit Alto's arm. The arrow hit Alto's thigh. Alto's face changed drastically when he saw the familiar arrow. It was his jackal crossbow. The arrow was poisonous. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Alto felt his whole body begin to numb, and breathing became even more difficult. But what really made the gatekeeper desperate was that Arthur had another jackal crossbow in his hand, aiming at him, and then pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Puff! Killed gatekeeper Alter. XP plus 30. The prompt in front of him made Arthur breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he took off the mist ring and carefully searched Alter's pocket, Arthur still chose to let the hand of nothingness serve, and Arthur walked out of the room. The battle is not over yet. The fog just now allowed the attackers to have the upper hand, causing the patrolmen to suffer heavy losses, and 4 of them died directly. Even if the fog was actively dispersed, the remaining patrolmen still could not gain the upper hand against these attackers. But with Arthur's participation, things were different. He controlled the hand of nothingness, and when these attackers swung their swords to attack, he pulled off their pants. In a few moves, these attackers had no advantage at all. Devil. You are a devil. The attacker cried at Arthur. But Arthur didn't care. Not only did he not stop pulling the attacker's pants, he also used the hand of nothingness to hammer the attacker's toes. Leave them alive. Mouth shouted breathlessly. For an old man who is about to retire, shooting is not a problem. But close combat is not. If Dicko hadn't been guarding Mouths just now, the sheriff would have been injured. But Mouths was not injured. Dicko was injured. Not only did he have several open wounds on his body, but there was also a bloodstain on his face from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. But Dicko didn't care. Instead, he bravely wielded his sword and fought the attacker. There was no method at all, just relying on strength to hit hard. The remaining 2 patrolmen also had the upper hand, and it was obvious that the overall situation was decided. Mouths completely relaxed and looked at Arthur. Then, the sheriff found that Arthur was staring straight out the window. Subconsciously, the sheriff also looked over. Immediately, he was stunned. Chapter 128 The Fearless Born in the Storm. The strong wind from the sea swept across the entire South Los. The ships in the port floated up and down, and the seabirds had long disappeared. The sky darkened, one after another. Dark clouds came over. The lightning flashed, and there was a roar. In the shack where they were hiding from the rain, several elderly coolies knelt on their knees and prayed silently. He hoped that the storm would pass quickly. Otherwise, with the arrival of winter, their home might not survive. In the warehouse far away, the warehouse manager lit the charcoal stove, and after warming up the damp and cold house, he took out the wine hidden under the bed. He knew that today was another good day, because he could rest. A carriage carrying the son of the owner of the warehouse, one of the heirs of the Chamber of Commerce, rushed to the seaside. The heir urged the driver. Faster! Faster! I want to feel the breath of the storm. The young man standing on the top of the carriage opened his arms and cheered loudly. He seemed to have anticipated how he would brag about his heroic deeds in the salon a few days later. However, just as the young man was about to laugh loudly and show his courage, he was stunned. Because he saw a person. There were dark clouds, lightning and thunder. And there was a person in the sky. The young man stood there in a daze. Boom! There was another thunder, and the young man blinked. He lost the man in his sight. Maybe I saw it wrong? The young man rubbed his eyes. Then, he no longer cared about these unimportant things. He came here to prepare for the conversation in the salon a few days later. The carriage continued to move forward, with a series of laughter. Hearing such laughter, the warehouse manager who was drinking, the coolies hiding under the shack all showed envy in their eyes. Some people were attracted by the carriage moving forward. Some people were attracted by the sudden storm. Some people whispered softly, "The fearless born in the storm. The guardian of the inner sea. The owner of the southern islands. The ruler. The chief justice. The advocate of new laws. The storm. It's really terrible. In the remote villages. The manors in the suburbs. The gorgeous villas. And the shadows of the streets." There were some people who were amazed. Some were afraid. Some were disdainful. And some were sarcastic. They all saw the man in the dark clouds and lightning. They all had their own ideas. Only Arthur was different. The young medium standing by the window finally breathed a sigh of relief. The tigress finally made a move. And with the end of the opponent's main general, it proved that the secret fight with the old lion of Niwen should come to an end. Nanlo should be calm for a while. As for confirming the identity of the other party, when he saw the figure in the sky, his spirituality, his intuition told him that. That was the master of Nanlos, the fearless born in the storm, Countess Ash Bonaparte. Nanlos. The fearless born in the storm? Is this the born in the storm? Arthur whispered to himself, but the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Facing the Countess Nanlos, who controlled the storm, Arthur was not panicked at all, nor was he filled with fear. He was only happy to see the new upper limit of the mysterious side. Because, this must be a position he can step into. Arthur has unparalleled confidence in his talent at all. As long as he is given enough time, he can also reach this level. Of course, the most important thing is that he is now a member of the Countess's camp. The tigress is like this. What about the old lion? What will he be like? The wielder of the holy sword. The lord followed by the knights. The winner of the 7 Years' War. The owner of the inner bay. The ruler. The founder of a new era. Arthur recalled the name of the old lion in his heart. Guessing the other party's ability. Maltz on the side was still in shock. The sheriff was really frightened by what he just saw. "Ah, Arthur, just now." "Yeah, it's just what you think." Arthur knew what his partner wanted to ask. It was nothing more than whether what he saw was real, and whether the person in the sky was the Countess. Hearing Arthur's affirmative answer, Maltz opened his mouth, and finally, his eyes looked outside the villa with lightning and thunder again. The Countess could control the storm. The sheriff had never expected this. He had experienced strange events before, so he also understood that the nobles must have some unknown abilities. However, he did not think that the fearless born in the storm was real. He thought it was an exaggeration. Just like when he was born, there happened to be an earthquake, and his mother directly said that he was the son of the earth. But he knew what was going on. Maybe the Nanlos family had some relationship with the storm. But it definitely won't reach the level of controlling the storm. If you can control the storm, is it still a human? It's already a god. Maltz's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down. The sheriff thought of some of his actions. He wouldn't be struck by lightning. Would he? But the next moment, the sheriff returned to normal. Because he saw his partner standing by the window with a normal expression, and when he looked at the terrifying celestial phenomenon, he didn't have any fear. Instead, laughing? The sheriff could swear that. He really saw his partner laughing at this moment, and his expression was full of happiness. Facing such a terrifying celestial phenomenon, he actually laughed and was happy. He must be either a madman or a fool. But he could be sure that his partner was definitely not a madman, let alone a fool. There was only one possibility left. His partner could also do this. Only in this way, only then will you not be afraid. And only then will you laugh. That is the joy filled with happiness. That is the excitement of no longer being lonely. Arthur. No. The elders of the Kratos family chose to settle in Nanlos. Could it be that it was to let Arthur wait for his opponent to grow up? Unconsciously, such a thought came to Maltz's mind. Immediately, the sheriff's breathing became rapid. After a moment, he adjusted his breathing, licked his cracked lips. When he looked at Arthur again, his eyes had changed slightly. Arthur noticed this change keenly. When Maltz turned pale just now, Arthur was ready to comfort his partner. But before he could speak, Mouths quickly returned to normal. This made Arthur sigh that veterans, who had experienced the baptism of war, were extraordinary. But the subsequent changes were something Arthur did not expect. Mouths looked at him with a little more respect. There is still a trace of fanatical? What happened? Did Mouths misunderstand something? Arthur thought in his heart, but on the surface he still looked out the window, and continued to maintain a faint smile. And this calm look made Mouths more certain of his guess. The sheriff sighed at his luck. He was able to meet a collaborator like Arthur. No! He was a collaborator worthy of his support. Because of Arthur's usual performance, also because strength. Quickly, the sheriff began to think more, then, his eyes turned to Scott on the side. He wanted to be more prepared. But the young reporter was concentrating on holding the cat cage where Pendragon was. Suddenly, he found something, and immediately shouted, "Arthur, Pen seems to have lost a beard." Chapter 129 A Wonderful Day. Arthur picked up Pendragon, put the beard into the previous test tube, and then put them into the box of Athos. He said with a smile, "What a wonderful day." "A wonderful day." Martz did not comment. Scott looked at the corpses on the ground and could not help scratching his head. Andy was overexerted and fell asleep, holding the musket. Dyko was grimacing in pain at this moment, but what he was most worried about was whether the scar on his face would scare his daughter. Among the 6 patrolmen, Rooney and Simon were the only ones still alive. Rooney, like Simon, was covered in wounds and was groaning against the wall. Simon was much luckier. As Andy's loader, he only had some scratches. Naturally, Simon had to make a trip to contact the police station. However, before Simon set off, Mouths called him. "Hey, carry on." It was a long sword. The meaning was self-evident. The rainstorm was coming, and the musket was no longer effective. The side of the arrows was also blocked. The long sword was the best choice. Understood. Simon took the long sword and ran out at a fast speed. "Are there alcohol, gauze, and hemostatic drugs in the villa?" Scott asked the middle-aged housekeeper. The young reporter, who thought he had not contributed in the battle, just now wanted to contribute at this time. He had a short musket and fired, but missed the target instead. He threw the short musket out and hit the target. "Yes, in the private doctor's room on the 2nd floor." The middle-aged butler pointed to a room on the 2nd floor, but did not lead the way. The other party, who had survived the disaster, now just wanted to rest. Even, the other party had begun to consider returning home tomorrow, because the city was too dangerous. Looking at the dead and wounded servants and attendants, the other party quickly confirmed this idea. What the butler did not notice was that Martz had been secretly watching him until now. If Martz had not discovered that there was something wrong with Freeman, the bastard, he would not have survived the 7 Years' War. But it was obviously difficult to catch this bastard. But if there was bait, it was not impossible. The sheriff began to think about how to use the other party's butler. And Arthur began to check his spoil's name, Miss Ring. Type, ring accessory. Quality, hero. Attribute, Miss Field, 1/3. Note, in the early days of the Holy Empire, the scattered mist was still the Pope. The cardinals were extremely troubled. However, many mysterious forces began to study the mist. The Mist Tower was the best among them. The organization, composed of 4 wizards, did what the entire Holy Empire could not do. However, it also attracted attention. At the beginning of the 100 Years' War, the Mist Tower was destroyed. The whereabouts of the 4 wizards were unknown. Only various manuscripts were fought over. This mist ring was imitated based on the ring of one of the 4 wizards. Grey robe. But the alchemist who imitated this ring under the order of the Holy Empire seems to have discovered some secrets. Mist field. Open a 100-meter diameter mist that lasts for 3 minutes. In the mist area, the enemy's vision, hearing, and intuition will be affected to varying degrees. The wearer of the mist ring can turn into mist, and freely shuttle through the entire mist area. And is immune to physical attacks, immune to 50% of other attacks, and can specify servants not to be affected by the mist. But the whole person will become as easy to be blown away as fog. Note, after the number of times the fog field is used up, you can look for the mist stone to recharge. Arthur looked at the silver ring in his hand. There were traces of filigree on it, one after another crossed and stacked, as if the whole ring was woven from strands of silver wire. After a brief inspection, Arthur directly put the mist ring on the little finger of his left hand. Afterwards, his attention was drawn to the words. Secret? Charge? Could it be that the secret is hidden in the mist stone that can be charged? Arthur narrowed his eyes and guessed, but his eyes were looking outside the villa. the team that was walking through the storm. A patrol team of more than 20 people, and several carriages. The leaders were Middle and Git. These two were once marginal police officers in the Shire District. After Maltz became the chief of police in the Shire District, they had already changed. Not only had their ranks been raised by one level, but their mental outlook had also changed greatly, as if they had become young again. Therefore, when Simon asked for help, the two of them led the team directly. On the way, the two heard Simon talk about the tragedy at number 14 Whitebird Street. But hearing is always just hearing. After seeing it with their own eyes, the two police officers were still frightened. The entire hall of the villa was almost covered with corpses. There were attackers, patrolmen, there were servants as well. The two immediately walked towards Maltz and Arthur. "Sheriff, advisor." The two bowed and asked. In the past, the respect they showed to Maltz and Arthur was above the level, but this time, it was the respect of real strength. They knew they could not survive the fight here. The patrolman behind them was much simpler. Although he was frightened by the corpses at first, he looked at Dicko with envy and jealousy. Andy, Rooney, Simon, and the other four. They knew that these four had become successful. Dicko, needless to say, was already a trainee police officer. And this time, he would definitely be promoted to a formal 5th-level police officer. And Andy, Rooney, and Simon? The trainee police positions were also waiting for them. Everything was settled at number 14 Whitebird Street. And Arthur was ready to leave. However, before leaving, he quietly reminded Scott. "Right half of it," Arthur said, while pointing in the direction of number 44 Whitebird Street. Scott immediately understood what Arthur meant, and the young reporter nodded immediately. It was not that Scott gave up his insistence, but Scott understood that this was a friendly reminder from his friend. Understood? The young reporter nodded. Arthur patted the other person's shoulder, nodded to Maltz and others, and got on the police station's special carriage. "Go to Tate's cane shop on Westmark Avenue first," Arthur ordered. With the killing of Ulter, another XP was earned, which made Arthur, who had already put one combat on his schedule, immediately want to find a sturdy and durable cane. According to the memory of his predecessor, Tate's cane shop is the best choice. More importantly, even if it is raining heavily at this moment, Tate's cane shop will definitely be open. Because no matter it is windy or rainy, from 8:30 a.m. to 5:00 p.m., we will meet you there. This is the sign of Tate. Since Tate opened the shop at the age of 25, it has not changed in the past 20 years. There have been bigger storms before, but Tate's cane shop is still open. Therefore, Arthur is full of confidence. So, after arriving at the place, looking at the closed door, and the dark cane shop inside, Arthur was silent. Could Tate be one of the hidden pawns of the old lion? Arthur guessed. Under normal circumstances, Tate would never close the shop. The big thing that happened today was the secret fight between the old lion and the tigress. At the same time, Tate's business of making canes seemed to allow him to get in touch with many people of status. So the possibility that he was the old lion's hidden man was quite high. Thinking of this, Arthur signaled the auxiliary policeman who was driving to leave. But at this moment, a faint light came on in the cane shop, and the door opened with a creak. Chapter 130. When facing fear, I become fear. The door of the cane shop opened, and a figure appeared at the door. In the dim light, Arthur could clearly see that it was Tate. His face was exactly the same as Tate's in his previous life's memory. In fact, his smile was even brighter. It was just that in this dim light, this kind of smile made Arthur instinctively resist it. It was not that the smile was not sincere enough, or that it was like wearing a mask. On the contrary, the other person's smile was very sincere. Sincere to the point of not mixing in a trace of falsehood. And looking at such a smile, Arthur actually hoped that there was some falsehood in it. Because that would make him look like a person. "Guest, welcome. Anything you need?" Tate asked earnestly with a sincere smile. No. Thank you." Arthur answered very quickly, and at the same time, knocked on the carriage, signaling the driver to leave quickly. However, the expected shaking of the reins did not occur. The auxiliary police officer turned his body, one hand climbed on the roof of the car, seemed to want to say something to Arthur, but from Arthur's perspective, all he could see was the blue uniform on the other's upper body. But suddenly, a head occupied Arthur's entire field of vision. The head of the auxiliary police officer turned over and pressed against the car window, filling Arthur's field of vision. The neck was stretched to a certain limit, but there was no pain on his face. All he had was a smile. A brilliant smile. A sincere smile. Counselor, is there anything you can do for me? The driver asked. Arthur did not panic. Nor did he scream in fear. He sat there, as if he was thinking seriously. Then, he looked up and said, "Give me some fries. Sweet ketchup. And a little black pepper. By the way, I want white fries." Arthur answered seriously. Which made Tate, the auxiliary police, were stunned. They had never expected Arthur to answer like this. And, the most important point, they did not feel the slightest fear from Arthur. But at this moment, a vague sound of footsteps reached Tate, the ears of the auxiliary police. They immediately understood what was going on. The person in front of them was fake. The real person had already run away. They immediately chased after the footsteps with their habitual laughter. Guest, do you need anything? Advisor, do you have any instructions? Words rang out from their mouths one by one. The entire Westmeck Avenue was almost filled with their voices. But they did not catch up with the target they wanted. There was nothingness there. There were only empty streets and endless rainstorms. Pa! 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 The raindrops hit the car window, and took the opportunity to use the hand of nothingness to carry the box of Athos away. Arthur began to adjust his sitting position and neck pillow, let himself sit there in a more comfortable posture. He squinted his eyes, and listened to the sound of rain, as if he was taking a nap in the afternoon, even though there were two monsters around him. The auxiliary policeman driving the car had his head grown back, but he began to tear his face constantly, and his whole face became bloody in a breath. The only thing that remained unchanged was the smile. The scarlet blood rendered the smile. Tate had completely lost his face. His eyes, nose, ears were gone, as if they were scribbled with black charcoal. Only darkness remained. But the smile was still there, and the other party still maintained a sincere smile. It was just that the white teeth, against the dark face, began to become sharp. Hatchie, hatchie. Heavy breathing, and the heavy rain brought out a strong and smelly breath. The two monsters circled around the carriage, like wolves waiting for an opportunity, ready to pounce into the carriage and tear Arthur's body apart. And Arthur? He opened the door of the carriage. He invited the two monsters. "Come on, come up. It's too cold in the rainstorm. It's warm here." Arthur's soft voice made the two monsters hesitate. They had never encountered such a situation before. For some reason, from their perspective, Arthur became a little strange. They looked at Arthur's sincere eyes, and they were actually a little afraid. Fear? Impossible. They are the ones who should be afraid. How could they be scared by Arthur? They jumped onto the carriage. Their entry made the carriage crowded all of a sudden. They were almost face to face with Arthur. Arthur could even clearly smell the smell of blood and an unknown stench. Moreover, an unspeakable darkness began to cover the carriage. Arthur could see everything in the carriage clearly. Everything outside the carriage was completely dark. But Arthur didn't care. He stared at the two monsters. He continued to laugh. Everyone is yelling at each other. No one respects each other, and no one puts themselves in each other's shoes. But I am different. I understand you. Because I am also called a freak. Hee 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 ha ha. Arthur's laughter became louder, torn, and completely unlike a human. He covered his face and laughed wildly. A lit match appeared in his hand. "Come on, light it," Arthur said, as the match fell to the floor of the carriage, and another fuse was lit. This is not the first fuse to be lit. When Arthur laughed wildly, the first fuse was lit, and it just happened to burn to the end at this moment. The two monsters found this, and they were about to escape, but they were tightly grasped by Arthur's arms. Arthur looked at them with a smile, and said in a relaxed tone, "Why are you so serious? Keep your smile. Nothing is more powerful than giving someone a smile. Madman. Let me go. Lunatic. You monster." The two monsters roared, but they could not change the predetermined outcome. Boom. A violent explosion, a burst of flames, the police carriage was blown to pieces, and the surrounding darkness was dispelled in an instant. But the next moment, it was still raining. Arthur was still sitting in the carriage. The Tate cane shop next to it was open, and that Tate was sticking to his creed. The auxiliary police officer, who was driving the carriage, jumped off the carriage, walked to the side of the carriage. "Advisor, is there anything you need me to do?" Arthur smiled, and waved his hand. Text prompts that only he could see began to appear. Bluff +5. Bluff LV5, 5/30. Arthur was just acting just now. He was just a simple medium. How could he be a monster? It's all slander. It's all slander. He just occasionally borrowed the shoulders of other giants. Arthur glanced at the damaged protection copper coin. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was obvious that although it was just some kind of illusion, the harmful behavior was real, both for him and for the caster. He listened attentively to the panting sound coming from the alley beside the store. The other party had tried hard to suppress the panting, but it was useless. The backlash was too fierce. From the beginning, Arthur heard more than one coughing of blood and struggling in the rain after falling. The other party seemed to have no power to resist. The damaged protective copper coin, however, needs to be compensated. Arthur took the umbrella handed over by the auxiliary police, walked to the entrance of the alley, and looked at the figure lying on the ground in the heavy rain. Curled up, he asked lightly, "Sir, do you think I look like a human or a god?" Chapter 131 Hidden Things. In the heavy rain, the medium holding an umbrella asked calmly. The figure curled up in the alley, coughing up blood. When the other party raised his head and looked at Arthur, his eyes were full of horror. "Monster! Monster! You monster!" the other party murmured, while struggling to stand up, but the backlash just now made the other party's struggle look ridiculous. Even if he tried his best, the other party did not stand up, just turning over. The other party was exhausted. The other party lay there, gasping for breath. Arthur then discovered that the other party's chest was charred. It looked like it was burned by fire. It looked like a lightning strike. Immediately, Arthur had an idea in his heart, but he still kept the same smile on the surface. He looked at the other party lying on his back in the heavy rain, and asked again, "Sir, do you think I look like a human or a god?" This repeated question, it seemed to emphasize something, which made the figure lying inside think of something. Are you completing the ritual? It's useless. I won't answer. You monster? The other party sneered, looking at Arthur with contempt in his eyes. The other party tried to provoke Arthur. The other party wanted Arthur to get closer. Arthur knew this very well. So, he stood at the entrance of the alley without moving. He would not get close, let alone touch the other party. "If you are willing to answer, I can do you a favor, how about it?" Arthur seemed to be trying to convince the other party. "LV5 bluff." Flashed again. And then it will cost me my life?" The other party sneered again. "Yes, if you answer, it will cost you your life, but not immediately. You can have some time to deal with the aftermath. But if you delay any longer, you may be found by those who are looking for you, and at that time, you may die immediately, or maybe it's worse than death," Arthur said calmly, as if stating a fact. Arthur was quite sure about this. In the afternoon, the Countess made such a big noise. How could she allow any fish to slip through the net? The other party's eyes showed a struggle again, and at the same time, his eyes involuntarily glanced at the Tate cane shop. It flashed away, but under the flash of torch eyes, observing words and expressions, Arthur saw it. At the same time, it was confirmed that the other party, after being injured by the Countess of Nanlos, did not appear here for no reason. The other party had something in the Tate cane shop. The other party came here to pick up something. Coincidentally, he also came to the Tate cane shop. The moment he saw him, the other party could no longer suppress his anger and attacked him directly. But what the other party did not expect was that he relied on bluffing and protective copper coins to get rid of such an illusion. It will cause more harm to the other party. Regarding the other party's identity, Arthur had the answer in his heart. After all, there are not many people in Nanlos who hate him so much. Adding the identity of the mysterious side, there are even fewer such people. If add a prefix of powerful before the mysterious side, then there is only one left, Isidore, one of the founders of the Rat Council. Only a powerful mysterious side person like Isidore can. Only after enduring the horrific blow from the Countess, he could still escape here and attack him confidently. Even if he miscalculated and suffered a backlash, he was still looking for opportunities. "What do you think? Time is running out. They are coming soon," Arthur said, but his face showed a half-smile, as if something attracted him. Such an expression naturally attracted the other party in the alley. The other party not only stared at Arthur intently, he listened attentively. The other party wanted to know what happened. But there was nothing. The other party could see that. Arthur seemed to be expecting something. He could hear, but he couldn't hear. Damn it, Nanlos! Recalling that lightning strike, the other party cursed in his heart, but a strong fear also filled his heart. The other party knew very well that, under the premise that the Tigress had such strength as a trump card, even if DeLong's plan succeeded, it would be useless. That Tigress can completely turn everything around with her own strength. In an instant, The other party was filled with anger, regretting that he had listened to DeLong's sweet words, and ended up in this situation. However, immediately, the other party shifted the cause of his failure to Arthur. It was him who ruined DeLong's plan time and time again. It was also him who put me in this situation. It was him. It was him. It was all him. The other party's resentment almost became real in his heart, but he said, "Okay, I promise you." The other party didn't know what Arthur's ritual was. But the other party knew that. What he had to do now was to pretend to agree, to make Arthur careless, and then use the last trump card to kill Arthur. As long as he killed Arthur, he still had the capital to turn the tables, and he could get the thing back from the Tate Kane shop, and then he would fly away and never return to South Los in his lifetime. After hearing the other party's answer, Arthur, seemingly satisfied, he nodded and asked again, "Sir, do you think I look like a human or a god?" The other party began to draw out his tone, and was ready to use the strength he had just accumulated to get up and attack. But Arthur was faster. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 crossbow arrows shot out from the shadows and hit the target. 1 crossbow arrow hit the arm, and 1 crossbow arrow hit the chest. Once again, the other party was fatally injured. But what made the other party even more desperate was that Arthur's arrows were poisoned. The 2 hands of nothingness that had just controlled the crossbow actually rushed out holding 2 daggers. With a speed and strength far exceeding the normal hands of nothingness, the 2 daggers stabbed into the opponent's lower abdomen. Puff! Puff! The sound of metal cutting flesh and blood was mixed with a hint of stirring. "You?" The opponent roared and was about to use up his last bit of strength to fight Arthur. But when the opponent looked up, he was shocked to find that Arthur had already retreated further away, looking at him with a smile. It was precisely because of this astonishment that the other party lost his last chance. Because the 2 hands of nothingness had already drilled into the wound and began to cut the internal organs. Poof! The other party's eyes widened, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and there was no more movement. Kill the dying Rat King Isidore, XP plus 50. The dying state is more valuable than Ulto? Arthur sighed in his heart, in his mind. He imagined how powerful the opponent would be in his prime. But because of this, Arthur continued to let 1 hand of nothingness cut the opponent's heart, kidneys, lungs, and the other hand of nothingness cut the opponent's elbows, knee joints, and then continued to let the 2 hands of nothingness search the opponent's pockets. Get close? Not possible. Who knows if the opponent will come back to life, or just do something to his own body. Without a perfect guarantee, Arthur would never take risks on his own. Soon, a ring, a scroll, and a piece of cloth were brought back by the hand of nothingness. The ring was a copper ring, and the scroll was sheepskin. The cloth was 2 fingers wide, with a blue background, and black paint on it saying 12 bars, and 6 made by Tate himself. Arthur's mouth curled up, sure enough. Under the name of making a cane, there is something hidden, Arthur thought in his heart. But his eyes looked at Isidore's body again. Then, his eyes narrowed. Chapter 132 I just went to buy a cane. Arthur didn't know what Isidore had gone to such great lengths to hide in the Tate Kane shop, but he knew that if he wanted to successfully obtain what he had hidden in the Tate Kane shop, he must not expose his body. Once Isidore's body appeared in front of the world, it would definitely attract the investigation of the Countess. Isidore was not an unknown person who would die and then die. As one of the founders of the Rat Parliament, and he is the real leader among the 3. If he dies, it will definitely attract close attention. Who killed him? Why did he appear here? Under one question after another. The fact that there are things hidden in the Tate Kane shop cannot be concealed at all. Even if he tries his best to cover it up, it is likely that he will only get the thunder strike of the Countess, because the flaw is too big. But if Isidore's body disappears, that's much easier. Coincidentally, he also has a good corpse box. Arthur looked down at the box of Athos. How can a precious space item be used to store corpses? But for something more precious, it's okay, Arthur thought silently, while continuing to control the hand of nothingness, to confirm the safety of Isidore's body. In the next few minutes, Arthur tried several more times, including a bundle of ignited bombs. It is not easy to light a bundle of bombs in a rainstorm. Not only do you need 2 hands of nothingness to work closely together, but you also need props. For example, a coat that acts as a raincoat. Of course, it is not Arthur's, but it is taken out from the box of Athos. In the box of Athos, In addition to weapons, Arthur put a lot of daily necessities. And this coat is one of them. The bomb did not explode. It was extinguished by the hand of nothingness. At the last moment, this also proved that Isidore's body was really safe. The next moment, Arthur walked over and put the other's body into the box of Athos. Then the ring, scroll, and the cloth strip were also put into the box of Athos. He had wasted too much time, and had no more time to check the spoils. However, just as he was about to leave, Arthur paused. He turned his head, looking at the ground washed clean by the heavy rain. A hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes, but he finally untied his belt. A moment later, the auxiliary police officer driving the car saw his consultant coming out with a refreshed look on his face. Immediately, he smiled knowingly. There is a rule in South Los that people cannot urinate or defecate anywhere. But except for the core areas, basically no one abides by it. And even in the core areas, once they are in a hurry, they will selectively ignore it. After all, peeing pants, shitting crotch in corners, everyone knows how to choose. Wait for me a moment. Arthur pointed to the Tate Cane shop. Okay, consultant. The auxiliary police officer driving the car watched his consultant walk into the store, looked around, found that there was no one, and also went into the alley. The sound of rain and water combined into one. Welcome! Tate greeted Arthur, who came in with a smile, and also handed him a clean towel. Thank you! Arthur put the umbrella at the door, wiped the water stains on his shoulders with the towel. At the same time, I secretly looked at the middle-aged shop owner. He was wearing a shirt, overalls, leather shoes, and a pair of thick black-framed glasses. His hair was a little sparse, and his scalp could be vaguely seen under the candlelight. His face was very clean, with a smile on his lips, and a pair of leather measuring tape wrapped around his wrist. Sir, do you need a cane? Tate asked as he led Arthur to a small round table and poured tea. Yes, I need a handy one. A sturdy cane. Arthur nodded and answered. But his eyes were already looking at the counter in the store. The layout of Tate's cane store is quite special. Unlike ordinary grocery stores that want to pile all the goods in front of customers, the small cane store has a small round table on one side and a few chairs, and a wide corridor. The counter where the goods are placed is at the innermost part, against the wall, against the ceiling. It is divided into two parts. The upper half is a dense honeycomb-like storage grid, the lower half was a display stand, with canes placed on it one after another, made of various materials, especially the handles, which were even more diverse. With just a glance, Arthur saw handles in the shape of lion heads, tiger heads, and wolf heads, as well as frog and groundhog heads. Seeing Arthur's scrutiny, Tate immediately walked towards the counter. Arthur seemed very interested and followed closely, but his eyes quickly scanned the honeycomb-like storage grid. The next second, he found 12 bars and 6. Tate's storage compartments were very neat, and there were small labels under each compartment, making it easy for Arthur to find it. However, Tate had turned around, so Arthur did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at the cane with a metal tiger head handle and a full wooden shaft in Tate's hand with a scrutinizing look. This is a mechanical cane. It is not a metal head, but an umbrella handle. As he said that, Tate pressed the tiger head and pulled the umbrella out of the cane. It opened and closed easily, with a silky feeling. Gentlemen, but we need to face many situations. Even with the sword abolishing order, we still have many choices. Tate put the tiger head cane aside, picked up the lion head cane, slightly shook it in front of Arthur. There was a sound of liquid inside. What is this? It contains water, and it can also be filled with wine. And this? Tate said, picking up the frog-like palm, and with a slight press, 2 dice came out of the frog's mouth. Snap! Snap! Arthur clapped his hands gently, marveling at the versatility of the cane. This was not a compliment or acting, but a real surprise. He didn't know that the cane had so many uses before. His habit made him think that the cane could only hide a sword, shoot arrows, spray flying needles, venom, etc. More. That means changing it to a musket. That's what old Charlie did. The other party's musket cane that can shoot made the predecessor covet it for a long time. Subconsciously, Arthur looked at the cane that looked like a groundhog's cane in the distance. Can I ask, what does it hide? Of course. Tate turned around with a smile and walked towards the cane that looked like a groundhog's cane. Arthur took the opportunity to put the cane in the 12 bar 6 into the box of Athos. At the same time, he put a cane from the box of Athos into it. It was a very ordinary cane without any special marks. When Arthur finished doing this, Tate took the cane with the head of a groundhog. Under Arthur's gaze, Tate pressed the head of the cane, and then took it out. A flower appeared in Tate's hand. Although the flower was made of cloth, it was still stunning. It is completely conceivable that it would be taken out on a special occasion. It will definitely attract screams. That's amazing, Arthur praised, and then he was ready to tell his specific requirements. At this moment, the door of the shop was pushed open. A man with a young face, but with some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, walked in. He was wearing a black suit and holding an umbrella. When he saw Arthur, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. "Sir Kratos, I didn't expect to meet you here." As he said that, the other party came forward enthusiastically, bowed and saluted Arthur. Arthur dodged to the side without leaving a trace. Chapter 133: Harris's Pursuit. Tracking Isidore. When he saw the other party for the first time, Arthur had such a premonition in his heart, but he still kept his distance and asked politely, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" This is the most normal reaction for a normal person when facing a stranger. And Arthur, who had expected it, was even more natural with the blessing of LV5 bluff. The enthusiastic stranger saw Arthur's reaction, and it seemed that he just reacted. He smiled apologetically, then introduced himself. "Hello, Lord Kratos. I am Harris. Perhaps you have heard of my name." Harris, one of the founders of the Rat Council, was the first of the 3 founders to join Count Nanlos. But Arthur guessed that he was a pawn planted by the Countess in the Rat Council. However, Arthur did not expect that he would be the one chasing Isidore. Is it because of long-term contact? Is it because of some secret means? Is it possible to lead the other party to track Isidore's whereabouts? Arthur guessed it was the latter. But Isidore's strength is enough to make the other party wary. So, this secret method must have many limitations. At least, it cannot be accurately located. It is even more impossible to know what happened specifically. Otherwise, Harris would not be so polite at this time. Thinking of this, Arthur's face naturally showed surprise. After a flash, Arthur nodded. "I have heard of it. It's an honor that you have heard of my name. Then our conversation will be much easier. Of course, you should finish your work first. Boss Tate has been waiting for a long time," Harris said politely, and walked to the small round table and chair by himself. The other party just sat in the chair and stared at Arthur, openly following. In this regard, Arthur's face showed helplessness. Tate beside him seemed to have noticed something. "Guest, do you need any help?" Tate asked in a low voice. Arthur shook his head, then smiled. "I need 2 canes. One is made of solid wood, the other is also made of solid wood. The head of the cane must also be solid wood, no excessive decorations, but it must be strong. Any recommendations?" Arthur ignored the gazes from the side. I asked Tate attentively. "Is it solid wood?" "Very unique taste. You seem to have a calmness that does not match your age. If you want something strong, I recommend iron birch. This kind of wood is very special. When an axe hits it, sparks will fly. When a bullet hits it, it feels like hitting a steel plate. It must be cut and carved in a special way. So the price is very high. One piece costs 8 gold notes. But if you use slightly more ordinary wood, the price can be reduced to about 1 to 1.5 gold notes. For example, small hardwood." Tate provided Arthur with professional knowledge. "It's iron birch." Arthur's purpose was to perform wand combat. The stronger the cane, the better, and, for him now, 8 gold tickets are not expensive. Especially under the premise of saving lives, such a price is more affordable. 2 canes, 16 gold tickets. You will be able to get your cane in 3 days, and I will give you a bundle at that time wristband, walking stick cloth, and 3 times of maintenance, although iron birch basically does not require maintenance. When Arthur took out 16 gold notes and handed them to Tate, it can be seen that the boss was in a very good mood. He talked about the gift and joked. Then, the boss began to measure Arthur's height, arm length, arm height from the ground, etc. During this process, Harris, who was sitting there, kept looking at Arthur, Tate, and the entire store. Arthur and Tate chose to ignore each other. As time went by, the founder of the Rat Council began to be sure that Isidore's last appearance was here. Unfortunately, that was all the information he got. He could not make a more accurate judgment. But he thought it was a good choice to keep an eye on Arthur. Arthur seemed to be annoyed by this kind of surveillance. When Tate finished measuring, he couldn't help but glare at Harris. Harris didn't care at all, and smiled back at Arthur. Do you have any requirements for the carving of the cane head? Someone was watching, but it did not affect Tate's work status. The boss asked seriously. Cat. I want one with a cat head, and one with the image of a cat in a nest. If you don't have a specific reference, you can look at the carriage, my cat. Arthur smiled and pointed to the carriage parked at the door. Tate looked at the carriage at the door. Harris also looked at the carriage at the door. Tate walked towards the carriage with an umbrella. While carefully examining Pendragon, Harris was looking at the auxiliary police driver, and Arthur was impatient. After returning to the store with Tate, Arthur took the initiative to pull a chair and sit opposite Harris. Are you looking for someone? Arthur asked straight to the point. Yes. Harris still smiled. Is it the old lion's hidden man? Or is it Isidore? Arthur stretched out his tone, staring straight at Harris, but the other party used a smile to cover up Arthur's sharp eyes. And observing expressions did not yield any clues. I have to continue upgrading these two skills, Arthur thought to himself, and then changed the subject. No matter who you are looking for. You shouldn't stare at me. Really? Harris asked with a smile. At the same time, he recalled the information about the young medium in front of him again. He has mysterious abilities, is good at probing with words, and may have a secret background. He had experienced the verbal test just now. It worked for others, but not for him. As for the mysterious ability, it was not the time for both parties to fight. As for the mysterious origin, as long as he fought, he would be able to guess the other party's origin. But unfortunately, he couldn't. The other party had made no mistakes, and was highly valued by the Countess. If he fought with the other party for no reason, he would be in trouble regardless of winning or losing. Thinking of this, Harris looked at Boss Tate. Boss, after the rainstorm started, do you have any guests here? Boss Tate looked at Arthur. After seeing Arthur shrug indifferently, the boss said, No, only this guest. Oh, how long has this guest been here? It's been a while. The carriage stopped at the door for a while before the guest came in. Boss Tate answered truthfully. Arthur originally had an indifferent expression on his face, but suddenly he froze. Although he immediately returned to his original state, Harris caught him. Why did you let the carriage stop at the door for a while before coming in? Harris asked immediately without hesitation. But Arthur, who had cooperated with him, had a serious expression at this moment. I am not your prisoner, nor have I committed any fault. I cannot accept your way of questioning. After saying that, Arthur stood up and left. Harris did not stop him. He just looked at Arthur's back as he left in the carriage. This one of the founders of the Rat Council thought he had found the key point. Then, Harris held up his umbrella and began to walk around the Tate Cane shop. Soon, he came to the alley and kept twitching his nose. Isidore's smell disappeared here, huh? What is the smell? Why is it so stinky? What fuck? Who has sneaking here? Harris stared at something under his feet that was beaten into a yellow soup by the heavy rain and began to flow. The smile he had always kept on his face was a little bit hard to hold back, especially when he found that the yellow liquid kept flowing under his feet. The founder of the Rat Parliament cursed loudly. He had a guess as to what Arthur had just parked the car for. But Harris did not give up, and went straight to the Shire District Police Station. Arthur could not force him, but the patrolman did not care. As a result, Harris cursed even more harshly. Where is your morality? Where is your honor? Where is your gentlemanly manner? Shit-like bastard. Is it not a fault to urinate and defecate anywhere? Confused, the patrolman, Harris, who got the exact answer, returned to the Tate Cane shop again. Cursing, he still did not give up. The cane shop was closed for rest at this moment. The founder of the Rat Parliament directly pried the lock and slipped in. After checking the store, Harris looked at the honeycomb cabinet where the canes were stored. Harris checked one by one. Although he found several canes with hidden blades, they were not what he wanted. When he finally found nothing, Harris left in a rage. He knew that he was fooled by Isidore. Isidore must have discovered his trick. So he stopped here on purpose. He used Arthur to confuse his sight. Even better. It would be better if he had a conflict with Arthur. Damn it! Harris found that he had underestimated Isidore, the madman, again. But more importantly, he needed to make up with Arthur. Maybe Arthur was nothing to him now. But what about in the future? With the respect of the Countess, Arthur would sooner or later rise to prominence. He couldn't kill Arthur now. He could only make up for the relationship. Immediately, Harris had an idea of the best candidate in his mind. He didn't stay in the Tate Cane shop anymore. Harris left quickly. But the founder of the Rat Council did not relock the shop. Or he did not care about it at all. Or he might need to vent. A moment later, two patrolmen found the open door. They looked at each other and walked in. A few minutes later, they left in a hurry with a few canes that looked very valuable. This time, the door of the shop was open. After a while, a homeless man passed by here. The homeless man looked at the open shop with shining eyes, rushed in hastily, and then left with a few canes. Just after the homeless man left, a gambler who lost a lot of money passed by here. The gambler rushed in with ecstasy. However, before the gambler left, the two patrolmen who left first came back, looked at the figures in the store, and laughed together. Then, "Stop! Don't move! Put your hands up!" Amid the roar, two patrolmen rushed in waving batons. The noise was drowned out by the rainstorm. The traces that should have been had long been washed away. And all this had nothing to do with Arthur. At this moment, Arthur was holding Pendragon, sitting in the medium hall, looking at the props taken out of the cane. The surprise in his eyes could not be concealed at all. It turned out to be this thing. Chapter 134 Key and Crown. The cane taken out from the 12-bar-6 storage compartment has a beautiful silver metal cane head. The cane head looks a bit like an octopus crown, full of the style of the early Holy Empire. After twisting off the cane head, there is a storage compartment of about 15 centimeters inside. Arthur turned the cane upside down, and the things inside slid into his palm. A key. The key is made entirely of copper, with a total length of 10 centimeters. With a hint of green rust, the front end has thick teeth, and the key handle is a hollow semicircle, which is quite simple in shape. The information about the key appears clearly in front of Arthur's name: Hulk key. Type: key. Quality: secret. Attribute: none. Note: this is an extremely precious key. You can use it to open a Hulk laboratory or Hulk's library, or Hulk's collection room. In short, you need to find them, and then try them one by one. When Arthur saw the key of Hulk, he was full of surprise and extremely excited. But soon, Arthur calmed down, because he had the key, but he couldn't find the place to use it. Hulk, the master of potions and alchemy, was first recorded in the Imperial period, about 1,700 years ago. At that time, Hulk was still the administrator of the Imperial Library. He had no communication with the big shots, and no ties with them. He just sorted books and recorded his daily life in obscurity. However, about 10 years later, Hulk began to show his extraordinary talent, and made achievements in alchemy, potions, astrology, secret magic, swordsmanship, construction, etc. However, after showing his talent, Hulk began to live in seclusion. It was not until the outbreak of the Mist War in the Empire that Hulk appeared again. At that time, the Master was already 200 years old, and he used the Herc flying boat to bring the Dusa Principality, which was affected by the fog, out of danger. After that, Dusa Principality became the current Swallow Castle. After doing such a feat, the Master disappeared again. When he appeared in people's sight again, it was already 500 years later. At that time, the Empire was broken, the princes were in chaos, the Church began to grow stronger, and the so-called Holy Empire was about to be established. But the Master ignored the Pope's invitation and began to travel around the continent, building his own laboratory, library, collection, and cultivating plants and animals in the wilderness. After 100 years, he disappeared again. No one knew where the Master went. But the legacy was inherited by many people. People followed the footsteps of the Master, and many even said that they had surpassed the Master. But when the Master appeared next time, he brought 4 kinds of potions and 27 items, namely, Herc gold, silver, bronze, and black iron. Faced with the 4 kinds of potions and 27 items, everyone was convinced of his long life and unsurpassed works. They began to respectfully call this Master the God of Alchemy and the God of Magic Potions. And this was the beginning of the Silver Age. Since then, Herc disappeared again. However, everyone firmly believed that Master will definitely appear again. Arthur is not sure whether the Master will appear again, but he is sure that the difficulty of finding the Master's laboratory, library, collection room is almost as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. According to the original words of the young detective Albers, that is, I would rather face the most complicated case than to look for the treasure left by the Master. It's not that there are few. It's that you don't know how much is left. Even, you can't tell which ones are real, and which ones are fake. In more than 1,700 years, too many people have used the name of that master to do things. It's really difficult. Arthur sighed in his heart, and put the key into the box of Athos. He knew very well that with his current strength, it was impossible for the forces to find the treasure of this master. And even if they found it, they couldn't keep it. Of course, Arthur couldn't bear to give it up like this. All he could do was take it one step at a time or try his luck. Arthur thought he had good luck. Maybe he would come across it by chance one day? With this thought in mind, Arthur picked up his other two trophies. The scroll was the same as the one in the box of Athos. Both were scrolls imprinted with secret spells, but the quality of this Touch of Death scroll was obviously much higher. Name: Touch of Death. Type: Scroll. Quality: Hero. Effect: when you tear open the scroll, if your next unarmed attack hits the opponent, it will cause a fatal blow to creatures within 5 physical strength. When the opponent's physical strength exceeds 5, the damage will be proportionally converted. When the opponent's physical strength reaches 10, the scroll will lose its effect. However, if the opponent's spirituality is 0, he will still die directly. This effect can only be completely immune when the physical strength reaches 18. Note: this is one of the earliest scrolls made by the Dead Poets Society. Instant Death Mystic Scroll. Dead Poets Society? Arthur narrowed his eyes. His fingers gently touched the parchment scroll. He confirmed that he had never heard of the name of this organization. However, to be able to make such a scroll, it must have a great reputation. It was just that his views were too narrow. Undoubtedly, this was Isidore's trump card. However, it was his now. Can the tigress or the old lion be completely immune to the effect of this scroll? Arthur thought almost instinctively. Then, when the image of the tigress being safe and sound in the lightning appeared in his mind, he had a positive answer. With a slight sigh, Arthur picked up the copper ring. Then, Arthur's mouth curled up involuntarily. Name: Crown of the Rat King. Type: Ring accessory. Quality: Epic. Attributes: 1. Treasure hunt. 2. Underground travel. 3. Shadow shelter. 4. Plague immunity. 5. Rat swarm. 6. Natural enemy. Requirement: Spirituality 3. Note: one of Hulk's 27 items, Isidore accidentally found it in a ruin near Nanlos. On the box containing the crown of the Rat King, the number 27 was marked, and there was also a picture of a cat playing with a mouse. Treasure hunt. Consumes a certain amount of physical strength. There is a chance to find treasures within a 500-meter radius of itself, 1 time/day. Underground travel. Consumes physical strength continuously. You can travel underground. You can also pass through walls, but you will be blocked by metal, blocked by wooden products, 1 time/day. Shadow shelter. In the shadow, at night, physique plus 0.5. Plague immunity. Facing the plague spread by rats, you will be directly immune. Other types of plague will gain extremely high resistance. Rat swarm. Summon groups of rats to serve you, but you need to pay for food. Each 0.1 spiritual power can summon 100 rats. When the number of rats reaches 1,000, the spiritual power consumption begins to double. When the number reaches 2,000, the spiritual consumption doubles again. And when it continues to 10,000, the upper limit of the rat swarm will be reached. Natural enemy. When facing the cat hole and cat faction, using any crown of the Rat King attribute will double the physical consumption. But when the cat hole and cat faction hold the crown of the Rat King, the wearing requirement is reduced by half. The consumption is reduced by half. And when the rat swarm special effect is activated, the rat swarm is shocked. No need to provide food. The spirituality occupancy rate is also reduced by half. Crown of the Rat King? Oh, it's just a happy mouse. As he stroked Pendragon, Arthur muttered to himself. Then, he put the crown of the Rat King into the box of Athos. Even if the wearing requirement is reduced by half, it is still 1.5 spirituality, which is far from enough for him now. However, even if it is satisfied, Arthur will not wear it immediately. Isidore just disappeared. The crown of the Rat King that belonged to the other party was worn on his finger. Even a fool would know what was going on. He had to disguise himself. Just as Arthur was thinking about what disguise to use, there was a knock on the door of number 2 Kirk Street. It was Melinda. After Arthur opened the door, the lady rushed in, with a curious look on her face, and asked excitedly, "Arthur, did you urinate and defecate anywhere?" Chapter 135 Checks and Balances Ex-Agents X Pie in the Sky. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Arthur denied 3 times directly, and quickly closed the door. Ha ha! Harris has told me everything. He fell into Isidore's trap, and completely focused on you, making Isidore's flavor completely disappear. Melinda had no image at all, and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. TSK. Arthur said this. Are you admitting it? Melinda asked excitedly. Arthur didn't say anything, and went straight to the kitchen. Although the rainstorm outside had subsided, the autumn rain had already made the whole of South Los feel cold. On such a night, the best way to keep warm was naturally hot pot. But the ingredients were not complete. Arthur could only settle for the next best thing. He chose hot cocoa with milk and sugar. Of course, he only prepared his own. Stingy man. Melinda looked at the hot cocoa, curled her lips, and then went into the kitchen to make hot cocoa. Behind her, Arthur was surprised. He was not surprised that Melinda would go into the kitchen. He was surprised at Melinda's excitement. He urinated and defecated everywhere. And the famous lady of the long night was so excited that she cheered. Is this a serious disease? Arthur guessed. However, when Melinda turned around, Arthur raised his hand. The cup covered her face. Melinda seemed not to notice these, while drinking hot cocoa. She said, Harris came to me, trying to repair your relationship with him. Of course, from my point of view, I don't want you to have a good relationship. As she said this, Melinda pursed her lips, and her mouth corners slightly turned down. Then, without waiting for Arthur to ask, Melinda took the initiative to say, Harris will continue to be in charge of Rat Tail Alley. Rat Alley? The core of Rat Street. Apart from Melinda's auction, the secret gatherings in Rat Alley are the first choice for the mysterious people in South Los. In fact, more people prefer to go there, because it is hidden, and more because of the chaos. In the former, each identity can be kept secret. In the latter, the greedy people wield the greedy blade to plunder the greedy things. With the demise of the Rat Parliament, the secret gatherings in Rat Alley should be disbanded. But Harris took over the secret gathering here. Undoubtedly, this was approved by the Countess. Or, it was supported by the Countess. Why? It was to balance the salon of Lady of the Long Night of Melinda. The Countess would never allow a single company to dominate her territory. Unless it was the other party's own business. Arthur ignored Melinda's depression. After thinking about Harris's continued control of Rat Tail Alley, what can it bring to him? First, that Wiggins can get a certain degree of support in Rat Street outside Rat Alley. Second, that is, it is possible to get some good things from the mysterious side. Not from Harris. Arthur believes that those things that can be purchased legally must have been selected and allowed by the Earl. What he needs are those who have not been selected by the Earl. Those who bring things to the secret gathering to sell are the ones he cares about. It would be best if it was done with malicious intent. Killing and robbing? Robbery? No. No, no. That's too vulgar. He prefers to call it robbing the rich to help the poor. And to do this, he would be happy to mend his relationship with Harris. At the same time, he needs to train an agent who will always keep an eye on this gathering, and it would be best if he could have a fixed store. Of course, the store in Rat Tail Lane needs to be done slowly. However, Agent Arthur has the right person. Wiggins! This Goldfinger is smart, alert, and lives in Rat Street. He is a perfect candidate. As for whether he is a mysterious person? For Arthur, the most important thing is that Wiggins is not a mysterious person. If Wiggins is a mysterious person, Arthur will hesitate. He can't be sure whether Wiggins will inform him or take it for himself when he comes across something good. And now, there are no such concerns. Wiggins will not know what the seller is carrying. But Wiggins knew that the seller would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, Wiggins knew exactly what he had to do, which was to find a suitable seller and notify him as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Arthur took a sip of hot cocoa. Is this why Harris is so eager to prove himself? Arthur recalled the way the former co-founder of the Rat Council stared at him in the Tate Kane shop that afternoon. This is just one of them. Because Isidore has something extremely important, Melinda said as she looked at Arthur. Arthur rolled his eyes. Don't test me. The extremely important thing is nothing more than Key of Hulk, or Crown of the Rat King. Both things are on Arthur, but Arthur will never admit it. Hee, reasonable suspicion. Melinda smiled and began to change the subject without any embarrassment. The Earl knows about your performance in the White Bird District. She admires your reaction and decision. She promises that if you can win the South Low Sword competition, she can give you the title of Knight. Melinda said seriously. Arthur was complaining in his heart. It started. It's finally started. The capitalists are painting a rosy picture for the poor workers. I knew that the previous silent step was not that easy to get. Give me a candy first. It will be easier to draw the pie later. Are you thinking of something rude? Melinda looked at Arthur suspiciously. Although she didn't have the talent of Eat All, and couldn't digitize attributes and skills, but the level of this lady's sharp eyes, and reading words and expressions, was definitely not low. Arthur didn't try to hide it, and even deliberately showed a little dissatisfaction, which was noticed by the other party. The crying child gets the milk. Arthur, who knew this a long time ago, would not keep silent. He needs to express his dissatisfaction appropriately. Only in this way can he get the corresponding satisfaction. So, facing Melinda's question, Arthur sighed softly. It's just a little different from what I thought. You don't want to get the title of knight, and get a full set of swift bird swordsmanship at the same time? Impossible. Although knight is considered noble to some extent, and can enjoy various rights like other nobles, and they are allowed to trade the family swordsmanship, but if you get the whole set of swordsmanship at once, you will still be criticized by other nobles. You can choose one of the moves, breathing method, meditation method, and then exchange the remaining two with merits. Can you trade the family swordsmanship with the status of a noble? Arthur was stunned when he heard what Melinda said. He didn't know that the status of a noble had such convenience, but it didn't stop him from pretending to know. And I want to know more. The next moment, LV5 bluff began to flash again. Arthur put down the hot cocoa in his hand. After a little hesitation, he said softly, You know, I don't care about these things. Chapter 136 You come and I go. When you want to know more, never stare at the forehead of others. That kind of scrutiny is only useful for cowards. Most of the time it will backfire and anger the other party, or make the other party wary. Don't look into the other party's eyes. Because, when you see the emotions in the other party's eyes clearly, your emotions will also be exposed. But bluff. Arthur, who has reached LV5, does not need these. He can easily deal with these problems. His eyes and expressions would change accordingly. And even a small cooperation could reach an unexpected level. However, he still chose the safest approach. Let Melinda guess and speak for herself. In fact, after hearing Arthur's words, the lady was stunned at first, and then frowned. You want revenge? No. You know, that's impossible. So you want to take back the inheritance of Cat's school. Black? Melinda's words were full of questions. But in Arthur's silence, the lady began to speak faster. At that time, the people who inherited the Cat faction, Black included the Old Lion of Niwen, the Blood Marquis, the West Berlin Marquis, the Inez Marquis, the Count Bet, and the Count Nanlos. Except for the Blood Marquis who has been exterminated. The noble power of the remaining few families is absolutely beyond your imagination. Listening to what the lady said, Arthur silently took note, but turned around and looked at her as if she were an idiot. Given the lady's cunningness, Arthur thought he should verify it more. At first, the lady looked confused. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the lady spread her hands. Okay. I lied. Marquis West Berlin and Marquis Inez were not involved. The ones involved were Viscount Rude and Baron Novia. Facing Melinda's generous admission, Arthur sighed. I thought we were friends. Yes, we are friends. So I told you most of the answers. You black cats have been searching hard. And you probably know the Old Lion of Niwen, the Blood Marquis, the Count of Bet, and our Count of Nanlos. I have also told you about Viscount Rude and Baron Novia. You need to exchange something for the remaining two. For example, number 44. White Bird Street. Melinda looked as if it was a matter of course. Wake up. It's dark. Arthur sat back in his chair, looking like he didn't want to pay any attention to Melinda. Think about it. After what happened today, those rich people will definitely flee White Bird Street. It won't take too long. A week or two later, White Bird Street will become less valuable. Melinda came over again, and the lady began to help Arthur analyze it with kindness. Arthur laughed out loud. Since it will become less valuable, why don't you sell number 6 White Bird Street quickly? Before, Arthur had never worried about the impact on the price of his house. In fact, he was sure that the house price in White Bird Street would not fall, but would rise instead. Why? Because of the Countess of Nanlos. The scene of the Countess manipulating the storm in the afternoon was enough to make all the land in Nanlos surge. Countless people who got the news would choose Nanlos. The strength of the Countess would reassure countless people. And, Cisport in Nanlos. What will happen to the peaceful Cisport? A steady stream of wealth. As long as the Countess's staff is not stupid, they will properly spread rumors. And for a long time to come, the Countess will be portrayed as the embodiment of the storm. If he is in charge, he will slightly modify what happened in the White Bird Street this afternoon, and then let someone buy number 14 White Bird Street at a high price, then ask for number 44 White Bird Street with a high price. And these will definitely be reported in the newspapers. Then, the location near White Bird Street began to be purchased in large quantities. Moreover, the offer must be made to those houses that have owners. Extremely bold offer. If it is only a 10% premium today, it will be a 30% premium tomorrow. In short, there is no highest, only higher. After mobilizing the enthusiasm of the middle class, it began to announce the construction of new blocks near the White Bird block, such as the boulevard, to let the middle class buy houses, let the common people build houses, let the middle class build new houses, let the rich common people become the new middle class to take over the houses of the original middle class, then, with more jobs, better conditions to attract young people around Nanlos, let them fill the positions of the original Nanlos. Common people. Money never sleeps. Because it is endless. In the end, it goes into the pocket of the owner of Nanlos. It becomes what the owner needs at most. Or supplies. Or secret arts. Or potions. Who knows? Anyway, it has nothing to do with ordinary people. Everyone will be immersed in happiness. Everything is beautiful. Since number 44 White Bird Street is unwilling to sell to me. Can you tell me? Did you wipe out the Blood Marquis family? Melinda changed the conditions. The other party recognized the blood ring of balance. Arthur's heart trembled. It wouldn't be so much foreshadowing before, is it just for this sentence? But after so many twists and turns, now you ask him directly, isn't it too worthless? Revenge for the Blood Marquis? It's even more impossible. If the Blood Marquis is still alive, and the family is still there, with Melinda's personality, she might take a risk for the other party's friendship. But the Blood Marquis is dead, and the family is destroyed, Melinda will never do useless work. So, deliberately let him pay attention to the Blood Marquis family, want to trap him. Something from the Blood Marquis family has appeared? Needs someone to explore the way? Thinking in his heart, Arthur laughed out loud on the surface. Ah! Yes. Yes! You are right! The perfunctory words made Melinda angrily rush to her bed on the right side of the medium hall. Arthur ignored her, and lay down on the bed on the left side, while holding Pendragon. Although he had a chair, and the chair was comfortable enough, but after a busy day, Arthur preferred the bed. So, Arthur also chose the same configuration as Melinda, a blanket at the bottom, and then a quilt. The candlelight gradually dimmed. Across a desk, the two people, back to back, their breathing quickly became long. But in such a long breath, they both kept their eyes open. Sly guy. Arthur and Melinda thought at the same time. Then, they both pouted. Then, under the fatigue, their eyelids began to droop. However, they pinched their thighs lightly. And they instantly became alert. This cycle repeated countless times. And they fell asleep at the same time. Almost at the same time. But when the day dawned, when the newsboy's cry sounded, they opened their eyes at the same time. But no one moved. Instead, they waited for a moment, and then pretended to rub their eyes, and climbed up. Arthur went straight to the bathroom. Melinda opened the door, and took breakfast from Edwin. At the same time, I bought 2 newspapers for Arthur. One is the Horn, and the other is the South Los Daily. When Melinda went to the bathroom, Arthur went to the kitchen to make a pot of hot cocoa. When Melinda came out of the bathroom, the two drank hot cocoa, ate breakfast, and read newspapers together. Scott was the main writer of the Horn, and recorded everything about the fake check case in detail. The South Los Daily also reported the fake check case. At the same time, the explosion at number 14 White Bird Street was classified as the misuse of natural gas lamps. A novel but extremely dangerous item. And everyone was asked to be careful. Universal explanation. Natural gas explosion? Arthur's mouth curled up. And then he looked forward to today's XP gain. He had a hunch that it would be a good number. Melinda looked at Arthur's curled mouth and couldn't help curling her lips again. You actually enjoy reading articles praising yourself. How childish. After giving such an evaluation, Melinda picked up the breakfast basket with only an empty plate left, took a sip of Pendragon, and went out with her pipe in her mouth. However, when the door was about to close, she reminded Arthur loudly, "Remember, Clear the table. Then, there was the sound of Edwin whipping and shouting, and the sound of the carriage going away, finally gone. Feeling alone in number 2 Kirk Street, enjoying the rare relaxation, Arthur stretched and yawned. When he was with Melinda, Arthur experienced what it felt like to sleep with eyes open. If possible, he hoped this would be the last night. At least, he should go back to sleep, but today, he had an important thing to do. With Ms. Anna, carrying Pendragon's cage, Arthur walked to the Shire District Police Station. The trinkets at 44 Whitebird Street were all taken away by Aaron from his lover. Today he had to get his property back. However, just as Arthur turned right from Alta Square into alley, a wide-brimmed carriage suddenly rushed out of alley. Arthur dodged in a hurry, and the driver also pulled the reins. In the end, Arthur was fine, and the driver was fine too. But the wide-brimmed carriage overturned. Several mannequins used by clothing stores fell from the carriage to the ground. Snap, snap, snap. Amidst the continuous crisp sounds, a mannequin was smashed directly, revealing the shrunken corpse inside. Chapter 137 Blood X Internal Organs X Corpse. Arthur rubbed his brows, with a helpless look on his face. He suspected that he was cursed with the curse that once he went out, corpses would appear around him. Otherwise, why would he always encounter such things? Could he really be the god of death? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Arthur denied it in his heart, and the coachman had already explained in a panic amid the screams of passers-by around him. It wasn't me. I don't know what happened. The feeble explanation could not convince the passers-by around, especially when he saw a patrolman appearing in the police station not far away. The driver turned around and ran. Arthur asked the hand of nothingness to pull the other's trouser leg. Plop! The driver, whose clothes were already damp, fell completely into the muddy water, and Simon, the leader of the team, rushed over like the wind and slapped him twice. Snap! Snap! Run! I told you to run! Simon cursed and pulled the other person up. He kicked the other person again, and asked the patrolman beside him to hold him down. Then he walked quickly towards Arthur. Advisor. Arthur glanced at the other person's changed uniform, and couldn't help laughing. Promoted to trainee police officer? Hee hee. The tall and thin Simon laughed immediately. Arthur found a trace of embarrassment on the face of the trainee police officer. Arthur knew this very well. Any patrolman wants to become a police officer, and Simon is no exception. However, I am afraid that Simon himself did not expect that he would become a trainee police officer so easily. He became a trainee police officer just by loading bullets for Andy. This good thing made Simon think he was dreaming. Similarly, it also made Simon want to show himself more. After all, in Simon's view, Rooney became a trainee police officer at the cost of a lot of injuries. And it was really just luck. Therefore, he was unusually positive towards the driver. Relax, he is not a criminal. If he wants to run, it must be for other reasons. Ask him why he drove the carriage so fast just now, and where he came from and where he is going. Check his body and the inside of the carriage carefully. Yes, advisor. Simon saluted immediately and began to do exactly what Arthur said. Arthur squatted down and checked the shriveled body in front of him. It was a shriveled body. It was not a mummy. The body in front of him was quite fresh. The reason why it is shriveled is because of the lack of blood. Arthur asked the patrolman for a pair of gloves, and took the shriveled and naked body out of the mannequin. Throughout the process, Arthur was very careful because the weight of the body was lighter than expected. Not only the blood, but also the internal organs. Also, the bones have become thinner. The shriveled body in front of him, from the outline, is obviously an adult woman, but the thinness of the bones, it was about the same size as the bones of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Moreover, the shell of the mannequin fit the shriveled corpse very well, but there was no adhesion in the middle. It felt like wearing clothes. Exquisite craftsmanship, Arthur commented. Not only the craftsmanship of making the mannequin, but also the craftsmanship of bleeding and dissolving the internal organs. He did not find any wounds on the shriveled corpse, nor did he find any tooth marks on the neck. Secret technique? Ritual? Or? Arthur looked at the mouth and the bottom of the shriveled corpse, according to his idea. These two places are the best to start. But the skills required are not exquisite, but masterful. You have a very good understanding of the human body structure, especially the anatomy. Doctor? Arthur thought. Stood up, signaled the patrolman to take the shrunken body away first, and looked at Mouths, who had been waiting for a long time. Next to Maltz was the drowsy Andy. Obviously, this police officer with accurate shooting skills had not recovered from yesterday's battle. How is it? Maltz asked directly. Undoubtedly, the sheriff has become accustomed to being fed by Arthur. Arthur resisted the urge to roll his eyes. There are no ghosts wandering around. I didn't sense it. Ms. Anna didn't sense it either. Arthur said naturally. It's not that I'm incapable, but the conditions don't allow it. For more XP, Arthur has always maintained his perfect psychic persona. In this regard, Maltz had no doubts. Having seen Arthur's magic too many times, Maltz believed everything Arthur said, but that's why the sheriff sighed. Trouble. This ghost has suffered such a miserable thing, and he doesn't even have a little resentment? While speaking, the sheriff motioned Arthur to go to the office to talk. At the same time, wait for Simon's investigation. Although the sheriff did not hold any hope. He hoped that the patrolman would solve the case. That's like expecting a prostitute to change her ways. It's not that there are no prostitutes, but I just can't find one. Tea? Boiled water? Or hot cocoa? Maltz, who was already familiar with Arthur's habits, asked directly. Boiled water, Arthur replied, and took Pendragon out of the cage. Pendragon, who came to the sheriff's office for the first time, was not timid at all. After looking around, he jumped onto the table directly. Afterwards, he was held in Arthur's arms again. It made a comfortable purring sound. Watching the scene, Maltz immediately thought of his sheriff, who was too busy yesterday, and the heavy rain, which made it impossible for the sheriff to go to Amanda's cat friends. However, he must go today. Although he didn't know what Arthur was hinting at, Maltz thought that this would be a fateful encounter between him and the sheriff. In the office, the two chatted and waited. About 2 hours later, Simon came back. Captain. Advisor. The new trainee police officer saluted first, and then quickly and in detail explained his investigation. The driver's name is Truda. He does not belong to a car dealership. He inherited his father's horse and car, and came to South Lowes to do business alone. He has no fixed residence and spends most of his time in his car. Therefore, he ran away after seeing the patrolman. These mannequins are from 2 clothing stores on Simic, Lilith Clothing Store and Vivian Clothing Store. Camille's daughter Linda is about to have her coming-of-age ceremony. Her mother specially selected a coming-of-age dress for her. That's why Lilith and Vivian stores brought mannequins to display their clothes. In the end, Linda Camille chose Vivian's clothes. However, the subsequent heavy rain forced the mannequins of the 2 stores to stay at Camille's house for 1 night. The 2 stores need to open normally this morning, but the coachman Truda overslept. That's why they hurried on their way. Oversleep? Maltz snorted coldly. The sheriff didn't believe such words at all. Arthur didn't believe it either. He kept repeating the familiar name of Linda Camille in his heart, but it didn't stop him from thinking at all. The driver who has a car shop needs to get up early and work late, and the driver who doesn't have a car shop will work even harder. Because the latter needs a better reputation to have more customers. Once the reputation is bad, no one will hire him again. Not to mention Truda, who came to South Lowes to make a living. He would never oversleep. In fact, because he had no fixed residence, and in order to be punctual, he should have appeared near Camille's house to wait after the rainstorm stopped last night. The dampness on his body was the result of waiting for half the night. It was impossible to wait in the White Bird Street district, nor in the Fountain Square. Then, there was only one place left. Chapter 138 Four Hands. Avenue of Trees. Arthur continued to stroke Pendragon, and Simon added, I have asked someone to notify the managers of Lilith and Vivian stores, and they should be here soon. As he said that, the new trainee police officer looked at his chief of police a little nervously. He was waiting for Maltz's positive response. Is it good? Or not? Well done. Maltz, who was not a critical person, patted Simon's left upper arm with his right hand. Immediately, the new trainee police officer breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look at Arthur. In the heart of the new trainee police officer, it was Arthur's guidance that allowed him to complete everything in an orderly manner. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. At this time, Maltz reminded him softly, Go talk to Truda about his oversleeping. Simon was stunned. And then he reacted, and shame appeared on his face. However, Maltz patted Simon's arm twice again. Go ahead. I believe you can find out more. Understood. Simon turned and walked away, pulling his belt as he walked. Apparently, Simon wanted to let the other party feel the tradition of the Shire District Police Department. He will be a good guy. Isn't he? Mouth smiled and retracted his gaze. Remember to dip your belt in alcohol. Arthur was joking. However, Mouth blinked and did not understand the core of the joke. He wondered if Arthur was hinting at him something. Looks like I need to prepare a belt dipped in alcohol, Martz thought to himself, but he was not slow to act. Andy, you wait here for the managers of the two stores. Remember to ask them how many mannequins they brought yesterday before letting them see the mannequins. Martz ordered. Got it, Sheriff, Andy said weakly. Arthur glanced at Andy calmly. He found that the newly promoted level 5 police officer seemed to be in a bad state. This level of exhaustion is like not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. Was it caused by the special state during the sniping yesterday? Was it some kind of talent or prop? Arthur guessed in his heart. But he didn't delve into it. Everyone has secrets. As long as the other party is in his own camp, Arthur will never dare to pry into the other party's secrets. Then let's go, Mouth asked Arthur. The sheriff obviously guessed the tree-lined path. Of course. But wait a minute. I need to go to the bathroom. Arthur said so. Immediately Martz looked at Arthur with a strange look. Obviously, the sheriff thought of something. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, just like the secrets in the world will no longer be secrets once they are known by the second person. Gossip will always spread like a plague. And you can never guess how this gossip will spread. Arthur, eat less raw and cold food. It's good for your stomach. When Arthur walked to the bathroom, Mouth said earnestly. Heh. Arthur responded with a wry smile. Does he have a bad stomach? He just wanted to use this place to improve himself because of his XP gains. However, some things can't be said openly, and Arthur can only silently make a note of Harris and Melinda. As for whether one of the two is innocent, Arthur doesn't care. After adjusting his mindset for a few seconds, Arthur walked into the bathroom and chose a cubicle. Arthur looked at the text prompt. The report on the fake check case in the Bugle was amazing. Especially the persistence and faith of Alone and DeLon, which attracted the admiration of many people. XP plus 30. The South Lowe's Daily mentioned your name again. And your name became known to more people. XP plus 40. More people heard your name. XP plus 5. Arthur scanned today as harvest with satisfaction. Especially the third one. He believed that with the support of the Nanlo's Daily, he would maintain this level for a long time. Then, Arthur looked at the total XP value. 165 points. 80 points of which were from killing Gatekeeper Ulter, Rat King Isidore, and 10 points were accumulated for 2 consecutive days. Looking at the 165 XP points, Arthur chose to add points to Hand of Nothingness. Without hesitation, Arthur was not only curious about what would happen to the Hand of Nothingness after the upgrade requirement suddenly increased to 100 XP, but also because among the secret arts he had mastered at this stage, Hand of Nothingness was the most helpful to him. Consume 100 XP. Hand of Nothingness LV3 LV4. Hand of Nothingness LV4. Your Hand of Nothingness has finally reached the jaw-dropping level in front of you. At this moment, the Hand of Nothingness is completely different from the Hand of Nothingness in the conventional sense. This is Hulk's little joke. Some people have accused this master, believing that he is always maliciously making a fuss. Some people have also given him a lot of advice. The master said that he had heard such accusations and suggestions. Moreover, such accusations and suggestions are also good. But he just didn't accept them. The power, speed, and range of your Hand of Nothingness increased again. Moreover, they became 4. Effect, based on spirituality. Consume physical strength. And create 4 Hands of Nothingness with the IRO. At your service. Note 1. The Hand of Nothingness will be the same as the palm of the Creator, with flexible fingers, and retains part of the wrist, 1/3 of the forearm, and is always visible to the Creator. Note 2. The Hand of Nothingness is invisible, but can be touched and will be damaged. When the damage limit is reached, the Hand of Nothingness disappears. When any of the 4 Hands of Nothingness disappears, you can replenish it. The physical strength consumed is the same as the first time the 4 Hands of Nothingness are summoned. Note 3. The current level of the Hand of Nothingness can pick up objects not exceeding 30 kg. The speed of movement is the same as that of an adult running normally. The maximum distance from the Creator is 15 meters. Note 4. After creating the Hand of Nothingness, the Creator will continue to consume physical strength. When the Hand of Nothingness picks up an item, the physical strength consumption accelerates. When 4 Hands of Nothingness are present, the physical strength consumption doubles. Note 5. When the Hand of Nothingness is released, the hand of nothingness disappears, but the disappeared physical strength will not be returned. Note 6. At this stage, you must fully recite the graphic complex EIRO to complete the creation of the hand of nothingness. The synchronization of body and knowledge has begun more strongly than before. The trickle of coolness gathered in Arthur's heart like a stream, and he began to outline the shape of the palm in more detail. Originally, he only outlined the thumb, index finger, and middle finger knuckles. Now the ring finger and little finger also appeared. If there were no palm lines, it would be the same as a real hand. Arthur felt the changes in himself, and his eyes were full of joy. Add a pair of hands of nothingness. No one can know better than Arthur. After adding a pair of hands of nothingness, what will happen? He can fight in at least 3 more ways. At least, he can take 2 more boxes of bombs. And, maybe he can fly. Thinking of this, Arthur did not hesitate, and was about to recite it softly. Then, another text appeared: spiritual plus 0.1. Suddenly, the blood ring of balance on Arthur's left index finger became extremely hot. Chapter 139. Returning without leaving. Arthur shook his left hand subconsciously. At this moment, he felt that his left index finger had touched the steam coming out of the boiling kettle. Hot! This was Arthur's first feeling. Then, it was cold. It was not the fingers that were cold, but the back of the neck. It was as if someone was standing behind him and blowing air on his neck. Death instinct began to flash immediately. Arthur took a step forward, and his body pressed against the door of the bathroom cubicle. He turned around suddenly and threw a punch. This punch missed. There was nothing behind Arthur, only the wall of the bathroom. However, the temperature of the blood ring of balance on Arthur's left index finger dropped rapidly with this punch. After just 2 breaths, it returned to its original state. Death instinct also stopped flashing at the same time. From beginning to end, there was no change behind him. Or rather, there was a change, but he couldn't see it. The flash of death intuition was the best proof. Moreover, in his intuition, there was really something behind him just now. According to the mysterious side, the higher the spirituality, the more you should trust your intuition. Blood ring of balance. Balance. Not immune. At this moment, Arthur had a deeper understanding of blood ring of balance and spirituality. The increase of spirituality was more dangerous than he thought. When his spiritual power increased by 0.1 before, he still had a buffer time for the unknown weirdness he encountered. But when it increased by 0.1, there was no buffer time at all. The danger simply increased exponentially. If he didn't have the blood ring of balance, he would probably be in big trouble. Even if he used all means, he might just barely save his life. Or even, he would be finished. Arthur, who survived the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his left hand, looking at the blood ring of balance on his index finger. Unconsciously, he recalled the feeling of burning. He knew that burning was the key to dealing with the increase of spirituality. What is this burning? Arthur thought, but he had almost no knowledge of alchemy, so he had no idea. Do I need to learn alchemy? Arthur rubbed his brows. He was no longer a mysterious novice, and he knew very well how difficult it was to learn alchemy. Knowledge is expensive, and alchemical knowledge is priceless to some extent. Even if he is willing to sell the villa at number 44 White Bird Street, he can't get any alchemical knowledge in exchange. Because alchemy only accepts equal exchange. Moreover, even if you have the relevant alchemical knowledge, if you want to complete an alchemical experiment, you need to do it within your ability. If you are not careful, you will go bankrupt directly. This is not an exaggeration. The reason why the nobles in the Silver Age disappeared, except for a few fights, most of them are because of their obsession with alchemy. If you hate him, let him learn alchemy. As for alchemy, that's another matter. Because the well-known alchemy formulas are in the hands of several nobles, and they are regarded as the core inheritance of the family. It is impossible to obtain the potion formula from these nobles. Then there is only one possibility left: the exploration of ruins. This kind of risky and life-threatening behavior is unacceptable to most people, which is why more expeditions and mercenaries go to the wilderness and unknown areas. It is precisely because most people cannot accept failure that the glory of success is born. Arthur is very self-aware. He understands that neither alchemy nor potions are something he can touch now. He now needs to be down to earth and move forward step by step. For example, EIRO. Boom. Boom. The mark on the palm of the hand on the heart was quickly filled with blood, and the mark immediately lit up. The two hands of nothingness were taken off from the left and right hands, and it still felt like taking off woolen gloves. However, this time, it was twice in a row, carefully feeling the difference between LV4 hands of nothingness and the previous ones. Arthur felt that he was already running now. It was okay to maintain it for a short period of time, but it would be difficult to maintain it for a long time. Then, Arthur let the four hands of nothingness support his arms and began to push upward. Gradually, Arthur's feet slowly left the ground. It works. Arthur's face was full of joy. People always yearn for self-flying. Arthur is no exception. However, the next moment Arthur was on the ground again. Because, physical energy consumption. If the four hands of nothingness are running under normal conditions, then the four hands of nothingness support him. Just run fast. Flying can only be used as an emergency measure. I must strengthen my physique, Arthur thought as he checked the XP required for LV5 hand of nothingness. 300? It was a little less than Arthur had imagined. He thought it would be 500 or more. At LV5, I should have another pair of hand of nothingness. By that time, I will have 6. No, 8 hands. I said I was the South Los boxing champion. No one should object. Right? Arthur walked out of the bathroom quickly with expectations for the future. In the office, Martz, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at his partner with a complicated look. I know a private doctor who is good at treating gastrointestinal diseases. Do you know why my grandfather can live to 72 years old and can still go out alone to handle some commissions? Faced with Martz's suggestion, Arthur said with a smile. Why? Maltz looked curious. Because he never meddles in other people's business. Arthur restrained his smile, said with a straight face, picked up the cage containing Pendragon and walked out. Maltz was stunned. He couldn't figure it out. It's just a gastrointestinal disease. What's there to be ashamed of? Could it be hemorrhoids? As if he had thought of something, the sheriff's face became more serious than ever. For any man, this is an extremely serious matter. Even when they reached the tree-lined path, the sheriff's seriousness did not diminish at all, but was hidden. But it still could not escape Arthur's eyes. Arthur silently added to Harris and Melinda. Partners are chosen by themselves, and there is no way to change them. But the person who takes the blame can get more interest. Afterwards, in a slightly subtle silence, Arthur, Maltz, and a team of patrolmen carefully searched for traces left by Truda on the tree-lined path. If it was normal, this would be difficult. After all, the tree-lined path was built on a compacted ground. However, the heavy rain yesterday soaked the soil. If the carriage stayed overnight, it would definitely leave deep marks. Moreover, the tree-lined path leads to the Fountain Square, which is guarded by patrolmen. Ordinary people would not approach it. Similarly, the rich people in the White Bird district rarely leave their villas in the morning. Therefore, the marks would definitely be very conspicuous. In fact, this is also the case. As soon as they entered the tree-lined path, Arthur and his party only saw the wheel marks of a carriage. Undoubtedly, the traces of this carriage were most likely Truda's. Then, following the wheel marks left by the carriage, everyone quickly confirmed that these were the traces left by Truda's carriage. The marks left by the sunken wheels were too obvious. However, to everyone's surprise, the traces of Truda's carriage were only at the initial position, which was the middle section of the tree-lined path. If they were too close to the Fountain Square, they would definitely be expelled by the patrol police. If it is close to Garden Street, it will increase the distance to pick up the goods in the morning, which is a waste of time. Therefore, the location in the middle of the tree-lined path is just right. However, to pick up the goods, you need to enter the White Bird Street district, and you must drive towards the Fountain Square. However, there is no trace in the direction of the Fountain Square, let alone wheel marks. Not even footprints. It is very flat, as if Truda got up in the car in the morning, picked up the goods, and could go directly to deliver the goods. This is incredible. The patrolmen scratched their heads and were confused. Didn't those mannequins walk onto the bus by themselves? Could it be the ghosts who did it? The patrolmen muttered. At first, they just guessed what was going on, but as they talked, their faces turned pale. Hearing these words, Martz was stunned at first, and then he smiled calmly. Ghosts? That's great. The sheriff then looked at Arthur and asked with certainty. Arthur, you must have known what happened. Right? Chapter 140 Thinking Too Much. Arthur looked at his partner, who was full of confidence in him, and his heart was quite complicated. In the end, thousands of words converged into a sigh. You are quite a nice person. It's not a ghost, Arthur said with certainty. Then, he walked from the place where the carriage was parked, to the direction of the fountain square, bending down and touching the still wet land. Cold. The coldness that does not belong to this season. Immediately Arthur understood. Then, he continued to bend down and search. After about a few minutes, he raised his hand to call Mounts. Is this ice? Mounts followed the direction Arthur pointed and saw some tiny, melting crystals. He was stunned. Then, the sheriff looked at the carriage, and then at the direction of the fountain square, blurted out. Paving the road with ice. What a cunning guy. The patrolmen looked at each other. Their faces were full of surprise. Before this, they had never thought of paving the road with ice. It was already autumn, and after the heavy rain last night, the temperature in South Los dropped rapidly, and paving the road with ice could last for quite a while. When the sun rose, the temperature rose. And the ice melted. It was really done without anyone noticing. Unconsciously, the patrolmen cast admiring eyes at their own consultant. The guy who could come up with such a trick was amazing. But their consultant, seeing through this trick at a glance, is obviously more powerful. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur kept a calm look. For him standing on the shoulders of giants, this is really a routine operation. Arthur thought there was no need to care about it. But this calm, indifferent look made the patrolmen admire him even more. Because, if they saw through such a trick, they would be so excited that they would scream, and they would want to let the whole world know. But his own consultant was so calm. What does it mean? It means that this trick, which they think is very powerful, is not worth mentioning. And it is completely unnecessary to care about it. Yes, why should we care about an opponent who can be seen through at a glance? The eyes of the patrolman looking at Arthur changed again. It is no longer just admiration, but respect. Arthur noticed such a look, but he still didn't care. It's not that Arthur doesn't enjoy the feeling of being looked at with admiration. He is a normal person. They will all enjoy this kind of gaze. The reason why Arthur didn't care was that now, as he was deducing, a more important issue appeared in his mind. It was certain that someone had carried the mannequin onto the car for Truda. Moreover, this person had arranged for Truda to drink alcohol or drugs in advance. Or even both. A driver would never refuse free drinks. Only in this way could Truda fall asleep and not wake up. Let the other parties successfully transport the mannequin. As for Truda, who overslept, the effect of the drug wore off, and the other party woke up in a panic, thinking that he was going to die, but suddenly found that the mannequin was already in the car. The other party panicked even more, thinking that he had done something wrong and encountered something strange, but in order to eat, he still chose to send the mannequin back to Lilith Clothing Store and Vivian Clothing Store first. These are all confirmed. These are not what Arthur is thinking about. What Arthur was really thinking about was the timing chosen by the good-hearted person who carried the mannequin for Truda. Paving the road with ice is a good strategy, but with a lot of ice, it is impossible to pass through the fountain square on weekdays. You know, there is usually a whole team of armed patrolmen there. But it was different yesterday. This whole team of patrolmen was killed by the attackers. Although additional personnel were added later, but everyone's attention was more focused on number 14 White Bird Street. Not only did they need personnel to block the place, there are still many corpses to be dealt with. Because of this, the other party had the opportunity to pave the road with ice. Even after laying the ice with ease, they could use mud to cover it. Then, naturally, in the name of Truda, they went to Linda Camille's house to pick up the mannequin in the early morning before dawn. The sky was dark before dawn, and some cover was enough for the other party to pass smoothly. The servants of Linda Camille's house would not care about such trivial matters. Did the other party just happen to encounter yesterday's coincidence? Or knew it long ago? Arthur thought to himself, but instinctively leaned towards the second possibility. Because, if it was a coincidence, it was really too much of a coincidence. The corpse might be kept fresh by low temperature, which also fits the other party's trick of paving the road with ice. But what about the mannequin outside? It can't be made in just a few hours. Right? The kind of hollowing out a solid wooden mannequin, and then putting the corpse inside, and the size is right. It definitely can't be done in a few hours. You can only prepare in advance. A fish that slipped through the net? What does this guy want to do? Arthur squinted his eyes and thought, looking at Mounts. Send someone back to tell Simon, ask about Truda's wine. Wine? The sheriff was startled at first, then thought of something. After instructing the patrolman next to him, he came to Arthur's side. Is it related to what happened yesterday? The sheriff asked in a low voice. It is highly likely that it is related. Otherwise, this kind of timing is the real foresight. And such people are generally called prophet in the mysterious side. If a prophet wants to kill someone, it won't be so troublesome. There are too many ways to make people disappear silently. Arthur replied with a chuckle. He was very sure that the murderer could not be a mysterious person. It's not that the mysterious person can't do similar things. It's just that the mysterious side can do similar things too easily. There's no need to go through so much trouble, and according to the mysterious side style of doing things, unless it's for a ritual or something like that, most of the time, they will kill the target with a more direct method, and then destroy the body. To put it simply, if the mysterious side takes action, it's not considered a murder in South Los. Because, you can't even find the body. At most, it's just classified as missing. Why are you still here? Is it never going to end? Shouldn't the Earl have taken care of everything? The sheriff muttered with a frown. Yes, the Earl has taken care of everything, but he only took care of everything that was exposed. The financial advisor of the Old Lion gave up all his hidden cards in order to attract the attention of the Earl. But who can guarantee that the hidden cards that the financial advisor knows are all the hidden cards? Arthur reminded. Immediately, the sheriff's eyes shone. Since he had seen the true strength of his partner yesterday, he had been thinking about how to cooperate with his partner. And now, when he looked at Arthur smile again, he finally understood what his partner meant. Their power structure was too simple. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. You must have multiple levels of support. Even, it's entirely possible to cultivate two seemingly opposing gangs. At the critical moment, it can become a sharp knife that pierces the enemy's chest. So, it is not enough to just be the Shire District Police Station, Rat Street. We must expand our influence. We must not only take over the Door District, but we should also have our people in the Dock District. And Death Battalion. Maltz's mind flashed with the Death Battalion during the 7 Years' War. He didn't know how to train the Death Battalion, and he didn't know the rumored Death Battalion potion, but an old friend of his knew. The reclusive opponent should still be alive. Right? Maltz was not sure, but he decided to write to this old friend in a while. Huh? The sheriff took a deep breath, and bowed slightly to Arthur and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I understand." Chapter 141 The Future and the Rose. There is still a long way to go. Arthur looked at his serious partner, and nodded with satisfaction in his heart. What he admired most about Maltz was this cautious, serious attitude. Only in this way will he feel at ease. "Let's go, and take a look at Miss Camille's house," Arthur said, and walked forward. The mannequin came out from there in the morning, so it was natural to take a look. Maltz signaled a patrolman to go back and report the news, one stayed behind to guard the scene. And the rest followed. However, after entering the White Bird Street district, another patrolman was sent by Arthur to number 6 White Bird Street. As partners, it is normal to help each other, isn't it? The head of Camille's family is Linda Camille's mother. The family's main business is jewelry. Not only does it occupy a large share in South Los, but it also has many industries in Niwen. It is very rich. It was rumored that many nobles had proposed to this Lady Camille. Unfortunately, they all returned in vain. Therefore, there are many different opinions about who Linda Camille's biological father is. Some people speculate that it is a wandering knight. Some people speculate that it is the old Count of Nanlos. Some people speculate that it is the old Lion of Niwen. However, they are just speculations. No one knows who it is. Standing in front of number 22, White Bird Street, Arthur and Maltz quietly waited for the servant's report. No wonder when I was at the Amanda Cat friend's home before, those rich girls are especially friendly to Linda Camille. That's why. Arthur recalled some rumors about Miss Camille in his heart, thinking silently in his heart. After a while, a white-haired but agile butler came out. "Soldier." Martz immediately confirmed the familiar aura on the other party. Arthur was a little surprised, because, when the old butler appeared, he secretly looked at him more than once without any malice, just curious. "Good morning, both of you. The Camille family welcomes you. I am the butler heir." The old butler politely welcomed Arthur and his party. Then, before Arthur or Maltz could speak, the old butler continued. "My master is already waiting in the small hall. Please follow me." After that, the old butler turned and walked into the villa. Arthur and Maltz looked at each other, and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Unlike the ladies of other wealthy families, Miss Camille would not attend any salon parties, except for necessary activities, and few people could see her. Therefore, Arthur and Maltz had no intention of really meeting her. They had originally planned to ask the housekeeper, "Is there something fishy going on?" Arthur and Maltz thought together. Without hesitation, Maltz gestured to the patrolman behind him. One of the patrolmen remained calm and began to retreat. After what happened at number 14, White Bird Street yesterday, every patrolman would not be careless, and similarly, every patrolman was burning with anger. They were also afraid of danger. But they wanted the identity of trainee police officers more. If they had the latter, the former would not be a problem. The remaining 2 patrolmen also looked serious. They clenched their batons and glanced around, both to be alert to the enemy and to find defensive fortifications that could hold out until support arrived. The old butler walking in front saw this scene. He smiled in his heart and felt satisfied. Along the white marble floor, he entered the villa and went directly into the study. The rumored Miss Camille was sitting in a large sofa chair, waiting for the 2 to arrive. She was wearing a pair of half-covered glasses, a red home dress without any embellishment, and her hair was tied up behind her head. But she looked very capable. The lady waved gently to the old butler. The old housekeeper immediately bowed and stepped back, closing the door when he left. Then, the lady stood up. At this moment, Arthur realized that the lady was very tall. Much taller than the average lady. Almost as tall as him. And her eyes were filled with scrutiny and relief. After the 2 were mixed together, he felt like an elder facing a younger person. Arthur was puzzled by this expression. Moreover, the other party had a very special temperament. Every move he made was always different. At first glance, she looks like she's in her 40s. Looking closely, she looks like she's in her early 30s. But when I look at her occasionally, she seems to have just turned 20. "Hello, ma'am." Arthur suppressed his strangeness and began to greet her. Maltz on the side also said immediately, "We're sorry to bother you. We have something to ask you." After seeing Miss Camille nod, the sheriff immediately asked, "Did the people from Lilith and Vivian's stores bring mannequins to show their clothes yesterday?" "Yes, for my daughter's coming-of-age ceremony." The lady was very calm, and her tone was even more unhurried. "Do many people know about this matter?" "Before the 2 stores came yesterday. Only Air and I knew about it." "Do you remember how many mannequins there were?" 6. 3 in one family." "Has anyone in your family gone missing?" "No." "Have you offended anyone recently?" "No." "Do you have an ice cellar at home?" "Yes." "Have you seen anyone come to pick up the mannequin this morning?" "No, you need to ask Air." While Maltz and Miss Camille were asking and answering each other, Arthur looked around silently, but he keenly discovered that Miss Camille had been looking at him calmly, but the reminiscence in her eyes could not be hidden at all, that kind of enthusiasm, which moved Arthur's heart. No way, no way. Could this lady be related to one of my uncles? Who could it be? Uncle Winters? Uncle Drake? Could it be my dead father? Arthur kept guessing, but he kept silent wisely. As a junior, he would never get involved in the affairs of his elders. And love? Who can figure out what is going on? At this moment, Maltz's questioning of Miss Camille has ended. "Can you let me see your ice cellar?" Maltz continued to ask. "Of course." "Oh!" With a command, the old housekeeper immediately took Arthur and Maltz to the ice cellar of the villa. But Miss Camille stood at the door of the small hall, silently looking at Arthur's back. Her eyes gradually blurred, and her heart could no longer hold back, calling softly to the person she thought about day and night. "Charlie." The heat in Miss Camille's eyes almost set Arthur's back on fire. "My uncles who left home, or my dead father? You are really evil." With such a sigh, Arthur followed the old butler, walked quickly through the hall, and came to the side of the storeroom. The ice cellar was below. "Butler, or did you see the man who took the mannequin this morning?" Maltz asked as he walked down. "No. I was in the kitchen preparing breakfast at the time. It was Scar who received the man. Scar said that the man covered his face, but it should be the coachman. I believe Scar. He has been an old man in Camille's family for 15 years, and he will not be wrong. In fact, the people in the villa are all elderly, and the owner is not willing to trust people who have not been tested." "Tested people?" Arthur noticed this word. Undoubtedly, under this premise, Camille's family is full of loyal and secure elderly people, and the possibility of other people's hidden cards appearing in the family is not great. To be able to do such a big business, Arthur believes that this lady has her own corresponding means. Otherwise, she would have been swallowed up without leaving any residue. While Arthur was thinking, the old butler unlocked the ice cellar and lit the candle in his hand. The old butler walked in directly. Arthur and Maltz paused for a moment, waiting for their eyes to adapt to the light in the ice cellar before they prepared to go in. But at this moment, a fierce quarrel suddenly came from the direction of the hall. Immediately, Arthur stopped again. Chapter 142 One-Man Show. The quarrel was made by two young men. The key point of the quarrel was naturally the lady. Arthur was familiar with the voice of one of them. It was the young man Wilkes who wanted his autograph. Because of this, he was deceived and blackmailed by the gang members of Rat Street. The other person was probably the Kelmy mentioned by the other party. The quarrel between the two young men was very intense, and the voice was very loud. "Linda is mine! Linda will always be mine!" Butler Eyre also heard similar roars. The old butler sighed helplessly. Mr. Wilcox and Mr. Kelmy are both excellent children, but when facing Miss Linda, they were not calm enough. Mr. Coss's father was one of the shareholders of Camille's family in Newen. Although he has passed away, Mr. Coss still enjoys the dividends of Camille's family in Newen. And Mr. Kelmy, this gentleman did something very irrational before. It made his father, Dr. Kelmy, resign from my place in shame, the old housekeeper said, shaking his head. Terrible love, Arthur commented in his heart, and was not prepared to pay attention to this kind of jealousy. But at this moment, the roaring voice sounded again. "Come on! Kill me if you can! Coss, don't let me underestimate you! Kill me if you can!" Such words made Maltz unable to ignore. The sheriff looked at Arthur. After Arthur nodded slightly, the sheriff walked up. About 10 seconds later, the quarrel ended with the sheriff scolding. 2 minutes later, the sheriff walked back. They were still very persistent at first, but, after I drew my sword, they were willing to listen to my opinions. Maltz briefly recounted the story. Arthur smiled and gave a thumbs up. Sometimes, physics is better than reason. I hope they can be quiet for a while. Miss Linda doesn't have the master's decision. The hesitation of the two young people made them more and more angry. However, in her heart, Miss Linda never regarded them as lovers, but just as friends who grew up and played together. The old housekeeper was quite talkative. He lit the oil lamp in the cellar and talked. The weak light only illuminated a quarter of the cellar. The lady and the master love cold drinks, so there is such a big ice cellar. In summer, a glass of iced watermelon juice, pineapple juice, or mango juice always makes people linger. The old butler held the candlestick and walked to the other side of the ice cellar. After lighting the candle there, the ice cellar was still not bright enough. However, it was enough for Arthur and Maltz, who were searching. The people used the aisle of the ice cellar as the boundary, and began to check one side at a time. The ice in the entire ice cellar was covered with quilts and piled neatly. However, the second half of the side that Arthur was responsible for should have been used. A large area was left empty. Arthur twitched his nose. There was no smell of blood, and no more traces on the ground. Similarly, nothing was found on Maltz's side. All the ice cubes were neatly arranged. All the quilts were neatly arranged. No smell of blood. No corpses. And no tools worth paying attention to. This was neither a place to store corpses nor a place to transform corpses. How is that possible? Maltz frowned. In the eyes of the sheriff, based on the previous clues, there must be some clues in number 22 White Bird Street. As long as people pass by, there must be traces left. If it is not here, it must be somewhere else in number 22 White Bird Street. Butler Orr, could you please take us to visit the villa? Maltz politely replaced the word search. I need to inform my master. But what happened? Old Butler Orr stood aside holding a candlestick, fulfilling his duties. And asking more questions is also one of the butler's duties. As a veteran of the 7 Years' War, this old butler is not someone who has never seen the world. When Arthur and Maltz came, he guessed something. However, at this moment, the old butler realized that he seemed to have underestimated the trouble of this matter. I will let you know after the visit, Maltz promised. The old butler nodded, just walked towards the ground. Arthur and Maltz walked upwards. Maltz quickened his pace. Obviously, in order to find important clues faster, the sheriff couldn't wait to see the other rooms of number 22 White Bird Street. Arthur frowned as he walked slowly forward. He felt something was wrong. The most direct feeling came from Camille's house. Arthur believed what the old housekeeper had just said. The servants of number 22 White Bird Street were all tested old men. However, what he believed most was the ability of Camille. 22 White Bird Street should have been in the hands of this lady from beginning to end. Then under the control of this lady, will such a terrible thing happen? The answer is yes. No. Based on this answer, Arthur had another idea in his mind. Someone who could come up with the idea of paving the road with ice in this era, and who could grasp the timing so coincidentally and accurately, would be able to leak his whereabouts so easily, being tracked by someone. No! The other party will not be so careless. The other party will definitely use a more clever way to get rid of me. For example, smoke bomb. Camilla's house is this smoke bomb. The other party threw this smoke bomb, so that when the body is accidentally discovered, it will buy enough buffer time to let everyone's attention shift to Camilla's house, thereby delaying time for the safety of the body. No! To be precise, it is to delay time for the things inside the body. The other party's goal from the beginning to the end was to send the body to the police station. As for who the murderer is, it's obvious. Since this morning, it has been the other party's one-man show. It's all for revenge. Revenge on him. Revenge on Maltz. The body is the best tool. As for what is hidden in the body, there is no definite answer. But Arthur knows that he has to speed up. With the mysterious knowledge he knows, anything that is linked to the body is quite dangerous. Even can destroy a city. The next moment, the young medium stepped out quickly. Simon's belt broke. Truda was beaten to death. Just now, the driver had confessed that he had taken a bottle of wine from number 22 White Bird Street, and as a result, he got drunk and delayed the delivery time, but he didn't know who moved the goods to his car. Wait for jail, Simon said, and walked out of the interrogation room. Immediately, Truda was the only one left in the interrogation room. The driver's eyelids twitched slightly, but he still kept his eyes narrowed, and his body didn't move at all. He was waiting. It's almost there. It's almost there. A bunch of disobedience. Disobedience who disobey His Highness. I will make you all dead. Truda's face unconsciously showed a happy and cruel smile, but at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the shadows behind him. Your smile is so ugly. Chapter 143 Lions. The smile on Truda's face froze. When there was someone else in the interrogation room? Why didn't I know? The voice continued. Are you wondering why you didn't notice me entering the interrogation room? Of course, it was because you were excited by Simon's belt. You looked just like your smile just now, really disgusting, nauseating. The voice standing behind Truda said slowly. The hidden man disguised as a coachman roared immediately. Come out! I know it's you. Arthur Kratos. Tram, tram. The slightly blurred footsteps sounded again from behind. Truda calculated the distance. When the target was about to reach the expected position, ugh! The green acid was sprayed out by the opponent. But this sudden attack failed. Sizzle! The acid fell to the ground, and the unique sound of the wall made Truda, who was a little dazed, look very funny. The hidden player then roared again. Come out! Come out! Ugh! Ah! The pain of his balls being crushed turned the fury of this stalker into a scream. But after a moment, this stalker calmed down. As if he could no longer feel the pain, he murmured to himself. Destroy, destroy the rebellion, we are the most glorious. Then, his neck tilted. He was no longer breathing. In the secret room behind him, Arthur, Melinda looked at the dead Truda, different expressions. Arthur frowned slightly. Melinda had expected this. Have you felt the terror of the Old Lion's Lion group? The unique blood power of the Old Lion family not only gives people extraordinary charm, can make countless people feel good when they see each other, and once they swear allegiance to each other, their thinking will change accordingly, thinking that the other party is everything, and they can willingly give everything for the other party. When the Old Lion was young, when he first appeared on the battlefield of the 7 Years' War, he faced an elite musketeer team of 2,000 people alone. The team stopped shooting when they saw the Old Lion. When the Old Lion walked up to them and asked, Can you fight for me? Half of them changed sides. When the rest were still hesitating, the Old Lion said again, Can you? Then the remaining half also changed sides. When Melinda said this, a lingering fear appeared on his face. Is this why the Old Lion is called the Lord followed by the Knights? Arthur looked at Melinda. The lady nodded slightly. It's really scary. Arthur sighed sincerely. He had guessed what kind of power the Old Lion had before, and it turned out to be this kind of, although he had seen the determination of the financial expert in Truda, and Melinda had just reminded him, but as he got to know more, it still made Arthur's scalp tingle. It can actually change a person's thinking. What kind of invincible ability is this? Don't worry, the Old Lion's Lion group is also limited. At that time, for him to go on stage for the first time, the Golden Lion family paid a considerable price, otherwise it would not have achieved that effect. According to the research of the Nanlos family, the old lion's lion group ability is limited in the number of people. Once the limit is exceeded, it will backfire on the old lion. At the same time, the lion group is not omnipotent. Spirituality can effectively offset that kind of extraordinary charm. As long as you are sober and don't pledge allegiance, you will be fine. As if to comfort Arthur, Melinda was about to pat Arthur's shoulder, but Arthur dodged it. Arthur made a step back without leaving a trace, and asked directly, "What is the upper limit of the number of people?" Melinda glared at Arthur fiercely, and then answered, "The upper limit of the number of ordinary people, there should be 2,000 people." In the previous initial battle, except for the musketeers, the old lion did not charm other enemies, but started a counterattack with the musketeers as the vanguard, and naturally won in the end, but those who are interested have seen that. The old lion did not add any more people after that. According to the style of the old lion, if a big victory is possible, he must demand a complete victory. If it is a complete victory, then he must ensure that his side is unscathed. So, 2,000 ordinary people, this is the limit of the old lion under various blessings. And to master those with spirituality. 1 to 12 people. Miranda said a not very accurate number. Arthur did not speak, but asked with his eyes. Depending on the spiritual strength of the loyalists, the number is 1 to 12 people, but even if it is weaker, it is still 12 people. This is a number that cannot be broken through. The Blood Marquis wants to use blood to obtain such information, so every follower with spirituality is precious to the old lion. Once you die in battle, such a vacancy cannot be made up. When she said this, the lady holding the pipe showed a sarcastic and gloating smile. It seems that it is not only directed at the old lion, but also at the Blood Marquis? Arthur guessed in his heart, but remained calm on the surface, and asked, "How many followers does the old lion have now?" "Originally there were 7, and now there are 3. Melinda said, and took a look at Truda's body through the peephole. There was a look of pity in her eyes. "He is not. He has no talent. He just relied on the constructor, one of the 3 remaining followers of the old lion, to transform his stomach." After seeing Arthur's curious eyes, the lady then mentioned the remaining 2 followers. War Elephant, the old lion's personal bodyguard, a man with a terrible physique, who can catch a 12-pound artillery shell with his bare hands, and lift a 4-wheeled carriage with unusual ease, wearing 3 layers of heavy armor on the battlefield of the 7 Years' War. He charged forward recklessly, so he was called a War Elephant. Blood Shadow Thorn, one of the heirs of the assassin Blood Flow secret, followed the old lion like a shadow, and only left the old lion once during the 7 Years' War, when the commander of the West Coast Allied forces died. Arthur touched his chin. He had no say in the constructor and War Elephant, but Blood Shadow Thorn is one of the heirs of the assassin Blood Flow secret. He has read the fragments of Assassin Blood Flow secret. According to his understanding, people of this school would not be so honest. Or is there a solution to blood addiction in the complete text? "Can you tell me more about Blood Shadow Thorn?" Arthur asked. And this time, Melinda did not speak immediately. The lady smiled and raised her right hand. The thumb rubbed back and forth on the middle finger and index finger. "This is another price. Give me number 44. White Bird Street. Or give me a share of the credit this time. I will not only tell you the specific information of the Blood Shadow Thorn, but also the detailed information of the constructor and the War Elephant. And, do you want to know why the physique of the War Elephant is so strong? I can tell you too." Melinda narrowed her eyes, although her blue eyes were covered, but through the tiny gaps, Arthur could still sense an extraordinary cunning. Like a fox. No. It was a profiteer. It was obvious that the other party had said so much so generously, just waiting for him, to lure him into the trap. But Arthur was not disgusted. To some extent, the other party also made a living by his ability, and, it must be said that this profiteer was really capable. He was outstanding in ability and well-informed. Before rushing out of number 22 White Bird Street, Arthur did not return to the police station immediately, but went directly to number 6 White Bird Street to bring Melinda with him, and then returned to the police station. The facts proved how correct his action was. After just one look at the corpse, Melinda raised her hand to collect the corpse, and said a noun, Dead Poets Society, and a suffix, Plague, collecting the corpse. It was naturally a space equipment. A ring. The secret room they were in now was not originally in the police station. It was made by Melinda using a certain prop after she learned that he wanted to anger Truda and get more information. He didn't see the prop exactly, but his intuition told him that it should be another ornament on Melinda's hand. Arthur glanced at the 2 rings on Melinda's hand and sighed slightly. I think we can talk about the Dead Poets Society. Chapter 144 Dead Poets Society. Arthur rejected the deal proposed by Melinda without leaving a trace. Arthur didn't really value 44 White Bird Street, but when its price was about to soar, it was obviously too much of a loss to sell it like this. And the credit this time? There was no profit to be shared. Arthur knew very well that only complete credit could get the real reward from the Countess, not empty promises. It wasn't that the Countess didn't want empty promises in the face of complete credit, but under the attention of more subordinates. In order to show his fairness, justice and noble honor, the other party had to give him a reward. You know, this is to avoid a plague. But if it is shared, that would be a matter of explanation. The cunning of the nobles is born with greed, which is engraved in their bones, just like the unpredictable human heart. Therefore, Arthur would never share his credit, even though he was tempted by the information and secrets promised by Melinda. Arthur yearned for the invulnerable and powerful physique of the war elephant. If he had such a physique, it would be very convenient to do things. But he knew better that Melinda might know the secret. But it did not mean that Melinda could let him get such a physique directly. The reward from the Countess could be obtained directly. Arthur naturally knew what to choose. The secret of the physique of the war elephant. Are you not tempted at all? Ignore the artillery attack, and you can lift the carriage with just your hands. Melinda has not given up yet, and continues to tempt. Edwin should be invulnerable to swords and guns now, and have infinite strength. Right? Arthur asked with a smile. Melinda paused, and then curled her lips. There is no doubt that the physique of the war elephant is either some special talent, which cannot be copied at all, or it requires extremely high secret skills. It is almost impossible to copy. Otherwise, with Melinda's style, how could she not copy a war elephant of her own? And how could the old lion be satisfied with only one war elephant? Melinda took 2 puffs of her pipe. She blew the smoke directly at Arthur, and after Arthur easily dodged it, she said angrily, "The Dead Poets Society is an organization that appeared at the end of the Empire. The entire organization worships death, and believes that death is elegant. It's like poetry." At this point, Melinda stopped. "Want to know more? Show me the equivalent." The lady still looked angry. Arthur shook his head. The young medium saw through the disguise of the Lady of the Long Night. She was not angry at all. She was just pretending to be angry in order to gain more initiative. Why did Arthur have the confidence to see something from Truda? A hidden player? Of course. It was because he spent 30 XP to upgrade sharp eyes, reading expressions, and intimidation to LV4. Unfortunately, he encountered a completely unreasonable lying group. However, he did not gain anything from Truda. But he did gain something from Melinda. Arthur could already see something from Melinda's expression. Not much, but enough. Looking at Arthur shaking his head, Melinda's eyes flashed with suspicion. "Did you find anything?" the lady suddenly asked. Arthur did not hesitate, and said instinctively, "Too many things have happened recently. Too frequently. Too intensively. Yes. Before the Plague Black became popular, the group of people in the Dead Poets Society were always keen on instigating others to create tragedies for appreciation. Starting with Axe murder, Joel Jock Fencing Club murder case, and everything that happened in my salon. Then came the case of Amanda's cat's best friend. I always felt that there was an invisible hand controlling everything. I even suspected that a traditional member of the Dead Poets Society had sneaked into my salon. But after testing, I did not find any suspicious people. And the appearance of the corpse, Plague Jar, proved that a new member of the Dead Poets Society was in South Los. This is full of contradictions. You know, the traditional members of the Dead Poets Society look down on the new school. They believe that the new generation members, who create plagues and toxins, are reckless and have tarnished the elegance of death. Correspondingly, the new generation members of the Dead Poets Society believe that the traditional members of the Dead Poets Society are too old-fashioned and are just pretenders. The two sides have been fighting since the Silver Age, and have not stopped for more than 200 years. There was even a period when the Dead Poets Society almost disappeared. Therefore, the two sides reached an agreement that they would never appear in the same place. This is a binding force of the contract. As Arthur sighed with a lot of bluff, Melinda was inspired. The lady frowned tightly, and sparks began to flicker rapidly in the pipe she was holding. The appearance of the contract itself is to be broken, and it can be broken. Such as? Lion group, Arthur said softly. Melinda was startled. And then her eyes lit up. Violating the contract means facing death. But Lion Group can make people sacrifice their lives. As for the old Lion's Lion Group, there are only 3 followers left? Who can guarantee that the old lion has not kept any tricks? I'll find you again tonight. Melinda put away the secret room prop directly, and the two appeared in Mouth's office. Then, the lady nodded slightly to Mouth, and left in a hurry. It seems that, Arthur, your help has benefited this lady greatly. Mouth looked at Melinda, who rushed into the police station yard. He laughed. She was just temporarily confused by common sense. Arthur did not take credit for it. He would not think that he was smarter than Melinda. He knew very well that he was just used to the thinking mode of foreigners, and was not bound by local common sense. He believed that even if Melinda was bound by local common sense, she would still find the trick. Because this was Melinda Julius Caesar, the second partner he chose. No! Temporary confusion is enough to cause irreparable damage. Just like Arthur, you discovered at the beginning that the whole incident was Trude's one-man show, so you can act with ease with the other party, not only to ask the other party's secrets, but also to use yourself as bait to lure out the other party's companions. Miss Caesar's reaction has already explained everything. Mouth said very seriously. It is obvious that the sheriff has misunderstood something again. Looking at the admiration in the eyes of the sheriff at this moment, even Arthur felt a little ashamed. He really wanted to tell Mouth that he was overthinking. But this would definitely make his first partner sad. Arthur absolutely did not want to see such a thing. Well, Mouth, you are really observant. Arthur nodded with a normal expression, and sighed slightly in his heart. Let me bear the suffering of my partner alone. Arthur was moved by his own righteousness. However, the hunger in his stomach brought Arthur back to reality. Martz, can I have the second-level police officer's lunch? Of course. Arthur has the status of a special consultant in the Shire District, and enjoys the treatment of a second-level police officer, which naturally includes meals during overtime. 1 pound of roast beef, a whole smoked chicken leg, salad, 2 fist-sized baked potatoes, 2 spoons of butter, 5 grams each, a pinch of salt, black pepper, about 5 grams, and stewed fruit soup with sugar. The sheriff's lunch was served with an extra spoonful of butter, a spoonful of honey, and a pinch of sugar, about 5 grams. This lunch was rich. Ordinary families could only eat it on weekends. As for the poor, filling their stomachs was a big deal. But such food was a luxury. Hey, do you want to try this? Mouth took out a bottle of wine from the drawer, and shook it at Arthur. Arthur, who had already picked up the smoked chicken leg in silence, shook his head. Alcoholic drinks, although they can relax the mind, can also paralyze the body. So he declined. But the chicken legs would not do that. But just as Arthur opened his mouth and took a bite, there was a knock on the door. Knock. Knock. Come in. Mouth saw his subordinate Simon through the glass, and responded immediately. Immediately, the trainee police officer pushed the door open, saluted the 2 men first, and then said in a deep voice, Sheriff, Advisor, Kelmy is dead. Chapter 145, Fainting at Blood. Timid and dazed. Young people nowadays are a little scary. Sitting in Camille's carriage, Mart sighed, but his eyes could not help but look at his partner. Still can't escape the gaze of death after all? However, when Arthur looked up, the sheriff coughed lightly. What happened after we left? Martz asked. As for what happened in the morning, the sheriff would never forget the encounter with Wilcox and Kelmy. And whether it was Kelmy's yelling or Coss's refusal to give in, they were all fresh in his memory. Wilcox and Kelmy calmed down temporarily because of your persuasion, Sheriff Mouths. And at noon, they had lunch together at home. But after lunch, the host took the young lady to the second floor. And when Wilcox and Kelmy returned to the small hall to wait, a tragedy happened. Wilcox killed Kelmy. When he was found, the young man still held a dagger in his hand. Kelmy had already stopped breathing. The old housekeeper answered immediately. Who found out that Wilcox killed someone? It was me and the young lady. After being educated by the master on the second floor, the young lady had decided to make it clear to the 2 young men, Wilcox and Kelmy, that the 3 of them were friends since childhood and had no other feelings. However, I knocked on the hall door, but it didn't open. It was locked from the inside. After that, I opened the hall door with a spare key. Then, I saw Kelmy lying in a pool of blood, and Wilcox collapsed on the sofa. I didn't let the lady and the servants enter the hall, And I just checked that Kelmy was not breathing, and then left the hall. The old housekeeper described the situation in detail. As Arthur listened, he took out a baked potato from the picnic basket after peeling the skin. He ate it with one bite dipped in sugar and one bite dipped in butter. Lunch was interrupted. It didn't mean that lunch couldn't be continued. He took out a baked potato and handed it to Maltz. The sheriff didn't refuse. From morning to afternoon, it was enough to make any normal person hungry. I'm so sorry. If you don't mind, please allow me to entertain you too after the matter is over. The old butler heir looked apologetic. Arthur didn't refuse. After swallowing the baked potato in his mouth, he tore off a piece of roast beef and put it in his mouth. While continuing to eat, he asked, "Did Wilcox admit that he killed Kelmy?" "No." Wilcox was in a strange state at that time. He looked a little confused, as if he had just woken up, but also as if he was frightened, and the whole person was in a trance. The old butler recalled the appearance of Wilcox at that time, and there was something strange in his eyes. Did he say anything? After Arthur handed a portion of Sarah and smoked chicken legs in the basket to Maltz, he then put the roast beef that belonged to Maltz into his mouth with salt and black pepper, and then continued to ask. He said, "It wasn't him." The old butler smiled bitterly. From the past interactions, the old butler believed what Wilcox said. This young man was definitely not a brave and aggressive person. However, the small hall was locked from the inside. The windows were closed, and there were only Wilcox and Kelmy inside. And Kelmy died. How could he believe the other party? Moreover, more importantly, the dagger belonged to Wilcox. Everything pointed to the fact that Wilcox was the murderer. Ton. After Arthur drank the sweetened fruit stew, the carriage stopped in front of number 22 Whitebird Street. Arthur got off the carriage and burped immediately. 2 pounds of roast beef, a whole smoked chicken leg, a salad and 3 fist-sized baked potatoes, plus a pot of sweetened fruit stew were enough to satisfy Arthur's stomach. You mean Maltz? When you get older, the digestive system will be bad. Eat less, it's good for your health. Arthur silently praised himself for caring about his partner's health. How is it? Maltz came over and asked. Go in and take a look, Arthur said, and walked into the villa. Maltz signaled Simon to take 2 patrolmen in, and the remaining 4 patrolmen were guarding the door of number 22 Whitebird Street and the door of the villa just in case. Mr. Kratos. The shout of surprise came from Linda Camille. The round-faced girl who loved cats walked quickly to Arthur, with undisguised admiration on her face. But the girl was not blind enough to do anything. Mr. Kratos, Wilcox doesn't dare to kill people. Please help him. He doesn't dare. He doesn't know how to do it. Arthur looked at him in surprise. Will only told me about his blood fainting, and I also told him to keep it a secret, but in order to save him, I have to say it. Even if Will, who is afraid of blood, wants to kill Kelmy, he will definitely choose other methods. Using a dagger is the most stupid. And he will not choose the time when he and Kelmy are alone together, Linda Camille said. Although her tone was a little hurried, Arthur looked at the other party with a sense of surprise. Before, the other party gave Arthur the impression that he didn't look very smart and was careless, but now it seems she must be smart and secretive. And she is thoughtful. Should I say she is worthy of the bloodline of the Kratos family? Arthur looked at Linda Camille's black eyes and couldn't help sighing. Then, the young medium looked at Miss Camille. Even though someone died in the villa, the lady maintained her demeanor, looked at Arthur's inquiring eyes, and took the initiative to walk towards the small hall. I'm sorry that this happened, but I hope you, Mr. Kratos, can catch the murderer. At this point, the lady added another sentence silently in her heart. In the name of your grandfather. At the door of the small hall, Simon stopped everyone except the Shire District Police Station. After telling 2 patrolmen to keep an eye on the place and not let anyone in, Simon entered the small hall. The new trainee police officer stared at Arthur without blinking. He thought he could learn more from the consultant. As for Maltz, Maltz was a good boss, a respectable sheriff. That's all. Maltz looked around the small hall and quickly matched everything with what the old housekeeper had said before. Among them, Wilcox was tied up, and the murder weapon, the dagger, was placed on the desk. Obviously, Wilcox was an acquaintance. But when suspected of being the murderer, Camille's family knew what to do, rather than blindly believing in the so-called acquaintance relationship. Maltz observed that the moment Wilcox saw Arthur, his body struggled, and he opened his mouth to think about something. But he finally gave up. It was obvious that Wilcox knew his partner, and the look just now showed that he believed his partner could save him. Could it be that Wilcox is not the murderer? But in a secret room for two people. Who else could it be but Wilcox? Mouth thought in his heart, and his eyes looked at Arthur involuntarily. Similarly, the eyes of other people in the villa also looked at Arthur unconsciously. Obviously, the other people in the villa did not believe that Wilcox would kill people. They all hoped that the young medium could create a miracle. Linda Camille, in particular, put her hands together and put them to her mouth, obviously praying. Under the gaze of everyone, Arthur paced in the small hall. His steps were slow, but his face was calm, and a sense of calmness came naturally. When he walked to the desk, he stopped, tilted his head slightly, as if he was listening attentively. After a moment, he whispered to himself, "So that's what happened." Chapter 146 Chair. Arthur's attentive listening was seen by everyone in the villa who were paying attention to him. When he heard the whisper, Martz breathed a sigh of relief. The sheriff knew that it was safe. The people around him were whispering, "It's coming! It's coming! What, is this what the newspaper said?" Yes, that's right. This is the communication of the medium. Among the crowd, Linda Camille was the most excited. I don't know why, when she first saw the description of Arthur's psychic in the newspaper, she felt a throbbing in her heart. And when she first saw Psychic at Amanda's Cat Friends, the throbbing became even clearer. At this moment, it has reached a certain peak. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her eyes were fixed on Arthur. She, unconsciously, began to imitate. Everything became different. Everything seemed the same. Except for Miss Camille, Wilcox and Arthur, no one noticed this scene. Miss Camille had a complicated expression, but also a hint of relief. Wilcox was completely sad. Then, the young man began to shout regardless of anything. "It's me! I killed Kelmy! Please catch me!" The shouting startled the people around. They looked at the hysterical Wilcox in doubt. This was because he couldn't stand the pressure. Surrendered? Everyone was guessing. But Arthur sighed softly in his heart again. Terrible love. Then he said, "Really? But Miss Anna told me that the murderer was not you." Arthur said, looking at the huge sofa chair behind the desk in the small hall, said slowly, "Are you not coming out yet?" Come out? Everyone was stunned. Then, everyone widened their eyes. I saw a bulge appearing on the back of the large sofa chair, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Just when it was about to burst the back of the chair, it suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a man wearing only shorts crawled out of the sofa chair. There was someone in the sofa chair, and it was an acquaintance. Dr. Kelmy? There was an unbelievable shout from the crowd. People stared at the man who was once a private doctor at number 22 White Bird Street without blinking. Although the other party was not a permanent resident of the villa, he would come to visit on time every month. Could he be the murderer? Each one was full of surprises. However, the former private doctor did not pay any attention to these things. Whether it was the servants in the villa, the police, or the body of his son on the ground, they were all the same. To him, these seemed to be non-existent. In his eyes, there was only one person, Miss Camille. His eyes were burning, and his cheeks were throbbing with excitement, with the obsession and fanaticism that only a madman can have. The other person involuntarily walked towards Camille. "Stop!" Martz shouted, drawing his sword from its sheath. Looking at the long sword in front of him, the private doctor's eyes were filled with anger. "Do you want to stop me too?" The voice was hoarse, like the roar of a wild beast. Most of the servants in the villa were frightened and pale, but in the crowd, the old housekeeper and several others stared at the private doctor with cold eyes. Martz didn't care about the threat, and thrust his sword against the opponent's throat. "Did you kill Kelmy? Your son?" "Yes. I killed him. This damn guy dared to disturb Camille and I's lunch break. Every day at this time, Camille would come here and take a nap in the chair. I could clearly hear Camille's gentle breathing and feel the unprecedented warmth. But today, because of their noise, Camille is no longer here. But they are still nagging about Linda. It's unforgivable. They have blasphemed my love for Camille. Of course I have to kill him. And that will cost. He deserves to die too." The private doctor nodded and admitted it very straightforwardly. He did not show any sadness for killing his own son. The casualness and disgust in his expression made Maltz raise his eyebrows. For so many years, he had been on the battlefield and served as a police officer for many years. Maltz thought he was fierce and had seen many perverted guys. including fathers killing their sons. However, this was the first time he had seen someone so perverted as to kill his son just because he was blocking his peak. But as a sheriff, Maltz still remembered his duties. "When did you hide in the sofa?" Maltz asked. "1 month after Camille bought this sofa. I accidentally learned the real purpose of this sofa. It was so wonderful. I once shamelessly wanted to use it to steal Camille's business secrets. But I soon felt ashamed of my despicable behavior. It was specially designed by God for my love. It is the garden of the God of love, so that I can convey my love to Camille through it. Using it for anything else is a humiliation to it. It is also a stain on my love." The private doctor's face was full of guilt at first, but then it was replaced by a blush. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Ms. Camille affectionately. "You didn't take a break at noon. You must be very tired. Right? Come on. Take a nap here. Leave the rest to me. I will solve all the people and things that bother you." After the private doctor finished speaking, he opened his arms and walked towards Camille. Camille's face was as cold as ice, and she took a step forward. Bang! After a clean kick to the crotch, the private doctor knelt down. He turned around and kicked sideways. Bang! The straightened instep of his foot made the tip of his leather shoe hit the bridge of his opponent's nose. The private doctor rolled over and fell backwards, his back of the head hitting the desk hard. Bang! After this sound, the small hall was completely quiet. "Disgusting," Miss Camille commented coldly. Everyone looked at the unconscious private doctor, and everyone's expression was filled with disbelief. Did Dr. Kelmy kill Kelmy? The father killed his son? How is this possible? Just because of this kind of thing, the father killed his son? And Miss Camille hasn't taken a nap in the small hall for a long time. After buying that sofa chair, Miss Camille changed her previous habits and chose to go upstairs after lunch and rest in the bedroom. This is well known. Who used the small hall during the lunch break? Please stand up. Old housekeeper Eyre said with a gloomy face. The small hall is used by Camille's family to receive guests. Simply put, except Camille herself, only guests can use it. However, someone took the opportunity to use the small hall when Miss Camille returned to the second floor to rest. This made the old housekeeper angry. He thought that everyone had been tested and could be trusted. He was always proud of this. But who knew that? The reality made his cheeks burn. Facing the glance of the old housekeeper, or the servants in the villa looked at each other. None of them had done such a thing that violated the rules. This made the old housekeeper look even more gloomy, and murderous intent began to appear in his eyes. The atmosphere in the whole villa suddenly became extremely depressing. At this time, Arthur came over. If you want to know who this daring guy is, please come to the hall, Arthur said, pointing to the hall. Everyone was confused. But after witnessing Arthur's magic, no one would object. After Maltz and Simon tied up the private doctor after walking out, the remaining people all walked towards the hall corridor that Arthur pointed to. Then, at Arthur's signal, they all hid their bodies. After everyone walked over, Arthur closed the door and walked over. He just closed the door, but did not lock it. When Arthur also walked into the corridor, everyone looked at Arthur. The young medium signaled everyone to stay calm. After about a few minutes, meow. Chapter 147 Audacious Guy. With a soft meow, a black and white symmetrical, very lively cow-cat ran down the stairs from the second floor. Behind this cat was a fairy cat and a chubby white cat. 3 cats walked together. The cow-cat led the way, the fairy cat followed behind, and the chubby white cat lazily fell behind. Ha ha. Linda Camille covered her mouth. The girl almost blurted out her cat's name. Miss Camille beside her also breathed a sigh of relief. Those who reacted quickly also guessed what was going on. But no one said anything. Everyone stared at the 3 cats. The leading cow-cat walked briskly to the small hall. Then, he jumped up lightly, held the door handle, relied on his own weight, and opened the door of the small hall directly, and walked to the large sofa chair with ease. It jumped up and nestled comfortably in it. The fairy-like cat also wanted to go up, but it didn't dare to. It lay timidly on the side, meowing from time to time. The fat-faced white cat jumped onto the desk, curled up its 2 front paws, and began to doze off with its eyes squinting. Even those who had guessed at this moment were just like the others, staring at this scene in amazement. Everyone's heart was full of surprise and absurdity. It turned out to be like this. Miss Camille spoke for everyone. That's it. It's the daring guy. Arthur chuckled and pointed at the cow cat. When he found someone in the sofa in the small hall just now, Arthur observed the entire sofa very carefully, and then he found a few cat hairs. Of course, the key point is the fanaticism and abnormal love of the private doctor. In that state, Arthur didn't think that Miss Camille would not find anything unusual. Even any normal person would notice something strange. Then, they would definitely be surprised and doubtful. Some timid ones would definitely scream. But the Camille mentioned by the private doctor did not do that. Instead, according to the other party's statement, Camille also enjoyed this kind of contact. But Miss Camille did not do that, and neither did anyone else in the family. There was only one possibility left. Miss Camille was not a human being. That's why he didn't say no. Add to that the cat hair, and everything becomes obvious. The private doctor mistook the cat for Miss Camille, and even because of that silence, the private doctor thought Miss Camille acquiesced, which made him even crazier. Add to that Lily's cat meowing to cover it up, the private doctor didn't find out the truth at all. Or he found out the truth occasionally, but the other party, who was overwhelmed by his love affair, didn't pay any attention. A guy who killed his own son for his love, Arthur didn't think the other person was normal. Just after he entered the small hall, relying on his 1.8 physique, he heard the unusually strong heartbeat. At first, he thought the other person was afraid and excited after killing someone. Now it seems, that's the excitement and joy after paying for the lover. The son licks Linda. The father licks Linda's mother. And he doesn't hesitate to kill people. What a terrible love. Arthur sighed again in his heart, and warned herself, be sure to stay calm, don't let love delay your beautiful life. Ha ha. Linda Camille ran into the small hall, picked up the cow cat, slapped the cow cats but twice. The cow cat named Ha Ha didn't resist at all. Instead, it used its head to support its owner, and the two cats named Lily and Ank also came over to rub the girl's legs and ask for a hug. Arthur could see that the girl liked cats very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have really taken Lily and Ank back from Amanda's cat friends. In addition, since she might be his cousin or sister, Arthur became more friendly to the girl. After entering the small hall, Arthur nodded and smiled at the girl, then turned to the back of the sofa. On the shoulders of a giant, he had seen similar situations. At that time, the article human chair scared him, and he even dismantled the sofa directly, wanting to see if there was anyone inside. Unexpectedly, there is also the world in front of me. The interior of the sofa chair is much more spacious than it looks. Arthur estimated that even with his height, he could sit cross-legged in it, and even move his legs slightly. Under the armrest of the sofa chair, there are several compartments, which contain biscuits, water, feces bags, and an opaque brown bottle. Arthur picked it up and slightly opened the bottle to smell it. Immediately, a smell similar to alcohol came out. But the pungent smell mixed with sweetness came to his face. This smell, Arthur was too familiar with it. Ether. Without hesitation, Arthur directly put it into his box of Athos. Sometimes, this anesthetic is better than expected. At the same time, he had already seen the private doctor suddenly appear in his mind. First knocked Wilcox unconscious, and then stabbed his son to death. During the whole process, Kelmy should have seen his father, but the young man thought his father was here to help him. So, the other party not only did not make it public, but also deliberately induced Wilcox, allowing the private doctor to succeed smoothly. But what the other party did not expect was that his father would kill him. Poor guy, I'm afraid before he died, he was still fantasizing that after killing Wilcox, Linda would belong to him. What a twisted guy. Arthur curled his lips, and then Maltz also came over. As the sheriff of the Shire district, Maltz also encountered a similar case for the first time. He was quite curious. The sheriff carefully examined the sofa chair. He even tried it himself. He zipped up the zipper from the inside. The zipper was very delicately designed and covered with thick leather. Unless you put your hand in it, you can't find it at all. How does it feel? Arthur asked. It's a little more spacious than I thought, but it's a bit stuffy. If he stays here for a long time, he will definitely go crazy. I don't know how that guy can hold on, Maltz said, glancing at Dr. Kelmy, who was still unconscious. Who said he's not crazy? Arthur asked back. Immediately, Maltz was stunned. Yes. If this private doctor was not crazy, would he do such a terrible thing? While the sheriff was stunned, Arthur walked towards Miss Camille. Arthur has not forgotten what the private doctor said just now. The secret of the sofa chair was originally discovered to steal the business secrets of Miss Camille. And this useful stealing method cannot be used only once. Maybe it is useless for nobles. But for ordinary wealthy businessmen, it is really useful. If you follow the clues, you may be able to solve some major cases, causing a great sensation. The XP that comes with it is what Arthur cares about most. Regarding the sofa chair, Miss Camille, can you tell me in detail about its origin? Arthur asked directly. Of course. This is not a place to talk. Let's go to the garden. Sheriff Mouths, please stay. There are some things I can only tell Mr. Kratos, Miss Camille said, and walked directly to the garden. Mouths cast an inquiring look at Arthur. Arthur made a gesture, indicating that there was no problem. But he was very nervous in his heart. Is this Miss Camille going to tell me the truth? What does the love of the previous generation have to do with a young person like me? Thinking in his heart, Arthur did not hesitate and walked directly into the garden. The Lady Camille was standing in front of a flower bed. After hearing the footsteps, she turned around and smiled at Arthur, and said in a low voice, Actually, you should call me Grandma. Arthur. Arthur, huh? Arthur, ah. Boom. Arthur was like being struck by lightning. He was at a loss, and was completely stunned. At this moment, thousands of words gathered in Arthur's heart, and finally turned into one word, fuck. Chapter 148 Old Charlie's Love. How is it possible? Shouldn't it be my uncle's or my dead father? How could it be my grandfather? Arthur's head was buzzing. He seemed to see 100,000 alpacas running past him. The leading alpaca even spit at him. It's not that Arthur has little experience. It's just that old Charlie played too fancy. How old is old Charlie this year? 72 years old. How old is Ms. Camille this year? 41 years old. Miss Camille's age is not a secret, many suitors know that. And similarly, Linda's age is also known to everyone, 16 years old. That is to say, 17 years ago, 24-year-old Camille met 55-year-old Charlie, which led to the current 16-year-old Linda. And this is still a conservative estimate. After all, what if the two knew each other earlier? When he thought of this, even Arthur, who had LV5 bluff, almost couldn't hold it in at this moment, and the little fingers of his hanging hands trembled uncontrollably. However, he immediately returned to normal. He took a deep breath. Huh? It's really surprising. Arthur said this, but his tone was calm, and his expression was even calmer, as if he said the word surprise just to cooperate with Camille. But in fact he didn't care at all. Camille looked at Arthur like this, and couldn't help laughing. Even when you encounter big news, you still stay calm and composed. Arthur, you are exactly the same as your grandfather. As expected, you are the one who truly inherited the psychic bloodline of the Kratos family. Arthur. Hey, Andy, wake up. The Kratos family does not have any psychic bloodline. It's all the tricks of the swindler. With the memory of his previous life, Arthur naturally knows everything. But what can he say? Is he saying that his grandfather is a liar? Impossible. Once he says it, not only will old Charlie be extremely embarrassed, he will also fall into extreme passivity. You know, he needs the identity of a medium to gain XP. Moreover, the identity of a medium is too convenient for dealing with certain things. Therefore, Arthur at this time can only remain silent. And this silence makes Camille smile even more. Are you still following the principle of seclusion? However, such a disguise will be discovered one day. Didn't Charlie almost get exposed back then? If I hadn't helped him, Charlie would have been beaten up. As if she recalled something happy, the smile on Miss Camille's face became brighter. At this moment, this lady was no longer the strong woman known by the people of South Los, but a little girl who was not very experienced in the world. She was a little bit in love. Arthur wanted to rub his swollen temples. He was sure that his grandfather's bluff level was definitely higher than LV5, and he is also very good at adapting to circumstances. Otherwise, how could he deceive Camille at the moment when he was about to be exposed? And even say the so-called avoiding the world principle. Did he think he was a vampire from the clan of the secret party? At this time, Arthur complained in his heart. But he didn't dare to say a word. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. It's better not to say anything. Grandpa's love. Let Grandpa solve it himself. He is just an innocent passerby. Just have fun eating melons. Please don't blame your grandfather. It's all my fault. At that time, I ran away from home because I was dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by my parents. If it weren't for your grandfather, I would have been trafficked to a brothel. It was he who saved me. And he also taught me how to survive outside. Later, my family tried to stop me, but I knew if I didn't do it, I would definitely regret it. Miss Camille said, slightly bowed his head. Here it comes! Here it comes! The classic opening of a hero saving a beauty and fighting the whole world for love. The former gains a lot of favor, while the latter makes the rescued person fall into the trap of more people dissuading him. The more persistent he becomes, the more he thinks he has found true love. Arthur has begun to feel powerless to complain. He coughed lightly, interrupting Miss Camille's memories. Let's talk about that sofa chair. Arthur wanted to change the subject, and Miss Camille could see it. The lady was not angry about this. She was relieved, because Arthur did not object. This was the best news for her. I bought that chair from the Haight Furniture Store. I bought it to make it more comfortable at work. But later I found that comfort at work would distract me. Moreover, every time I saw it, I felt uncomfortable. So I moved it out of the office. Put it in a small hall. I originally wanted to find Charlie to check it out. But unfortunately, he seemed to be dealing with a difficult case at that time. Charlie. Has he dealt with it? Talking about the relevant things. The lady couldn't help but ask about old Charlie's recent situation. Grandpa went to Barney. There are some things that need to be dealt with by Grandpa, Arthur said truthfully. Barney? Miss Camille frowned slightly. Her expression was serious, as if Arthur had mentioned an extraordinary place. You can ask or about the chair. He will tell you everything. I need to leave for a while, the lady said and left. Her steps were quick. She seemed to be angry and resentful. No way. No way. It can't be what I thought. My grandfather turned out to be a scumbag. Arthur looked at the back of Lady Camille as she left. He felt sick. He found that he had underestimated his grandfather. Old, but strong was not enough to describe him. And what's with that kind of charm? To some extent, the old lion's lion group can't compare to Grandpa's charm. Arthur couldn't help but sigh. Then, he prayed silently for his grandpa. He hoped that Miss Camille would be rational enough and wouldn't go directly to Barney to settle accounts with Grandpa. Thinking about it, Arthur couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. It was definitely not gloating. It was just a simple, polite smile. Mr. Kratos? What happened to make you so happy? The old butler who came over asked. Nothing. Excuse me. What do you know about Haight Furniture Store? Arthur shook his head. He certainly couldn't tell the old butler in front of him that he was expecting his grandfather's love to sublimate into a quarrel. What bad intentions could he have as a simple and young medium? Haight Furniture Store appeared in South Los 10 years ago. The earliest store was in the Dort district. The owner, Haight, was a skilled carpenter. And he had an active mind. He could always make furniture that would catch people's eyes. Therefore, in just 3 years, the owner bought a house and a store in the Shire district. The Haight Furniture Store located on Garden Street was well loved by everyone. Moreover, after the owner Haight moved to Garden Street, he became more and more demanding on his craftsmanship. And the cycle of furniture customization became longer and longer. The old butler said seriously, with a cold look in his eyes. If the chair incident had not happened, this boss Haight would certainly be worthy of admiration. But after the chair incident, everything changed. Thinking that there were still some furniture from the Haight Furniture Store in the villa, the old butler became anxious. Arthur saw it and immediately signaled the other party to leave. His partner had been waiting for a long time. And when he heard the name Haight Furniture Store, a strange look flashed across his partner's face. Haight Furniture Store is owned by that guy Rum. After coming over, Martz lowered his voice and said, Rum, the sheriff of the Dortmund district, a guy with a bad reputation. As one of the beneficiaries of the sheriff system, Rum was originally from a gang. Then, relying on money and power and opportunities, he suddenly became the sheriff of the Dort district at that time. And then the police chief of the Dort district. Arthur and Maltz didn't care about this. But they knew that their chance had come. The two partners looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. Arthur laughed softly. Then we should be more cautious. However, before that, I think we should do some serious work now. Such as taking back the accessories in number 44 Whitebird Street. You know, I went out this morning for these things. Arthur's face showed helplessness, as if he was complaining to his friend. Martz understood it immediately. The painter apprentice of Aaron should have the props that are very suitable for judging the guy Lum. After just a little thought, the sheriff's eyes lit up. He knew what it was. Chapter 149 Bait. Fake checks. Or to be more precise, paper and ink for making fake checks. These two things are enough to tempt James. Martz guessed in his heart, looked at Arthur, and lowered his voice to tell the address of the painter's apprentice. Dockside, number 10 Clara Street. Last night, I had someone guarding there. Martz's purpose was quite simple, which was to worry about any accidents happening to the gold and silver jewelry of his partner number 44 Whitebird Street. Arthur, who already knew about the arrangement of the partners, nodded with a smile. If you want to have enough time, you need partners. Of course, it is still a long way from a leisurely life. Maltz needs to continue to grow. He is just over 50 years old. Don't always think about retirement. It is the time to shine. His grandfather is 72 years old, and he still accepts commissions to go out to exorcise ghosts. Arthur sighed, while searching for memories of this neighborhood in his memory. Fortunately, my predecessor had been there, and, to some extent, it was really impressive. Unlike the shacks where most coolies lived in the dock area, it was close to the sea, but far away from the busy port district. In that district, most of the buildings were 1.5 stories, with various shops. The living conditions were much better than those in Cisport, and it was the first choice for people with small assets in the dock area. Moreover, there lived quite a few people who called themselves painters, sculptors, writers, and the like. It seems that the seaside has inspiration, which inexplicably attracts such people. My previous incarnation went there simply out of curiosity. Then, I was greatly disappointed. The painters there mostly painted strange things. The sculptures made by the sculptors there were also incomprehensible. The things written by the writers there were even more obscure and difficult to understand. When my previous incarnation asked why the paintings were so strange, I was scolded for not understanding art. Then he was driven out. Because of this, the previous incarnation had a deep memory. But for Arthur, none of this mattered. What mattered was that the dock area, number 10 Clara Street, was very consistent with Arthur's inference of Jenkins when he first met him. It was not only Aaron's residence, but also Jenkins' hiding place before. In the previous fake check case, Aaron had to notify Jenkins in time if he wanted to control the time just right. And what could be more suitable than one's own residence? Especially when the neighborhood where this residence is located is inhabited by a group of maverick artists, it is perfect. Of course, in order to hide better, the 1.5-story building must have facilities such as a basement. And after Jenkins came out, it naturally became an excellent place to store things. According to Arthur's inference, the small gold and silver ornaments and paper for making fake checks at 44 Whitebird Street, Inc. must be there. As for the small gold and silver ornaments at 44 Whitebird Street, did they disappear in the fire? Impossible. From Aaron's perspective, the fire had already devoured the bodies of Jenkins and Jaundice, burning all the clues, and these valuable gold and silver ornaments next to them were picked up for free. The other party would not refuse them. If it was Arthur, naturally, he would take away most of the unmarked ones, leaving a small part that is easy to remember, so that everyone would think that all the gold and silver ornaments were burned. Of course, if there is enough time, then tie the explosives to this small part of the gold and silver ornaments. Prepare kerosene, and place it on the right hand of Jenkins' body, and then ignite the explosives, so that everyone who sees the scene will mistakenly believe that although Jenkins killed Jaundice, he did not expect that Jaundice set a trap and was eventually blown to death and burned. Standing on the shoulders of giants, Arthur has seen too much. Just like at this moment, Arthur, who said anxiously he did not leave in a hurry, but made a gesture to Maltz, and walked straight into the villa. After seeing Arthur's gesture, the sheriff immediately lost his anxiety. The sheriff believed in Arthur, and even his trust in Arthur had surpassed Arthur himself. He knew that Arthur must have a complete plan. Then of course, he just had to cooperate. At this time, Simon began to take the patrol officers to check the scene for the last time. And then, he took the physical evidence, the body and the murderer were taken back to the police station. Maltz leaned over and whispered, "Bring back the owner of Haight Furniture Store in a moment." "Yes, Sheriff." Simon immediately sped up. Immediately Wilcox, who was still to be questioned, was released on the spot. But the young men felt that it would be better for him to be taken away by the police. Thinking of the embarrassing behavior just now, the young man was so autistic that he curled up in the corner, and his toes kept tapping in his shoes. Linda Camille noticed it, and came over. "Will, I want to talk to you." "Yes." The young man nodded timidly. Arthur noticed that after the old butler waved to a servant in the corner. The servant followed him quietly. It was obvious that the old butler was cautious. Similarly, the old butler did not forget his previous promise to entertain the two. Next time. I am a little tired today. Some news is hard to understand even for me. It was a bit too shocking. Arthur smiled bitterly. The old butler immediately showed an understanding look. We need to face some facts. The master has made it clear that the door of number 22 White Bird Street will always be open to you. You are welcome to come at any time. For number 2 Kirk Street, I can't make more promises. I hope you can understand. After all, I am just the youngest in the Kratos family. Arthur looked apologetic. The old butler shook his head immediately. You have done enough. The old butler sent Arthur and Mouths to the door of number 22 White Bird Street. When Arthur got on the carriage, an envelope was quietly placed in Mouth's pocket. I hope you can treat Dr. Kelmy fairly and justly. Of course. The sheriff smiled and nodded. He knew very well what the other party wanted him to do. This was within the rules, and the sheriff would certainly not refuse. However, after getting on the carriage, Mouths handed 90 gold notes to Arthur, and kept only 10 gold notes for himself. This was the previous agreement. If he did not contribute, it would be 10-9. But Arthur handed another 10 gold notes to Mouths. You will contribute in a while, Arthur emphasized. That has nothing to do with you. Arthur. It has something to do with you, Arthur said softly. At the same time, he added in his heart, put it on my grandfather's account. Arthur advocated fairness and justice. Then, the young medium handed the cage containing Pendragon to Mouths. I need to get the paper and ink back in advance. Arthur did not speak, but wrote it by hand. Immediately, the sheriff knew what Arthur was going to do. First get the paper and ink back. Then, go get it again. And this time deliberately reveal a little flaw, whether it is anger or regret. But let James know. Paper, the ink is lost. And this is not easy. Although Lum is a bastard, he is not an idiot. If you want Lum to take the bait, it must be as real as it is, to make Lum believe that everything is as he expected. Of course, there was no such condition before. But now with the Hate Furniture Store, it is different. A perfect and reasonable excuse, enough for James to witness it with his own eyes. However, in the subsequent plan, we still need a key person. Mouths looked at Arthur, and they both stretched out their fingers and wrote on each other's palms. Stroke by stroke, a completely identical name appeared on each other's palms. They smiled at each other. The next moment, the door of the carriage opened and closed. The whole process took less than a second, but Arthur had disappeared in the carriage. Only Mouth's soft words were left, and there were pauses from time to time, as if he was listening to Arthur's advice. Chapter 150 The Vengeful Little Cat. The interest is 10 times. Number 10 Clara Street. Dyko stood there with a gloomy face, making the air pressure around him drop a few degrees, and the two patrolmen, who were originally responsible for guarding this place, really didn't dare to breathe. There was no way. Although Dicko was tall and strong, his face was chubby, and he looked very kind, but after yesterday's battle, Dyko was not only injured, but also had a blood mark on his face from the left eye to the right corner of his mouth, after the stitches. The injury was not serious, but the scar on his face became more frightening. As Dicko smiled and talked, he looked like a ferocious centipede crawling. Even if Dicko stood there expressionless, it would make people feel numb. However, even if he was timid, the patrolman still had to face Dicko. Because boss, those guys are spying here again. Should we call for backup? A patrolman came over and said softly. The patrolman didn't understand why the sheriff asked them to stay here. But after Dicko came here in the middle of the night, and someone peeped in the morning, they knew there must be some secret in the house behind them. No need. You two stay here, Dicko said, and rushed towards the peeper across the street. His fat body was like a charging rhino, and he'd bumped into the guy. No need to worry about mistaking him. This was the third time today that he saw the other party, and his accomplice wandering here. Bang! The peeper was knocked away directly. But the other party's accomplice took out a knife and pointed it at Dicko. However, he did not stab it. Instead, he trembled a little, and was a little trembling. Dyko's face was really too scary. Snap! Dyko slapped the knife away with a slap, and then slapped the other party in the face with his backhand, making the other party spin twice on the spot, and about to fall, Dyko grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back again. I let you peek. I scared you. Is my face scary? Will my face scare children? One word and one slap. The peeper was beaten so hard that his teeth came out. But Dyko was not happy at all. On the contrary, Dyko felt worse. After returning home yesterday, the sutured wound on his face that looked like a centipede. Scare his daughter to tears. Facing the attacker's knives, bullets, Daiko was fearless. Seeing his daughter crying loudly, he immediately became flustered and at a loss. Finally, he left home at his wife's signal, and his daughter stopped crying. Listening to his daughter's crying gradually subsided. Daiko, who was hiding outside the door, was very sad. Then he returned to the police station in a daze, and was assigned here again in a daze. Even now, Daiko felt that he was abandoned by the world. That was his dearest daughter. After he got off work, how could a daughter who opened her arms and shouted, "Daddy, hug me," hate him? It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Daiko caught the peeper and stepped on two of them, muttering to himself. The two patrolmen pursed their lips tightly, said nothing, and shrank their necks. Arthur was also a little surprised in the shadows. In his impression, Daiko was a very peaceful person, with a certain bottom line. Otherwise, he would not have been favored by mouths. What happened? Arthur guessed in his heart. But he did not move slowly, relying on the hand of nothingness that came in from the chimney. He opened a half-story window, and then used another hand of nothingness as a support point to easily climb into number 10 Clara Street. However, he did not land on his feet. The remaining two hands of nothingness were placed on Arthur's feet, and the hand of nothingness that had just been used as a support quickly turned around. He held his left arm. The hand of nothingness that opened the window turned around after closing the window, making Arthur, who was suspended in the air, stable. In front of the door of number 10 Clara Street, the two patrolmen did not notice that someone had entered the building behind them. The people around them, even less would they notice. They were watching Daiko scolding someone. Arthur adjusted his breathing, saving his energy as much as possible, and quickly searched the attic-like first floor. Then, he went down to the first floor. Soon, Arthur found something in the corridor, outside the kitchen. It was a cover with worn edges. Obviously, this cover was often opened and closed, but there was no pull ring on the cover. It should be opened from the inside. In Arthur's mind, Aaron had already appeared to knock on the cover lightly every time he delivered food, and then the cover was pushed open by Jenkin. Similarly, when Jenkin was no longer inside, it would not be difficult for Aaron. As the owner of this house, Aaron has too many ways to open this cover, whether it is violent or skillful. Fortunately, Arthur has many too. The hand of nothingness, which supported Arthur's right arm, directly took out a slender dagger from the box of autos in Arthur's right hand. This is one of old Charlie's regular items. Arthur carried it with him before, but now it is in the box of autos. Of course, in order to deal with various emergencies at this moment, the box of autos was also filled with various tools, sundries, food, and water. If the box of autos was not big enough, Arthur would have wanted to put the little Emperor cannon in it. The hand of nothingness flexibly opened the cover. Then, Arthur used this hand of nothingness to explore the way, and after confirming that there was no danger, he came to this secret room under the floor. It was about 20 square meters with a bed, a table and chairs, bedding on the bed, candles on the table, books, and a urine bucket in the corner. The whole secret room was not stuffy, nor was there any odor. It was obvious that there were ventilation holes. With a weak light, Arthur scanned the area and found what he was looking for. 3 square boxes, placed next to a pile of gold and silver jewelry, were extremely conspicuous. Arthur opened 2 of the boxes, and they contained the special paper and ink he was looking for. But the third box contained something that surprised Arthur. It was a check. To be precise, it was a complete check with a stamp, a signature, and a number. The stamps and signatures were different. Some were from the Tigress of Nanlos, some were from the Old Lion of Niwan, and some were from many nobles and wealthy merchants in Nanjun. Arthur picked up a few checks and tried to distinguish them. He was not an expert on checks, but he was sure that the checks in this box were more real than the ones he saw that day. Arthur's eyelids jumped. He guessed what Aaron wanted to do. It must be said that the other party was really bold. But Arthur's mouth curled up. At this moment, an even more bold plan emerged in Arthur's mind. I saw a lot of guys who participated in the division of the cat pie. Black in here. Maybe their appearance is a sign that the black cats need to take the stage again. Cats are very vengeful. They ate my cat pie, still want to sleep well. I want you to pay me back with interest. 10 times. Thinking in his heart, Arthur's eyes began to flash with a cold light. Then, he raised his hand and put the 3 boxes containing paper, ink and checks into the box of Athos. Then, returned the same way. However, just when Arthur put the cover back, a slight sound came from above his head. Tap, tap, whoosh. Someone sneaked in. Arthur narrowed his eyes, but then his face changed slightly. No! Chapter 151 delivered to your door. The treading sound is the sound of leather shoes stepping on the wooden floor. The whirring sound is a bit like the sound of wind blowing. But the wind sound only happened on the 2nd floor. Arthur confirmed that he did not hear any wind sound outside number 10 Clara Street, but there was indeed wind sound on the 2nd floor. What does this mean? It was not one person who entered number 10 Clara Street, but 2 people. One of them seems to be a mysterious person. Immediately, Arthur moved back and hid in the shadows. Auburn tiptoed from the side and entered number 10 Clara Street. For this, he was very grateful to the fat man with a scary look. If it weren't for him, it would be difficult for him to get in so easily. Thinking of the promise of the adult, Auburn took action immediately. As long as he took the things back, he could officially retire and live in South Los with a new identity. Everything will start again. The bright future made Auburn a well-known golden finger in Rat Street. Excited, with his excellent skills, he quickly found the cover on the 1st floor. With a flip of his hand, a slender dagger appeared in his hand. He went down along the gap and gently lifted it up. And the cover came up. Done! Auburn picked up the cover and put it aside. When he was about to go down to look for something, he felt something was wrong. His shoulders were a little heavy, his neck was even more sore. As if something was pressing on his shoulders and clamping his neck. No! It wasn't like someone was actually sitting on his shoulders, clamping his neck. The warmth close to his neck made Auburn tremble all over, and he instinctively stabbed the dagger in his hand. Whoosh! Auburn heard the sound of wind again, and the dagger stabbed in the air. He had just heard such a sound of wind, but he didn't care. At this time, he finally reacted. He was being watched. He was being watched when he entered number 10 Clara Street. Was the other party here for those things too? Auburn's last thought, and it disappeared as his head fell to the ground. Puff! Blood, squeezed by the chest, spurted 2 or 3 meters high, not only splashing all over the roof, but also dyeing a figure clinging to the roof red. Most of the other party's body was exposed under the blood, but the rest of him was integrated with the roof. The other party looked at the corpse on the ground and showed a disdainful smile. The smile stained with blood was strangely hideous. The other party ignored the blood and turned around and jumped, preparing to jump directly into the underground secret room. The other party jumped lightly, and except for a slight whoosh sound, there was almost no movement. Therefore, the sound of the crossbow arrow breaking through the air became louder. The other party in midair obviously did not expect that there was someone in Clara number 10. The body in midair unexpectedly turned, not only avoiding the crossbow arrow, but also rushing towards the direction of the crossbow arrow. But it was empty. No one. The ferocious follower was startled. And then he knew it was not good. And he was about to jump again. But before the follower jumped, he felt a sudden pain in his testicles. The other party felt as if his testicles were about to break. Immediately, he lost the strength to jump. At this time, whoosh! Puff! Another crossbow arrow shot out. This time, the follower, who was in great pain, had no room to dodge, and was shot in the chest by the arrow. When he felt the pain in his chest mixed with numbness, the follower could no longer bear it. You despicable! The other party wanted to accuse, but an invisible hand covered his mouth. Hand of nothingness. The other party reacted. But then, he was full of doubts. Because the hand of nothingness in front of him was not only much more powerful than the hand of nothingness in his memory, but also much faster. And, under the poison, the opponent's already scattered consciousness completely dissipated as his throat was cut. Before the blood sprayed in front of Arthur, a sheet blocked the opponent's wound, not only preventing the blood from spraying, but also wrapping the body and disappearing in the room. Another body was also collected by Arthur in the box of Athos. After picking up the crossbow, Arthur did not stop. The patrol outside the door had heard the noise and was ready to come in to check. After Arthur left number 10 Clara Street for about 30 or 40 meters, he heard Dicko's roar from behind. Go and inform the sheriff. Consultant. Immediately, Arthur sped up his departure. Moreover, in order to be faster, He began to choose a straight line. He jumped over the courtyard wall and the house, with the hand of nothingness. As a support point, this was a piece of cake for Arthur. However, the exhaustion of physical strength made Arthur's breathing unstable. Later, he gasped for breath. He rushed to L Lane before the police carriage. Arthur released the hand of nothingness and quickly adjusted his breathing. When he saw the police carriage, Arthur, whose breathing had stabilized, quietly boarded the carriage. Always stay calm in front of your partners, unless you want to give more chips, even if this partner is trustworthy. How is it? Martz, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately asked in a low voice when he saw Arthur returning. Everything went well. Arthur responded with a smile. He did not tell Martz what happened later because he was not sure whether the follower was a mysterious person who was motivated by money or an organized person. If it was the former, it would be easy to deal with. People are dead, what else can't be done? But if it is the latter, you need to be alert. Martz will show up soon. If Martz is targeted, that will be a real problem. It is not that I am worried that Martz will betray me. But the mysterious side has some tricks, which will always confuse betrayal, or even, Martz will tell everything without knowing it. Therefore, Arthur chose a safer way. Huh? After hearing Arthur's words, Martz let out a long sigh. Of course he believed in Arthur. But he also believed in the kind of favor of death in Arthur. Every time his partner appeared, he was always accompanied by death, which made him always wonder if his partner had a death bird as a relative. No one died this time, which was really great. Your eyes. Are you thinking about something bad? Arthur hugged Pendragon and frowned at Maltz. Of course not. After a while, let's go for a drink after finishing our business? Martz laughed. Compared to a drink, I'm more concerned about the police station's dinner. Arthur shook his head. Very good. Martz gave a positive evaluation. As the two chatted, the carriage slowly drove into the police station yard, but just as the carriage stopped, Martz got off the carriage. A carriage drove in quickly from outside the yard. This carriage is also a police carriage. According to the serial number, Maltz could tell at a glance that this police carriage came from the Door District. In the Door District, the only person who could use this carriage was Sheriff James. Maltz was not surprised that James would come. His close subordinates would not, but there would always be someone who would tip off the other party, which was also in his and Arthur's plan, and even a key link. However, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. After quickly explaining the origin of the carriage to Arthur beside him, Martz went to greet him with a smile. Arthur kept smiling, but his mind was working rapidly. It is obvious that Haight Furniture Store is more important to the other party than I thought. Then my previous guess is probably true. Sheriff James, if you say so. Then I will not be polite. Chapter 152. Warm, but hypocritical greetings unfolded between Maltz and James. Arthur, who had made up his mind, restrained his smile. He stared at Cook behind James. Cook was James's deputy, a native of South Los. Of course, the other party was able to become a third-level police officer, because his father was a well-known bounty hunter, who had accumulated a lot of wealth and connections when he was young. It's a pity that, in a bounty chase, old Cook encountered an ambush, and was shot in the knee. Fortunately, the retired old Cook lived a happy life. He not only had a wife and a son, but also a farm outside the city. The reason why Arthur knew about this Cook was because he was the target that Maltz wanted to win over. Compared with James' bad reputation, Cook's reputation was much better. At least, he was paid for his work. Cook soon noticed Arthur's gaze. The son of the bounty hunter, maybe he couldn't compare with his father, but he still had the necessary vigilance. However, the next moment, Cook frowned, because Arthur was still looking at him. Normally, after being discovered peeping, the peeper would immediately retract his gaze and pretend nothing happened. Occasionally, the thick-skinned ones would smile. But it was rare for Arthur to be discovered and still stare at people. Moreover, more importantly, Arthur's face was serious. Such seriousness made Cook look down subconsciously. He suspected that his zipper was unzipped. But no, the zipper was intact. Cook immediately looked up and glared at Arthur. He thought Arthur was playing a trick on him. But when he looked up, he found that Arthur's eyes were no longer on him, but on James. Moreover, this time, not only was his face serious, but even his eyes were solemn. What's going on? What happened? Cook became a little suspicious. It wasn't just Cook. James, who was being watched, was also like this. The sheriff of Dortmund district knew about the rumors about Arthur, but it was precisely because he knew that. He felt a little guilty. Will he be found out? James, who had done too many bad things, even came here with bad intentions, thought in his heart, but on the surface, the sheriff of Dortmund district looked at Arthur with a smile on his face, and greeted him with a very enthusiastic attitude. Hello, Mr. Kratos. As he said this, the sheriff of Dortmund wanted to step forward and shake hands with Arthur. But Arthur refused. The young medium did not raise his hand, which made the sheriff's hand freeze in midair. Suddenly, the sheriff's face showed embarrassment, followed by anger. But before the other party could speak, Arthur suddenly said, Black and red are intertwined. In the silence, I heard the wailing of the dead. They are crossing the ironwood bushes, and are chasing you. When the ominous birds begin to pray, that is when disaster will befall you. Now, please stay away from us. Arthur's serious words made the sheriff of Dort district suspicious. The other party could not tell whether what Arthur said was true or false. And at this moment, swish! It seemed like the sound of wind blowing through leaves sounded behind the sheriff of Dort district. But there were no trees at all in the small square of the Shire District Police Station. And there was no wind just now. But the sound did appear. Cook James' body stiffened suddenly. The two of them almost involuntarily thought of Arthur's words just now. They crossed the ironwood bush. More importantly, GAGA. Two crows flew over at some point, and the shrill cries echoed overhead. Under the blood-red setting sun, the black crows all turned a bloody red at this moment. Ominous bird. Start praying. The words were verified again, making James' face turn pale, and Cook twisted his back unnaturally. Then, he moved to the side without leaving any trace, away from James. Martz hid directly behind Arthur. James's reaction was not slow, and he also subconsciously wanted to stand behind Arthur, but Arthur did not give him any chance at all. Back off. He shouted in a low voice, stomped his feet on the ground, and tapped his fingers. Under the weird atmosphere, Arthur's smooth movements immediately gave him an aura that shouldn't have existed, and frightened James into retreating again and again. The disaster will spread. They are temporarily frightened away, but they are still lingering. The next time they appear, it will be their time for revenge. Arthur didn't say anything more, and turned around and walked towards the police station building. He remembered what old Charlie had taught him, saying half and keeping half is the core of the medium inheritance. Just like being able to adapt to circumstances. Moreover, the effect is much better than expected. Arthur was grateful for the cooperation of the crow. He originally wanted to bluff James first, and then find another crow to scare him completely, but who knew that two crows would actually fly over his head? Maybe I can raise two crows to act as an atmosphere group? Arthur thought to himself, his eyes swept over the bluff. That had increased his experience by one again, and he began to count silently in his heart. 10, 9, 8. When the silent count returned to 0, Dicko's figure appeared at the door of the police station on time. Sheriff, advisor, there's an accident at 10 Clara Street. Arthur turned and looked at Dicko, who was running out of breath, with just the right amount of surprise on his face. And looking at Dicko's appearance, Mart's heart was beating fast. It's bad. An accident has occurred. Could someone have died again? After experiencing too many accidents, the sheriff has become somewhat accustomed to it. Once something happens, he will subconsciously think of his partner's almost curse-like favor of death. What happened? Dead, someone is dead. Facing the questioning of his own sheriff, Dicko said breathlessly, Sure enough. What was I celebrating before? Where Arthur has been, how could there be no dead? No one died before, it's just that the time is not right. Subconsciously, Martz looked at Arthur with a look of helplessness that saw through everything. Arthur sighed helplessly. What a bad day. Go to number 10 Clara Street. As he said that, Arthur walked towards the carriage. Martz, Dicko followed closely behind. An auxiliary police officer acted as the coachman. On the way, Dicko told Arthur and Martz everything he knew. Arthur already knew everything that happened there. However, there was still an accident. You said James sent someone to follow? Could this guy have guessed something from the newspaper? Martz frowned, and his tone became unfriendly. The sheriff glanced back, looking at the carriage belonging to the Dort district, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He found that he had underestimated the other party's greed. This kind of greed, it really makes people sleepless. We must kill the other party as soon as possible. Should we change the plan? Mouth thought, and looked at Arthur, with a questioning look in his eyes. Arthur shook his head slightly. When an unexpected intruder appeared, the plan would naturally change. But it would only change slightly. The purpose of planting his own people in the Dort district would not change. Moreover, he would let the unexpected intruder reveal his true colors. As long as put the blame on James. Chapter 153. I tell stories at number 10 Clara Street. At the door of number 10 Clara Street, two stalkers, who were beaten black and blue by Dicko, were tied together. Martz, who got off the carriage, saw the scene and immediately snorted at James, who was getting off the carriage. I can explain. Believe me, Martz. I can really explain. The sheriff of Dort said repeatedly, but no one paid attention to him, and everyone walked into the house. This scene made the sheriff of Dort district angry. He was angry at Arthur, Martz's attitude, and even more angry at the useless two subordinates. They actually gave him up so easily. I hope Auburn is not such a useless person. Don't leave too many traces for me, James thought in his heart. James still had considerable confidence in Auburn. The other party was the black glove he carefully selected, not only smart, ruthless, but also loyal. Especially the latter, which was the result of his several tests. So, James believed that Auburn encountered some accidents when he was getting the special paper and ink for him. So he had to kill someone. James didn't care about it. It was just 1 or 2 people who died. What's the big deal? In those factories in the Dort district, 1 or 2 people died every day. As long as the medium didn't catch him, it would be fine. What does that guy mean? Damn it, I must know what it means. It's better to let that guy help me solve the problem. James followed behind with his head down. His expression was uncertain, and from time to time, there was a fierce light in his eyes. For James, who came from a gang, it was too easy to force someone to surrender. I heard that. The medium had a grandfather? That's a good breakthrough. Having made up his mind, James raised his head. A smile appeared on the face of the sheriff of Dort district again. But the next moment, the smile became a little stiff. Because blood. Blood everywhere. The floor, the ceiling, and the surrounding furniture were all bloody red. Others stopped. Only the medium stood there, as if a streak of black was smeared on the bloody red. Abrupt but harmonious. The extremely contradictory feeling made the sheriff of the Dort district breathe cautiously. It was not just James. Maltz, Dicko, Cook were the same. The 4 of them watched Arthur pace in the blood. After 5 minutes, Arthur finally stopped. What happened? Maltz asked immediately. Trap, Arthur said very straightforwardly. Trap? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of Arthur's words. Someone was plotting to take the reward I deserved from number 44 White Bird Street, so he sent someone to keep an eye on this place, create chaos, so that another person can enter. Hearing Arthur's explanation, the other 3 people subconsciously looked at James, and the sheriff of the Dort district wanted to explain. But Arthur did not give him a chance. The disbelief and struggle that flashed across James' face showed that the guy whose head was cut off was really sent by the other party. Moreover, the other party trusted the guy very much. In this case, Arthur naturally wanted to subvert the other party's thoughts. He interrupted the other party's words directly. But what he didn't know was that the person he had carefully selected had been waiting for this opportunity. Waiting for this opportunity to lure out certain people. For this, the person worked hard and showed loyalty. The person used this to paralyze his opponent. The opponent of the person was really fooled. The other party appeared here, jumped down, and cut off the head of the person. Then, blood spurted out, Arthur said, raising his hand and pointing to the blood that filled the room. Everyone looked puzzled. Is that person dead? Maltz asked his partner in response. Of course not. Blood is that person's weapon. That person's opponent didn't notice these at first, and was quite proud, thinking that he had gained a lot. A crossbow arrow shot, and that person's opponent dodged it. But the second one didn't. The blood began to fight back, not only restraining the power of that person's opponent, but also causing him to lose his life. That person rushed forward and began to drink the enemy's blood. He felt extremely happy. He sucked the blood of his opponent without paying attention. He knew his identity was exposed. But he didn't care, because the first step of his plan was successful. Next, he would kill them all. Arthur replaced Hand of Nothingness with blood and began to tell the story. As an operator, this was too easy for Arthur. Bluff of level 5 began to flash again. It can be said that, except for the core part, it is basically true. And under Arthur's step-by-step guidance, the core part began to be covered up. When Arthur pointed out the traces left by the crossbow arrow, Everyone present began to believe what Arthur said. Especially James. The sheriff adored, clenched his fists, and growled with gritted teeth. Auburn! How dare you use me? Hearing this growl, Arthur's face turned cold. Use? Aren't you using each other? Didn't you find something wrong in advance? You called out his name now to divert attention? Or do you want to bring disaster to us? Arthur pressed on step by step without giving James any chance to refute. Moreover, as soon as the question fell, he said to Mounts, move the things belonging to number 44 White Bird Street in the cellar onto the carriage. Remember not to touch any other unnecessary things. Especially this blood. I need to go back to number 2 Kirk Street first. My friend, I'll trouble you with the rest. After Arthur finished speaking, he walked out. At the same time, he made a subtle gesture to Mounts. Although he hadn't figured out what happened, Mounts cooperated with Arthur tacitly. Okay, I'll take care of the rest. After speaking, Mounts walked in front of James and made a gesture of invitation. James wanted to say something, but Mounts sneered back. Auburn? That man should be called Auburn. Right? For a man like this, a sheriff cannot stop him. Hearing such words, James's face suddenly changed. He swore that he blurted out because he was too angry just now, and there was absolutely no other meaning. But who would believe it? The medium didn't believe it. Auburn? Naturally. He wouldn't believe it either. Just as the medium said, Auburn would think that he did it on purpose. Auburn would come to avenge him. And the accomplices of the guy Auburn murdered might come too. Shit! Why is this happening? Is it really a disaster? James, whose mind was spinning rapidly, walked out without delay. Cook hesitated for a moment and followed him. However, when he passed by Mounts, Mounts gently touched Cook with his shoulder. Cook did not stop. But Mounts knew Cook understood. That was enough. Next, Dyko, you ask someone to find some more people, carefully move the things in the cellar out, and send them back to number 44 White Bird Street. Yes, Sheriff. Mounts and his party were busy at number 10 Clara Street. Arthur walked back to number 2 Kirk Street. This time he walked normally. Along the way he reviewed the performance just now, and he began to think about the follow-up plan again. Compared with James, who was very easy to bluff, Melinda, who he would face later, was the key. After discovering that bluff experience was +1 again, Arthur couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Is bluff and I so compatible? I'm not a cheater. As everyone knows, I'm a medium. So, XP increases bluff level. The young medium teased himself. I chose to upgrade again. Not only to deal with Melinda, but also to deal with more things in the future. I need a higher level of bluff to deal with it. Arthur knew this very well. Bluff was promoted to level 6. Arthur felt the subtle changes of level 6 bluff, but his pace slowed down, because he saw the carriage parked at the door of his house. The carriage was a familiar carriage. The driver was the familiar Edwin. In the carriage, Melinda was sitting. But these were not what Arthur cared about. What really concerned him was crows. On the roof of the carriage, there were 2 crows standing. Chapter 154, A Sleepless Night. When Arthur saw the 2 crows standing on the roof, he confirmed that these 2 crows were the 2 crows he had just seen at the Shire District Police Station. Just now, the 2 crows helped him unintentionally. Then, Melinda appeared with the 2 crows. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Arthur would never rely on luck. He walked to the carriage with a calm face, looking at the 2 crows with a slightly complicated look. What? Are you going to thank me for helping you? When the ominous bird begins to pray, it is the time when disaster will befall you. Melinda pushed open the car window, the corner of her mouth slightly curled up while holding the pipe, and a smile appeared in her blue eyes. When you sent them to find me, it happened to be the time when I said the proverb. How can you be sure that it is not the result of fate? Arthur looked at Melinda calmly. LV6 bluff. Not only can he control his expression, even his eyes can have some influence. At this moment, Arthur's eyes are calm, with a sense of sincerity and innocence. Just like the boy running in the afternoon, people look sideways and linger. Even Melinda was stunned for a moment. However, the next moment, the lady of the long night returned to normal. You are not going to default on your debt, are you? The other party hugged his shoulders and raised his head. Are you going to say you helped me with my things? So should I give her a reward? Arthur asked in confusion. Melinda doesn't tame crows on weekdays. Arthur is quite sure of this. Melinda, who doesn't tame crows. suddenly showed up with 2 well-trained crows. What does that mean? The answer is obvious. Reward. After Arthur found the plague jar of the Dead Poets Society, the Countess of Nanlos gave him a reward. In fact, that's the case. After being exposed for trying to get something for nothing, Melinda was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, and then reluctantly threw a black ring to Arthur. With the restriction of noble honor, Arthur knew very well that the Countess of Nanlos would not be stingy, and Melinda's expression at the moment made him more curious about the ring. Name, Feast of Crows damaged. Type, ring accessory. Quality, hero. Attribute, crow. Requirement, name. Note, during the 7 Years' War, someone saw a little girl holding a ginger cat. She showed all kinds of incredible things. Everyone thought that the little girl was the successor of one of the cat factions. She was even related to the cat cave. A large number of people went to contact, deceive, threaten the little girl with secret missions, but all failed. A large number of deaths calmed people down. A scholar named Finn Teach was very curious about this matter. He not only looked up information, but also began to contact the little girl recklessly. But surprisingly, Finn Teach survived. But he went crazy and hanged himself in the study while mumbling to himself. On his body was this ring. A severely damaged ring. Even the best alchemist in the world could not completely repair it. It could only make it look like a ring. Perhaps only the god of alchemy Hulk could repair it. In its inner circle were engraved the vague words singing under the stars. Crow. You can raise 2 crows with Feast of Crows. After a long time, they gradually become magical creatures. Now the 2 crows have shown extraordinary wisdom in body. They can understand your words and help you detect. At the same time, their claws and beaks can easily tear metal armor. Note 1. The domesticated crows must start from eggs. At this moment, the 2 crows are about to evolve into magical creatures. There are 107 days left. Note 2. You need to provide 14 kilograms of meat for each crow every week. 6 caddies of fruits and vegetables. 30 caddies of pure water. This kind of feeding needs to continue until the 2 crows are fully promoted to magical creatures. Note 3. The 2 crows are not given names in the true sense. You can name them. Arthur put Feast for Crows on the index finger of his right hand. He gently stroked the irregular surface of the ring, looked at the 2 crows standing on the roof, and said softly, From this moment on, you are called Fuken and Wuni. Caw! Caw! As Arthur spoke, the dim sky could not stop the 2 crows from soaring into the sky. They flew over the entire Kirk Street, flew over Westmeck Avenue, flew over Garden Street, and went straight up into the clouds. At this moment, a certain star in the night sky began to twinkle slightly. But then it was hidden in the moonlight. The 2 crows broke through the clouds, swooped down, and began to circle over Arthur's head, crowing to their heart's content. They showed the joy of getting a name. Arthur also smiled. 2 crows that are about to transform into magical creatures. Arthur is looking forward to what they will look like after 107 days. Melinda on the side looked at this scene with a little envy. At the same time, it once again confirmed that Arthur's origins were extraordinary. You actually know how to use this prop. Have you heard of this prop? Or have you seen it? Cat faction. Black? Then, where are those black cats? Melinda thought Arthur saw it. His expression became serious. There is something I want to ask you, Arthur said, motioning Fauken and Wuni to land on the roof of number 2 Kirk Street, and he pushed open the door. Melinda jumped off the carriage, walked directly in, and went straight to her bedroom medium-small hall. But before the lady lay down comfortably, Arthur spoke. Can you tell me more about the Blood Marquis? TSK, this is a very expensive price. The lady rolled her eyes at Arthur in annoyance. She knew that Arthur did it on purpose. Otherwise, he would not speak in such a long corridor, but had to speak when she was about to lie down. Then I think I can keep silent about what happened at 10 Clara Street. Arthur took Pendragon out of the cage and walked to the kitchen. Pendragon needed food, and at the same time, he also needed to light the stove. Let number 2 Kirk Street be completely warmed up. 10 seconds later, Melinda walked in. This lady is very smart. Knowing the past of the Blood Marquis is far less important than knowing the present of number 10 Clara Street. The Blood Marquis family is the oldest family in South County, and the family that is most obsessed with blood. The power of their blood is very special. It can not only greatly delay aging, but also quickly heal itself, and fight enemies with blood. Even the heirs with the purest blood in the family can turn into mist. Borrowing the power of frost, they have a strong body, but they are extremely bloodthirsty. Some members even choose to feed on human blood. It is rumored that this will give them more powerful strength. But this is just a rumor. However, it is true that human blood can speed up recovery. Melinda told everything about the Blood Marquis family. Arthur listened and nodded directly. That's right. Everything that happened at number 10 Clara Street, it should be related to the Blood Marquis family. As he said that, Arthur told Melinda everything that happened in number 10 Clara Street. I need to check it out myself. I may not come back tonight. After Melinda finished speaking, she rushed out of number 2 Kirk Street. Then, there was the sound of a carriage going away. Arthur raised his hand to close the door, and did not leave number 2 Kirk Street again, but walked towards the kitchen again, checking the ingredients for dinner, mainly sausage, pickled vegetables, corn soup, bread as supplement. When the sausages in the steamer began to emit fragrance, he began to pray silently in his heart. I hope there will be no fighting at number 10 Clara Street. However, it was obvious that Arthur's prayer did not work at all. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared in front of number 10 Clara Street, listening to the conversation of the patrolman, and Melinda's carriage had entered the dock area. Chapter 155 Bureau and Snake. When Mounts left with the gold and silver jewelry belonging to number 44 White Bird Street, 2 patrolmen from the dock area took over the task of guarding number 10 Clara Street. Before the Shire District Police Station closed the case, 2 patrolmen were required to guard here every day. This kind of task in the wind and rain was naturally disgusting. If it was before, the dock area would definitely refuse, but when Mounts became the chief of police in the Shire District, everything changed. Because Martz's appointment as police chief was signed by Countess Nanlos. Facing the master of Nanlos, the chief justice, the 2 old sly guys left in the dock area dared not be careless. They each assigned a patrolman, making themselves look like they were fulfilling their guarding duties conscientiously. And the 2 unlucky patrolmen, who could not resist, naturally complained. However, soon, the topic of the 2 shifted to number 10 Clara Street. What kind of injury is it? How can the whole room be filled with blood? I heard that it was caused by beheading. After the whole head was cut off, the blood gushed out of the chest. What? Then this guy is really miserable. Miserable? This guy is the real winner. A patrolman leaned against the wall in front of the door, with his shoulders folded, muttering. The patrolman standing by was immediately attracted. Do you know any news? He. The patrolman holding his shoulders smiled, and said nothing. The patrolman next to him immediately understood what he meant. 1 beer. 2, plus a plate of snacks. Impossible, at most 1 beer and 1 plate of snacks. I just came a little late, otherwise, I would have been able to get enough information. The patrolman was not negligent in his duties, he was just late because his home was farther away. Okay. The patrolman hugged his shoulders and stopped when he saw the good. They were colleagues, of course. They knew each other's tolerance. A glass of beer and a plate of snacks were good enough. By the way, they could touch the waitress's plumpness. Although more than one person had touched her, taking advantage of her was never enough. Do you know Auburn? Auburn? The golden finger in the door district? The patrolman who agreed to treat them frowned slightly. And then he remembered where he had heard of the name. For patrolmen like them, their job identity always allowed them to meet people that ordinary people could not meet. Yes, that's the guy. This guy is the winner of number 10 Clara Street. He arranged everything, from bluffing Sheriff James to luring out the opponent. In short, he is a very scary guy, the patrolman said with his arms around his shoulders. And then he looked around, and then said in a very low voice, Do you know why there is so much blood at the scene? I heard the guy can manipulate blood. And suck blood. Hiss. The patrolman who agreed to treat the guests took a deep breath. And when he looked involuntarily towards number 10 Clara Street, his neck began to feel cold. Subconsciously, the patrolman walked to the side of the patrolman, who was hugging his shoulders. Are you scared? No. It's just a little cold. Facing the ridicule of his colleagues, the patrolman who agreed to treat the guests answered with a stiff face. However, the footsteps moved further away. The patrolman, who was hugging his shoulders, looked at his colleagues and snorted coldly. But his body also moved. He was afraid too. A dark night filled with cold wind, a room full of blood, a blood-sucking monster. Who wouldn't be afraid? Besides, they were patrolmen, and they only made that little money every month. It was not worth risking their lives. The figure standing in the shadows listened to the conversation between the 2 patrolmen. His brows had already furrowed, and then, when the other party entered the room, his eyes flickered. Orville, as usual, launched an attack here, and when he cut off the other party's head, the crossbow arrow came. and after dodging it easily, he rushed in the direction of the crossbow arrow. But not only did he miss, but he also lost his ability to fight back almost instantly. This figure simulated the battle that happened in number 10 Clara Street in his mind, but his eyes were attracted by the blood on the ground. Then, he keenly found a few drops of blood that were different from the large-scale blood spray. Yes, it was dripping. The amount was very small, but this amount of bleeding could not make Orville lose his ability to move. Unless the throat was bitten, sucking blood was almost involuntary. Such a picture appeared in the mind of this figure. At the same time, a family appeared in the other party's mind. Blood Clan. The long-extinct family of the Blood Marquis. Damn it, it's such a simple task. Why did the descendants of the Blood Marquis appear? Everyone recognized that the Blood Marquis family had long been extinct, but everyone also believed that the Blood Marquis family was not extinct. With the ability of the other family, it would be too easy for one or two to escape. It was just because something was fishy that they hid themselves. After all, how could the powerful Blood Marquis family be destroyed overnight without external forces? Who was the external force? The old lion of Newen? The tigers of Namlos? Or the fox of West Berlin? Or the crocodile of Einhard? There are too many. No one can be sure. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the descendants of the Blood Marquis must be hiding in the dark. But why would such a guy attack us? This is unreasonable. Wait! Could it be? The figure was shocked, and suddenly thought of something. Immediately, the other party turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a wisp of smoke floated in. In just a moment, this wisp of smoke enveloped the entire number 10 Clara Street. As the smoke rolled, human figures appeared one after another in the smoke. They carried broken swords, held heavy muskets, and staggered. Lady Long Night, we have no ill intentions, the other party said loudly, but a fire lit up in his hand. Boom! The flames seemed to explode. The whole house was blown up, and the other party's figure disappeared in the flames. Melinda on the carriage looked disdainful. Her smoke had already stuck to the other party. Afterwards, when Melinda looked at the destroyed house, she couldn't help but whisper to herself, "Destroy the traces?" The lady pondered. Finally, she took a deep puff of her pipe and blew out a smoke ring. She raised her hand through the smoke ring and pulled out a femur. The white jade-like femur was covered with tiny cracks. Ding! The lady stretched out her finger and flicked it. And immediately, another tiny crack appeared on it. Melinda stared at the crack, her brows gradually furrowed. The planter is by my side? The guy from the Dead Poets Society? Thinking in her heart, she stretched out her finger and flicked again. Ding! The tiny cracks appeared again, and what was different from before was that this tiny crack began to connect with the previous cracks, and soon all the cracks came together, forming a snake. Chapter 156 Chapter 154 Cats Cry, Guns and Old Guys. Looking at the snake-shaped cracks on the bones, Melinda was stunned. This picture was something she had not expected. And before she could think more, something strange happened. Hiss! The night sky hissed, and a dark snake suddenly rose. The snake pattern on the leg bone seemed to come alive at this moment, twisting its body in an evil way, jumping out of the range of the leg bone, opening its mouth and biting towards Melinda. Miss Changya did not even look at the snake shadow that was so close. She raised her hand and threw the leg bone out, and the smoke ring condensed in the air turned into an arrow, smashing the leg bone directly. The snake shadow that rushed to Lady Long Night dissipated and disappeared. Snake? How come these guys also appeared in Nanlos? Since when did Nanlos become so chaotic? I always feel that some guy who is born to cause trouble has come to Nanlos. Melinda murmured to herself. Her eyes were solemn. Then, she tapped the carriage. Immediately, Edwin shook the reins and the carriage started. As for number 10 Clara Street, there will be someone to handle it. Give the corresponding matters to the corresponding person to handle. Martz knew this sentence a long time ago. Therefore, after completing the record of the gold and silver jewelry at number 44 Whitebird Street, the sheriff handed them all to the butler to rearrange them. He didn't want to challenge his partner's fist with his own aesthetics. Daiko, do you still want to go back to the police station? After boarding the police station's special carriage, Maltz unexpectedly learned that his subordinate was going back to the police station. Aren't you going back to see little Ellie? Maltz looked puzzled. He knew very well that the subordinate in front of him was a guy who loved his daughter very much, feared his wife, and was filial to his mother. That was why he chose him at the first opportunity. A person who is filial to his mother, fears his wife, and loves his daughter can't be that bad no matter how bad he is. After each mission, Dicko always goes home first. But this subordinate yesterday, it seems that he came back in the middle of the night. What happened? Just as Mounts was guessing, the next moment, the sheriff saw his subordinate's eyes began to redden, as if tears were about to fall. What's wrong, Dicko? Mounts was startled. Little Ellie hates me. Dicko whispered about what happened last night. Mounts couldn't help it. Puff. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Under normal circumstances, I can help it. Really? Ha ha ha. When the sheriff saw his subordinate, who had become ferocious because of the scar on his face, and looked aggrieved, he couldn't help it anymore and laughed out loud. After more than 10 seconds, the sheriff patted his subordinate's shoulder hard. Leave it to me. I remember that little Ellie likes small animals very much. Right? It just so happens that I'm going to Amanda's cat friends to pick a cat that suits me. You can also choose one for little Ellie. With the cat, little Ellie will definitely accept her old father again. Don't worry. I will pay for all the expenses. Martz promised. Dicko's eyes lit up. The police carriage drove into Garden Street and stopped in front of number 17 North Garden Street. Martz pointed to the wooden signboard Amanda's cat friend's home, built in 1552, 245 years ago, and said with a smile. Arthur introduced it. This is a long-established shop. Trustworthy. Dicko nodded immediately. The fat level 5 police officer had great trust in his own consultant. The two men got off the carriage. But their steps paused. A pedestrian happened to pass between the two men and the Amanda cat friend's house. The two men did not pay attention to this. Although it was dark, there were still many pedestrians on Garden Street at this moment, because it was close to Simcoe Avenue. And the pedestrian was passing by the two men. He slowed down his pace slightly. Then, he turned around and looked at the two people. Mounts, Dicko was stunned. Then, the two smiled as if they saw an acquaintance. What happened at 10 Clara Street? The pedestrian asked. James wanted special paper and ink for making checks, but the Auburn he sent had other plans and started his own plan directly. Mounts said truthfully. What plan? I don't know. What role do you play in this? Arthur and I just want to expand our own power. What do you know about Arthur? Arthur he. When the pedestrian asked Mounts about Arthur, the smooth question and answer was interrupted. Mounts's face showed a struggle, and his speech became stammering. Immediately, the pedestrian was ready to use tougher measures. Although it would make Mounts, Dicko suffered some irreversible damage. But the other party obviously didn't care. Reciting the pictograph, with hand gestures, just when the secret technique was about to be performed. Woo! A low and elongated throat sound suddenly sounded from behind the pedestrian. That was the sound of a cat's warning. The coldness poured from the top of the pedestrian's head straight to the soles of his feet. The hair on his back stood up straight, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The invisible pressure made the pedestrian dare not move. The secret technique was forced to stop. The backlash caused the pedestrian to bleed from the corner of his mouth. However, when the pressure was slightly loosened, the other party did not hesitate at all, and did not even dare to look back, and rushed forward by bypassing Mounts and Dicko. After a second of trance, Mounts and Dicko returned to normal. The two were slightly surprised, but did not think much about it, and walked directly into the Amanda cat friend's house. Welcome! Do you two guests need anything? Amanda's gentle voice came from the shop door that had not yet closed. Arthur, standing in the shadows, squinted his eyes and looked at the wooden sign. Amanda's cat friend's home, built in 1552. 245 years ago. 245 years. It's a long time. Arthur sighed in his heart. Since he had thrown dirty water on James, Arthur naturally thought that his partner would be in danger. After Melinda left, Arthur went out with half a heated sausage. The young medium hid in the dark, following Mounts all the way. When he saw the pedestrian, he knew he needed to take action. However, the unexpected scene that followed surprised Arthur. The cat's warning sound. Could it be cat pie? Arthur guessed, but it didn't show up. Now is not the best time. More than 10 minutes later, Mounts, holding a cow cat, and Dicko, holding a black cat, walked out of Amanda's cat friend's home, both of them holding cat food, cat bowls, cat litter, and cat litter boxes. Obviously, this was a set meal, but it was obvious that the two were very happy. Especially when Mounts was holding the cow cat, he said directly, Sheriff, your name is Sheriff. Dicko did not name his cat. He wanted to give the naming right to his daughter. When the carriage arrived at alley, the two parted ways. Maltz walked directly into number 19 alley. He lived alone, his wife died early, and his son was studying in Niwan. So, he chose a 1.5-story house that was suitable for living alone and very close to the police station. After settling the sheriff, Martz came to the study and bedroom on the second floor. Taking out paper, pen and ink from the drawer, Martz prepared to write a letter to one of his old friends. But, as soon as he picked up the pen, the sheriff's thoughts surged. He recalled the days of the 7 Years' War. Those days when he was in danger of losing his life. Subconsciously, he bent down and pulled out a long box from under the bed. There was not a speck of dust on the box. But it was locked. Martz took the key from his neck and unlocked it. The long box was opened. And inside it was a heavy matchlock. A saber and a metal. The heavy matchlock had a Y-shaped gun support. The saber had a sheath. The metal had long since lost its gold color, leaving only a piece of iron. 30 years? Has time gone so fast? I thought it was yesterday. He picked up his two old friends. Maltz's eyes were filled with memories. His fingers stroked the heavy matchlock. And his fingers paused slightly at the end of the handle. There were 99 tiny scratches here. Each scratch represented an enemy. Each enemy represented a life and death battle. As for not killing 100 enemies, he didn't care. None of that mattered. At least, he was still alive. At least, in the middle of the night, he could still sit here and stroke his two old friends, softly talking about past memories and present changes. He has been living like this for 30 years. No! To be precise, it is 37 years. Old man, do you know? Your descendants don't need fuses anymore. They have become firearms. Haha, are you also lamenting that you are getting old? It doesn't matter, we three are old guys. The old sheriff said with a smile, and didn't notice the window. The passerby appeared there silently. He stood on the eaves of the first floor of Wu, staring at the two old antique weapons in Martz's arms, his eyes full of disdain. The matchlock gun has long been eliminated. The flintlock gun is now the mainstream. What about the swords of the musketeers back then? They have been replaced by ceremonial swords with narrower blades. Let me send you and these two antiques into the dust of history. The other party thought in his heart, and began to perform the secret technique again. The other party wanted to complete what he had not completed before. The other party stared at the old sheriff in the room with full concentration. He didn't notice that 4 invisible hands were slowly approaching. The other party also didn't notice that the heavy matchlock gun and saber in the old sheriff's arms were emitting a different kind of light under the candlelight. The other party's secret technique was about to be completed. However, the strange sound appeared again. However, this time it was not the cat's warning. It was the roar of guns and cannons. Boom! 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 One after another. The shells hit the pikeman's square. Each shell could take away a row of soldiers. However, no one retreated. As the death squad, they fearlessly waited for the bombardment to end. Under their layers of protection, the 120 musketeers clenched their heavy muskets. Duh. The bombardment ended, and the cavalry on the opposite side began to charge. The musketeers hidden in the death squad square picked up the brackets, rushed to the front, set up the muskets, blew the matchlocks, and with a shout of fire, the musketeers pulled the triggers together. Bang! 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 Bullets flew, and the charging cavalry fell to the ground one after another. The man outside the window also fell to the ground. There was a deep bloody hole between the man's eyebrows. The man's eyes widened, as if he had seen the most incredible scene in his life. At the same time, a small scratch appeared silently on the handle of Maltz's heavy matchlock gun. Exactly 100. Chapter 157. The First Visitor. The strange noise outside the window made Maltz draw out his saber alertly. Years of meticulous maintenance made the saber still sharp, and in the candlelight, it shone with a cold light. Maltz quickly moved closer to the window along the wall. He used the reflection of the saber's blade to observe outside the window. But there was nothing. Is it because the sheriff came and attracted the wild cats? Maltz whispered to himself. Then, the old sheriff began to mark time. He started with force, then slowly began to reduce his force, giving the person who heard the footsteps the illusion that they were going away. He stood there motionless, listening to the noise outside the window. 10 minutes later, the old sheriff finally confirmed that there was no one outside. He sheathed his knife, put it back into the box, and then carefully put the other old friend back into the box. Maltz looked at the faded metal, raised his hand and touched it. But the expression on his face became more and more lonely. The long box was locked again and pushed back under the bed. Mouth sat down at the desk again, picked up the pen, and began to write with ink. My friend, Nanlos in autumn is a land of harvest enough to make anyone excited. Come to Nanlos. Let's eat fish. The old sheriff wrote the letter. Put the pedestrian corpse into the box of Athos. Arthur, who was standing in the shadow, was surprised. What's the matter with the matchlock gun? Why does it give me a feeling of coming back to life? And why is the aura so similar to that of Fukin and Muni? You know, Fukin and Muni are about to be promoted to magical creatures. Can dead things also be promoted to magical creatures? Or are they special props? Arthur was puzzled. Even when he returned to number 2 Kirk Street and lay on the bed in the medium hall, he still didn't figure out what was going on. But there was one thing that Arthur was sure of. What his partner experienced back then was not that simple. Everything has a reason. A dead object becomes a magical creature, a special prop, and it is definitely not something that can be achieved by killing more people. If this is the case, with the style of the nobles, the world population in front of us will drop by at least 90%. Even more. So, it must be related to that incident back then. 120 musketeers, all went crazy, mouths escaped because he was unconscious. What happened back then? Arthur thought. But the long time and lack of information made Arthur gain nothing. Moreover, Arthur knew that if he continued to think, it would be the same. He immediately began to adjust and focus on the current situation. Assuming that Melinda really got some news about the Blood Marquis family the night before, and wanted me to explore the way. Now it is enough to make some people move. Right? Maybe Melinda just said, "Did you exterminate the Blood Marquis family?" Because she simply recognized the blood ring of balance. But Arthur didn't like this passive feeling. He preferred to be proactive. His original plan was a little more tactful, but he didn't expect to encounter an unexpected intruder at 10 Clara Street. Faced with this opportunity, he certainly had to take advantage of it. The effect was good. Arthur was looking forward to the next development. It was definitely not to fish in troubled waters. He was a simple and young little psychic. How could he have so many bad intentions? He just happened to catch up. Everything was a coincidence. Of course, we must find time and place to stock up the box of autos. Otherwise, it will soon become a corpse box, Arthur thought to himself, and slowly fell asleep. Arthur, who was hugging Pendragon, seemed to be tired from running around during the day, and fell asleep faster than ever before. At the end of Kirk Street, a figure was walking slowly. The other party cleverly used the shadows of the moonlight and the buildings to cover his figure, and approached the target little by little. But the next moment, a strong palpitation made him stop. He looked up slightly, and saw 2 crows on the roof. He quickly lowered his head and stepped back. When he came to the corner of Kirk Street again, he turned around and ran. Arthur, who was breathing evenly and even snoring slightly, opened one eye, but then closed it, and the snoring became louder. At the moment of dawn, Arthur woke up according to his biological clock. He got up and added firewood to the stove in the kitchen, and put a pot of water on the stove. When number 2 Kirk Street became warm again, and the water in the kettle boiled, Arthur took the boiled water to wash up, while Pendragon curled up into a C shape and continued to sleep on the bed. When the newsboy's voice sounded, Arthur paid more than usual for the errand fee and asked him to go to Rat Street to find Wiggins. Going to Rat Street must take risks, and this price is fair. Arthur would not explain to the newsboy that it would be safe for him to deliver the letter for him, because this will only make the newsboy feel that he is bargaining, and it will quickly spread a bad reputation in South Los. Never underestimate the inconspicuous newsboy. To a certain extent, they are the first stop for the spread of news. I will deliver it to you on time. The newsboy, who was paid 50 yuan, smiled. Arthur smiled in return, and at the same time, buy today's newspaper, South Los Daily and Bugle, and then turned back to the house. Breakfast was still sausage, pickles, bread, but the corn soup was replaced with milk. Arthur had no time to prepare food because of his continuous outings. This made Arthur want to hire a cook again. Unfortunately, it was rejected immediately. He had too many secrets. A strange cook was too dangerous. It was the same for both parties. Dingling, dingling. The doorbell sounded, which made Arthur, who was reading a newspaper at the dining table, get up and open the door. Through the peephole, Arthur saw Haywood standing outside the door. "Good morning, Mr. Kratos. I hope I didn't disturb you," the black-hearted landlord said, as he took out 30 gold notes from his pocket. This was the reward for the previous commission. Arthur would not refuse. He paid. These gold notes were what he deserved. However, the way Haywood stopped afterwards, but he was a little surprised. Anything else? Everyone on Pine Street is very grateful for your help. I want to invite you to a dinner party on Pine Street this weekend. As Haywood spoke, he carefully looked at Arthur. In Haywood's mind, a big shot like Arthur must be flattered by all means. But the difficulty of flattering such a big shot is far beyond imagination. Even if he racked his brains, he could only do it in the name of the entire Pine Street. Of course, this was not his willful act or pretense. He had notified other neighbors on Pine Street, even though he knew that the neighbors on Pine Street would agree. Arthur subconsciously wanted to refuse directly. He didn't want to have dinner with strangers, even though, in a way, he really saved the residents of Pine Street. But he had already received the reward, and that was enough. Everyone had their own lives and very different lifestyles. If they interacted too much, it would be bad for both of them. However, when the words came out, Arthur looked at Haywood in front of him and suddenly thought of something. Immediately, his words of refusal became tactful. Next time, I have some personal matters to deal with on the weekend, Arthur said with a smile. Of course. Your business is the most important. Haywood, who was already overjoyed, said repeatedly. Not sternly refusing was a good enough result for him. Then, the black-hearted landlord was ready to leave. The polite refusal of the big shot did not mean that the big shot was easy to talk to. If he insisted, it would be more trouble than gain. However, this black-hearted landlord did not give up. He would bring gifts next time. It was not something valuable, but it was thoughtful. For example, picking fruits at the farm himself. But just as Haywood was about to leave, Arthur suddenly said, Haywood, do you know anything about the haunted house in South Los? Chapter 158 The Second Visitor. Haunted house. Or to be more precise, Arthur is going to buy a lot of haunted houses. Since the Countess has shown a miracle, South Los is about to create a wealth myth. Arthur must take action. Purchase the land directly, make a plan to build a block, and then use this plan as collateral, raise funds from South Los's business houses, rich people, or simply raise funds from the Countess, and then use this money, quickly buy more land. Repeat this cycle several times, with a large population influx into South Los as a premise, and a little incitement to the locals of South Los. The bubble will be blown up quickly, and Arthur is sure that he can rank among the top of the South Los wealth list in the shortest time. Arthur really wants to do this, but he has considerable self-knowledge. Those businesses and rich people are not fools. When they find that it is profitable, they will definitely rush in crazily. At that time, with his funds, he will most likely be squeezed out. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, Countess of Nanlos. Imagine, when a large amount of funds pour in and some things start to go crazy. What will the Countess of Nanlos do? The Countess hopes that Nanlos will be rich, but she also hopes that Nanlos will be stable. Any unstable factors will be eliminated. At that time, kill one to warn the rest. In this world with extraordinary power, this is the simplest and most effective way. Arthur doesn't want to be the one who gets killed. So, he plans to enter the game in the way he is best at. A haunted house is also a house. Moreover, haunted houses are cheap. He buys haunted houses at a low price, and then uses his name as a medium to exorcise the ghosts, and then sells one or two of them to prove safety to everyone. Then, when the wind blows, he can make money while lying down. This is a very cost-effective deal. Of course, there is another very important consideration. Arthur once again expressed his position to the Countess of Nanlos. Any words are not as good as investing a lot of money to buy real estate in the other party's territory. Making the other party feel at ease, give loyalty, keep loyalty. Arthur muttered in his heart. This is not a back and forth. It's just a simple adaptation. As for the plan to hoard land, Arthur will not give up just like that. He can't do it, but someone can. For example, his dearest Melinda. Miss Changya's wealth and reputation are enough to implement this plan. What he needs is to propose it before the other party reacts. Or, the other party has already started to prepare, and he needs to express his ideas appropriately. And then, collect a little benefit or compensation. This is hush money. I believe Miss Changya will not be stingy. After all, he is such a simple and pitiful little medium who has to live. Thinking about the next plan in his heart, Arthur looked at Haywood calmly. But this black-hearted landlord became excited. In South Los, no one knows houses better than him. Of course. Not counting the Door District, the Dock District, the New and Old Town District, I know at least 10 haunted houses in the Shire District alone. What do you need me to do? Haywood's tone became excited. Are you not afraid of big people using you? I'm afraid that the big shot will ignore you. Only when you are useful can you have value. Only when you have value can you have opportunities. And the big shot in front of you will be the kind of person that many people want in their lifetime, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The black-hearted landlord, who has long understood this truth, has vowed to seize this opportunity even if he has to risk everything. Help me collect detailed information about these haunted houses in the Shire District, and give it to me in 3 days. Can you do it? In this mysterious world in front of you, things like haunted houses must be handled with caution. Arthur didn't want to capsize in the gutter. No problem, please leave everything to me. Haywood's eyes were full of joy, and he patted his chest and promised. Arthur's request was much simpler than he thought. He originally thought it would be several times more difficult. However, the more this happened, the more this black-hearted landlord knew that he had to do it well. Maybe, I need to contact those guys. Everyone has their own circle. Haywood was no exception. He knew many people like him who were using houses to support houses. In the hands of these people, there must be more information about those haunted houses. Maybe he knew some of them, but what if there were some that he didn't know? That would be a chance to show off. Having made up his mind, Haywood bowed to Arthur and left quickly. Arthur did not watch him leave. When he left the gate of number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur returned to the room. He continued to pick up the newspaper. The Horn reported the human chair incident in detail. And Scott was still the main writer. Even though Scott did not interview the scene in person. With the influence brought by the continuous reports, the young reporter has long become an indispensable person for the Horn. This is naturally good news for Arthur. He needs Scott in such a position. And the South Los Daily focuses on reminding everyone furniture safety. Neither the Herald nor the South Los Daily reported anything about Truda, let alone the plague jar. Obviously, everything about the Dead Poets Society was being handled in a low-key manner. Arthur, who had already received compensation, did not care about this. Moreover, he had extra income. The Herald's report on the human chair case was amazing. And the family doctor's actions frightened countless people. Many people started to check their sofas and chairs. XP plus 45. The Nanlos Daily's furniture safety mentioned your name again. You are known by more people. Frightened people are checking their furniture more carefully. XP plus 50. More people heard your name. XP plus 5. Fear makes people remember it more vividly, and thus gain more XP? Arthur looked at the XP prompt in surprise. Then, the young medium touched his chin subconsciously. He suddenly had an idea. For example, write a horror novel. However, Arthur immediately rejected this idea. The world in front of him was truly mysterious. What if the horror novel he wrote touched some unknown point? Arthur shuddered. He didn't want to become a madman. He didn't want to be half dead. As for being transformed into some kind of monster, he didn't want it even more. Being a human being is good. What can I do? I can't be a perverted killer. And I can't write horror novels. I can only rely on a little attention to earn a little XP. Arthur sighed in his heart. And at this time, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street rang again. It was not Wiggins. If it was Wiggins, he would knock on the door according to the code. Busy morning. Arthur muttered to himself. Walked out of the medium hall. Walked through the corridor. And looked out through the peephole. When he saw the person outside, Arthur was slightly startled. The other party should not appear at this time. But then, Arthur's mouth curled up. Chapter 159. In the name of the Father. The person outside the door is Cook, the third-level police officer of the Door District. According to Arthur's original estimate, the other party should appear here after James' death. During this period, he still needs him to guide him. But now, he appears directly. Did anyone give any advice? Is it the father in the rumors? Arthur guessed, but he did not move slowly. Not to open the door, but to prepare some necessary props. Cook stood in front of the door of number 2 Kirk Street. The third-level police officer of Dortmund, who had not slept well the night before, had a very tired look on his face, and his heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. With Maltz's reminder yesterday, the third-level police officer of Dortmund did not return to his house next to the Dortmund police station, but went out of the city directly to his father's farm. Cook believed that it was safer for him to stay with his father. Even if old Cook was shot in the knee, he could throw him out with one hand. What's more, there are 8 strong hired uncles, and more than a dozen hounds on his father's farm. These uncles are much more reliable than his patrolmen. And those hounds are even more reassuring. Of course, in addition to this, Cook also needs his father to make a decision for him. He can sense that James is finished. Whether it is Auburn who was betrayed or those guys Auburn wants to kill, they will not let James go. So here comes the question. What about him? He might also be targeted, even if the possibility is not high. But facing his own life, Cook did not dare to gamble. With the family business left to him by old Cook, who has been rich since childhood, is far from being as radical as other police officers. He is more accustomed to gaining benefits in a safe way. So Cook thought of seeking Arthur's help at that time. But he was not sure whether Arthur could save himself, and what he needed to pay. Cook told all his concerns to old Cook. Even though old Cook, who knew his son's character well, was helpless. If they didn't look similar, old Cook would almost think that this was not his own son. The retired bounty hunter said, "The Kratos family? I've heard of their reputation, but I didn't expect that they were really from that world. Judging from the performance of their young heir, they should have chosen to live in seclusion. In South Los, such a family is enough to protect you. And what do you need to pay? That is to obtain the position of sheriff, and provide the other party with the necessary convenience. Remember, only by obtaining the position of sheriff, you are qualified to give loyalty to that person. And this is not difficult. There is no level 2 police officer in the Door District. And level 3 police officers include you and another James confidant. James can't survive. So this guy can't survive either. As long as James dies, this guy must die. At that time, the position of sheriff is yours. Don't we need to think about it again? Consider? Do you have more choices? Or, do you think that people in that world will be as young and easy to talk to as the medium? You will never understand how terrible and cruel people in that world are. Even when facing the medium, you must be in awe. If you can't do anything to that so-called colleague, bring an uncle from the farm. He will help you solve everything. Cook, my son, you must remember, I can't protect you for your whole life. When your uncles and I grow old and can no longer hold a gun or a knife, you will be the one to protect everything here. Of course, the choice is yours. If you want to give up, we will leave here together and choose a place to start a new life." Cook recalled the conversation with his father last night. Under the candlelight, the father, who was originally strong in his memory, has become a little hunched. Although his arms, which are thicker than ordinary people's waists, are still shocking, but when his father's big hand patted his shoulder, he could feel the decline of his strength and the gray hair on his temples. His father was old. It was estimated that he would not be able to easily knock down the horse in 2 years. Who could he rely on at that time? Would he still need his father to help him solve everything? As for leaving, it was even more impossible. Starting all over again, what would it cost? Cook understood too well. Rather than betting on the unknown, it would be better to seek refuge with Arthur. Cook believed what his father said. Huh? After taking a deep breath, Cook made the final decision. Therefore, when Arthur opened the door, the third-level police officer of the Door District said very politely, "Good morning, Counselor Kratos." "Good morning, Officer Cook." Arthur responded with a smile, and invited the other party to enter number 2 Kirk Street. After sitting down in the medium-small hall, the third-level police officer of the Door District began to consider word by word, said, "Advisor Kratos, what do you think about the matter of number 10 Clara Street?" "I'll sit here and watch," Arthur said in his heart, but pretended to be silent on the surface. "Please forgive my recklessness and rudeness." Noticing Arthur's silence, the third-level police officer of the Door District apologized immediately. Unlike Wiggins, Mouth's decisiveness, Cook has a sense of dragging his feet. Even if he has made a decision, this character still affects Cook's behavior. Because, most of the time, Cook is used to letting others make decisions for him. What a good father. Arthur can totally guess that in this era, a person with a hesitant character like Cook can become a third-level police officer in the South Gloucester Special District. What kind of efforts did the other party's father make? And what kind of protection did he give to Cook? In the eyes of many people, Cook's style of doing things is a representative of being easy to bully, especially in a police station where the sheriff and the new law coexist. Facing such a Cook, Arthur waved his hand. The young medium whispered, "What happened at 10 Clara Street was an accident. I don't want to be involved in it, so I must remain neutral." Arthur stated his position directly. He knew very well that if he let Cook ask questions, I'm afraid that nothing can be discussed for a whole day. In fact, maybe in the end, the other party's old father will come out. The other party's old father. But it's not as easy to fool as the other party. So Arthur almost made it clear. Although Cook was a little hesitant in character, he was not stupid. He heard the meaning of Arthur's words. He subconsciously opened his mouth to ask more about what happened yesterday, so as to make a judgment, but at this moment, he thought of the conversation between his father and him last night. He also thought of his determination at the door just now. Suddenly, the third-level police officer of the Door District gritted his teeth and said, "Can I also maintain this neutrality? If I choose to join your army, I can swear to you." The third-level police officer of the Door District said the risky words that he would never say in the past. Compared to the solemnity of the oath, I prefer the constraints of the contract. Arthur raised his hand. Immediately, a piece of parchment fell from the bookcase to the desk. At the same time, a fountain pen floated in front of Cook. Cook stared at the fountain pen in front of him blankly. After signing his name with a bit of brain failure, he realized what happened. That world. This is the world his father talked about. But before the excited Cook could ask, the parchment flew into the air. Then, under Cook's gaze, it burned violently. The flames rolled, and the parchment turned into nothingness. At this moment, an invisible force tapped Cook's brow. It was not an illusion. It was real, a tactile click. "Ah!" Cook exclaimed, and jumped up from his chair in shock. Arthur, who was sitting in the chair, leaned back slightly, and moved his eyes to the face of the panicked third-level police officer of the Door District, and smiled faintly. The contract is established. Chapter 160 The Third Visitor. Arthur does not understand the contract. But Arthur can make others think he does. This is not contradictory. As long as Arthur does not meet someone who really understands, then he can make everyone think he understands. This is not a lie, but just a reasonable use. Just like Cook or Cook's father should know the mysterious side, but definitely not a deep understanding, nor any mastery, otherwise, Cook would not be just a third-level police officer in the Door District. Old Cook would not stay on a farm. It is easy to cheat an amateur. It is even easier to cheat a layman who has only a limited knowledge. Because, when facing a pure layman, you still have to lay the groundwork, and you have to help the other party understand more. But when facing a layman who has only a limited knowledge, you don't need to say anything. As long as the atmosphere is laid, they will find many appropriate reasons to believe you. Just like Cook at this moment. The third-level police officer of the Door District sat back in his chair with a look of resignation. His eyes had lost their luster, just like a loser in the rain on Valentine's Day. "Did you misunderstand something?" Arthur admired Cook's completely gloomy expression for a long time, then he slowly spoke. Cook looked up suddenly. "There are many kinds of contracts, and I prefer the more equal ones. If you don't betray me, you won't be in trouble. Similarly, I will protect you," Arthur explained. "Then if I..." Completely subconsciously, the third-level police officer of the Door District asked this, but just as he opened his mouth, he felt a sharp thorn appear on the back of his neck. It was like a needle prick. Suddenly, the body of the third-level police officer of the Door District stiffened. He just had an unconfirmed thought, and it was dangerous. If it is true. Cook shook his head repeatedly, and immediately dared not even think about it. Watching Cook's self-performance, Arthur said very cooperatively, "Believe me, you definitely don't want to know what a miserable end that will be." As he said that, Arthur stood up, walked into the kitchen, and brought 2 cups of hot cocoa with milk for himself and the other party, still his cup with sugar. The steaming hot drink made Cook quickly return to normal. "My lord, what should I do now?" Without any hesitation, Cook changed his address to Arthur. Wait for James' death," Arthur said lightly. "That group even tried to test mouths. How could James be fine? It's not that James will die when he is tested. It's that James will die after being tested. He said that even if Countess Nanlos comes, he can't stay." Cook, who had expected this, was not surprised at all. After thinking for a while, the third-level police officer of Dordrecht District continued to ask, "After James dies, what about his property? Give it to you. To develop your subordinates. I don't expect these subordinates to be willing to sacrifice their lives for you in a short period of time. But at least when I need you, you have to have someone to use," Arthur said very straightforwardly. The situation in Dortmund gradually became clear. Wiggins in secret, Cook in public. If the two cooperate, Dortmund will, in a sense, also be his territory. This will make it easier for him to act. As for Harris, The other party's existence is not a hindrance. On the contrary, at the critical moment, he will become his helper. A scapegoat who helps others. Isn't that still a helper? After drinking a cup of hot cocoa, Cook stood up and said goodbye. Although he signed a contract that most people think is involuntary, this third-level police officer in the Dord district felt inexplicably at ease. Because, once again, someone made a decision for him. Once again, someone protected him. Just like his father. No, it's the Lord. Cook corrected his thoughts, and quickly left number 2 Kirk Street. The Lord gave him shelter, so he naturally had to do his best. He would find a way to deal with James's confidence in the Dord police station. And this was not difficult. Arthur watched Cook leave. Arthur was quite satisfied with this subordinate. Because, as long as the contract was not revealed, the other party's loyalty is beyond doubt. And Arthur is confident that he will find similar power in the future, and make the other party sign a real contract. At the same time, Arthur silently thanked the Hand of Nothingness for his efforts. If it weren't for the Hand of Nothingness, manipulating parchment, fountain pen, white phosphorus, reaching out to touch the forehead, and using a needle as punishment, he would not be able to make the contract so real. He glanced at his XP, which had been restored to 112. The 300 XP upgrade to Hand of Nothingness is not far away. Subconsciously, Arthur began to imagine how useful the level 5 Hand of Nothingness would be, but Arthur also knew that his physique must keep up. And this is not difficult for Arthur. Whether it is Cat's Grace, Orange, or Silent Step, they will improve physique. So, Pan, lose your beard quickly, Arthur thought in his heart, just as he was about to return to number 2 Kirk Street to pet his orange cat and enjoy a rare leisurely morning. Faucon and Woony on the roof suddenly fluttered their wings. Arthur immediately glanced around calmly. Then, he saw a person who should not have appeared at all. The mysterious person who appeared on Kirk Street last night, but was scared away by Faucon and Woony. Although the other party was covered with a cloak last night, he changed his clothes at this moment. Still riding in a carriage, but Faucon and Woony could still recognize him. With the help of a feast for crows. Arthur, who confirmed this, pondered in his heart. If the mysterious person in number 10 Clara Street died yesterday, their companions, acted decisively, and could explain it by maintaining their own dignity. Then the other party's second visit today is worth pondering. From the other party's escape, and the attempt to escape from Mouths, and then come back with revenge, these mysterious people definitely did not come from any strict and demanding organization. They were probably a loose alliance, or even gathered together temporarily because of a mission. Simply put, mysterious people are also human, and they are afraid of death. In fact, more mysterious people are more afraid of death than ordinary people. The other party was scared away last night, and came again today. In addition to being promised huge benefits, there must be something to rely on. Arthur looked at the driver. The driver lowered his hat, but his face was still pale. Was he injured? There were familiar faces around. Then it shouldn't be a person, but a powerful tool, Arthur thought to himself. But he didn't go back to the room. Instead, he stood in front of number 2 Kirk Street, waiting for the carriage to stop slowly. Arthur knew very well that the other party did this on purpose. He was waiting for him to go out to send Cook off. And then, he suddenly came over, just to see his reaction. So, the power of that item is limited. It is probably a one-time item. If the other party can avoid using it, then don't. Otherwise, the other party will definitely choose to come directly to the door like last night, instead of using this euphemistic way of visiting number 2 Kirk Street as a disguised customer. But, the person who gave the other party this item is really generous. Arthur sighed in his heart. This item cannot belong to the other party. If so, the other party would not have escaped so miserably last night. Therefore, it must have been obtained after returning last night. It is unlikely that he borrowed it from someone, unless they are direct blood relations. Otherwise such props will not be lent randomly. Then it can only be that someone who originally sought his check took the initiative to lend it to the other party, in order to let the other party complete the unfinished task. Test him. TSK. Some guys are really cautious about the appearance of the descendants of the Blood Marquis family. However, if you are so generous to your own chess pieces, I would not be a qualified medium if I don't trick your chess pieces out of their pants. Arthur curled his lips secretly. He had already thought of a way to deal with it. At this moment, the carriage stopped steadily, and the lady sitting in the carriage stepped down after the driver opened the door. The other party had a graceful figure, a young and pretty face, a light-colored long dress with leg of mutton sleeves and white leather shoes, which made her look more playful. Therefore, as soon as she appeared, the men on Kirk Street could not help but look at her. Then, of course, her wife pinched the soft flesh on her lower back. There were no bachelors on Kirk Street, all lived in families. Even Arthur had a nominal girlfriend. "Excuse me, Mr. Kratos." The other party lifted the hem of his skirt, and his voice was a little crisp. Arthur, however, had no expression on his face, his eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with indifference. "I've already given you one chance." Chapter 161 Act. The indifferent voice had no emotion, as if the cold wind from the far north of Beijing had blown through. Not only the body was frozen, but also the soul. The lady holding up the hem of her skirt shuddered in her heart. However, she was not panicked. She dared to come today. Naturally, she had thought about such a situation. Moreover, she believed that the props in her arms would keep her safe. Therefore, the mysterious lady who came out from the side had a sweet smile on her face, said subconsciously, "I can explain to you." While speaking, the lady looked up. Then, she saw Arthur's cold eyes. Murderous intent. Undisguised murderous intent. Having seen similar eyes several times, the lady's words could not help but stagnate. The driver beside him clenched the whip in one hand, and quietly reached into his pocket with the other hand. Arthur saw it, but pretended not to see it. He said to himself, "If it weren't for the promise, do you think you can still stand here and talk to me? The guy who attacked my friend last night is one of yours. Right? Come with me. His body is inside. Now, take his body and leave here," Arthur said, and walked directly to number 2 Kirk Street. At this moment, the lady who just got off the car and the driver beside him looked at each other, both with horror on their faces and panic in their hearts. One of their companions, Bakuha, who had gone to test mouths, has not returned since he left last night. They had guessed a lot this morning. Some had accidentally encountered the Blood Clan. Some had run away after finding something wrong. But they had never thought that the other party was dead. You know, with the secret technique that the other party had mastered. In a densely populated city like Nanlos, it was really like a fish in water. As long as they were given a little time, Bakuha would be able to have a large group of guards. They even joked before that if something happened, Bakuha must have survived to the end. But who knew that Bakuha would die like this? He died silently. How strong was the medium of the Kratos family who killed Bakuha? I don't know. It's impossible to be sure. But there is one thing they can be sure of, that is, Bakuha must have been killed instantly, otherwise. As long as Bakuha used his trump card, he could definitely delay a little time, and as long as he had this little time, even if Bakuha would die, they wouldn't have died so quietly. The lady who got off the carriage and the driver looked at each other. They both saw regret in each other's eyes. They regretted that their greed put them in danger. They both wanted to turn around and leave immediately. But they didn't dare. A mysterious person who could kill Bakuha instantly, it probably wouldn't take much effort to kill them. As for relying on the large number of people during the day to avoid being hunted down, this is a good choice. But the day will eventually pass. Night will surely come. When that time comes, what should they do? The lady who got off the carriage took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down as much as possible. The driver, however, had his eyebrows down, and had no idea what he was thinking. Before yesterday, he had absolute confidence in his ability, and believed that anyone and anything would bow down under his flames. But the lady of the long night he met last night made him understand what the gap was. He had only met the lady of the long night once. And not only did he reveal all his cards, but he was also injured. After that, he fled in an extremely embarrassed manner. If he had not relied on the secret technique of his companions, he would have been caught by the lady of the long night. That's right. Caught. The lady of the long night did not want his life. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Damn it! Damn it! Terrible Nanlos. Why can any random person be so powerful? And, which bastard said, Arthur Kratos is just a new toy found by Lady Long Night? Whose toy is so scary? The driver scolded in his heart, but he made up his mind. Then, the other party lowered his voice. Remember the words of the medium, bring back Bakuha's body, and we will leave Nanlos immediately. Yes. Hearing the words of her companion Wallace, Jennifer was panicked and made up her mind, and immediately strode towards number 2 Kirk Street. Yes, didn't the medium also say, Take the body of her companion and leave immediately? It won't be dangerous. It definitely won't be dangerous. Jennifer told herself so. And outside the gate of number 2 Kirk Street, Wallace, disguised as a coachman, silently apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, Jennifer. 1 death is better than 2 deaths. However, Wallace did not leave immediately. His secret technique did not need to be so troublesome. After watching Jennifer walk into number 2 Kirk Street, and the door of number 2 Kirk Street closed, the mysterious person disguised as a coachman began to take out tobacco from his pocket to fill his pipe. Arthur did not speed up his pace when returning to number 2 Kirk Street. Nor did he panic. Because he had just used Hand of Nothingness to arrange the scene, and because he was confident in his plan. As early as when he concluded that these mysterious people were in a loose organization, Arthur was sure that the strength of the other party was not much different. Otherwise, there would not be such an organizational structure. Therefore, he immediately thought of the idea of using the corpse to make a fuss. But Arthur was not reckless and threw the corpse out casually. Instead, he carefully observed the expressions of the 2 people. After confirming that it was correct, he began to use the corpse as a trigger to intimidate the 2 people. Undoubtedly, Arthur was successful. With the investigation of sharp eyes, and observing words and expressions, with the foreshadowing of intimidation, and the performance centered on bluffing, neither of the 2 mysterious people doubted Arthur's words. Just as Arthur expected, the corpse of their companion frightened them. It made them lose their composure. So much so that when they saw Arthur's casualness, they couldn't help but think that it was the unique temperament of the strong. Arthur sat in the medium hall, holding the South Los Daily that he had read a long time ago. The body he had examined was thrown at the door of the medium hall. Jennifer walked through the corridor carefully and saw Bakuha's body at a glance. Seeing her companion's eyes wide open, who was in disbelief until death, Jennifer became more and more certain in her heart that her companion had no chance to fight back and was killed instantly. And it was precisely because of this fact that the mysterious lady looked at Arthur sitting there reading a newspaper and felt that the medium in front of her was so unfathomable. Even, she just thought that the ordinary horror dolls, armor, torture tools, became extraordinary at this time. How could the items collected by such a medium be ordinary goods? The reason why they were ordinary was that she could not see them. Thank you for your magnanimity, my name is Jennifer Yu. I am not interested in your name. Now take this body, and leave immediately. Arthur waved his hand, interrupting Jennifer's words. Jennifer was not angry at all, but relieved. When she picked up the body of Bakuha on the ground, and was about to turn around and leave, suddenly heard Arthur sneer. Oh, what a disgusting guy. Chapter 162 Bluff. Jennifer was stunned. Scold me? No. Not scold me. Who could it be? When this question came into the mind of this mysterious lady, an answer popped up directly. Her employer. The one who hired them at a high price to complete a seemingly simple, but loss-making task. The medium in front of him knew. No, should be quite familiar with that employer. As long as he was familiar, that's why he would comment in that tone just now. Obviously, this employer did this not for the first time. Then, where did the people who were hired by that employer go? Thinking about it, cold sweat crawled all over Jennifer's back. For a moment, she felt that Bakuha's body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She couldn't hold it at all, because looking at Bakuha's eyes that were open when he died, she seemed to see her future self. No! She absolutely would not accept such a future. Sir? After swallowing a mouthful of saliva and moistening her dry throat, Jennifer spoke tentatively. Arthur frowned slightly, didn't say more, but urged. Leave quickly. Sir, I want. Humph! Do you think that I can do whatever I want in 2 Kirk Street just because I keep my promise not to kill people at will? Death, sometimes it's mercy. Arthur interrupted Jennifer again. But Jennifer couldn't hear Arthur's words at all. Because, when Arthur snorted coldly, a loud noise like thunder rang in her ears. Jennifer, who was unprepared, was frightened and stepped back repeatedly, and her whole chest felt stuffy. No! Sir Kratos, I have no disrespect for you. I am just confused at the moment. So, I hope to exchange some information with you at an equal value. Jennifer immediately spoke faster. She originally wanted to say trade, but when the words came to her lips, they turned into equivalent exchange to show her sincerity. Because, there is a saying in the mysterious side that there will be deception in transactions, but there will be no equal exchange. Moreover, in order to show more sincerity, the lady from the mysterious side immediately took out a coin hidden close to her body, and handed it over respectfully. The coin was a copper coin, with a familiar texture and luster. Protective copper coin. After Arthur confirmed it in his heart, immediately, he said with disdain, if it was 7 silver coins or 13 copper coins forged based on Patrick, it would prove your so-called fair trade, but a counterfeit of one of the 13 copper coins. Are you kidding? Arthur raised his voice again. This time he did not use noise. But Jennifer was even more frightened. There was no need to touch it. She recognized the origin of the coin at a glance. Such knowledge is simply terrifying. You know, in the mysterious side, those who have power do not necessarily have knowledge. But those who have knowledge must have power. Knowledge is power. This is the golden rule for everyone in the mysterious side. Thinking about how she had to work so hard to figure out the origin of this coin, and the gap between it, and the medium in front of her, Jennifer was just convinced for a moment. With a little hesitation, she took out another thing. It was a whistle. Arthur had been observing the other person's expression. When he saw the other person's reluctant expression, he immediately had a guess in his heart. Heh. Arthur didn't say much. At this time, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. A cold laugh was enough to express everything. In fact, just after Arthur sneered, Jennifer immediately put the whistle on the table, and was secretly beating her heart. The medium in front of her didn't get along with her employer, and took her employer's things as a barter. Wouldn't that make the medium angry? Jennifer was a little panicked. But there was nothing she could do. This item was the only thing she had besides the protection copper coin. Luckily, the medium wasn't really angry. This made Jennifer breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, she was more certain in her heart that the medium in front of her might have a bad temper, but he must be a man who keeps his promises. And her employer? It is impossible to be sure. Especially after meeting Orville last night, some of the speculations made by this companion made her wary of the employer. Even if the employer gave compensation, this vigilance did not disappear. It is precisely because of this that she chose to take out the compensation given by the employer. Because she could not be sure whether the item had been tampered with. And just when Jennifer was still thinking, the whistle she had placed on the table was slapped into the corner by an invisible force. Jennifer was startled, and was about to explain. Arthur spoke directly. It has nothing to do with you. It's just a trick of that guy. Sure enough, there is something wrong. Jennifer looked at the whistle in the corner with lingering fear. But her eyes suddenly shrank. Because, at some point, the scary puppet had been guarding the whistle in the corner, and was looking at it with a scrutinizing look. I was right just now. This scary puppet, armor, the instruments of torture are all extraordinary things that I don't know about. Jennifer immediately retracted her gaze, and faced Arthur with a more respectful attitude. Auburn is not waiting for you. You are just being used. I am not sure what that disgusting guy wants to do. Whether he has formed an alliance with some guys. But that guy will definitely not hire you for some special paper, ink and fake checks. You are just exploratory pawns. It was before. And it is still now. Your fate was determined when you were hired. Recalling the movements and tone of old Charlie's performance, Arthur repeated it vividly. He rested his elbows on the table, and his crossed fingers just covered his nose, making the voice that seemed to be chanting even more erratic. Jennifer, who had already had a preconceived idea, did not doubt Arthur's words after hearing them. Instead, she gritted her teeth at her former employer. She wanted to ask again immediately. But Arthur didn't wait for the other party to speak, and said directly, leaving South Los immediately now will be your only chance to change your fate. And don't get close to the sea. Jennifer was stunned. It was not unexpected that Arthur gave her advice. In her opinion, this advice was the core of equivalent exchange. What surprised her was that Arthur was talking about her. It was one person, not two people. Could it be? Jennifer immediately had a bad premonition. Thank you for your advice. Jennifer picked up Akuha's body, using the parasol she carried with her as a cover, and saw the unattended carriage except number 2 Kirk Street. Damn bastard. Jennifer, who was abandoned by her companions, cursed in her heart. Unlike the other two, she thought that she and Wallace were tested partners, real partners. Damn it! Cursed again, after the lady put the body into the carriage, he didn't care about being conspicuous, and drove away in a hurry. Arthur sat in the medium hall, watching everything. He didn't use a peephole to watch the other party. With Yukin and Woonie, he no longer had to go through so much trouble. Walking to the corner, after putting Ms. Anna back to her original position, Arthur began to carefully check the whistle, and after confirming that there was no danger, he picked it up. The next moment, Arthur's eyes were filled with surprise. Huh? Chapter 163, Forward in solution. The whistle is made of iron and is completely black. When Arthur touched the whistle, the words in front of him began to flash: name, voice of forward. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1 excitement, 1 to 1, 2 weight. Note, Alchemist Master 1 is a very special one among many alchemists. Born in a knight family, 1 has unimaginable courage. He bravely marched forward in every battle. Even after becoming an alchemist master, facing the attack of the shadow, the master walked out of the alchemy laboratory, dressed neatly again, picked up the warhammer, and launched the last charge of his life. The apprentice Shaka witnessed this scene. He firmly imprinted the teacher's figure in his heart. In order to commemorate the teacher, he made a whistle. Whenever the whistle was blown, it was the time to rush forward and break through the darkness. Many alchemist masters in later generations have imitated this whistle. The one in your hand is the best of the best. Excitement, instantly restore all life, physical strength, energy, eliminate all negative states, and physique. Increases by 3, specified skill level +1, lasts for 30 seconds. Wait, when the excitement ends, you will return to the state before using the excitement, and fall into weakness for 3 days, and the specified skill will be temporarily unusable for 3 days. Note 1. The specified skill level cannot exceed the original limit. Note 2. The weak state can be cured. Note 3. After the prop attribute excitement is used, will not be replenished. Note 4. When the body cannot bear the pain after returning to the state before using the excitement, it will be judged as death. Arthur looked at the voice of Ford in his hand and frowned slightly. There is no doubt that voice of Ford is very strong. But at the same time, the side effects of this item are also terrible. If you are not careful, you will really die. It must be used in a relatively complete and healthy state. Arthur made a quick decision. If you were seriously injured before using it, and then you were weak after using excitement, you would most likely die. Weakness. Arthur could accept it. Death. Arthur absolutely could not accept it. How terrible. Death is always a possibility. Arthur sighed in his heart, raised his hand, and put voice of forward, together with protection copper coin, into box of autos. Then, Arthur glanced at the changes of bluff. Bluff +5. Bluff LV6:5/40. Sure enough, medium background has a bonus to bluff. It has little to do with me. Well, that's it. Muttering in his heart, Arthur hugged Pendragon into his arms. The young medium sat in the chair, stroking Pendragon, and began to close his eyes and think about the guy who hired Jennifer and other mysterious people. He still doesn't know who the other party is. I don't know the name. I don't know what he looks like. Even, I don't know whether he is a man or a woman. But he knows one thing, the other party is most likely going for the fake checks. Not just the papers, ink, but also the complete checks. The reason why Jennifer and others were hired was for insurance because the other party was sure that someone would target those special papers, ink. So, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they chose the mysterious person. At the same time, in order to keep the secret of the check intact, the other party will kill to silence the witness. Therefore, the weaker mysterious person was chosen. Therefore, it can be concluded that Jennifer and others should have a certain reputation in the previous secret gathering in South Los. And they are well known. The identity of the other party should be very sensitive. And if they appear in public, they will be in trouble and easily recognized. The other party should know the truth of the previous fake check case. And even with Aaron Jenkin, I have a connection with one of the financial advisors. So I know this. Wait! Arthur, who was thinking, suddenly sat up straight. He thought of another point. Truda. The appearance of this hidden man greatly hindered his speed to get to number 10 Clara Street. Could it be that the other party deliberately provoked Truda in order to get those complete checks smoothly? Then this guy is a member of the Dead Poets Society? If he instigated Truda, if the people who hired Jennifer and others, and worked with one of the financial advisors of the Old Lion, were all this guy, the scope would be narrowed down immediately. This is really interesting. Arthur touched his chin and murmured in his heart. He seemed to see a spider weaving a web in the dark. The shadow formed a shelter, and people looked at each other's hideousness. When they fell into the web, it was too late. Thinking of such a picture, Arthur couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. When he was a kid, one of his favorite things to do was to poke spider webs. Now, still the same. Arthur took out the complete checks, flipped through them carefully, and checked them. There were no special marks. There were no special numbers. There was no hidden information. There was only one possibility left. These complete checks could be fake and real. It was really great. Arthur's fingers trembled slightly. After putting all the checks back into the box of Athos. Only then did he hold back and fill in a number of 10 million on the check signed by the old Lion of Mewen. Even if Arthur knew that such a number would be reached, such a check would never be cashed. But what if the number is reduced a little? What if it is reduced to an inconspicuous level? As for only one complete check? When there is such a template, there is also sufficient special paper and ink. Even if he does not find anyone else, Arthur himself is enough to copy many copies. I'm afraid that Guy is just trying to do this. Arthur, who had grasped the idea of the member of the Dead Poets Society, narrowed his eyes. Then, the young medium smiled again. He agreed with the other party's idea. He also had similar ideas. Then, at this point, will the other party give up? It is highly likely that he will not. That means he is likely to meet the other party. No, it's not him. It's Auburn. Auburn, the last descendant of the Blood Marquis family, he planned everything. What does this little medium have to do with him? He is just an innocent bystander. Let the other party try to find Auburn, the descendant of the Blood Marquis. If he can find him, he will admit defeat. Dong, dong, dong. Arthur was still thinking. And there was a knock on the door. Familiar code. It was Wiggins. The door of number 2 Kirk Street opened silently. It was a rare sunny day. Wiggins still held his own sword in his hand. It was not only a reward from Arthur also. Because of the existence of the umbrella sword, it is really convenient for people like Wiggins. They need this kind of concealed weapon. And in South Los, no one will pay attention to people holding umbrellas on a sunny day. Because everyone is the same. After all, no one can guarantee when it will rain in South Los. Looking at Arthur in the small hall at the end of the corridor, Wiggins was not curious about why the door opened automatically. Following this adult, he has seen too many strange things. Good morning, Ms. Anna. After Wiggins greeted Ms. Anna, he walked directly into the small hall and reported everything to Arthur recently. Sir, I have controlled 1/3 of Rat Street. After these days of development, there are already 21 more people. These people are all people I have met before and have carefully investigated. Their personality, style and family determine their loyalty. The legacy left by Dodas, it is enough for you to have 20 similar subordinates. The existing territory is also enough to support everyone. However, people still need to be screened slowly. After the Lionheart ceremony, Wiggins, to some extent, is Arthur's retainer, and the relationship between the two sides is naturally different from that of others. There is a natural closeness, and there is also a coexistence of interests. When the latter is destroyed, the former will naturally disappear. Therefore, Arthur has a proper grasp of the degree. Well done. Keep your original style, guarantee the current territory, that will be your territory, and everything you get, except the necessary taxes, will be yours. After listening to Wiggins' report, Arthur said directly, and Arthur's generosity made Wiggins stunned. Then, the golden finger from Rat Street knelt on one knee and said, Your existence is my belief in this life. The voice was sonorous and powerful. Arthur smiled and patted the other's shoulder. Night games are really fun sometimes. But the real reason is that Wiggins' progress far exceeded Arthur's expectations. In his opinion, Wiggins was qualified if he could control 1/4 of the original Rat Street. And it was a pleasant surprise to recruit 21 reliable subordinates. It was easy to recruit people in Rat Street. But it was not easy to recruit loyal subordinates. Undoubtedly, Wiggins had stronger abilities than he expected. This made Arthur more confident about the future plan. In the next stage, I need you to open a grocery store in Rat Street. A grocery store with normal prices and normal quality. Arthur emphasized. There are also grocery stores in Rat Street. However, the prices are extremely expensive. And the prices of goods are even more difficult to describe. It's not that no one wants to work hard. But the environment of Rat Street determines that it is impossible to work hard. Will a group of criminals bargain with you? No. But that was before. Arthur believed that, with enough military support, such a grocery store would definitely be able to open. And this was the first step. After making a name for himself, the second floor of the grocery store would be opened, and the mysterious item trading would not compete with Rat Alley for business. Everything here was mainly based on Rat Alley. At least in the short term. Robbing the rich to help the poor? That was the third step. Got it. Sir, what does the grocery store need to be called? Wiggins nodded and asked seriously. Arthur had not thought about this question before, but after hearing the question from his subordinates, a name came out without thinking. Chapter 164. Cats are born different. Solving troubles grocery store. Arthur said so. Wiggins felt that the name was very nice. This street-born golden finger, I immediately wanted to follow his monarch in a refined manner, like the ministers in the novels and biographies, but after scratching his head and thinking for a long time, he could only stammer. Good name, really good name. After saying that, he looked at Arthur with a nervous face. Of course, Arthur would not nitpick on such things. He knew very well that Wiggins's ability was not in this area. If he wanted to hear nice words, any patrolman under Mouth's command could say a lot of good things to him. But if he wanted to let him manage the Rat Street territory, the Golden Fingers, I'm afraid the entire patrol team would not be as useful as Wiggins alone. Arthur patted Wiggins' shoulder. That's up to you. Wiggins! Yes. Sir! Feeling Arthur's trust, Wiggins's embarrassment and anxiety disappeared. And he immediately bowed and left number 2 Kirk Street quickly, borrowing Fawkins' eyes to look at the back of the Golden Finger. Arthur murmured in his heart, relieve worries. Relieve all worries and sorrows. Unfortunately, there is no letter slot. Thinking of it, Arthur laughed at himself. He knew very well that it would only take a while for Relieve Worry grocery store to become a real store with only some genuine, high-quality and low-priced goods. It is enough to make the residents of Rat Street happy and solve some of their worries. However, as time goes by, the influence of these high-quality and low-priced goods will truly emerge. And this is what he values. Not only the name, but also the benefits and power under the name. He wants both. Oh, it should be called Peace Grocery Store. Arthur sighed. Then, he began to put Pendragon into the cage. He put on his coat and prepared to go to the police station after putting on Miss Anna. As a special consultant of the Shire District Police, he should be on time for work. Besides, there was still some news to wait for. It was definitely not lunchtime. It was not because he was too lazy to make lunch. He just happened to be hungry while waiting for the news. And the police station just happened to open for lunch. Moreover, he solved some of the worries of the residents of Rat Street. So he deserved 2 pounds of roast pork chops, ribs, a whole smoked sausage, about 300 grams, chicken salad, white bread, 200 grams, 2 spoons of butter, 5 grams each, a pinch of salt, black pepper, about 5 grams, and stewed beets with more sugar. He deserves it. So Arthur spread the butter, honey, and butter that belonged to Mouths on the white bread. The old sheriff didn't care about this. Compared to butter, honey, butter and the like, he prefers pepper and salt. Of course, it was because the old sheriff was watching the sheriff at the moment. Or to be more precise, it was because he saw Pendragon open his mouth and dive into the cat bowl. And the cat food quickly became 1/3 less. And he became worried about the sheriff, who was eating the cat food 1 grain at a time. Why does my cat eat so little? Is it sick? Should I go see a doctor? Arthur, does Pendragon eat like this every time? Finally, the old sheriff couldn't help asking. Yeah, every time. Arthur nodded, opened his mouth and bit one end of the rib, pulled it gently, sucked it slightly, and the whole rib meat was in his mouth. Looking at Arthur chewing, the old sheriff subconsciously glanced at Pendragon chewing. Suddenly, he found that it was not the sheriff who had the problem. It was him. Suddenly, the old sheriff looked at the slender sheriff with more pity in his eyes. Maybe I should talk to Amanda after get off work and adjust the diet structure for the sheriff. Maybe we can't eat much, but we can eat more delicately. The old sheriff thought so. But heard Arthur said vaguely, Cook is our man. What? The old sheriff was stunned. The old sheriff's eyes were full of surprise. Cook, that was the one he was going to work hard to win over. But he didn't expect that he only met Arthur once. He surrendered directly. Even though he was used to seeing Arthur's magic, the old sheriff couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then, he felt relieved. After all, that was Arthur. The old sheriff looked at Arthur, who was eating voraciously, with unparalleled confidence in his eyes. He knew that, as long as he followed this partner, he would learn this kind of relief. Arthur's magic will create miracles. The old sheriff thought in his heart, and his eyes naturally looked outside the office. Andy, who had met him several times before, still had a tired look on his face. He was dozing off in a chair, but he was still holding a long musket in his hand. Rooney, who was a complete stranger before, was wrapped like a mummy at this moment. But he was biting his fingers and reading the files carefully. Dicko was checking the injuries on his face with a mirror. And occasionally when he looked up, he would show a sad face. The three of them were completely different from before. No longer had that kind of lifeless and muddled look, they were all full of vigor. Under the leadership of the three, the patrolmen in the hall were also full of energy. Before, he had never dared to imagine this. And now, everything has appeared. The old sheriff knew very well that these were all brought by Arthur. The old sheriff knew even more that, if it continued, it would be the moment when a real miracle would happen. And he wanted to see it. Just as the old sheriff was imagining what that moment would be like, Simon ran all the way from the small square into the hall, headed straight to the office. Here we are. The old sheriff and Arthur were all excited. Simon was not in the hall because he had a mission to keep an eye on James. Dong, dong, dong. Come in. Sheriff, James is missing. His men are in chaos. I asked our people to control them first. His lover was also controlled by us. Simon said immediately after pushing the door open. Missing? He must have run away. The old sheriff said with a smile. March was not surprised by James's choice to run away. Although the other party came from a gang and was famous for his ferocity. He was also a brave and aggressive person when he was young. But that was when he was young. Now, apart from lighting candles in the bedroom and waving a whip to show his extraordinary ferocity, he can only look for his former glory in his dreams. This kind of privacy, which should be extremely secret, is well known in a certain group in the duo's special district. More than one lady from the club privately complained about the sheriff. Then, some people in the Shire district, the Dock district, and the new and old towns all knew about it. Therefore, 5 years ago, the sheriff of the Dortmund district began to refuse to go to the club, and chose to keep a lover instead. Moreover, as if to prove that he was still okay, the sheriff of the Dortmund district had kept a large number of lovers for a period of time, but finally chose to accept the fact. According to rumors, the sheriff of the Dortmund district, only one lover is left. There are also rumors that this lover is the one the other person trusts the most. However, now it seems that the sheriff of Dort district trusts himself forever. Of course, Mouths doesn't care. The old sheriff just said with amusement. Being watched by so many people, our Sheriff James will not die on the road. Right? Chapter 165 People must rely on themselves. Who wants James to die? A lot. Although others cannot be sure, but Mouths knows that he wants James to die. His partner also wants James to die. The old sheriff pulled off the napkin at his collar, and when he looked at his partner, Arthur had already started wiping the grease and sauce on his palms. The two smiled at each other, and exchanged glances. Since you have chosen to disappear, then disappear completely. About 3 minutes later, the Shire District Police Department's special carriage drove out of the small square, and headed straight for Moon Street. Although James was the sheriff of the Dort district, Moon Street was in the Shire District. If something happened on Moon Street, the Shire District Police Department would naturally be able to handle it. Unlike other middle-class neighborhoods, Moon Street was not high in the ranking of properties favored by the middle class in the Shire District. And it could even be said to be at the bottom. It's not that Moon Street is bad. On the contrary, it has a beautiful environment and good public security. Moreover, the house area is large enough, and it is very spacious to live in. However, it is precisely because the house area here is large enough that many middle-class people are discouraged. The unit price is the same, but the increase in area is an unbearable burden for the middle-class people who are walking on thin ice. As for the rich, although the residential area of Moon Street is almost catching up with the villas in the White Bird Street district, the real rich will still choose the White Bird Street district. Even if someone brags that this is the real White Bird Street, I just don't know why it became Moon Street. Moon Street will always be Moon Street. There is an insurmountable gap between Moon Street and White Bird Street. As soon as Arthur and Mouths jumped off the carriage, the 4 men of James who were gagged and tied up tightly began to struggle. Simon went up and kicked each of them. And suddenly, these people became obedient. Arthur, Mouths naturally ignored these guys. People who could become James' confidants, what good things can there be? It's not prejudice. But when Sheriff James selected his confidants, the first criterion was gang background. In South Los, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and having no bottom line are almost the labels that civilians put on gangs. That's right. They are civilians. Some civilian families that were originally in danger became broken up because of these guys, especially some wealthy civilians or civilian families with beautiful wives and daughters, which are the targets that these guys are most willing to see. These guys have too many ways to get everything they want, including but not limited to drugs, gambling. However, they are just civilians. Those who have a little power, these guys dare not touch. As for the real rich nobles, when these guys talk, they will turn into woof, woof, woof. Arthur, Maltz walked straight into number 4 Moon Street. Then the two frowned. Too dazzling. The whole room is mainly decorated with gold, in the sunlight. The golden reflections made anyone who walked into the room feel blinded. Hiss. How much money did this guy make? Even Maltz couldn't help but take a breath at this time. Especially when he found a peacock ornament on the fireplace that was completely carved from pure gold and inlaid with gems. He couldn't help but sigh. The peacock ornament in front of him was made of pure gold. But each tail wing was inlaid with a gem. The colors are different, but they don't look out of place when put together. On the contrary, as the sun shines on them, the gems immediately emit different colors of light, which actually echo each other. This golden peacock can probably be exchanged for 2 3-masted sailing ships, Arthur commented secretly. Not only the gold, the gems themselves, but also the person who made this peacock is probably also a master. With the blessing of each other, its price is self-evident. However, Arthur frowned secretly. Would a runaway not take something of this level with him? Is there something more valuable? Impossible. Even if James is the sheriff of the Door district, it is impossible. In fact, this golden peacock is the majority of the other party's wealth. Moreover, this golden peacock is placed directly in the most conspicuous place, which is full of a sense of showing off, which also shows the value of this thing. And the surroundings are too clean, too tidy. A runaway guy wants to take away valuable things. It is difficult to keep a house clean and tidy. People who are in a hurry to run away can't clean the house again when they leave. Right? So James should not run away. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, followed Maltz, and walked to the second floor. Sheriff, consultant. The patrolman who was guarding inside saluted immediately. Where is the person? Maltz asked directly. In the room. The patrolman pointed to the room next to him. The door was not closed. Instead, it was open. From this angle, you can clearly see the woman sitting in the room. She has long brown hair, delicate features, and big eyes full of timidity. One glance can make men feel pity. When Arthur and Maltz looked over, the lady immediately folded her arms, half curled up, and shrank back. The other person is James's lover, Jane. Miss Jane, don't be alarmed. We will only ask a few questions. Maltz comforted him. Arthur took a step back, staring at him. The young medium was sure that the other party was not acting, but was really scared. Miss Jane, do you know when James disappeared? I don't know. After I woke up this morning, James disappeared. Did James say anything to you before he went to bed last night? Yes, he said he was in some trouble. Anything else? Nothing else. James has a bad temper. I dare not ask more questions. During the question and answer, the lady answered truthfully, without any trace of acting. But Maltz always felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong, the old sheriff couldn't tell. Subconsciously, the old sheriff looked at his partner. When he saw the indifference on Arthur's face, and the smile on his lips, the old sheriff immediately made up his mind. Miss Jane, according to the procedure, we need to search the house. Yes. James's lover nodded immediately, as if he couldn't wait any longer. And this look made Arthur confirm some of his guesses. The search began, but Arthur did not participate. Instead, he looked at the 2 mice running across the lawn downstairs and shook his head. It was obvious that, after the vast land and sparse population, some small animals reproduced rapidly. Miss Jane, you who live on Moon Street, should prepare some rat poison. Okay, I prepared the rat poison. I'll go and spread it in a while. Faced with Arthur's reminder, the lady nodded repeatedly and pointed to the chest of drawers beside her. Yes, that's it. People must rely on themselves. Arthur nodded with a smile. After that, there was no more communication until the search was over. The search was fruitless, although some crossbows and muskets were found, but for James's residence, these were normal. Simply put, number 4 Moon Street, everything is normal. When the patrolman finished the registration, Arthur, Maltz and his party were about to leave number 4 Moon Street. Arthur suddenly stopped. He looked at James's lover and said softly, Miss Jane, rat poison needs to be sprayed as soon as possible, otherwise there will be a plague of rats here. Don't hesitate. Don't count on others, you must rely on yourself. After that, Arthur left quickly. Also left James's confidants. However, when they left, these guys all looked towards number 4 Moon Street. As James's confidants, they knew how valuable the things inside were. But they also knew that they couldn't act immediately. They had to wait. After that, hey! Everyone left. James's lover, the lady named Jane, became more nervous and frightened. The lady knelt on the ground and prayed in a low voice. Time passed by every second. As the sun was setting, suddenly, the door to the bedroom terrace was pushed open. Suddenly, Jane, who had been praying, showed despair on her face. She knew. He was back. She couldn't escape. She would die like everyone else. But she didn't want to die. Like a walking corpse. Jane helped the man change his clothes as usual, handed him tea, and listened to the man sneer. Hey, is this the famous medium? It's just like that. Before he finished speaking, the man, who was paralyzed all over and had difficulty breathing, fell to the ground. At the last moment, he saw the woman walking towards him slowly with a long and narrow kitchen knife in her hand, muttering to herself, "People must rely on themselves." Chapter 166 Lady X Carriage X Corpse. Jane's knife pierced James' chest. She looked at the man with wide eyes, and the fear in her heart began to dissipate inexplicably. From the very beginning, she knew that her final outcome would be death. Just like the man's missing lovers. This was what the man in front of her told her. She immediately began to resist. Then, the man laughed. While laughing, he whipped her hard with a whip in his hand. A strange sense of satisfaction emerged from the man's face. From that moment on, she knew that the man did it on purpose. The man told her on purpose just for that kind of satisfaction. The man didn't want the game to be too easy. The man wanted her to resist. And only by resisting, which brought satisfaction to the man, she could live. Day after day. She didn't know how she persisted. She only knew that she didn't want to die. She followed the man's rules of the game. Live cautiously. But after the man came back yesterday, she knew she was dead. The man told her what happened at number 10 Clara Street, and told her that number 5 Moon Street was also his property. At the same time, there was a small plan that required her cooperation. The man would choose to disappear. After deceiving everyone, he would take her to Niwen. Of course, this was a lie. She was too familiar with the man. Every time the man spoke to her so gently, it was time to torture her severely. And this time, he was going to kill her. The man couldn't let her. Who knew the truth? Live. However, there was still hope. The famous medium would come. If it was the other party, he would definitely be able to see the man's tricks. But he didn't. The medium didn't find anything and left. Or, the medium found everything and left. But there is one thing, Jane remembered. People must rely on themselves. Puff. People must rely on themselves. Puff. People must rely on themselves. Puff. Jane muttered to herself, and stabbed James. In the end, Jane herself didn't know how many times she stabbed. When she came to her senses, James was already a bloody mess. The lady looked at the corpse, and was not panicked. This was not the first time she saw a corpse. She often saw the corpses of Jane's former lovers. James loved to lead her to the bodies of his lovers, and admire her terrified look. Wipe the kitchen knife, and wrap Jane's body with a carpet. Then go to the bathroom to wash the blood off her body. Then, the lady went to number 5 Moon Street. According to her understanding of James, he must have prepared everything at number 5 Moon Street. In fact, it was true. Carriage, money, food, water, clothes, and the bodies of James' former lovers. When Jane said that 5 Moon Street was also his property, she guessed that these bodies were here. James couldn't bear to leave them. And she, originally, should have been among them. With a calm look over the 6 bodies, Jane carried the box, and put it into the Bloom carriage. This was a modified 2-seater carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was fat and strong. Jane didn't leave immediately. She still had something to do. To take James' body away. As long as the body was not found, James was missing. So she had more time. Even if her disappearance would attract some attention, it would definitely be less than James' death. The blanket was wrapped with a straw mat, which James bought at a high price to deal with the blood after killing his lover. Jane didn't know what these straw mats were made of, but she knew that they could absorb blood and cover up the stench of corpses. When dragging James' body from the second floor to the first floor with great effort. Jane thought of the golden peacock. But immediately, the lady shook her head. The thing was too eye-catching. Many people stared at it. Especially James's men looked at the greed in the ornament, which made her shudder. Once she took it away, it would only make it more difficult for her to escape. Moreover, the money prepared at number 5 Moon Street was enough. Jane's body was put into the carriage, and Jane, who had changed into casual clothes, did not hesitate at all, and shook the reins and left Moon Street. But the lady didn't notice that. When she left, the golden peacock in number 4 Moon Street disappeared. At the same time, 3 bodies appeared here. They were 3 of James' 4 confidants. The remaining one? Of course, he ran away with the golden peacock. Moreover, he might have kidnapped Miss Jane. Arthur, standing in the shadows, watched the carriage leave, and gave the lady his sincere blessings. He believed that the lady could start a new life. After all, this lady had already grasped the secret of starting over. People must rely on themselves. Jane seemed to have sensed it, and couldn't help looking back. Unfortunately, she didn't see anything. Immediately, the lady ignored it, and just focused on driving the carriage. She was going to Niwen. There, she was going to start over. However, just when Jane left Nanlos, she unexpectedly found a lady standing on the side of the road. The other party was wearing a light-colored long dress with leg of mutton sleeves, wearing small white leather shoes. Even though they were stained with mud, Jane could tell that they were the popular style in Niwen this year, and they were very expensive. However, none of this mattered. What mattered was that there was a carriage with a broken axle parked next to this lady, and there was a body on the carriage. The bullet hole between her eyebrows confirmed that it was a body. Jennifer looked at Jane, who was driving over, and she had already had the intention to kill her in her heart. Wallace not only abandoned this lady, but also tampered with the axle of the carriage when he left. This lady felt that she had been truly betrayed. She swore that if she met Wallace again, she would definitely teach him a lesson. But that was later. Now, of course, she had to flee from South Los. And she needed a carriage to escape from South Los. Sorry, I don't want to either, huh? Jennifer said in her heart. And when she was about to take action, she suddenly saw the body in Jane's carriage. This made Jennifer stunned. Why was there a body in the other party's carriage? Don't get close to the sea. Don't get close to the sea. Suddenly, Jennifer thought of the words of the medium. Is there any deeper meaning in this? Is it fate? Jennifer frowned and thought, but Jane over there made an invitation. Do you need help? I'm going to Niwen. Maybe I can give you a ride. Jane was not kind-hearted, but simply noticed the murderous intent in Jennifer's eyes. Before she was sure whether she was Jennifer's opponent, Jane thought she should show her friendliness. Of course, Jane was also a little curious about this lady, who was driving a carriage with a corpse like herself. Okay, wait for me a moment. Facing Jane's invitation, Jennifer did not refuse. She could not refuse the arrangement of the medium. Similarly, she also had a little expectation that perhaps such an arrangement would be a turning point in her life. Therefore, Jennifer put Bagua's body into Jane's carriage side by side with James' body. After tying his horse to the front carriage, he squeezed next to Jane and held out his hand. Jennifer! Jane! After the two hands shook gently, the carriage started again. The two ladies sat side by side in the carriage, away from Nanlos, and headed to the inner bay together. At this time, Arthur frowned as he looked at an invitation letter, because this invitation letter came from Auburn. Chapter 167 Pan's Surprise. Dear Mr. Kratos, if you want to know more, please wait for my carriage by the tree-lined path at midnight tonight. Auburn 1797.9.26. It is not handwritten, but cut out of newspaper. There is no special taste on the invitation. Obviously, the other party is very careful. In response, Arthur expressed understanding and playful. Arthur may receive an invitation from anyone, even from the old lion of Niwen, but it is absolutely impossible to receive an invitation from Auburn. Will a dead person send out an invitation? Maybe, but it definitely does not include Auburn. No one knows Auburn better than Arthur. What is Auburn's status? Where is Auburn? Arthur knows it clearly. After all, they see each other every day now. Arthur looked at the black and gold-plated invitation in his hand, which was placed on the fence gate of number 2 Kirk Street at some point, and his frown had already relaxed. Although Arthur was not sure who sent the invitation in the name of Auburn. But there are roughly 3 possibilities. First, the guy from the Dead Poets Society. Second, the last descendant of the Blood Clan. Third, the guy who fishes in troubled waters. Each of these three has bad intentions. But the bad intentions of the three also prove that Oberyn is alive, and the fact that Oberyn killed people. This is naturally good news for Arthur. As for the hidden danger, Arthur decided to find a more professional person to deal with it. Go to number 6 White Bird Street. Tell the owner there that her lover is waiting for her at number 2 Kirk Street for dinner. Arthur took out 20 cents and waved to a group of children standing at the entrance of Doll Lane, looking at this place eagerly. The chosen child ran over quickly, looking excited, especially when he saw that it was 20 cents. He said even more, "I promise you, I will deliver the message as quickly as possible." After saying that, the child turned around and ran towards West Merck Avenue. The remaining children all looked gloomy. They lost the chance to earn pocket money, and the most generous one at that. Recently, the generosity and magic of the owner of number 2 Kirk Street have been spreading in Dale Lane. Arthur took out 10 cents again. Soon, the children's eyes were attracted again, and they became impatient. Arthur didn't have the habit of teasing children. He said directly, "Who can help me find Alvin?" The bakery apprentice. First, this is his. It's true that he invited Melinda home for dinner, but who said he had to make it himself? Except for Pendragon, no one has ever tasted his real cooking. Melinda? A very nice lady, and a pretty good partner, but compared to his cat? It's not as good as it could be. Me. As Arthur spoke, the children raised their hands. Arthur smiled and pointed to the bakery in the distance. The meaning was self-evident. The next moment, a group of children rushed to the bakery frantically. When Arthur took off his coat and released Pendragon from the cage, Alvin appeared outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street. The bakery apprentice rang the doorbell with doubt. Arthur stated his needs very straightforwardly. For dinner, I need some food to entertain close guests. It is best to have finished products. Of course, good semi-finished products are also okay. I don't need alcohol, but I need juice. Alvin, do you have any recommendations? In South Los, private kitchens are not rare. Whenever there are festivals or special days, when housewives are too busy, private kitchens can always provide just the right support. In the Shire District, almost every street has its own private kitchen. But Kirk Street is an exception, because the private kitchen on Kirk Street is in Dow Lane. In the memory of the predecessor, there is no such private kitchen, because at number 2 Kirk Street, Old Charlie would cook every day. Moreover, according to the memory of his predecessor, Old Charlie seemed to have considerable cooking skills for certain dishes, and he could always make them feel different. His predecessor was puzzled by this. Why his grandfather only focused on a few dishes? Arthur had already made a guess. After silently spitting out a mouthful to his grandfather in his heart, Arthur waited for Alvin's recommendation. The bakery apprentice did not disappoint Arthur. Andora's grandmother's kitchen can meet all your needs. My mother-in-law has great cooking skills. And she is a very nice person. She used to be a cook in a big man's house. But because she is old, she resigned and returned to Dow Lane. Do you need me to take you there? I'll leave it to you. Arthur took out a gold note and handed it to the bakery apprentice. Seeing the confusion on the bakery apprentice's face, the young medium smiled and said, "I believe in your grasp of food as a bakery apprentice. So, I asked you to do the food shopping this time. Of course, the remaining money will be your tip. But this is too much." The honest bakery apprentice took the 1 gold note in his hand and walked out of number 2 Kirk Street, muttering to himself as he walked. It was obvious that the bakery apprentice could not imagine what the food with 1 gold note looked like. He wanted to tell the generous medium that he could not control himself. But looking at the closed door of number 2 Kirk Street, after hesitating for a moment, the bakery apprentice finally gritted his teeth and headed for Dow Lane. As an apprentice in the bakery on Kirk Street, if he could not satisfy the customers, his apprenticeship would be terminated. Especially this kind of request was not excessive. Therefore, the bakery apprentice had begun to rack his brains to complete the task assigned by Arthur. Arthur knew this very well. This was also the reason why he chose Alvin. He believed that the other party would do his best. Of course, tips and caution are also essential. Buchan flapped his wings and followed the bakery apprentice, taking everything in. When he continued to stay on the roof of number 2 Kirk Street and scanned everything around, only Pendragon was different. After eating 3 dried fish, he fell asleep in Arthur's arms, feeling the warm touch in his arms. Arthur squinted and began to think about what he could get from Melinda with the invitation in his hand. Free gift? Not possible. Even if Melinda was helping him solve his problems to some extent. At any time, for any matter, I will never let a medium give it away for free. Even if you have other intentions, it's the same, or even. You have to offer a higher price. This is what old Charlie said. The predecessor did not agree, but Arthur agreed. Because he knew that free things were the least cared about, and they were the first to be abandoned at the critical moment. And the expensive ones will take up a lot of weight. Even at the critical moment, they will be considered. However, since knowing about old Charlie's deeds, Arthur always felt that old Charlie had something to say. Alas, I can't understand it. I can't understand it, Arthur muttered while holding Pendragon, and completely closed his eyes. Then, the whole person floated up. The usefulness of Hand of Nothingness is beyond doubt. Therefore, Arthur practiced harder. He needed to fly faster, better and more steadily. And his breathing had to be as light as the clouds and the breeze. Half a minute later. Huff, huff. Arthur, exhausted, panted and looked at Pendragon in his arms. Pan, you should lose weight. Meow. Pendragon turned his head, seemingly unable to believe that his master said such a thing. His cat eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly open. A whisker fell off. Chapter 168. Knowing everything and talking nonsense. Arthur picked up the whisker solemnly, put it into the test tube that already had 4 whiskers, and then put it into the box of Athos. Then the young medium looked at Pendragon and smiled. Pan, you are so cute when you are fat, he said. Another dried fish. Pendragon chewed the dried fish, and there was a big puzzlement on the cat's face. It didn't understand why the owner's previous and later changes were so big. However, it doesn't matter, as long as it has something to eat. Pendragon's dinner was ready, and the food from Endora's mother-in-law's kitchen was also delivered. Not only Alvin, but also 2 young men followed behind with a food cart. Judging from their attire, they should be apprentices. Sir, the total cost is 9.40 Sora. The young baker's apprentice said truthfully. That's your tip, Arthur emphasized again. This made the young baker's apprentice a little embarrassed. It's not that he had never received tips before, as an apprentice. Tips were Alvin's only source of income. However, most of them were 1 to 2 nuggets, and sometimes 6 nuggets, which made the young man feel uneasy. But Arthur did not ask any more questions or give any suggestions. He gave the tip. That was Alvin's money. He was not qualified to make decisions for other people's money. Arthur looked at the dinner. 2 roasted pork elbows, each was a complete bone-in pork elbow. 1 original flavor. 1 with herbs sauce, puff pastry beef in clay pot, 1600 g beef, potato stewed onion sausage. Sausage is mainly pork, roasted chicken and mushrooms, no less than 600 g chicken, roasted corn. Apple and pear, 2 of each, 2 fried fish cakes. Main ingredient is 300 g small yellow croaker, beetroot soup, cast iron pot, cream pumpkin soup, clay pot. 3 cream pastries, 3 strawberry jam pastries, 3 roasted pineapples. Freshly squeezed apple juice, pear juice, coconut juice, 1 bunch each, 2 L per bunch, some white bread, sugar, salt, black pepper, 10 g each, butter, honey, cream, 10 g each. After confirming the table with Arthur, the 2 apprentices of the Endoran mother-in-law began to set the table, white tablecloth, a vase, with fresh tulips inserted, and then serve the dishes. When the mixed and delicate aromas came to his face, Arthur said that this meal was worth the money. We will come back to clean up the tableware tomorrow morning, or you can appoint a time. Grandma Endora's apprentice asked. Tomorrow morning. Arthur thought for a moment and said, As you wish. If you have any instructions, please let me know. The 2 kitchen apprentices respectfully and politely left number 2 Kirk Street. After saying hello to Alvin, they hurried back to the kitchen in Dale Lane. Arthur guessed that he was not the only one who ordered food. Good night, Alvin. Ah, good night, Sir Kratos. The young baker's apprentice was still in shock, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Not only did he stutter in his answer, but he also stumbled on the way back. Arthur did not return to number 2 Kirk Street immediately. After watching him return to the bakery, he still stood at the door. Faucon, Wu and I had already seen Melinda's conspicuous carriage. Good evening, Edwin. Arthur greeted the coachman with a smile. Good evening, Arthur. The sturdy coachman responded, and jumped off the carriage and opened the door. Melinda jumped off the carriage. still wearing the same hunting suit, but her deerstalker hat had been changed to a dark brown plaid one, and the pipe in her hand was lit. Looking at Arthur standing at the door, the lady raised her hand. Arthur smiled and stretched out his hand, leading the lady to number 2 Kirk Street. However, when the door closed, the lady immediately withdrew her hand, wiping vigorously on the clothes. Arthur picked up the towel that had been prepared on the side, with an expressionless face. Both of them felt disgusted by the action just now. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Melinda walked in with a pipe in her mouth, asking as she walked. "A new business." Arthur said so. But Melinda saw the beautifully decorated dining table as she walked forward. Suddenly, the lady frowned, not only stopped walking forward, but also took a step back without making a sound. "First, what is the business? If your grandfather wants to meet me formally, please don't say anything. I will put an advertisement in the newspaper tomorrow, saying that our life and feelings have broken down, and I have cut off all ties with you," the lady said very seriously. "Heh." Arthur sneered, and ignored the woman's crazy talk at all, just took out the black and gold-plated invitation, didn't open it, but put it closed on the dining table. "What is this?" Melinda was about to pick up the invitation, but Arthur raised his hand to hold her down. "This is the invitation from Auburn. Want a deal?" Arthur laughed. "Auburn?" Melinda narrowed her eyes, and asked directly, "What do you want?" "The core secret of the cat cave." "Are you kidding? You are the first to joke with me. I don't believe that with your intelligence network. You don't know that my grandfather is still exorcising Barney. Or you are not good to Fujin. Is Wu and I still brooding over it?" Arthur sneered, exposing the little thoughts of the woman in front of him. "TSK. A petty-minded man." Melinda curled her lips, pulled out a chair and sat down, raised her hand to take the roasted elbow full of sauce, and started to bite it. Arthur didn't mind. Picked up the remaining one, sprinkled black pepper on it, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls, and grabbed the coconut juice before Melinda and drank it. Melinda glanced at it. He directly opened the pastry on the clay pot beef with his hands, and stuffed it into his mouth without leaving a single bite. "I licked it," Arthur said lightly. Melinda sneered and pulled off half of the pastry on the side of her mouth and licked it with her tongue, and then handed it to Arthur, raising her eyebrows and indicating. "He too." Arthur took a bite with an onomatopoeic sound. Melinda frowned, wanted to give in, but in the end, she didn't take a bite, but she threw the pastry into the trash can without doing anything. Instead, he put it aside, and began to change the subject. "I have a secret technique that can control fire. I just got it recently. I think you might be interested. After all, he just came to your place as a coachman this morning." There was an obvious temptation in his words, but Arthur was calm. "They are just pawns. Hasn't the guy from the Dead Poets Society been found yet?" Arthur said as he picked up a cream pastry. "No. I suspect this guy used the most risky method." Melinda frowned, but her hand moved towards the invitation. This time, Arthur did not stop her. The lady successfully got the invitation. After a glance, the other party frowned. Then, without any thought, the other party asked directly, "If I let you be the bait, what would the price be?" "If I hadn't agreed to that guy, I would definitely offer a price that would satisfy me. Unfortunately, as a medium, I need to keep my promise." Arthur sighed helplessly. That look looked very fake, but inexplicably, there was a sense of truth. Even Melinda could not tell the difference for a moment. And Arthur picked up another piece of cream pastry. When he was about to sell the news to Melinda, he thought about this question, and how to refuse. This morning, Jennifer's performance gave him infinite inspiration. Just keep acting. As for why he refused, Arthur has not forgotten why he sold the news to Melinda. "I just can't take the risk." Since the unknown enemy sent him the invitation, then they must be quite confident in dealing with him. The continuous victories did not make Arthur lose his mind. He knew his own background. What he knew even more clearly was that being a bait did not mean reducing the risk. In fact, to some extent, it would be more dangerous. Because, in any situation, the first thing to be eaten is the bait. Then, you can catch the fish. Melinda stared at Arthur, and took a puff of her pipe. When the smoke began to fill the air, she grabbed the last piece of cream pastry before Arthur reached out. The lady ate the pastry slowly, and Arthur leaned back in his chair helplessly, picking up the coconut juice. It took the lady half a minute to finish the pastry. When the other party finished the pastry, Arthur also finished the coconut juice, picking up the napkin beside her. The lady wiped her hands and asked, What if the other party comes to number 2 Kirk Street? The young medium half leaned in the chair, laughed softly, supporting his chin with his left hand, stroking the corner of his eye with his raised index finger, while his right hand tapped the armrest of the chair. Dong, dong, dong. One after another. Clear and powerful. Just like at this moment, Arthur said word by word. Let him come. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a thunder suddenly sounded in the night, and Pendragon, who was lying in the cat bed, let out a low roar like his fur exploded. Meow. At this moment, the thunder was still there, and the cat's roar began to appear. At this moment, Married to Julius Caesar was also slightly stunned. Chapter 169 The unique fighting style of the medium. Ms. Long Night's dull expression lasted for less than a second. Or to be more precise, it flashed by. Pretending, the lady said as she stood up from the dining table, put a piece of parchment on the original invitation, and strode out. No more words. Arthur stood up to see them off. The two still showed extra intimacy to the outside world, even if one was so sick that he wanted to vomit. It's the same if one person starts to feel sick just thinking about the other person throwing up. Both of them are dedicated actors. Dear, take care of yourself. Before getting in the car, Melinda used words as a cover-up, breathing rapidly several times to calm down the nausea. Yeah. Arthur smiled. Good night, Arthur. The coachman Edwin waved his hand, and shook the reins. The carriage quickly disappeared into the night. Arthur closed the gate, and walked slowly into number 2 Kirk Street. Just opened all the mechanisms directly. Unlike the trepidation in the tree-lined avenue, Arthur was full of confidence at number 2 Kirk Street. Unless he encountered an enemy like Countess Nanlos. The rest? Where I stand is absolute. I am absolute. The absolute that denies everything. Click. The subtle sound of the spring came from the wall of number 2 Kirk Street and underground. After Arthur picked up Pendragon and put him in the cat cage, he pulled out the spider claw. Arthur twisted the weight of the bastard sword. The hidden poison was carefully applied to the blade. At this moment, a carriage suddenly broke into Kirk Street. The carriage was a horse-drawn carriage. The person who jumped off the carriage was Melinda, who had just left. Unlike the relaxed look when she left before, Melinda looked serious at this time. After pushing open the gate, she knocked on the door of number 2 Kirk Street. Dong. Dong dong. Arthur. Hurry up. Puff. When the door of number 2 Kirk Street just opened a crack, Melinda opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But the sudden thrust of the black sword made the lady stop talking. She lowered her head, looked at the sword that pierced her chest, and her face was full of disbelief. You? Bang. Melinda opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But after the sword was pulled out, the door of number 2 Kirk Street closed directly. Melinda took 2 steps back and fell to the ground. Then, her skin and flesh began to wither. After a few breaths, only sticky, smelly clay remained. The carriage outside the gate also disappeared. About 2 minutes later, Melinda rushed to number 2 Kirk Street. When she saw the sticky, smelly clay, panic immediately appeared on her face. Arthur, are you okay? The lady shouted as she rushed to the door. Her speed was obviously controlled. But when the door was completely opened and she saw Arthur with a surprised look on his face, the speed suddenly increased. And the expression on his face was full of worry. However, no matter how fast it was not faster than a bullet. Arthur took out the thunder gun hidden behind him and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The muzzle of the thunder gun flashed, and 7 bullets shot out, all hitting Melinda. Blood splashed, and this lady Melinda also turned into clay. However, a cloud of smoke appeared across the street. In the smoke, Melinda walked out. She glanced disdainfully at the 2 piles of clay on the ground. Human puppet. Disgusting thing. Arthur, are you okay? Melinda held a pipe in her mouth, sparks flickered, and smoke surrounded the lady, like a knight following the queen. Arthur opened his arms to greet her. Melinda had a sincere smile on her lips. But she froze the next moment. Arthur, who was coming forward, suddenly fell to the ground and rolled to the side. The little Emperor cannon in the corridor was revealed. Boom! The 6-pound cannon hit Melinda with a roar. The smoke around her gathered in layers, like a shield protecting Melinda, as if to give Melinda a chance to escape. But just when Melinda wanted to dodge, her ankle was caught by something. In just a moment, Melinda broke free from this restraint. But at this time, a moment was enough. The shell smashed the smoke shield with a whistle. It hit Melinda hard. Crack! With the sound of broken bones and tendons, Melinda was knocked to the big tree across the street. The huge force broke the tree, and Melinda vomited blood. Why? My disguise is perfect. Why can you tell? Melinda roared while spitting blood. If you disguise yourself as someone else, I might not be able to tell. But pretending to be Melinda. You don't know her greatest characteristic at all. What is Melinda's greatest characteristic? Misogyny. When she saw him, Melinda tried to suppress the feeling of nausea and vomiting. Arthur was too familiar with her. So familiar that when he thought of vomiting, he began to feel disgusted instinctively. But what about the pretender? He was full of joy. No. No such characteristic. Not even that disgusting feeling. Arthur stood up, patted the dust, with a bright smile and open arms. Is there anyone who can't even tell the real love from the fake one? We are. Lovers whose souls resonate with each other. The pretender stared blankly at Arthur across the street. He had deceived people countless times, making the so-called true love couples turn against each other, but now he was defeated by a couple. But, why did he feel a perverted and disgusted feeling when looking at the medium who had a soul lover in front of him? Is this love? Is it because I have never experienced true love that I think true love is abnormal? I am such a pitiful fellow, puff! The pretender spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell into a coma. A 6-pound shell is a sure kill for a normal person. For most people on the mysterious side, it is the same. The pretender is not dead, which is enough to show the opponent's strength. However, Arthur did not pay more attention to the opponent. Because there is more than one enemy. Tap, tap, tap! A man in a cloak walked from the street entrance with clear and powerful footsteps. Boom, boom, boom! A strong heartbeat sounded from the other party, turning into an invisible pressure, causing the air around to vibrate slightly. Buzz! Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. His fingers had already touched the sound of advance. He was about to blow the black whistle, then open the ring of mist. With the help of the mist field, instantly came to the other party, used the scroll touch of death to give the opponent a fatal blow. Just as Arthur was about to act, the cloaked man on the opposite side spoke. When the snake hisses, everything is silent. When the snake moves, everything retreats. I swore in the name of the shadow snake Sayutic that I would never embarrass the members of the Kratos family. This is my promise to your grandfather Charlie Kratos. Now tell me, where are the descendants of the Blood clan? Then, return to number 2 Kirk Street, and reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors. The voice was loud, and the momentum was unmatched. But Arthur looked at the other party with a strange look in his eyes. Sayutic. He knew. The guy who replaced his blood. Now there is nothing left. And the guy in front of him called himself Shadow Snake Sayutic. Which means, it seems, maybe he met a colleague. If it was just bluffing. I am a medium. With speculation in his heart, Arthur did not withdraw his hand holding sound of advance, but whispered softly, Eternal monster, heir of the rebellious bloodline, creator of Ragnarok, fearer of the northern gods, ruler of the Chaos Blade, owner of the Leviathan Axe, descendant of the Kratos family. In the name of war, never compromise. Fight to the death. The sword in the hand of the young psychic was pointed directly at the other party, and his figure was under the night sky. It began to rise slowly. Ga. Fujin, Muni spread its wings and flew around the medium. Under the moonlight, crows cried. The medium flew in the air, with a determined look on his face. The night wind suddenly rose at this moment, blowing down the leaves of early autumn. Countless fallen leaves fell like rain. They circled and danced around the medium. There were more and more of them. They began to cover the courtyard, covered the entire Kirk Street, covered the night sky. They danced the last dance of their lives for this world with their last strength. The medium raised his hand and stroked the fallen leaves passing by him. As if he felt the brilliance and heat of the dancing leaves, the corners of his mouth began to curl up slightly. An unprecedented tenacity appeared in his eyes. He said softly, Thank you. He chose to follow his oath, to do his best, to bloom in a moment of beauty. The young voice began to gradually resound through the sky. The past is here, the present is also here, the future is also here, telling the origin, the time of the creation of the world. Chapter 170. A small step forward. Under the night, in the autumn wind, the man who called himself Shadow Snake Sayutic looked at Arthur, who was gradually rising into the air, and his pupils shrank unconsciously. And when the leaves danced wildly, Arthur's mouth rang out those extremely terrifying words. The other party's scalp began to numb. Madman. The crazy Kratos family. Why do you want to die together? I just want to scare you to get some information, I just saved my teacher. You will die. If you stay any longer, you will definitely die. Run. Run now. The person who called herself Shadow Snake Sayutic no longer hesitated, and directly used the trump card secret technique taught by her teacher. Starlight 64, Moonlight 46, Sunday 19, like traveling 1,000 miles. The faint light, as the other party recited, enveloped himself and the unconscious pretender. The next moment, the light bloomed. The whole Kirk Street was illuminated. The pretender and the man who called himself Shadow Snake Sayutic disappeared. But the people disappeared. All the things were left behind, including the clothes. The falling money bag mixed with many small ornaments made a series of crisp sounds, echoing in Kirk Street. Streaking? Arthur almost lost his balance and fell off the hand of nothingness. You know, at the moment when the two pretenders just disappeared, Arthur was extremely envious of this secret technique of running away or the tools used. And now? He would rather die. He would never run naked. Under the moonlit night, running naked is really too shameless. He, Arthur, can't do it. With endless complaints in his heart, Arthur remained solemn on the surface. He had already stopped the mystical words in his mouth, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It seemed that he was wondering why the Shadow Snake Sayutic escaped like this. He hesitated for a second. The young medium fell from midair, after starting to clean up the battlefield. He walked slowly back to number 2 Kirk Street. At the moment when the door of number 2 Kirk Street closed, a slightly rapid panting sound seemed to be heard from behind the door. Hidden in the dark of Kirk Street, the people who had been terrified all the time breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the panting sound. In their opinion, this was right. The secret technique just now was definitely not a regular secret technique. It was definitely the kind of secret technique that would destroy both the good and the bad, even if it stopped halfway. This secret technique would not be without consumption. But, is this the Kratos family? In the name of war, no compromise. These people hiding in the dark silently recalled the words that the young medium had just said. In the end, they didn't have the courage to go to number 2 Kirk Street again. They were scared. They had never seen such a powerful person, but he was willing to risk his life right away. Even if Arthur was not in good condition at the moment, they would not try it easily. Who knows what is inside number 2 Kirk Street? Who knows if Arthur has the ability to perform the secret technique just now again? Of course. More importantly, there is more than one person in the Kratos family. In addition to Arthur, there is also old Charlie, Drake, Cassandra, and the missing Winters. If something happens to Arthur, these guys will probably fight to the death. Moreover, unlike the young Arthur, these guys must be more experienced and stronger, especially old Charlie. Possessing such a powerful force, but always choosing to stay away from the world, there must be something hidden. Which power is hiding it? These people speculated. At the same time, they became more and more convinced that Arthur knew about the descendants of the Blood clan. In their opinion, it was normal for such a secretive reclusive family to know some information that ordinary people didn't know. Even, maybe there was some cooperation. The people hiding in the shadows retreated one after another. Inside number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur's eyes flashed with words bluff +10. Bluff LV6:15/40. Intimidation +10. Intimidation LV4:10/20. Those guys are more careful about their lives than you think. Using Fujin, Muni looked at the group of people retreating with his eyes. Arthur sighed in his heart, raised his hand, and turned off the ignition switch of the gunpowder magazine. When the guy who just called himself Shadow Snake Sayutic appeared, Arthur clearly felt several malicious gazes, some of which made death instinct. Flash. Arthur was not surprised by this. It is human nature to fish in troubled waters. After all, the last descendant of the Blood clan represents the Blood Marquis of the past, and how rich can a noble who has existed since the Silver Age be? Unimaginable. Even if the Blood Marquis is a thing of the past, but some of the property left behind, it is enough to make people tempted. Therefore, even if it is just a figment of the imagination, these people are willing to give it a try. And this is what Arthur wants. He needs such a stage to prove his origin and bloodline to more people. Before, he had already confessed everything to Melinda. And then from this lady's mouth, the Countess must know the true identity of the Kratos family black cats. But she will not confirm it directly. At this moment, he further proved to the other party that the Kratos family is the Black Cat clan, which is a little more powerful than imagined. Of course, this is just the beginning. According to Arthur's plan, when everyone recognizes that the Kratos family is the Black Cat clan, It will be the time for the Kratos family to reveal a secret corner cat hole. This is the official disguise that the Kratos family needs. This is also the reason why this Black Cat clan is a little more powerful than the rumors. After that, of course, it is the great bloodline of the Kratos family itself. Don't you care about origin and bloodline? Then I will make up an origin and bloodline that you can never imagine and cannot reach. Arthur thought in his heart, and then sighed in his heart. What a cruel and terrible world. In order to survive, a weak, pitiful, helpless, simple and upright medium like me actually started to deceive others. Alas, I really have no choice. It's not me who is wrong. It's this world. With full of guilt, Arthur picked up Pendragon. The young medium sought comfort from his cat in the middle of the night. It seemed that the warm, furry Pendragon was his only hope in this world. Meow! As if sensing his master's mood, Pendragon began to rub against Arthur, comforting his master in his own way, and then the whole cat fell from Arthur's arms to the ground. The young medium suddenly stood up from his chair, holding the loot he had just obtained. The young medium's eyes were full of surprise. After a 3-second pause, the young medium began to laugh strangely from the bottom of his heart. He. There is such a thing. Everyone. I'm going to play a little game with you. Arthur directly threw away the guilt that had just risen from the bottom of his heart, and quickly started a new plan in his heart. And his eyes were fixed on the 3 props he had just obtained.